Chapter 1. 3 years apart. Minister Jiang's waist has grown slimmer. Jiang Qingci awoke from the heat. It felt as though a great furnace was pressed against her, a relentless warmth emanating from where their skin met, accompanied by a powerful heartbeat. The muscular arm tightly encircling her waist held her captive. Tensing her body, Jiang Qingci dared not to breathe, cautiously turning her eyes to survey her surroundings. The palace lanterns flickered, the bed curtains were half drawn, and the floor lay strewn with a chaotic array of chest-binding garments, official robes, and a dragon robe. The chest-binding garments and official robes belonged to her, while the dragon robe undoubtedly belonged to the figure behind her. Having just returned from her demotion to the southern barbarian lands after 3 years and still struggling to regain her former position, she had unwittingly imbibed too much. At the welcome banquet, and found herself in bed with her superior. Jiang Qingci felt tears welling up, and in that moment, she even contemplated death. Dressing as a man to serve in court is a deception against the emperor. To insult me while intoxicated is an affront to authority. The deep, hoarse voice resonated with the weight of authority from behind her. Jiang Qingci wished to close her eyes and feign death, but a large hand suddenly gripped her neck, applying pressure. The thumb rested beneath her chin, compelling her to look up. With no choice but to open her eyes, she met a pair of piercing, dark eyes glimmering with amusement. The young emperor possessed striking features when he smiled. The corners of his eyes lifted, a blend of amusement and mockery, concealing a hint of danger. Shen Que scrutinized her, his fingers pressing into her neck, leaving a circle of red marks. Minister Jiang, you possess remarkable audacity. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingci's heart skipped a beat. Her mind raced back to the events of the welcome banquet. Gu Yanli had toasted her, and the palace attendants had refilled her cup. Yet for reasons unknown, the previously unshakable Jiang Qingci, who could drink endlessly by Gu Yanli's side, found herself overwhelmed after only a few cups, her head spinning, and body aflame, leading her to the imperial garden for some fresh air. However, having been away for 3 years, the palace paths were now a blur to her. Guided by a palace maid, she wandered through twists and turns until she stumbled into a room, where she felt something and dizzily leaned against it. In her haze, she heard a voice, half laughing, half serious. Minister Jiang, do you see clearly? I am not your Uncle Gu. Yet her reason had long been consumed by the flames of intoxication, and she clumsily wrapped her arms around the person's neck, tilting her head to nibble at him. The scent of dragon's saliva enveloped her as her lips were sealed. After that, within the warm embrace of the embroidered curtains, her consciousness faded, and when she next opened her eyes, she found herself in this predicament, staring into the tender gaze of the young emperor, wishing she could slap herself twice. Why must she have slept with her direct superior? It was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. Although Jiang Qingci had just returned to court, she was acutely aware of the current political landscape. 3 years prior, Gu Yanli had orchestrated a coup, seizing the emperor to command the lords, and became the regent of Dezhou. Subsequently, the court was divided into factions, those aligned with the regent and the royalists. A twist of fate, Jiang Qingci had, in her youth, privately pledged her life to Gu Yanli. Later, disguised as a man, she entered the official ranks and naturally became Gu Yanli's foremost supporter. From humble beginnings to his subsequent rise to prominence, Jiang Qingci played an indispensable role. Now, she, the chief supporter of the regent, has found herself entangled with the puppet emperor of the royalists, her true identity as a woman exposed to all. There is no way to cleanse this stain. If Gu Yanli were to discover this, a mere 3-year exile would be a lenient consequence. Losing her head and endangering her entire clan would be her true concern. With her fingers digging into her palm, the pain brought her back to reality. Jiang Qingci made a concerted effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. Adhering to her usual principles of self-restraint and propriety, she replied with composure, "Your Majesty, I am no match for alcohol and have lost my reason, but you have not." Shen Que narrowed his eyes, his tone harsh. "Is the Prime Minister blaming me? I would not dare." Jiang Qingci responded with a cold demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. "I merely believe that the responsibility does not rest solely on my shoulders." Indeed, the Prime Minister is eloquent. My father remarked that you possess the legacy of Zhuge Liang, and it seems to be true. Shen Que scoffed, his grip loosening slightly. "Your Majesty flatters me." Jiang Qingci discreetly exhaled in relief. Only to have her chin seized again by Shen Que, he spoke in a deep voice. "What explanation do you offer for the matter of disguising yourself as a man to deceive the throne?" Jiang Qingci was momentarily speechless. This was indeed a charge she could not refute. Her masquerade to enter the court as an official was a fact, and now, having her tail caught, was also a reality. "Your Majesty," Jiang Qingci tightened her nerves, biting her lip, "you should understand that keeping me alive is far more beneficial to you than executing me." After a pause, she added, "If you seek to seize power, I would be a formidable weapon." Shen Ke's gaze bore into her intensely. Then he suddenly smiled. His laughter was captivating, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with brilliance. His broad chest heaved with laughter, still marked with bite and scratch marks. Jiang Qingci felt a flush rise to her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze. Indeed, the Prime Minister is astute. Shen Que released her, propping his head with one hand, reclining languidly beside her. His free hand tangled in her long hair, playfully wrapping it around his fingers. His dark eyes remained fixed on her, and he brought the ends of her hair to his lips, placing a kiss upon them. "Killing you like this would indeed be a pity." The weight of his presence finally lifted, and Jiang Qingci's taut heartstrings relaxed. To be honest, from the moment Shen Que did not push her away after their brief encounter, but instead chose to leisurely settle accounts later, she could surmise his intentions. Between those in power, the game always revolves around the word authority. She was but a pawn, to be used and discarded. 3 years ago, and today, the same holds true. One would expect her to be angry, yet the trials of the past 3 years in the southern lands had dulled all her sharp edges. She had long since become accustomed to life and death now. All she desired was to live quietly with her family. "Your Majesty flatters me," Jiang Qingci replied with a nonchalant expression, lifting her gaze beyond Shen Que to the darkening sky outside. "It is an honor to serve you, however. It grows late, and I must take my leave." With a composed demeanor, she retrieved her hair from Shen Ke's grasp, turned, and began to gather her scattered garment from the floor. The corset and undergarment had been torn into shreds, yet fortunately, the official robe remained intact enough to wear. Jiang Qingci turned her back to the dragon bed, haphazardly donning the robe over her shoulders. A searing gaze burned into her back, yet she chose to ignore it, pretending he did not exist. However, Shen Que, undeterred, spoke with a nonchalant tone. "It has been 3 years Minister Jiang's waist has grown even slimmer." Jiang Qingci's hands trembled slightly as she fastened the jade sash. That wretched man, were it not for the fact that he was her superior and she held a compromising position in his hands, she would have relished the thought of unfastening the jade sash and striking him. Taking a long, steadying breath, she admonished herself to remain calm. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," Jiang Qingci replied with a forced smile. "I shall endeavor to increase my meals upon my return." However, before her polite words could conclude, a ruckus erupted from outside the hall. "Your Highness, the Emperor has retired. You cannot enter." "Stand aside." It was Gu Yanli. Jiang Qingci's face drained of color, her heart racing as she swiftly turned to Shen Que. He remained composed and unperturbed, propping his head with one hand and smiling at her. "Minister Jiang, do take your leave. I shall not see you off." "Leave?" Jiang Qingci cursed inwardly. If she stepped outside now, encountering Gu Yanli, she might very well find herself leaving in a most undignified manner. As Gu Yanli's figure drew closer outside the door, Jiang Qingci had no time for contemplation. In a flurry, she gathered her garments from the floor and hastily shoved them beneath the bed. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon," she declared. Suppressing the pain in her waist, she stepped over Shen Que, pulled back the covers, and burrowed beneath them. The moment the door was kicked open, Shen Que deftly lowered the bed curtains and adjusted the blankets. Chapter 2. Where did you go after the welcome banquet, ACI? The palace maids knelt outside the door in a line, trembling in silence. Gu Yanli strode over the threshold into the chamber, his noble and indifferent phoenix eyes surveying the room before he approached the bed. The stillness within the chamber made the sound of his footsteps increasingly audible. Jiang Qingci listened intently, biting her lip and daring not to breathe heavily. "Your Highness, I have already retired for the night." Shen Que suddenly spoke, halting his steps 6 feet from the bed. He sat up, stretching lazily, his voice thick with drowsiness. "What business brings you to visit at such a late hour?" As he moved, the quilt was slightly lifted, allowing a sliver of light to seep in. Jiang Qingci's heart raced, and she clutched the quilt tightly. Perhaps it was a trick of her heightened anxiety, but she felt Gu Yanli's oppressive gaze piercing through the fabric. Landing upon her, suddenly, a large hand enveloped her own, fingers forcefully intertwining with hers, securing her grip. Jiang Qi's heartstrings tightened to their utmost limit. She allowed him to hold her hand, not daring to make a move. "It is nothing of great significance," Gu Yanli replied, his gaze retracting discreetly as he continued. "I did not find the person I was looking for. You departed the banquet early tonight. Did you feel unwell?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I merely had a restless night and am feeling fatigued." Shen Que responded obediently, his eyes cast low. The fingers hidden beneath the quilt stirred slightly, the pads of his fingers gently caressing Jiang Qingci's palm. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further. Do rest early," Gu Yanli said, lowering his gaze as he turned to leave. Jiang Qingci listened to the receding footsteps, her anxious heart gradually settling, and she subtly attempted to retract her hand. Yet Shen Que suddenly called out, "Your Highness, please wait." The footsteps halted. Jiang Qingci was startled, her heart leaping once more as she resigned herself to his grasp. Not daring to move, Gu Yanli turned back, his brows slightly furrowed. "What is it? When is the wedding date between Your Highness and Miss Song of the right minister's residence? Inform me in advance, so I may arrange for appropriate gifts," Shen Que inquired. His words fell upon Jiang Qingci like a bucket of cold water, chilling her to the bone. Her mind went blank, and she could not absorb anything but Gu Yanli's response that the wedding date had yet to be decided, and there was no rush. Uncertain of when Gu Yanli took his leave, Shen Que pulled back the quilt, teasingly addressing her. "Now that everyone has departed, Jiang Qingxiang should come out, lest one discover her suffocated in my bed." I would have no way to explain. Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze, getting off the bed to retrieve her hairpin and tidy her hair as she made her way outside. "I shall take my leave now." "Ah, Jiang Qingxiang," Shen Que called after her, reminding her, "Your Highness and Miss Song have harbored mutual affections for many years and are to wed soon. You, as the most capable subordinate of His Highness, understand him best. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting a suitable gift." Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered. Indeed, she and Gu Yanli shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Her father had been a confidant of Gu Yanli's father, entrusting her family to his care in his final moments. Her elder brother naturally became Gu Yanli's blade. After his demise, she took his place by his side. He instructed her in military strategies, taught her the art of governance, and guided her in establishing a firm footing within the court. He promised her a life of ease, perhaps even a lifetime shared with the beloved. Yet, unexpectedly, the very first act upon ascending to power was to propose to the right minister's daughter, Song. Years of companionship and promises turned to mere jest. Unable to contain her frustration, she rode through the long street and stormed into the regent's residence, coldly demanding an explanation for his treachery. He concocted an excuse and banished her to the southern lands, under the guise of tempering her spirit. 3 years passed in that distant land, where she languished in sickness, teetering on the brink of death. Local children hurled stones at her, cursing her as a treacherous dog who deceived and betrayed, bearing the stigma of his betrayal while he remained in the capital, secure in his elevated position. Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze and clasped her hands. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Majesty." As her figure gradually receded, Shen Que also reigned in his carefree smile. He raised his hand, and in the fleeting moment it descended, a shadow flickered by. The shadow guard knelt on one knee, reporting, "Your Majesty, we have apprehended the one who poisoned Minister Jiang. They are now imprisoned in the dungeon. How shall we proceed? Have you discerned who orchestrated this?" The shadow guard shook his head, stating they must have accepted a bribe for their silence, knowing nothing when questioned. Shen Que savored the term bribe, his tone chilling, and with a sinister smile, he decreed, "Then let us extract their eyes and tongues. Eliminate them all." Emerging from Zhaohua Hall, Jiang Qingci evaded the palace attendants, taking a winding path to exit through the southern gate. The evening had deepened, the dew thickening. In the clear night with a bright moon, the stars were obscured. Only the silhouettes of startled birds could be seen taking flight from the branches. She had witnessed such scenes during her nights in the southern lands, often tormented by illness and miasma, hanging on to life just to glimpse the cold moon through her window. Now returned, it was her first time experiencing it anew. Having hurriedly left, Jiang Qingci wore only her official robe, her body drenched in perspiration, and the wind as chill seeped through, sending a shiver through her. Coupled with the torment inflicted by Shen Que, she felt sore all over and quickened her pace, yearning for a hot bath. However, as she passed the right minister's residence, a melodious voice called out, "Your Highness, is that not Minister Jiang?" Fortune seemed to conspire against her, as she found herself entangled between the bed of one superior and the presence of another. There was nothing more ill-fated than this. Yet, given the circumstances, ignoring the call would be inappropriate. Jiang Qingci composed herself, adjusting her official robe, and approached with measured steps. "Miss Song, Your Highness, what a coincidence." Jiang Qingci was a striking beauty, tall and slender, with a presence that commanded attention, easily distinguishable amidst the crowd. In her youth, she had ridden alongside Gu Yanli through the long streets, her brows and eyes radiant and bold, having been the object of affection for many young ladies in the capital. As Song Wan listened to her greeting, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she bit her lip while stealing glances at her, her words imbued with youthful excitement. "What a coincidence. Prime Minister Jiang, why are you still out so late?" Gu Yanli also turned to look, his eyes filled with curiosity. In the dim light, his gaze swept over her loosely fitting official robe, finally resting on a circle of red marks on her neck, his expression growing cold. "I had a bit too much to drink at the evening reception and felt dizzy, so I stepped out for some fresh air," Jiang Qingci replied, her demeanor calm. When facing Song Wan, she felt a surprising tranquility within herself. Long before her exile to the southern barbarians, she had envisioned various futures with Gu Yanli, both good and bad, but all had been rendered void by those 3 years in the south. Now, after enduring countless trials, she finally understood. To him, she was merely a blade and nothing more. As for the so-called promises and affections, they were merely sustenance for this blade. A blade has its own purpose, and that which does not belong to her should not be overly anticipated. It is getting late. "I shall not disturb the prince and Miss Song any longer," Jiang Qingci said, cupping her hands in a respectful gesture before turning to leave. Gu Yanli, behind her, seemed to exchange a few words with Song Wan before following suit. The heavy, forceful footsteps behind her made it difficult for Jiang Qingci to feign ignorance. The two walked in tandem into the alley, where the light met the shadows cast by the walls. After just a few steps, a large hand suddenly grasped her neck from behind. Gu Yanli, with a rough grip, pulled her before him, compelling her to meet his gaze. His voice was icy. "Where did you go after the reception, ACI?" Chapter 3. Speaking nonsense as expected, the moment had arrived, Jiang Qingci thought. Hidden in the shadows, she clenched her fists, suppressing the thunderous beat of her heart, and calmly replied, "I drank too much at the banquet, felt dizzy, and wanted to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden. The palace is vast, and having been away for 3 years, I accidentally lost my way. I ended up resting on the ground in a corridor. And where did those red marks on your neck come from?" Jiang Qingci felt a surge of frustration. While acknowledging Gu Yanli's keen observation, she inwardly cursed that despicable Shen Que. She carefully chose her words, fabricating a lie. "The miasma in the south is severe. I developed a rash that hasn't subsided, causing you concern, my prince." Gu Yanli's sharp gaze bore into her, as piercing as a sword, seemingly intent on shattering her calm facade. However, having spent 3 years in the south, Jiang Qingci had cultivated an unflappable demeanor. She met his scrutinizing eyes with unwavering composure. "You still blame me, do you, ACI?" Gu Yanli's expression softened slightly as he loosened his grip and walked alongside her. "Do you blame me for exiling you to the south 3 years ago?" "I dare not," Jiang Qingci replied, her heart taut, deliberately maintaining a cautious distance as she responded. The journey from the right chancellor's residence to the left chancellor's was not far, yet never had she felt such torment as she did today. The torment was unbearable. As she inwardly cursed that wretched Shen Que, while simultaneously mustering the courage to face Gu Yanli, fearful of revealing even the slightest hint of weakness. In the journey of life, Gu Yanli encountered a few detestable superiors. Unfortunately for Jiang Qingci, she had the misfortune of dealing with two. As she contemplated whether it would be prudent to seek solace at a temple, Gu Yanli spoke, "You are youthful and impetuous, occupying a prominent position. Every word and action of yours is under scrutiny. Hence you must exercise utmost caution. Though the southern lands are remote and harsh, they can temper your character." His mastery lay in delivering a slap while ensuring she would swallow it willingly. Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze, replying, "I understand, Your Highness." Once again, silence enveloped them as they unwittingly arrived at the left chancellor's residence. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Qingci's lips. She yearned to hasten back home for a soothing bath. Yet, with her superior remaining silent, she dared not leave. Such is the nature of authority. It looms large and oppressive. Gu Yanli gently clarified, "Ainsi, my union with Song Wan is merely a familial alliance, not as you might presume." Jiang Qingci calmly responded, "I understand." Her demeanor, cold and distant, stirred a slight furrow in Gu Yanli's brow. "There is no need for such formality between us, ACI," he remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the marks upon her neck. Jiang Qingci's fair complexion, illuminated by the dim light, rendered the crimson marks as striking as plum blossoms on jade, accentuating the delicate elegance of her neck, which seemed fragile enough to break with a mere touch. As he raised his hand to caress the marks, she instinctively stepped back, evading his advance. "There is a distinction between our stations. I dare not overstep." Seeing that Gu Yanli was about to speak again, Jiang Qingci retreated a step, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. "I have indulged too much in wine today, and feel unwell. The hour grows late. Your Highness should return and rest." Gu Yanli fixed her with a penetrating gaze for a moment before responding, "Then do rest early," and departed. Jiang Qingci felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Disregarding the decorum expected of her, she hurried into the manor, urging the servants to prepare warm water for her room. As the warm water enveloped her shoulders, it eased the aches throughout her body. Leaning back against the edge of the tub, she reflected on the tumultuous events of the day, exhaling a deep breath. Her eyes fell upon the multitude of red marks adorning her skin, and she could not help but curse that wretched Shen Que once more. Yet, despite her grievances, she found herself compelled to rise early the next day for the morning court session. The morning proceedings were uneventful. After delivering her report, Jiang Qingci stood aside, listening as the royalists and the regent faction engaged in a heated debate over trivial matters. When the minister's son from the regent faction inquired of her, she nodded. "You speak rightly." When questioned by the royalist chancellor, she displayed a pained expression and replied, "You also make a valid point." As the two factions continued their verbal sparring, Jiang Qingci discreetly closed her eyes, feigning sleep, ignoring the piercing gazes of Shen Que and Gu Yanli, which were impossible to overlook. After enduring the session until its conclusion, she was just about to ascend her carriage to catch up on much-needed rest when she was halted by a voice. "Minister Jiang, please wait." It was a eunuch. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brows in contemplation, recalling that this individual was associated with Shen Que. She instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no sign of Shen Que. The eunuch stealthily handed her a small porcelain vial, stating, "My lord, His Majesty has entrusted this medicine to me for you. It will reduce the swelling." Instantly, Jiang Qingci's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment coursing through her. She felt as though she were clutching a scalding hot potato, wishing fervently to hurl it at Shen Ke's face. How could he possibly present her with such a thing? The eunuch chuckled softly, adding, "You fell in the imperial garden last night. His Majesty, concerned you might forget to seek a physician for medicine, sent me." "Did Jiang the Chancellor fall in the imperial garden?" A cold, deep voice interrupted. The eunuch recoiled, falling silent, trembling as he knelt before the source of the voice. "Greetings, Regent Prince. Why have I not heard Jiang the Chancellor mention this?" Gu Yanli's sharp gaze pierced through the quaking eunuch's back, landing squarely on Jiang Qingci. She felt a prickling awareness, fully cognizant that the eunuch's excuse was merely a fabrication orchestrated by Shen Que. Yet, this intertwined their fates in Gu Yanli's eyes. A single line necessitates a multitude of others to cover it. She hastily concocted further falsehoods, declaring, "I had indulged in too much wine yesterday, my senses dulled, and I stumbled upon a stone, injuring my leg. I lay there helpless until His Majesty passed by and had someone assist me. I did not expect His Majesty would remember and send this medicine. I am deeply grateful for Your Majesty's thoughtfulness." The kneeling eunuch nodded vigorously in agreement. Gu Yanli remained silent, leaving Jiang Qingci's heart racing in her throat. It was uncertain whether he believed her or not. He merely waved his hand, prompting the eunuch to scurry away as if granted a reprieve. "Asi, you may enter first." Gu Yanli extended his hand, retrieving the vial from her grasp, subtly gesturing towards the carriage. Jiang Qingci lifted the curtain and entered, her heart fluttering anxiously. Gu Yanli uncorked the vial and brought it to his nose, detecting nothing amiss before following her inside. He then crouched before her, grasping her ankle firmly, meeting her gaze with an intense expression, his voice grave. "At your age, how could you stumble while walking? Show me the injured leg." Chapter 4. My lord, it has been 3 years. You ought to let go. The carriage, already somewhat cramped, felt even more constricted with Gu Yanli's presence, leaving no room for escape. Jiang Qingci wished for death, truly. She clasped the sides of her official robe nervously, her knuckles turning an unnatural white as they pressed into the luxurious fabric, creating vertical creases. Her heart raced to her throat, yet she forced a smile, saying, "My lord, this is unreasonable. I can manage myself." As Jiang Qingci reached for the porcelain vial, Gu Yanli raised his hand, deftly evading her movement. The sleeves of his purple-gold brocade swept through the air with an elegant arc, the scent of sandalwood brushing past her, warm and soothing, yet exuding an undeniable sense of pressure that left no room for refusal. Jiang Qingci found her hand empty. Gu Yanli lowered his gaze, his large hand lifting the hem of her official robes, reaching towards the trousers tucked into her long boots. Jiang Qingci, unconsciously biting her lower lip, left faint crescent-shaped marks on her crimson lips, her mind racing with thoughts of the dire consequences should their situation be exposed. Would she face a brutal purge, or perhaps a banishment of her entire family? The memory of 3 years prior, when she had been demoted to the southern barbarians, and her elder sister, clutching her hand in tears, pleading for her not to leave, was still vivid in her mind. It felt like a thorn embedded deep within her heart, causing her fingers to tighten instinctively. Gu Yanli tugged at her trouser leg, pulling it outward. "Is the prince inside?" A sharp and urgent voice suddenly called from outside the sedan. "Miss Ong has been waiting for you at the training ground for quite some time. She asked me to inquire when you would be teaching her to ride." Gu Yanli halted his movements. Jiang Qingci froze momentarily, hastily retracting her leg and bending down to tuck her trousers back into her brocade boots. In her heart, she silently praised Song Wan for being her timely savior. Yet her expression remained composed. "Your Highness, you should go find Miss Song. She needs you more than I do. My injury is but a minor one. I can manage on my own." However, Gu Yanli detected a hint of disappointment in her tone. He gazed intently at her, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing glimmer. After a long pause, he placed a medicine bottle back into his sleeve and rose. "This medicine is of weak potency and ineffective. Later, I shall have someone bring you a stronger remedy. 3 years among the southern barbarians have tempered your disposition. Today, you ought to be aware of the gravity of the situation." Jiang Qingci was taken aback, quickly realizing that his words were a reminder to herself not to act recklessly as she had 3 years ago in her youthful impetuosity. "I understand," she replied. "You had better truly grasp that," he said, his dark eyes piercing as he regarded her for a moment before lifting the curtain and stepping out of the sedan. The space within the vehicle suddenly felt vast, and the oppressive aura enveloping her dissipated. Jiang Qingci let out a long sigh of relief. Leaning back against the soft cushion and instructing the sedan bearers outside, return. The soft sedan was lifted steadily, and as Jiang Qingci found herself alone and somewhat bored, she propped her chin with one hand and languidly gazed out the window, Occasionally, palace attendants would pass by, catching sight of her, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment as they whispered among themselves. As they passed through Su Nw Gate, she noticed several guards hastily carrying someone away. It was a deceased eunuch. The leader of the guards in front was gesturing urgently. "Hurry up, be quick about it. His Majesty has instructed us to clear everything before nightfall." Jiang Qingci's keen eyes caught sight of the eunuch's attire, reminiscent of the one who had stood beside her at the welcoming banquet, incessantly pouring wine for her, except for the two ghastly holes on his face that were shockingly conspicuous. When the leader of the Imperial Guard made eye contact with her, Jiang Qingci quickly lowered the curtain. Later that evening, Gu Yanli sent someone to the Jiang residence. "Lord Jiang, this is the swelling medicine the prince has sent for you. It is made with the finest ingredients." Jiang Qingci glanced at the small porcelain bottle resting on the pearwood tray, instructed the servant to accept it, and offered tea to the guard. "You are too kind, my lord." The guard clasped his hands and conveyed the prince's message, stating that the matriarch was in good health. "Now that you have returned, you may visit her whenever you are settled." Jiang Qingci tightened her grip on the teacup, fully aware that Gu Yanli was subtly reminding her of the presence of her family within his royal residence. If she were to harbor any disloyalty, she must tread carefully. She bit her lip and replied, "Very well." The guard bowed and departed. Jiang Qingci dismissed the servants around her, clutching the swelling medication sent by Gu Yanli. Her grip faltered, and the medicine shattered into fragments, slicing her fingertip and drawing blood. The painful, sticky substance oozed chaotically between her fingers, mingling with the crimson. The following morning, Jiang Qingci dispatched a visit card to the regent's palace. The elderly servant who delivered the message was Lu Bo, with whom she had established a rapport during her previous time at the palace. He was gentle in demeanor, having looked after both her and her sister in the past. Upon seeing her now, he appeared slightly more reserved. "My lady, the prince requests your presence inside." As they traversed the entrance hall and navigated around the decorative walls, the royal residence unfolded into two distinct gardens. The eastern side for the family's regular inhabitants, and the western garden designated for the royal staff and their families, mostly comprising the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The family's primary support had long since passed away, leaving behind dependents without care, prompting the old prince to provide shelter for them within the palace. Passing through the garden, laughter from young ladies emerged from behind the layered rockeries, accompanied by the deep, husky voice of a man. Lu Bo explained, "That is Miss Song from the right minister's residence. The prince has arranged for her to learn archery today." Jiang Qingci nodded in understanding, recalling that it was Gu Yanli who had taught her the same skill. Lu Bo stole a glance at her, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of the vibrant spirit she once possessed. The contrast pained him, as he had watched Jiang Qingci grow from a sprightly child into the woman she was now. He felt compelled to speak gently. "My lady, it has been 3 years. Perhaps it is time to let go." Jiang Qingci recognized his goodwill, lowering her gaze and offering a faint smile. "I understand." She had learned not to entertain imprudent thoughts. The experiences of the past 3 years had instilled in her a sense of reality and awareness. The Jiang family resided at the furthest end of the Western Garden. Upon entering, she found the elderly matriarch just finishing her breakfast, reclining in a wicker chair with 2 puppies at her feet, their origins unknown. The matriarch was fanning herself with a handheld fan, her eyelids fluttering shut as if drifting into slumber. Lu Bo considered waking her, but was halted by Jiang Qingci. However, the 2 puppies seemed to sense a stranger's presence, wagging their tails enthusiastically and circling her curiously. They hesitated before approaching, sniffing the air and playfully tumbling over one another. Jiang Qingci smiled, gently nudging one of them onto its back with her toe, only to have it latch onto the hem of her dress. She couldn't help but laugh, scolding, "You little rascal." The matriarch opened her eyes, casting a disapproving look at her. "You had the audacity to leave 3 years ago without a word. Having returned home for a few days now. It is not the prince who inquires. I wonder if he has considered visiting." Mother Jiang Qingci gracefully approached and squatted beside her, gently taking the fan from her hand to create a soothing breeze. I have only been back for 2 days. The affairs of the court have kept me occupied. Hence the delay. Do refrain, Jiang's mother playfully chided, poking her cheek with a finger, feigning annoyance. Are you truly busy? Or are you merely seeking an excuse to evade the matchmaker's efforts in finding you a suitable bride? Chapter 5. The dog of Shen Que. Jiang Qingci found herself momentarily speechless, her gaze averted. Embarrassed, she touched the tip of her nose and, upon glancing up, noticed Lu Bo had left unbeknownst to her, relieving her anxiety somewhat. She had intended to conceal the matter of her demotion to the southern barbarians from her family, especially her mother, who, having endured the profound grief of losing both her father and elder brother, was in frail health, unable to withstand further distress. Yet, it seemed someone had leaked the news, and ultimately, it reached her mother's ears. Consequently, her mother wept daily, growing increasingly haggard with worry for her daughter's solitary plight in the south. She had engaged a matchmaker to propose a marriage. It was said that the potential bride was a distant cousin of some advisor from the prince's residence, a striking young woman, exceptional in every regard save for her fierce temperament. Mother, I'm not a man. How can I take a wife? Jiang Qingci gently reasoned. Moreover, the southern barbarians' territory is rife with humidity and banditry. It would be unwise to involve another person. Besides, I have returned safely now. Why impose further complications upon anyone? How do you know you are complicating matters? Jiang's matriarch was taken aback by her words. I have already spoken to that young lady about you. She is willing to come. An ominous premonition surged within Jiang Qingci. What did you tell her? You are not impotent. Jiang Qingci, truly, what a remarkable mother I have. Well, the young lady is currently in the residence. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to meet her. What? What do you mean what? The girl has awaited you for 3 years. Dare you utter another what? Jiang's matriarch withdrew the fan, feigning a strike at her head, prompting Jiang Qingci to shield her head in surrender. The 2 young pups, having tired from their frolicking, approached, wagging their tails. The old lady continued to ramble on about the particulars of meeting the young lady, while Jiang Qingci felt overwhelmed, lowering her head and irritably poking the 2 pups that were sprawled on their backs, fast asleep. Mother, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Leave? You just arrived, and now you wish to depart? Must I scold you again? The old lady looked at her with mild displeasure. However, seeing the dark circles under her eyes, concern prevailed, and she insisted that Jiang Qingci take the 2 pups with her, repeatedly urging her to eat well. Once outside the West Garden, Jiang Qingci finally exhaled a sigh of relief. While playfully engaging with the dogs, she contemplated how to dissuade her mother from further matchmaking endeavors. Lost in thought, she was drawn to a sudden exclamation as she passed the archery range. Turning towards the sound, she beheld Gu Yanli standing beside Songwan, who held her wrist with one hand and gripped the bow with the other, engaged in a hushed conversation. An arrow soared through the air, striking true at its mark. The sound of Songwan's astonishment was akin to the melodious chirping of a yellow oriole as Gu Yanli patiently chuckled, gently caressing the crown of her head. This scene mirrored a tender moment from long ago, echoing the same warmth and patience she once cherished, now effortlessly bestowed upon another. Jiang Qingci, maintaining her composure, averted her gaze, resolutely recalling Gu Yanli's warning, pretending not to see, and led the 2 puppies onward with her head bowed. However, what one fears often materializes. The yellow puppy, seemingly drawn to the commotion of the shooting range, abruptly turned and waddled towards Gu Yanli, its little legs struggling to keep pace. Ah! Songwan exclaimed. Clearly frightened of dogs, she hid behind Gu Yanli, her face devoid of color, staring in disbelief, her voice trembling. Where did this dog come from? Apologies. It is my dog. I shall take it away immediately, Jiang Qingci said, steeling herself to step forward and pick up the dog. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yanli preemptively bent down and lifted the yellow dog by the scruff of its neck, raising it into the air as it yelped and flailed its little legs. Gu Yanli's dark gaze swept over her, lingering momentarily before fixing on the white dog behind her, his expression icy and commanding, his brow slightly furrowed, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, derisive smirk. Minister Jiang, Have you forgotten how I spoke to you yesterday? Is this what you call clarity? Jiang Qingci's eyelids twitched in alarm, quickly realizing he assumed she had intentionally released the dog. It is my failure to manage them, she replied, bowing her head. I accept your punishment, Your Highness. Still shaken from her fright, Song Wan, unable to watch Jiang Qingci face punishment, gently tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, please do not be angry. I am fine. Return the dog to Minister Jiang. Since you acknowledge your mistake, return and transcribe the scriptures 3 times. And present them to me by noon tomorrow, Gu Yanli said, releasing the yellow dog into Jiang Qingci's hands, his voice cold. If there's a next time, do not expect me to show leniency. I understand, Jiang Qingci replied, fearing the 2 puppies might cause further trouble. On her way back, disregarding the dirt, she cradled the dog in her arms, poking the yellow puppy's head with her finger, muttering softly, You have caused me to be punished with 3 sets of scriptures. From now on, your name shall be 3 sets of scriptures. She then poked the other white puppy, her mind involuntarily drifting to the day she had been trapped against his broad chest. And you shall be called Shen Que. Just as she uttered the name, Jiang Qingci opened the door to her study, and upon seeing the figure seated at the table, she abruptly halted her words, her lips curving downwards as her expression turned impassive. She withdrew her leg that had crossed the threshold and discreetly closed the door once more. Madness! She was undoubtedly losing her mind, encountering that scoundrel Shen Que in her own study. Jiang Qingci shut her eyes briefly and then opened them, striving to mentally prepare herself, repeatedly whispering to herself, It cannot be, it cannot be, and hesitantly, she placed her trembling hand back on the doorknob. With a creak, the door swung open. Shen Que stood there in his usual attire, his countenance serene, yet his expression somber, his peach blossom eyes narrowing with a semblance of smile as he gazed at her, teasingly remarking, Minister Jiang, are you not coming into your own study? Jiang Qingci thought to herself, this is the end. Uncertain whether her earlier remarks had reached his ears, she observed his expression, which suggested they had not. With a forced demeanor, she offered her greetings. Shen Que disregarded her, turning back to his table, and the oppressive atmosphere that had loomed dissipated. Jiang Qingci wished to crouch and set the dog down, but Shen Ke's sudden voice halted her. Do not release the dog. Bring it in. A shiver ran down Jiang Qingci's spine as Shen Ke's gaze shifted contemplatively between the yellow and white dogs. What did you just say? Which one is called Shen Que? Shen Que, Jiang Qingci nearly bit her tongue in alarm. To be caught addressing the emperor so directly was enough to land her in trouble. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she quickly replied, Your Majesty, this is Shen Ke's dog, a young pup I've specially brought for you. Is that so? Shen Ke's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone deepening. A smile, innocently charming yet perilously bright, graced his lips. Ah, Jiang Qing truly harbors sincere intentions for me. How foolish I was to overthink. His demeanor appeared harmless, obedient, much like the white dog nestled in her arms, quiet and loyal, following her every movement as if all previous wariness had vanished. However, the image of the blind eunuch who had met a tragic fate resurfaced in her mind, jolting her back to reality. In a position of power, who could genuinely be harmless? Wasn't every seemingly gentle soul merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, biding their time to strike at the opportune moment? Since it is a gift for me, bring it forth. Shen Que beckoned, and perceiving no sign of anger, Jiang Qingci placed the yellow dog on the ground and presented the white dog to him. Shen Que did not take it, but instead gently prodded the dog's head with his slender fingers. Whether intentional or not, as Jiang Qingci stood beside him, she noticed his head subtly leaning toward her bosom. His dark, cascading hair was neatly arranged with a jade crown, the scent of clean soap mingling with a faint fragrance that permeated the air. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingci recalled the aroma that had enveloped her the previous day when she found herself ensnared in the bedding. Her face flushed, warmth radiating from her cheeks, as she felt a light touch on her fingertips. How did your hand come to be injured, Jiang Qing? Chapter 6, Your Majesty. The beauty stratagem holds no sway over me. Jiang Qingci was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her senses, The white dog had found its way into Shen Ke's embrace, while he firmly held her hand, examining it in the golden light streaming through the doorway. His fingers, delicate and ivory, were the marks of a pen's constant grip, with the middle finger showing a thin layer of callus, yet the palm was marred by bloodstains. These were from the shards of the porcelain vase she had shattered yesterday. After 3 years in the southern lands, she had endured various injuries. A mere cut on her finger was of little concern, and she had simply washed it clean. Even her mother had failed to notice it earlier at the regent's palace. Yet Shen Que had discerned it. As she lowered her gaze, she unexpectedly met his mesmerizing eyes, dark yet luminous, filled with innocence and concern, akin to a newly born creature. Your Majesty, the beauty stratagem holds no sway over me. Jiang Qingci's mind was once again haunted by the grim visage of the eunuch's demise. With a composed demeanor, she withdrew her hand, took a couple of steps back, and closed the door. Returning to face him, she calmly stated, "You may speak freely." Such matters could not escape Jiang Qing's keen perception. Shen Ke's lips curled up in a sudden smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he discarded any semblance of innocence he had feigned moments before. His left hand casually stroked the head of a white dog while his right elbow rested on the table, propping his chin. With a light-hearted tone, he remarked, "In a few days, General Chen will lead his troops to defend the city of Suye. Someone as astute as Jiang Qing should surely have a way to assist me in placing a person within." Jiang Qingci felt a slight tremor in her heart. The young emperor, though still in his youth, harbored considerable ambition. Yet, the military power was not within her grasp. Gu Yanli was exceedingly cautious, and even a mere mosquito attempting to enter the army would be subjected to rigorous scrutiny regarding its ancestry. She longed to declare her inability to assist, but she could not. There was still hope. If Jiang Qing could be relied upon, then she would await his good news. The youthful emperor smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, rising with the dog in his arms, ready to depart. Jiang Qingci thought to herself that she could finally send this imposing figure away and followed him to the door. Shen Que, seemingly struck by a thought, abruptly turned back at the entrance and produced an object from his sleeve. Jiang Qingci hastily halted, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of having her superior catch her in the act of reprimanding him. However, upon recognizing the item in Shen Ke's hand, her face flushed crimson with a mix of shame and anger, causing her to tremble. It was her belly band. She had deliberately chosen to cast aside the absurdity of that day, yet he had resurrected the past. Jiang Qing had left in haste, leaving something behind in the Zhaohua palace. Shen Que, observing her flushed countenance and the heat radiating from her ears, swallowed hard. His eyes dark with intrigue as he licked his lips and returned the item to her, saying, "I have washed it clean. Today, I brought it back to Jiang Qing." Jiang Qingci clenched and then released the hand concealed within her sleeve, hesitating to take it from him. The yellow dog on the floor seemed hungry, whining and circling around her feet. Noticing her stillness, Shen Que appeared surprised and unfurled the object before him, his gaze innocent. "Did I remember incorrectly? Is it not Jiang Qing's?" As the azure design of bamboo began to reveal itself, it was swiftly snatched away by Jiang Qingci's hand. She tightly crumpled the belly band, forcing a smile devoid of warmth. "Your Majesty, do take care. I shall not see you off." Shen Que. How had she, in a moment of folly, consented to Gu Yanli's choice of him as a puppet emperor? Now, she found herself digging one pit after another for herself. As she watched Shen Que depart, Jiang Qingci set the item ablaze, summoned a servant to fetch water, and washed the 3 scriptures thoroughly. Reflecting on Shen Ke's request, she returned to her desk and penned a secret letter for delivery before resuming her copying of the scriptures. The task was not arduous in the past. When Gu Yanli had erred and incurred the wrath of the old prince, the scriptures he had been punished to transcribe had been written by her hand. Over time, even the most obscure texts became ingrained in her memory, and her penmanship grew increasingly adept. However, after 3 years of neglect, she had forgotten much, and resuming her practice proved challenging. Moreover, the act of gripping the pen caused the wound on her hand to split open, eliciting a dull pain. The task that once required merely 2 hours now consumed an entire evening. As dawn broke in the east, Jiang Qingci, having completed her morning ablutions with the assistance of the servants, made her way once again to the residence of the regent, delivering the copied scriptures to Lu Bo. "Please, Lu Bo, kindly pass this on to the prince." "My lady, it would be wiser if you presented it to the prince yourself," Lu Bo replied with a troubled expression. Speaking softly, after sending off Miss Song yesterday, the prince was in quite a foul mood and instructed that if you were to come today, you should meet him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingci understood that she could not evade the wrath of Gu Yanli today. "But do not fret, my lady," Lu Bo reassured her as he led her inside, his voice growing increasingly faint. "You have always been close to the prince. He will not make things difficult for you." Perhaps sensing his own unease, Lu Bo's voice trailed off towards the end. Jiang Qingci tightened her grip on the scriptures, maintaining her composure as she diverted the conversation to mundane matters. Gu Yanli was in his study. After a brief announcement, the page boy ushered Jiang Qingci inside. Upon entering, a document was flung towards her, landing at her feet. Had it been aimed slightly differently, it would have struck her head. The atmosphere inside was tense. The page boy shivered, casting Jiang Qingci a look of silent plea before hastily retreating and closing the door with a creak. Jiang Qingci bent to retrieve the document, placing it alongside her scriptures on the desk, then stood quietly to the side, head lowered. He did not inquire, and she did not speak. The silence was remarkably profound. Gu Yanli, unable to ignore her unusual demeanor, furrowed his brow and tossed the document onto the table before her. "Read this." Only then did Jiang Qingci leisurely unfold the document, scanning it swiftly from beginning to end, grasping the gist. It was a missive from the chancellor, primarily stating that General Shen Que was about to exit the borders, but had been accused of embezzling military funds for personal gain. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze and returned the document to him, her expression placid. "I dare not presume to speak." Gu Yanli was infuriated by her nonchalant attitude, sneering. "Are you merely seeking to protect yourself? Or are you upset because I punished you yesterday?" "Jiang Qingci, if after 3 years in the South you have only learned this, I would not mind sending you back for further study." "I dare not." Under the pressure of authority, Jiang Qingci steeled herself. "Miss Song has formed a close bond with you, and a union is imminent, which is indeed a joyous occasion. Chancellor Song is a man of integrity. I believe this incident is merely a misunderstanding, not a deliberate affront to you. Do you imply that my judgment in selecting individuals is flawed?" "I dare not." General Shen Que had been promoted by Gu Yanli himself. In truth, Jiang Qingci, Gu Yanli, and Shen Que had grown up together, sharing a deep-rooted understanding of one another. Jiang Qingci pressed her lips together and replied with measured calm, "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding in this matter. It would be prudent to send someone to investigate thoroughly, providing Chancellor Song with an explanation and restoring General Chen's honor." Gu Yanli's cold gaze fixated on her, his long fingers lightly tapping the table in a rhythmic manner, awaiting her further words. "To trust those we employ is wise, while doubting them only leads to unnecessary complications. To safeguard General Chen's sentiments, I propose we temporarily set aside the memorial and discreetly dispatch a few individuals to investigate within the military camp. As for Prime Minister Song, I shall visit him tomorrow to apologize on behalf of Miss Song for the fright we caused her yesterday." Chapter 7. I heard it, both ears heard it. Gu Yanli's expression softened slightly. He neither acquiesced nor refused, merely lowered his head once more to peruse the scriptures copied by Jiang Qingci. The characters were elegant and orderly, the strokes rounded and deliberate, lacking the previous flamboyance and ostentation. His fingertips grazed the slightly uneven surface of the paper, marred by ink. As he muttered with an inscrutable tone, adaptable and shrewd, "Ah, you have truly learned well." Jiang Qingci, oblivious to the sarcasm in his words, took it as a compliment and bowed her head with hands clasped. "Your Highness teaches well." Suddenly, Gu Yanli gathered the scroll, rising to retrieve 2 pearwood boxes from the bookshelf, simple yet unadorned. He opened them before her. One contained gold and silver jewels, while the other held a solitary jade hairpin, flawless and radiant, undoubtedly of considerable value. Take this. Gu Yanli pushed the jade hairpin along with the 2 boxes towards her, regarding it as a welcoming gift in honor of her return and a belated birthday present for the past 3 years. In all fairness, Gu Yanli was known for his generosity toward his subordinates, his reputation for valuing the worthy well-established, which had attracted many ambitious individuals to serve in his court since his ascendance. Jiang Qingci cradled the items in her hands, feeling their weight. As she prepared to leave, Gu Yanli reminded her to visit the Western Garden. Her elder sister, Jiang Qingci, was there, engaged in conversation with the matriarch, and upon seeing her enter, she smiled and waved. "Ci has arrived. Come quickly. You came at the perfect time. I was just telling Mother about you. I didn't see you yesterday because I was away from the residence." After coming of age, Jiang Qingci was betrothed to Shen Que, and the couple shared a deep affection, rarely apart except when Shen Que was stationed at the border. As Jiang Qingci set her possessions aside, Jiang Qingci seized her hand, her eyes darting to the wooden boxes in curiosity, lowering her voice to inquire. "Those items, did the prince give them to you?" Jiang Qingci affirmed, prompting Jiang Qingci to poke her forehead in exasperation. Why must you hang all your hopes on him? Have you forgotten how you were cast aside 3 years ago? You two are simply incompatible. Tell me the truth. Was your refusal to meet the suitor's mother arranged for you because you couldn't let him go? No. Jiang Qingci replied helplessly, grasping her sister's hand. "Sister, Mother is aging and losing her clarity, and you too are mistaken. I carry a burden, being a woman. Marrying would only bring trouble. Hasn't he waited 3 years for you? And that is not considered a delay?" Jiang Qingci stumbled, retorting awkwardly. "That is still not appropriate. I have no talent for matchmaking." Jiang Qingci shot her a reproachful glance and said, "Who told you that you must grind the mirror with the name of marriage? It is only fitting for you to have someone by your side. A young lady without parents ought to have someone to rely on in times of trouble. It is essential to have mutual support. Why should that be inappropriate? I do not care. Since you have returned, I have already spoken with that girl. Tomorrow at noon, you shall meet her at Qingfeng Tower. When you meet, do not act recklessly as you did before. First, offer your apologies and speak kindly. Oh, and remember, after making her wait for 3 long years, you cannot go empty-handed. Do you hear?" Jiang Qingci, fearing that her words might slip through one ear and out the other, poked her finger at Jiang Qingci's head, decisively establishing the plan in just a few words. "I heard you." Both ears heard. Jiang Qingci cradled her head, suffering from a headache, and after mumbling a few half-hearted responses, she gathered her belongings and returned home. That afternoon, she went to the right Prime Minister's residence to deliver a formal invitation. She could not tell if her counterpart was deliberately toying with her or if it was mere coincidence, but she found herself waiting at the door for quite some time. When she inquired with the doorkeeper, he merely responded, "The Prime Minister is still taking his afternoon rest. Please wait a moment, Lady Jiang." Jiang Qingci had never been a patient person. However, the past 3 years in the southern lands had tempered her demeanor to be more composed. Yet, even patience has its limits. Enduring the vexations of 2 superiors was one thing. After all, one must swallow their bitterness in silence when faced with authority. But to be treated disdainfully by colleagues of equal rank was a slight she could not endure. Apologizing for the sake of visiting was a futile endeavor. She would prefer to take her time walking her dog instead. Whoever wished to be the Prime Minister could step up, just as she contemplated leaving in frustration. Song Wan emerged from inside, and upon seeing her, her eyes brightened instantly. She hurriedly called out, "Lady Jiang, please wait." Jiang Qingci halted her steps, and Song Wan, like a delicate butterfly, flitted to her side, smiling as she asked, "Are you here to see my father?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Song Wan's sweet smile and sparkling eyes, Jiang Qingci found it difficult to maintain her irritation and nodded. "It seems I have come at an inopportune time. I was unaware that your father had a habit of taking afternoon rests." Song Wan furrowed her brows slightly and interrupted with annoyance, "Do not listen to his nonsense. He spends all day playing chess. Never once has he won against me. Yet he boasts about his once glorious prowess. What prowess? He has never displayed any in chess." The doorkeeper, who had been standing by with a perplexed expression, was about to explain on behalf of his master when Song Wan shot him a glare, causing him to instantly lower his head. "Lady Jiang, allow me to take you inside," Song Wan said, leading Jiang Qingci further and while chattering away. "Let me tell you, he was just playing chess with me and has not eaten lunch. When I mentioned my appointment with the prince for a lakeside outing, he finally let me leave." Song Wan continued her lively chatter, her lips flitting from topic to topic. Jiang Qingci listened with her head bowed, but when she heard the name Gu Yanli, she couldn't help but glance at her, noting the jade hairpin atop her head. Its style, color, and shape bore an uncanny resemblance to the one gifted to her by Gu Yanli. The jade hairpin caught Song Wan's attention as she turned abruptly, momentarily taken aback. Avoiding eye contact, her cheeks flushed, she raised her hand to touch it, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is a birthday gift the prince sent me a month ago. He said it was crafted from the finest Lianqing jade. Is it beautiful?" Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered slightly. She nodded sincerely, offering a genuine compliment. "It is indeed beautiful." Song Wan's face deepened in color, and when she spoke again, her lips could not suppress a smile. She led Jiang Qingci to the back garden before skipping away cheerfully. Unbeknownst to Song Chancellery, who was engrossed in a chess game, a new presence had materialized beside him. Furrowing his brow, he stroked his beard, muttering to himself, "What should be the next move?" Suddenly, a black piece was placed by his opponent, and Song Chancellery's murky eyes gleamed with excitement as he clapped his hands. "Splendid! What a brilliant move! Wan, your lessons have not been in vain." However, before he could finish his praise, he glanced up and the light in his eyes extinguished upon seeing Jiang Qingci. "Ah, are you napping, Chancellery?" Jiang Qingci inquired, lifting the hem of her robes as she seated herself across from him, her smile devoid of warmth. "How was your rest?" Song Chancellery, momentarily speechless, glanced left and right, awkwardly patting his forehead and chuckling. "Well, look at me. I woke up and found myself in the back garden. The sun is already setting." Jiang Qingci regarded him coolly, her expression suggesting that he could continue fabricating his tale. Feeling the heat of her gaze, Song Chancellery's facade faltered. He pursed his lips and cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "What brings you here?" "I came to apologize. Yesterday, at the regent's residence, a dog of mine inadvertently caused offense to your daughter." Song Chancellery's beard quivered as he retorted gruffly, "Is this your attitude toward an apology? One might think I owe you a fortune. Should you insist on that notion, I might indeed take it to heart. As you are aware, I have just returned from the Southern Territories, where funds are required for various matters, and I find myself somewhat financially constrained." "You?" Song Chancellery was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could not argue against her. "Have you finished your apology? If so, be on your way and do not disturb my chess game. While you may possess some luck, I suggest you refrain from relying on it for now." Jiang Qingci cast a discreet glance at the chessboard, prompting Song Chancellery to hastily rearrange the pieces, glaring at her in annoyance. "Now that personal matters are concluded, let us discuss official affairs. The prince has approved your memorial. He asked me to convey a message." Song Chancellery scoffed, a dog relying on its master. Jiang Qingci, sitting upright, paid little heed to his hostility. She calmly adjusted her sleeves and continued, "The memorial has been returned to you. The prince remarked that, being of advanced age, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, so you might enjoy your twilight years in peace." Song Chancellery snorted. "And if I choose not to? Well," Jiang Qingci pondered for a moment, "the Southern Territories are quite pleasant. Perhaps you could take your family on a journey there." "Outrageous!" In a sudden fit of rage, Song Chancellery overturned the table, scattering the chess pieces across the floor. Prime Minister Song was seething with rage, his chest heaving as he gritted his teeth, tremblingly pointing a finger at Jiang Qingci. "I have served in the court for over 30 years, diligently working for the nation and its people without a single misstep. Does he, a mere servant of the Gu family, truly believe that with a bit of power, he can act with impunity? He even dares to belittle me." Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze. "The walls have ears, Prime Minister Song. Choose your words wisely. You may fear him, but I do not." Prime Minister Song's fury intensified. "A sycophantic lackey. Thankfully, Wan did not marry you. Now leave. Get out of my sight." Go back and tell Gu Yanli that if he wishes for my concession, he may as well wait for the next life. How splendid! The negotiations have collapsed, Jiang Qingci thought, a fleeting smirk crossing her eyes, although her expression remained composed as she rose and clasped her hands. Then I shall not trouble you further. Farewell. Watching her retreating figure, Prime Minister Song's anger was far from quelled. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Finally, he summoned his attendant, Chang Sui. Prepare the horses. I am going to the palace. At that moment, Shen Que had just coaxed his white dog to sleep and was now feeling drowsy himself. Absent-mindedly listening to Prime Minister Song's grievances against Gu Yanli and Jiang Qingci, stifling a yawn. Your Majesty? Prime Minister Song furrowed his brow, observing Shen Que's drooping eyelids, and hesitantly inquired, Did you hear what I just said? I did, Shen Que replied lazily, lifting his eyelids. His fingers absent-mindedly poked the head of the white dog, which had just fallen asleep, causing it to open its eyes again. Follow Jiang Qingci's suggestion and retract the memorial. What? Prime Minister Song could hardly believe his ears. But Your Majesty, you have finally grasped Shen Fei's trail. This is a splendid opportunity to topple Gu Yanli. Well, if I say to retract it, then retract it. Shen Que chuckled nonchalantly. I considered it overnight. You were right. The secret letter was suspicious, only mentioning Shen Fei's corruption without any solid evidence. It is indeed unwise to act rashly and alert the enemy. I had not thought this through. Prime Minister Song frowned, torn between speaking and holding his tongue. Do not take it to heart, my good sir. Consider it a minor incident. Your daughter is still to marry into the royal family. Do not let this trifling matter affect your relationship with the emperor. Upon hearing about Song Wan, Prime Minister Song felt a headache coming on. Why must Wan? If she cannot marry Jiang Qingci, insist on marrying Gu Yanli? One is a wolf in sheep's clothing, the other a dog relying on its master. Shen Que narrowed his eyes. Prime Minister. Realizing he had misspoken, Prime Minister Song quickly fell silent. Shen Que added, You may criticize the emperor, but let it rest there. Prime Minister Song? Shen Que blinked, clearing his throat. What I mean is, Jiang Qingci is also a victim of circumstance. Enough of this. I am weary. You may leave now. Prime Minister Song clasped his hands in salute and took his leave. Silence returned to the palace. Overcome by drowsiness once more, Shen Que yawned again. A nearby palace maid promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty, allow me to care for the dog. You should rest. There's no need. Shen Que subtly evaded her touch, instructing the little eunuch who had returned after seeing off Prime Minister Song. You all may leave. No matter who comes, I shall not meet with them. Just say that I have retired. Understood. The young eunuch bowed respectfully, stating that he would summon Lord Jiang to return. After turning to leave, he was abruptly called back by Shen Que. Is it Lord Jiang Qingci? Indeed, it is Lord Jiang, the Chancellor. He has been waiting outside for quite some time. I did not announce him as I saw Lord Song inside. However, aren't you supposed to be resting? Shen Que shot him a glare, causing the young eunuch to feel a sense of urgency and hastily scurry outside to summon Jiang Qingci. Shen Que set the dog down and adjusted his attire in front of the bronze mirror. The more he looked, the more his brows knitted together, eventually leading him to the rear garden. Jiang Qingci had not been there long. She was well aware of Lord Song's presence inside. In fact, it was precisely because she knew Lord Song was there that she had come. Her visit was merely a formality. Her presence signified that her duty had been fulfilled. She only awaited Shen Que's declaration that he was unavailable to see her, after which she could return and enjoy a long sleep. Yet, fate had other plans. Please wait, Lady Jiang, the young eunuch called out to her with a broad smile. His Majesty requests your presence. Upon entering, the young eunuch withdrew. The white dog circled the hall twice, panting and wagging its tail, and then made a beeline for her. A palace maid greeted her, saying, Lady Jiang, please take a seat. The tea is ready. His Majesty has matters to attend to and will return shortly. Please wait a moment. After this, she hurriedly left with the other attendants. Jiang Qingci, bewildered, sat down hesitantly, staring at the cup of tea before her. She was uncertain of Shen Que's intentions and whether the tea was safe to drink. After a brief moment of contemplation, Noticing the tea had cooled and the cup remained full, she discreetly poured it into the flower pot beside her. "Are you dissatisfied with the tea I provided, Lady Jiang?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated above her, causing Jiang Qingci to freeze mid-motion. She looked up, meeting a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. The tall figure blocked the light from the palace lanterns, casting a shadow over her, exuding the unique pressure that accompanied imperial authority, accompanied by a hint of humidity. Having been caught off guard once more, Jiang Qingci felt a surge of despair. She closed her eyes briefly, contemplating that whether she extended her neck or withdrew it, the outcome would be the same. Thus, she feigned composure and attempted to rise to greet him. However, a slightly damp hand pressed against her wrist, stating, "There are no outsiders here. No need for excessive formalities." The tone was devoid of discernible emotion, leaving her uncertain if he was displeased. She dared not say much, simply replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang Qingci settled back in her seat as Shen Que withdrew his hand but remained before her. He lifted his long robe and sat down on the floor, facing her, with the light no longer obscured. She finally discerned his face and the loosely draped outer robe he wore. The neckline was pulled low, and due to his relaxed posture, the contours of his muscular physique were subtly revealed. His long hair, slightly damp, was loosely tied back, cascading down his back, softening the fierce aura he emanated. Under the dim candlelight, he appeared more gentle. With his eyes half closed and his chin resting on one hand, he regarded her with a knowing smile. The sudden realization made Jiang Qingci's ears flush crimson. How reckless, truly reckless. With the thought of refraining from indecorous gazes, Jiang Qingci swiftly glanced at his collar, hastily averted her gaze, and lowered her head to stroke the dog's head, murmuring, "This dog has caused His Majesty some trouble. Eating and sleeping, however, are not truly troublesome matters." Yet, Shen Que appeared reluctant to let the matter rest. Before Jiang Qingci could respond, he inquired, "Is it my tea that is lacking?" The deliberately diverted topic was skillfully brought back. Jiang Qingci, on the verge of tears, managed to force out two words, "Delicious." Then why was it spilled? Jiang Qingci racked her brain, realizing that lying was far more challenging than she had ever imagined, especially with Shen Que, who proved to be quite the difficult opponent. "Your Majesty, this is a local custom of the southern barbarians. Before drinking tea, one circles the teacup with their arm to express gratitude to the host. I have just returned from the southern barbarians, and many customs have yet to be reverted. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." As she spoke, she raised the cup again, repeating the earlier gesture to demonstrate her honesty. "I see." Shen Que smiled amiably, appearing utterly harmless. "I confess my ignorance regarding the customs of the southern barbarians. I had thought it did not suit Jiang Qingci's palate." Jiang Qingci breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a handsome face loomed closer, magnified before her eyes. With his movement, his collar slipped lower, and from her angle, a glance revealed the muscular contours of his chest. His warm breath brushed against her face, drawing ever nearer. Jiang Qingci's eyelids fluttered, her mind suddenly a whirlpool of confusion. Instinctively, her hand tightened around the cup, ready to strike should he dare to overstep again. Yet, Shen Que halted just a few inches from her nose, brow furrowed, inhaling lightly, his eyes half closed, seemingly enchanted by her presence. Jiang Qingci's pupils constricted as she struggled to maintain her focus. "Your Majesty, the fragrance that envelopes you, is it also from the southern barbarians?" "Indeed." Jiang Qingci tightened her fingers, responding calmly. "It is agarwood, a type of fragrant wood native to the southern barbarians. If your Majesty fancies it, I shall send some to you on chosen day." "Ah." Shen Ke's lips curled into a smile as he reached into her embrace to take the dog. Returning to his seat, "Jiang Qingci treats me well, sending all the good things my way. Does my royal uncle receive such treatment as well?" This was indeed a loaded question. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. A clever man like Shen Que would surely not be fooled. Jiang Qingci hesitated to respond, redirecting the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Your Majesty's instructions have been fulfilled. Whom shall you insert into the matter?" Shen Que raised an eyebrow and moved behind the screen. Moments later, He emerged with 2 sealed letters in a wooden box, placing them before Jiang Qingci. One letter she recognized as her own. The other, upon unsealing, contained several small portraits, each labeled with names and origins. After a cursory glance, Jiang Qingci devised her plan and returned the letter. The instant their fingertips brushed, her wrist was seized from behind. The letter lost its anchor, fluttering down, prompting the white dog to yelp and dart forward to seize it, prancing back to Shen Que, eager to claim praise. The latter ignored him, instead freeing another hand to seize the letter and tossing it into the candlestick, setting it ablaze. The white dog growled at him, tugging at his dragon robe in a fit of anger. Jiang Qingci struggled to free her hand, but it was grasped even tighter. Taking a deep breath, she remarked, "Your Majesty, your garments will be ruined by the dog. Do not move." However, Shen Que appeared oblivious, his gaze drifting over the scar on her palm. He opened the wooden box he had brought, extracting a small porcelain vial. After knocking the vial's mouth against the table leg to remove the cork, he poured a generous amount of cool, non-greasy ointment into her palm. Supporting her hand with one, he delicately applied the salve along the lines of her palm, meticulously working it into the crevices at her joints. A slight itch arose, and her fingers instinctively curled, causing her heart to race. Shen Ke's eyelashes were long and thick, resembling a fan that swept gracefully with each blink, as if stirring the depths of one's soul. When he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers, his irises shimmered like flowing water, profound and unfathomable. Seizing the opportunity as he reached for more ointment, Jiang Qingci retracted her hand, saying, "Your Majesty, we are now like 2 grasshoppers tethered on the same string. There is no escape. You need not go to such lengths." Shen Que paused, taken aback. "Such lengths?" He looked up at her, his eyes bright, a broad smile gracing his lips. "Are you suggesting that I personally concoct the medicine and administer it to you?" Jiang Qingci was momentarily stunned. "You can formulate medicine?" Shen Que lowered his head, his long hair cascading to one side, revealing a graceful neck akin to that of swan. Wild dogs have no home or master, without a means of survival. No one would care if they were bitten to death. He carelessly gathered his wide sleeves and pointed towards the jars and vials in the box, grinning nonchalantly. "Those are all prepared by me." Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow, recalling the moment 3 years prior when Shen Que had been brought before her by Gu Yanli, a frail boy covered in wounds, collapsing after barely a few steps. Gu Yanli had told her that he found him in the cold palace, curled in a corner, shivering with only a breath of life left. "I will do it myself." Sighing, Jiang Qingci reached for the porcelain vial at his side to apply the ointment herself. "How ungracious of you, Jiang Qing." Shen Que tilted his head, resting his chin on one hand, his voice tinged with regret. "It was I who tended to your wounds that night. Ah, and by the way, the swelling medicine I had someone prepare for you a few days ago was also concocted by me. How's it working for you, Jiang Qing?" The mention of the past caused Jiang Qingci's hand to tremble slightly. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile. "I kindly ask your Majesty to forget that night." "My lord, please wait. My lord, please wait. His Majesty has already retired." Just as the words left her mouth, a raucous noise erupted outside, and the palace doors were kicked open. Chapter 10. Receiving a salary for 2 jobs. It is rare to find anyone who can enter and exit the imperial palace with such audacity. Jiang Qingci and Shen Que exchanged glances, silently mourning the palace doors for a moment before rising to greet the intruder, clasping their hands in salute. "My lord." Gu Yanli turned to glare at the kneeling palace maids and eunuchs. "What is this? Wasn't it said that His Majesty was resting?" The attendants lowered themselves even further, not daring to lift their heads. Gu Yanli then turned to Jiang Qingci, coldly scoffing. "So, Minister Jiang is also accompanying His Majesty in his repose?" "I dare not." Jiang Qingci replied, his head bowed. "It is not Jiang Qing's fault. It was my decree." Gu Yanli followed the voice, furrowing his brow deeper. Shen Que sat casually before a guest's seat, his attire disheveled, one leg bent. A white dog at his feet, having detected a living presence, dropped the tattered dragon robe it had been gnawing on and dashed excitedly toward Gu Yanli. Quick as a flash, Shen Que grasped the dog by the scruff of its neck, just as it was about to escape, grinning up at Gu Yanli. I brought a white dog from Minister Jiang's residence. Its temperament is quite unruly, and I'm unsure how to care for it. So I summoned Jiang Qingci over. You know, dear uncle, those old fogies in court always claim I am foolish and incompetent, wasting my time on trivialities. If they were to find out, who knows how they would scold me. Gu Yanli cast a glance at the white dog in Shen Ke's arms, which was angrily gnawing at Shen Ke's sleeve. The chaotic scene earning him a fraction of belief in Shen Ke's words, causing his frown to ease slightly. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. He stepped forward, lifted the hem of his long robe, and seated himself where Jiang Qingci had previously sat, pouring himself a cup of tea from the vessel Jiang Qingci had used, bringing it to his lips and sighing, "What exquisite tea!" Both Jiang Qingci and Shen Ke's expressions shifted subtly. Jiang Qingci walked over and took a seat at the other end of the guest table beside Gu Yanli. Shen Ke's gaze fixated on the cup clenched in Jiang Qingci's hand, his fingers tightly gripping it, nails digging into flesh, forcing a smile. "Dear uncle, have you come with matters to discuss?" "I have heard." Gu Yanli set down his teacup, fingers tapping lightly on the table. "How many people did His Majesty execute?" Jiang Qingci immediately recalled the few eunuchs he had seen outside the palace gates that day. Shen Que tilted his head, feigning indifference. "Just a few eunuchs. It matters not if they are dead or alive. Who told them to topple my prize crickets? Did those old geezers in court complain to you again, dear uncle?" Gu Yanli frowned in dissatisfaction. Shen Ke's absurdity was precisely what he had anticipated. Yet the necessary formalities could not be overlooked. With a serious tone, Gu Yanli admonished, "Your Majesty, you are now the sovereign of a nation. Every matter should prioritize the state and its people, rather than indulging in trivial pursuits that disregard the welfare of the populace and the stability of the realm." I am aware. Shen Que replied impatiently, scratching his ear. "You've said this 100 times. My ears are growing calloused. The state can be managed by you and Minister Jiang. Can it?" "Your Majesty," Gu Yanli snapped coldly, causing Shen Que to shudder slightly and promptly sit upright in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingci discreetly poured himself another cup of tea, observing the feigned decorum between the two, lost in thought with a sense of self-righteousness. "I have also heard that you have driven away Masterly, haven't you? Are you aware that the esteemed Li Taifu, renowned for his virtue and wisdom, was invited here at great effort by me to instruct you? Yet, that old fellow refuses to allow me to engage in cricket, and, as a result, I am unable to compose any literature. He even strikes my palm, and the more he speaks, the quieter I become." Shen Que, feeling intimidative, cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yanli's somber countenance, then turned to see Jiang Qingci, who was relishing the spectacle, and her eyes instantly sparkled with inspiration. She pointed at Jiang Qingci and suggested, "How about this? In the future, let Jiang Qing be my tutor. I shall diligently study." With that last comment, Shen Que deliberately lowered his voice. However, Gu Yanli still caught the remark and turned to Jiang Qingci with displeasure, inquiring, "What does the chancellor think?" Jiang Qingci, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the question. Though she wished to decline the offer of receiving a salary while handling 2 roles, she steadied herself and replied, "It is entirely up to your Majesty and the prince's arrangements." "Then it is settled," Gu Yanli proclaimed, rising to leave, with Jiang Qingci promptly following suit. "There's one more matter." Upon reaching the palace doors, Gu Yanli suddenly halted, casting a glance at Shen Que, whose attire was disheveled, and admonished, "Make sure to dress appropriately in the future. After all, you are a ruler of a nation, and appearing disheveled is quite unbecoming." His gaze flickered to the low-headed Jiang Qingci beside him, and Shen Que smirked, "I understand." As night deepened and a cool breeze blew, Jiang Qingci maintained a respectful distance as they exited the palace together. "ACI, regarding the instruction for His Majesty, you need not have me elaborate. You should have a clear understanding." "I comprehend," she responded, sensing Gu Yanli's discontent with the emotional distance in her tone. He halted to scrutinize her, causing her to feel uneasy. Gritting her teeth, she took a step closer to walk alongside him. "How are matters progressing with Chancellor Song?" You are aware of Chancellor Song's temperament. Jiang Qingci replied in a businesslike manner. Though the issue has been suppressed, he will undoubtedly harbor dissatisfaction. That is inconsequential. Silence enveloped them once more. He did not inquire further, and she remained reticent, leisurely strolling while observing the sky, the earth, and the mesmerizing wildflowers, deliberately avoiding looking at Gu Yanli. The journey from the South Palace Gate to the minister's residence was still quite lengthy. Just as Jiang Qingci believed this silence would persist throughout, Gu Yanli suddenly broke it. I recall you brought 2 dogs home that day? Jiang Qingci's heart raced with alarm. Her mother had given her only 2 dogs. One was reluctantly given to Shen Que, which had already caused her enough distress. Did this man intend to claim the other as well? Did he presume she would still be as accommodating as before, offering whatever she had at his whim? Clenching her palm, she cautiously assessed his expression before hesitantly responding. Miss Song is to marry into the royal residence soon. The young pups are unruly and may disturb her. Gu Yanli regarded her intently. His dark eyes bore no hint of affection, and after a prolonged moment, he resumed walking, allowing Jiang Qingci to exhale in relief and hastily catch up, yet with every step upon the dappled shadows of the trees. It felt as though she were treading upon a bed of nails. Was it that she could not offer him the dogs, yet he could take them for himself? Was he still vexed with her? Gu Yanli, with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly asked with indifference, "Is it because of Song Wan?" "I dare not. One cannot defy the emperor's orders," Jiang Qingci replied. With her hands tucked away, her expression remained nonchalant. "Miss Song is afraid of dogs. I am merely considering the prince's feelings." Gu Yanli tilted his head, casting a long gaze at her, yet he chose to remain silent. Upon returning, Jiang Qingci fed the dog and collapsed in a bed, succumbing to sleep. The following day, with no morning court session, she intended to sleep until dusk, but unexpectedly, a hand grasped her ear and yanked her from the bed. Jiang Qingrong stood with one hand on her hip, clutching her ear with the other, and with a knowing expression, she glared at her. "Is this what you meant by definitely attending the appointment? Where are you going? To meet someone in your dreams? Still asleep? Have you forgotten your promise to me and mother yesterday? Don't keep the young lady waiting. Hurry up and get ready." With Jiang Qingrong present, there was no hope of returning to sleep. With a myriad of grievances, Jiang Qingci selected a long robe in a peach hue from her wardrobe. After tidying herself in front of the mirror, she pondered for a moment, then opened a hidden compartment in the wardrobe to retrieve the jade hairpin that Gu Yanli had given her the previous day, tucking it into her sleeve before preparing to head to Qingfeng Tower. Chapter 11. The blind date. Though it was still morning, Qingfeng Tower was bustling with activity. Jiang Qingci dismounted her horse, handing the reins to the stableman. Upon stepping inside the establishment, she was greeted by the beaming innkeeper. "Ah, you seem new here. Is this your first visit? Please come in. I have an appointment, so there's no need for you to fuss. I can manage on my own." She waved off the innkeeper's assistance, scanning the interior until her gaze fell upon 2 figures by the window. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes and ascended the stairs. "Lady Jiang," an irritable voice called from behind. Jiang Qingci could no longer pretend she hadn't seen and mustered the courage to approach and greet. "Your Highness, Miss Song. What a coincidence! What a coincidence!" Gu Yanli's expression darkened, a smirk on his lips that did not reach his eyes. "Do you think I would believe such a clumsy lie?" Jiang Qingci faltered. It was evident that Gu Yanli suspected she had intentionally come to disrupt his meeting with Song Wan. However, her sister had never mentioned that one could encounter their superior and ex-lover during a blind date. "All right, Your Highness, perhaps it truly is just a coincidence." Song Wan, with understanding, gently patted Gu Yanli's hand and then turned to Jiang Qingci, her ears slightly flushed. "Lady Jiang, did you come early this morning for some business?" For a blind date, Jiang Qingci replied candidly. "Mother has arranged for me to meet a young lady. I didn't want to keep her waiting, so I came today." At this, both Gu Yanli and Song Wan were momentarily taken aback. Song Wan's expression turned somewhat despondent as she recalled how she had once asked her father to gauge Jiang Qingci's feelings, only to receive the response that Jiang Qingci was not yet ready to marry, feeling as if her heart had been doused in vinegar, leaving her quite uncomfortable. With a forced smile and a bitter tone, she remarked, "I wonder which young lady has captured the attention of Lady Jiang." Gu Yanli shot a glance at Song Wan and waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Qingci felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly bid her farewells as she ascended the stairs. According to Jiang Qingci, the young lady's mother had passed away, and she had a twin brother who had enlisted 3 years ago and had yet to return, leaving behind a father who was a notorious drunkard. 3 years prior, the young woman was destined to be sold to a local gentleman as a concubine. Yet on the eve of her wedding, she fled from her impending nuptials, only to be rescued by Jiang Qingci while she sought solace at a temple, leading to a series of subsequent events. Waiting in a sunlit private room on the 2nd floor, adorned with the essence of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, she stood momentarily before the door marked with a wooden plaque inscribed with the character for chrysanthemum, rehearsing her carefully prepared words twice over. First, she would offer her apologies, then express regret, followed by a refusal, and finally another apology. Yes, that was indeed the plan. Taking a deep breath, she raised her gaze, her fingers clenched into a half fist, and knocked twice on the door. No response. She knocked again, and still there was silence. Losing her patience, Jiang Qingci deliberated momentarily and called out, "Pardon my intrusion," before pushing the door open. "Get out, you rogue!" A rough male voice boomed, accompanied by the sudden hurl of a teapot. Jiang Qingci's eyelids fluttered as she swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the impact. The teapot crashed against the doorframe, shattering into pieces, with tea splattering everywhere, leaving a conspicuous dent in the door. Thankfully, her reflexes spared her from what could have been a disastrous fate. Regaining her composure, Jiang Qingci turned her attention to the source of the voice, revealing a strikingly handsome yet tall figure. Was it a man or a woman? Jiang Qingci was momentarily taken aback. The person appeared to be male, with a prominent Adam's apple. Yet his chest was flat, clad in the latest fashionable pomegranate skirt, albeit disheveled, as if it had been violently torn asunder, reduced to mere strips of fabric. Had it not been for the cloak tightly clutched in front of him, he would have been indecently exposed. "Why are you still staring? Haven't you seen a man before?" The figure raised an eyebrow in displeasure, resembling a ferocious little lion. "If you keep looking, believe me, I will gouge out your eyes. Get lost." Jiang Qingci was taken aback. She discreetly glanced at the individual before cautiously stepping back outside, lifting her gaze to the doorplate. It was indeed the room of chrysanthemums. Where had the striking young lady gone? Could it be that her elder sister had mistakenly miscommunicated in her haste? Noticing the person still glaring at her menacingly, Jiang Qingci tentatively raised her foot to re-enter, softly inquiring, "I am Jiang Qingci. May I ask if Miss Lu Air from Luzhou County resides here?" The individual froze, their gaze fixated on Jiang Qingci, filled with disbelief. "You mean you are Lord Jiang, the esteemed Jiang of the Jiang family?" Jiang Qingci hesitantly nodded. The other person's expression shifted to one of utter despair, their beautiful face lifting momentarily before drooping in resignation. Before Jiang Qingci could fully comprehend the situation, the individual suddenly knelt before her with a thud. Clumsily tugging at the cloak in front of them, they secured the ties behind and bowed deeply. Their voice now delicate and refined, "I am Lu Ruyan from Luzhou County. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Jiang." Jiang Qingci was utterly stunned. Had she not just heard it for herself? She would never have believed that such a soft and delicate voice belonged to the same person who had earlier bellowed at her so fiercely. In a moment of impulsiveness, "I inadvertently offended you, my lord. However, I must express that, as I weep, I recall the distressing encounters I have faced during my time in the capital. I have often been harassed by unscrupulous suitors. Recently, while staying at the Qingfeng Pavilion, I had hoped for some respite, yet last night, at the hour of the rat, a drunken rogue climbed through my window. Fortunately, having trained in martial arts since childhood, I managed to fend them off. When you entered, I mistook you for one of those ruffians returning with reinforcements." Lu Ruyan lowered her head slightly, revealing her delicate and fragile neck, glistening like a pear blossom in the rain, evoking sympathy. Had he not revealed his identity, Jiang Qingci believed she might never have discovered the truth. Yet in this moment, she began to understand why this woman, fully aware of her impotence and the possibility of being exiled to the southern barbarian lands, would still insist on marrying her. With a soldier for a brother, a father willing to sell his daughter for glory, and a knife hanging over her head, the human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm was evident. For her, nothing could be more terrifying than marrying a normal man, a treasonous act. Jiang Qingci stepped forward, kneeling before him, grasping his chin to compel him to meet her gaze. Such an offense could lead to death. Lu Ruoyan swayed, her eyes darting away, unable to meet her gaze, murmuring, I do not comprehend what you are saying. It matters not, as long as you grasp my meaning. Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, turning to look at her with tear-filled eyes, the corners of her eyes reddened and trembling, stirring emotions within. The allure of beauty holds no power over me. Jiang Qingci stated firmly, I have no desire to kill you. Lu Ruoyan immediately masked her vulnerability, brushing aside Jiang Qingci's hand, rising to retreat, glaring at her warily. What do you intend to do? Very simply, Jiang Qingci replied, standing up as well. You shall work for me, and I can secure your safety, along with your sister's, within the minister's residence. I will become the legitimate wife of the minister. Lu Ruoyan pressed, her back against the table, fixating on her. You are to serve me, Jiang Qingci declared, her tone unwavering. Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale. I require a loyal soldier. However, whether you survive depends on your own fortune. If I perish, can you ensure my sister's safety? Lu Ruoyan stared intently at her, adding, no matter what happens. Certainly. Then I shall marry into the minister's household as his legitimate wife. That is not feasible. Jiang Qingci shook her head with a smile. I can only concede to your status as a concubine. If you become the legitimate wife, your life and your sister's would become entwined with mine, and if disaster were to befall us, it would be detrimental to both of us. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow. Lost in thought, Jiang Qingci, unhurried, pulled out a chair to sit, noting that the teapot had been shattered, rendering tea impossible. Instead, she picked up 2 pieces of peach crisp to nibble on. She had been roused from her slumber early by Jiang Qingron, without even having had breakfast, although she seldom partook in breakfast rituals. I can agree to your terms, Lu Ruoyan declared, also pulling out a chair to sit beside her, her beautiful face fierce. But you had better keep your promises, otherwise I will ensure your demise. Moreover, although I have consented to be your concubine, I harbor no affections akin to those of a romantic nature. Should you dare to lay a finger upon me, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Jiang Qingci remarked, at the very least, I am your superior. You might pretend a little in my presence, don't you think? Just as you did before. Lu Ruoyan scoffed coldly. How naive you are to think that way. It is already generous of me not to flay your skin off. She was quick to ignite, much like a firecracker. Jiang Qingci seized her playful banter, casting a sidelong glance at him. She retrieved a jade hairpin from her sleeve, placing it upon the table and nudging it toward him. Take this as an advance on your wages. Lu Ruoyan accepted it without hesitation. Now, go and change out of these clothes, gather your belongings, and return with me. Lu Ruoyan possessed few items, and in less than a moment, he emerged from behind the screen clad in a flowing floral gown, a small cloth bundle in hand, following Jiang Qingci down the stairs. Timidly, he tugged at the hem of her garment, moving like a fragile willow in the breeze, which drew the curious gazes of several guests. As they descended, Gu Yanli and Song Wan were preparing to leave. Jiang Qingci shielded Lu Ruoyan behind her and exchanged pleasantries with them before assisting him into the carriage. So, you are taking her back? Gu Yanli questioned, having approached her unnoticed. Jiang Qingci swiftly turned around, noting he was alone, his brow furrowed as he peered into the carriage. She replied softly, acquiring a concubine spares me from colleagues sending others my way, which will save a great deal of trouble. It is quite advantageous. Gu Yanli nodded thoughtfully. You should return now. It's time for you to instruct His Majesty. I shall seek you later. Understood, she replied, bidding farewell to Gu Yanli as she led Lu Ruoyan back to the minister's residence. She instructed the gatekeeper to inform the matriarch and Jiang Qingron at the western garden of the palace, then settled Lu Ruoyan in the west wing of the residence. The servants whispered among themselves, but Jiang Qingci chose to ignore them, allowing their gossip to flourish, whether 3 years prior or 3 years hence. Her rise to power at such a young age made her every action a topic of intrigue throughout the realm. In just half a day, news of the young and beautiful maiden brought back by Minister Jiang had spread through the streets, causing many young ladies to weep in sorrow. After returning home, Jiang Qingci indulged in a nap, sleeping until sunset, at which point she suddenly realized she had seemingly forgotten something important. Unable to recall it immediately, she turned over and decided to continue her slumber. As the moon ascended the treetops, a voice she was exceedingly reluctant to hear came from behind her, imbued with a hint of melancholy. "It is time for you to rise, Jiang Qing." Jiang Qingci froze. A shadow loomed over her from behind, enveloping her senses, and she could no longer remain still. She quickly sat up, meeting the sorrowful gaze of Shen Que. The memory flooded back to her. She had agreed to be Shen Ke's new tutor, instructing him in his studies. To her surprise, she had slept so soundly that she had lost track of time, and Shen Que had come searching for her. Yet at this moment, she was clad only in a thin undergarment, instinctively pulling the quilt closer around her. "How long have you been here, Your Majesty?" "Not long," he replied. As he brushed past her partially obscured collarbone, Shen Ke's gaze swept across her bed, ensuring there were no signs of another's presence, before he exhaled in relief. "I have heard that Jiang Qing has brought back a stunning concubine, so I came to see. Thankfully, I have not interrupted any of Jiang Qing's affairs." One could only wonder if she were indeed engaged in such matters. Would he want to disrupt her endeavors? Jiang Qingci was so incensed she nearly turned away in frustration. Yet, Shen Que turned his head to survey her chamber, a smirk dancing on his lips as he inquired, "Why have I not seen the concubine that Jiang Qing has brought back?" At this hour, if she were diligent in her duties, she should have approached to serve. No? The implications of his words felt decidedly off. Jiang Qingci regarded him coldly. "Your Majesty, if you have come merely to express these sentiments, you may take your leave. This is a matter of my household." However, Shen Que seemed not to hear her protest, bending down to meet her gaze. "If you are in need, why not seek me out? Is there something I have failed to provide that would satisfy Jiang Qing?" Yet, Jiang Qing had explicitly mentioned wanting more. Realizing the underlying implications in Shen Ke's words, and fearing he might utter something absurd, Jiang Qingci hastily interjected, "Your Majesty." Shen Que looked at her in confusion. His beautiful peach blossom eyes, glistening like a fawn's, appeared innocently captivating, whether feigned or genuine. "Jiang Qing, you are blushing." "Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain silent for now." Jiang Qingci felt a throbbing headache. "Please step outside, I wish to change." Shen Que tilted his head, feigning disappointment, turning back thrice as he finally exited the chamber. The moment the door closed, the pretense of innocence and despondency vanished from his face. His lips curled into a suppressed smile, and in a buoyant mood, he squatted down to play with the 3 volumes of scripture. He poked the round belly of a yellow dog, mumbling to himself in a low voice. "Young sir?" A delicate voice floated down from above. Shen Que looked up, but due to the backlighting, he could not discern the speaker's face. After picking up the dog, he stood, only to find a young and exquisite lady standing before him. Although she was only a few inches shorter, her strikingly androgynous beauty appeared harmonious. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped Shen Que. "You must be the concubine that Jiang Qing brought back?" Lu Rian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. Dressed in finery, he seemed a person of considerable status, yet there was an undeniable aura of hostility emanating from him. It was clear he had intentions directed at her. Despite racking his brain, he could not recall having offended anyone. What sort of individuals did Jiang Qingci bring home daily? Lu Rian inclined slightly, her tone curt. "I am indeed she. If you seek the master, he should be waiting in the front hall. It is inappropriate for you to tread in the inner quarters, as it breaches decorum." Chapter 13. Your concubine seems not to favor me. Shen Ke's expression darkened, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "I come seeking my Jiang Qing, and you dare to suggest I breach decorum?" An immense pressure emanated from him, and Lu Rian, no fool, immediately grasped the implications of his words, feeling as though 1,000 pounds weighed upon her shoulders. Fearing further complications, he hastily knelt and bowed his head, beseeching, "Your Majesty, I implore you to forgive me. My eyes have failed me. I did not intend to offend your esteemed self." Shen Que let out a cold snort, preparing to express his indignation. When the door behind him swung open, Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow as she regarded the two individuals and the dog, her gaze ultimately settling on Lu Ruyan. Raising an eyebrow in inquiry, the latter immediately reddened with emotion, crawling a few steps forward on her knees until she was before Jiang Qingci. "My lord," before she could finish her sentence, Shen Que interjected, "Jiang Qing, it appears your concubine harbors a certain discontent towards me, claiming that I lack proper decorum." Lu Ruyan, taken aback by having her words so abruptly seized, thought to herself, "What is this absurd tone that feigns humility? He hasn't even begged for mercy. And here he is, the emperor, lodging complaints." Shen Ke's gaze lowered, illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Jiang Qingci with a seemingly understanding expression. "However, Jiang Qing, there is no cause for your anger. I believe your concubine did not act with malice. For my sake, a simple punishment of some menial tasks would suffice." At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. This insufferable concubine truly believed he desired such treatment. It was merely a matter of losing one's head. Wasn't he the emperor? If he had the guts, he could just execute him. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ruyan prepared to rise. Jiang Qingci quickly stepped forward to place a hand on her shoulder, smiling up at Shen Que. "Your Majesty, your magnanimity is commendable. Ruyan will certainly comprehend your good intentions. Might I trouble you to wait in the study for a moment? I shall ensure she is properly chastised." "I appreciate your efforts, Jiang Qing." Shen Que cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, declaring that no physical punishment was necessary. A verbal reprimand would suffice. For Lu was quite intelligent and could surely grasp the situation, thus sparing herself from undue hardship. Jiang Qingci added, "Should you wish to discipline her, you need only express it outright." Lu Ruyan's thoughts turned increasingly scathing. Shen Que departed with satisfaction, and Lu Ruyan sprang to her feet, indignantly tossing aside the wooden bucket and cloth she had brought to clean the room, striding toward the opposite end of the corridor, muttering, "What a wretched concubine. I refuse to continue. Double my pay." However, she abruptly halted her steps, turning back to adopt a more demure tone. "My lord, please give your orders." Jiang Qingci beckoned her closer, whispering a few instructions before waving her off. "That will suffice. Go attend to your duties." Lu Ruyan left, grumbling under her breath. As the evening deepened, the night grew darker. In truth, conducting lessons for Shen Que proved less daunting than anticipated, contrary to the assertions of Li Taifu regarding his ignorance. Shen Que was surprisingly attentive and earnest, his eyes tracking every movement during the lecture. Jiang Qingci found the teaching process to unfold smoothly. When it came time to assign homework, after some contemplation, she quietly altered the original task of writing one essay to a daunting 15. Shen Que could hardly believe his ears, blinking in disbelief, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something amiss with my hearing? 15 essays in one evening? Jiang Qing, you cannot be jesting." Jiang Qingci averted her gaze. "Your Majesty, diligence can compensate for deficiencies." Shen Que was left baffled, suspecting he was being insulted, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his doubts. "I have consulted Li Taifu. It appears your studies have fallen woefully behind, necessitating rigorous practice to catch up." Jiang Qingci lowered her head to organize the books, paused for a moment, and sighed. "Of course, Your Majesty, if you find it unreasonable, you may dismiss me." Shen Que, nearly grinding his teeth, managed to force a smile and replied, "No, Jiang Qing's arrangements are quite reasonable. I shall follow them." Jiang Qingci ceased further conversation, returning the books she had used that day to the shelf. However, upon turning back, she found Shen Que still seated in the same spot. Glancing at the darkening sky, she remarked, "Your Majesty, it is getting late." "I fear the dark," Shen Que said, resting his chin on his hands, a smile illuminating his face, which belied any fear of darkness. Jiang Qingci regarded him with skepticism, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. So, Shen Que rose and stepped around to stand before her. As he advanced, Jiang Qingci instinctively retreated a step. In this dance of advance and retreat, she found herself with no further ground to give. Her back unexpectedly pressed against the bookshelf. Shen Que took another step forward, trapping her in the narrow space formed between him and the shelf. The scent of wood enveloping her like a cloud. Fearful of his proximity, Jiang Qingci quickly placed her hand against his chest, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Shen Que halted, resting a hand beside her ear, bending slightly to meet her gaze, a playful grin upon his lips. "So, will you escort me back?" "That is not possible. I too fear the dark." Without hesitation, Jiang Qingci rejected his request. Shen Ke's smile deepened, and Jiang Qingci felt a sense of entrapment. "Then may I stay at the Xiang residence tonight?" Typically, when one's initial request is denied, the other party feels compelled to concede to a subsequent request out of guilt. However, as the words were about to escape her lips, Jiang Qingci realized her reaction. Lowering her gaze, "Your Majesty, that would be inappropriate. But you mentioned the night you slipped into my chamber that you quite fancied my form, saying my body is beautiful." Before he could finish, Jiang Qingci swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. The distance between them vanished in an instant, and Shen Que did not resist. Instead, he seized the opportunity to step closer. In that moment, their bodies were pressed tightly together, leaving no space between them. The fragrance of wood intertwined in the air, and through several layers of fabric, the warmth from their bodies continued to spread at the points of contact. The sound of their heartbeats resonated clearly, the scent of wood wrapping around them, permeating their skin, transforming into a tangible dragon that invaded their minds, stirring their rationality into chaos. Jiang Qingci's face flushed crimson as she pondered how to regain control of the situation. But when she opened her mouth, it took her a while to articulate. "It was my drunken indiscretion." With her hand still covering his mouth, Shen Que could not reply, yet he raised an eyebrow, smiling at her. The free hand curled a strand of her hair, leisurely winding it around his finger twice, and when it reached her ear, he did not withdraw it, but instead gently squeezed her flushed earlobe. A tingling sensation surged along her spine, and as Jiang Qingci's grip faltered, Shen Que leaned in closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Since you are awake now, would you like to see it once more?" As the lovers' hair brushed against one another, warm breaths scattered across the face, rippling the tranquil autumn waters. Jiang Qingci quietly swallowed, but at that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Ruyan stood there, announcing, "My lord, the regent is waiting for you in the hall." Shen Ke's body stiffened, and Jiang Qingci promptly pushed him aside, her hands patting her still flushed face as she opened the door. "Prepare tea. Quickly have someone prepare tea. I shall go at once." "Oh, and Ruyan, the emperor fears the dark. Please ensure someone escorts him back to the palace. Also, remind his majesty not to neglect his studies." She hurried away, as if pursued by some ferocious hound, entirely unaware that after her departure, the smile on Shen Ke's face had abruptly vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. Chapter 14. The Duke's manor can provide her with anything, yet this prince cannot even procure a dog for you. Jiang Qingci rushed into the hall, lifting her gaze to see Gu Yanli. She quickly lowered her head, tugging at her robe and performing a respectful bow. "My lord." Gu Yanli's eyes scanned her, and perhaps due to her haste, a faint blush lingered on her delicate features, with loose strands of hair clinging to her temples, reminiscent of a flower awakened from a deep slumber. "No need to hurry, so be careful not to fall again. I am right here and not going anywhere." Gu Yanli chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the table, indicating for her sit. "Why do you still rush about as before?" Jiang Qingci hesitated in her bowing motion, pondering if he believed her frantic pace was solely to see him. After all, she had once been entirely captivated by him. Indeed, this man seemed to know everything. "You are right, my lord. It shall not happen again." Jiang Qingci lowered her eyes, seating herself discreetly as Lu Ruyan promptly came to refill her tea. "Is there something you wish for me to do, my lord?" "CI, our relationship is not merely about official matters." Gu Yanli frowned, his gaze drawn to the jade hairpin adorning Lu Ruyan's hair, pausing momentarily. "This hairpin?" Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied. This was a token of affection gifted to me by Lord Jiang. Gu Yanli's expression darkened considerably. It was a hairpin bestowed upon you by me not long ago. Jiang Qingci waved her hand, dismissing Lu Ruyan, and replied, I seldom have use for it, considering Ruyan is a vulnerable girl entering the manor with no support. I thought it suited her well, so I gifted it to her. Gu Yanli silently clenched his fist. You certainly know how to win a lady's favor. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he drained his teacup in one swift motion, a cryptic scoff escaping him. Such generosity. Why not gift her the entire manor? If Ruyan desires it, I could arrange that too. Gu Yanli, in that instant, felt a surge of murderous intent. The Duke's manor could be bestowed upon her. Yet I ask you, can you not even procure a dog? Was Gu Yanli truly angry? This was indeed a rarity. Jiang Qingci had accompanied him for over a decade and knew he always wore a cold demeanor, even when berated by the old officials. She had never witnessed him display any signs of anger. With a tone of official business, Jiang Qingci replied, If the Lord finds it inappropriate, I shall return it. No need. Gu Yanli abruptly stood. Once I have given something, it is not to be reclaimed. What you do with it is your own affair. Thank you, my lord. Gu Yanli chose to ignore her, departing without a backward glance, clearly incensed by her words. The oppressive atmosphere that had filled the room dissipated with his exit, leaving Jiang Qingci leisurely seated in her place. As she drained her cup of tea, it was promptly refilled. She looked up to see Lu Ruyan tenderly bringing over pastries that were positioned away from her. Is what you said earlier true? What? Jiang Qingci asked, perplexed. Lu Ruyan replied, I heard everything you said just now. Realization dawned on Jiang Qingci, and she smiled mischievously, beckoning him closer with a playful gesture. Lu Ruyan, albeit skeptically, leaned to listen. My dear Xiaoyan, when one is out in the world, has anyone ever told you that the promises made by superiors are not to be trusted? That even the promise of a doubled salary is merely a mirage? Jiang Qingci spread her hands, revealing their emptiness, and sighed. I can believe it. But the household is currently short on funds. I'll owe you for now. Lu Ruyan let out a frustrated exclamation, discarding her gentle demeanor. She swiftly snatched the teacup from Jiang Qingci's hand, tilting her head back to drink from it. Wait, I've used that cup, Jiang Qingci quickly interjected. Lu Ruyan paused, casting a disdainful glance at the cup before returning it. She then seized the entire platter of pastries, unceremoniously picking one up and biting into it as she turned to leave. Eat, eat, eat. You can keep your head, but it's a different story for Jiang Qingci. That scoundrel. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyan, Jiang Qingci called out cheerfully, her voice carrying an undercurrent of warning. Consider your sister. Those who cannot keep a secret often find their family facing dire consequences. With that, Lu Ruyan muttered curses under her breath as she departed. Content. Jiang Qingci resumed her tea, relishing the moment, pleased that two individuals were at odds. However, her mirth was short-lived. Not long after Gu Yanli had left, an invitation arrived, requesting her presence the following day to teach Song Wan how to ride. Riding. Why not let her teach Song Wan to ride atop Gu Yanli himself? She truly had no desire to continue in this role as prime minister, with meager pay and countless troubles, all the while living in constant apprehension. Unlike Lu Ruyan, who had the opportunity to confront their superior, Jiang Qingci had her own singular chance to assert herself, and even then, it could lead to dire consequences for her entire clan. She tossed the invitation aside, choosing to ignore it and returning to her study to draft a resignation letter, then casting her pen aside to resume her slumber. After a deep sleep until midday the next day, Jiang Qingci found Gu Yanli's men waiting for her in the front hall. She languidly completed her breakfast, tucking the resignation letter into her sleeve, and meandered her way to the stable. Having been absent for just a day, Song Wan appeared less than well, her heavily powdered face unable to conceal her swollen eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Qingci, tears welled up again, and she bowed slightly, saying, Please convey my regards to Minister Jiang. Jiang Qingci discreetly cast a glance at Gu Yanli, who also bore a grim expression. His face darkened as he gripped the riding crop, casting a sidelong glance at her. Why didn't you bring your precious Ruyan along? Song Wan's eyes reddened further, tears spilling down her cheeks as they slowly flowed down her face. Jiang Qingci's heart skipped a beat. The two individuals have quarreled, feeling unsettled within themselves, yet refusing to reconcile, causing passers-by to bear the brunt of their ire. Indeed, despite having lingered by Gu Yanli's side for so long, I have never witnessed him bowing to anyone. Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze and remarked, Rian cannot ride, and being timid, she did not come over. Since you are here, Wanwan shall be entrusted to you. You are responsible for teaching her to ride. Gu Yanli let out an ambiguous cold snort, warning, should anything befall her, I expect you to bring her to me. Understood, came the reply. What a wretched creature. Besides threatening her, what else can you do? If you possess any skill, increase her salary. Jiang Qingci inwardly cursed while maintaining a serene facade as she watched him depart. The stableman led over a peach blossom horse, handing the reins to Jiang Qingci before leaving. Miss Song, dry your tears. Jiang Qingci offered a handkerchief, gently stroking the horse's forehead, adding, some individuals are not worthy of your tears. Miss Song, perplexed, hesitated, but eventually accepted the handkerchief, her fingers tightly gripping it, creating numerous creases on its surface. With a hint of despondency, she asked, is Jiang Darren so gentle with everyone? Not quite. I consider Miss Song a friend, which is why I utter these words. If you find my remarks intrusive, simply regard them as unspoken. The horse had been calmed and was now quite docile. Jiang Qingci stepped aside and said, Miss Song, please mount. Chapter 15. Array's friends are we? Miss Song murmured to herself, feeling disheartened as she mounted the horse with the assistance of a servant. Jiang Qingci handed her the whip, explaining the precautions before passing half of the reins to her. Miss Song learned swiftly. Soon, Jiang Qingci was able to free her hands, standing outside the arena as she observed Miss Song gracefully guiding the horse around in circles. Although her movements remained somewhat inexperienced, they were agile and poised, rivaling that of a man. At some point, a figure had appeared beside her. Without turning, she could surmise it was Gu Yanli. You teach well. It is Miss Song who is astute, Jiang Qingci replied courteously, not diverting her gaze. Gu Yanli, hands clasped behind him, retorted mockingly, you seem patient with outsiders. Your Highness jests. Jiang Qingci turned to face him, producing a resignation letter from her sleeve and presenting it to him. Upon seeing the words resignation letter, Gu Yanli paused momentarily, puzzled. What does this mean? I have contemplated during my days back. You were correct. Officialdom is tiresome. Alone, I truly cannot manage this role. Are you implying you wish for me to increase your salary? Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze. I dare not ask. I have family to support. We're a responsible family provider. How was I unaware of your sense of duty before? Gu Yanli's eyes darkened slightly. Jiang Qingci opened her mouth to speak, yet saw him lift his hand, not even glancing at the resignation letter, and he tore it directly in two. Jiang Qingci tightly clenched her fingers. I never stated I would let you leave. Even in death, you must remain here. Gu Yanli gestured, the torn paper fluttering down, settling around them, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qingci. Jiang Qingci, I brought you in, not to have you threaten me. Should such a situation arise again, you may kneel before the guillotine. I am not so reliant on you. A replaceable individual, such as yourself, will not be retained. Jiang Qingci inquired, then what a matter of a raise. How much do you desire? I am currently not only engaged in my official duties, but also serve as your Majesty's tutor. Today, while teaching Miss Song to ride, a glance from Gu Yanli prompted Jiang Qingci to immediately declare the price as 5 times, then 3 times, thanking the prince. Gu Yanli smirked, mocking her, saying she had learned the art of bargaining, a skill not wasted after 3 years in the southern lands. Ultimately, as the one financing the endeavor, Jiang Qingci chose to disregard his remarks, calmly affirming, you are entirely correct. Miss Song completed her circle on horseback and returned to her starting point. Gu Yanli waved his hand, prompting Jiang Qingci to wisely withdraw. Though relegated to a subordinate position, her salary had tripled, uplifting her spirits considerably, which was reflected in her lessons with Shen Que, where she exhibited a more cheerful demeanor. Typically, her expression was stoic, lending her an air of aloofness, but now, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, she radiated warmth akin to the melting spring snow. Shen Que, resting his chin on one hand, became momentarily entranced by her. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his head. Jiang Qingci withdrew the book she had struck him with, frowning. "Your Majesty, what have I just taught? To discern the virtuous from the unworthy without divination, and to know victory without engaging in battle," she quoted from the Xuanzi. Shen Que paused, rubbing the spot she had tapped, squinting at her. "Jiang Qing, you have grown bold enough to strike even me?" Unfazed, Jiang Qingci calmly turned to another page of her book. To be fair, her action carried a hint of personal vendetta, as she had struck him with a degree of force that left a small, swollen bump on his forehead. Yet, she staunchly refused to admit it. Even Shen Que found himself at a loss, responding, "As I instruct your Majesty, I must fulfill my responsibilities. If you believe my hand is too heavy, you may dismiss me and appoint another." Shen Que fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Instead, recalling her earlier smile, he casually inquired, "Did you meet with the imperial uncle today?" Jiang Qingci paused in her reading, suspecting he feared she might betray him. She replied, "I am bound to your Majesty. Having promised my service, I shall not waver. Moreover, I currently possess leverage over your Majesty, so it would be illogical to sever my own retreat." However, Shen Ke's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth before managing a terse, "Very well." Jiang Qingci, puzzled, completed her lesson and respectfully took her leave. As she entered the minister's residence, someone promptly knocked at the door. "My lord, here is what you requested. You may leave." The bamboo tube was unfurled, revealing an abundance of information regarding the Liu siblings. Jiang Qingci studied it intently for a considerable time until she found what she required. With a swift motion, she rolled the tube back up, composed a confidential letter to be dispatched, and instructed her servants to prepare a carriage to the general's residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingrong and Chun Fei were in the backyard painting. Jiang Qingrong held the brush, while Chun Fei, tall and robust, posed with a spear, embodying the spirit of a dragon unleashed. Upon her arrival, Jiang Qingrong's subordinates were unceasingly busy, instructing the servants to invite her to sit nearby. Seizing a moment while the ink was still wet, she smiled and remarked, "You have a knack for timing, always arriving at meal times. Tao Hong, please ask the kitchen to prepare some fine wine and dishes. Lord Jiang will dine at home tonight." Tao Hong brought over the ink and brush, and Jiang Qingci, with a flourish, inscribed several dish names before returning it to her. She settled beside Jiang Qingrong, saying, after 3 years away, "The cuisine from my sister's household remains the most to my liking." "Stop your jesting." Jiang Qingrong playfully poked her forehead in mock anger. "You offer the girl a reputable name, yet you wish for her to be merely a concubine? Such duplicity. Fortunately, Mother is not here today, otherwise she would have grabbed your ear." She continued, "Now what brings you here this time?" Jiang Qingci smiled and leaned in to observe her painting. Noticing that the artwork was nearly complete, she finally spoke, "I have come to seek my brother-in-law's assistance. As you know, Ru Yin is all alone, with only her elder brother still serving in the military. She harbors concerns for his safety and has entrusted me to ask for your support." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingrong's expression softened considerably. "That is more like it. Now that Ru Yin has entered the Jiang residence, she is part of our family. You must treat her kindly. Do you understand?" "I understand perfectly. Both ears are attuned," Jiang Qingci replied. Jiang Qingrong beckoned Chun Fei over and conveyed Jiang Qingci's intentions. Chun Fei, with a hearty laugh, clapped her shoulder, saying, "I thought it was something grave. We are family. After all, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, little brother-in-law, with your brother-in-law here, he will be safe and sound. If he possesses true talent, I shall ensure he is not overlooked." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Jiang Qingci expressed her gratitude. After 3 years apart, both Chun Fei and Jiang Qingrong had much to share with her. Yet, the conversation ultimately circled back to advising her to treat Liu Ru Yin well and to understand that Gu Yanli had her best interests at heart. Urging her not to become disheartened, Jiang Qingci replied affirmatively while downing cup after cup of wine. In the haze of toasting and drinking, the figures before her began to blur. With a jug of wine in hand, she staggered away from the general's residence. The sky was adorned with stars, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Jiang Qingci tilted her head back, and took another swig of wine, smiling to the heavens as she murmured to herself, "See, I did not perish in that dreadful place. I have returned." The stars twinkled brightly, yet offered her no response, just as they had in the southern wilderness. The gentle breeze, the bright moon, and the cawing crows offered no words of comfort. Villagers and fishermen spoke of her madness in hushed tones. Jiang Qingci continued to walk forward, unaware of how long she had been wandering, until her gaze locked onto a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. "Why have you indulged in so much wine again? Are you not afraid of falling, as you did last time?" In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qingci found herself in a profound quandary, torn between the desire to remain intoxicated or to regain her composure and greet her superior. However, Gu Yanli did not grant her the luxury of contemplation. He reached out, took the wine jug from her grasp, and in the very spot where she had just sipped, tilted it back to pour himself a drink, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. In those unfathomable dark eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirled, as if a beast lay hidden beneath, poised to shatter the calm surface and seize a person's wrist, dragging them into the abyss. Jiang Qingci turned her face away, feigning intoxication to the fullest extent. She glanced at the threshold on the ground, lifted her robe, and sat down unceremoniously, tilting her head back to gaze at him. The wine, brewed by Jiang Qingci herself, was not particularly potent, yet Gu Yanli's tolerance for alcohol had always been poor. Thus, after merely a sip, a faint blush crept onto his austere cheeks. "I have warned you against being clever for your own good," Gu Yanli said as he bent down to place the wine jug before her, the bottom of the jug striking the bluestone slab with a clear sound. "Regarding today's events at the horse ranch, I assumed you would have a sense of propriety. Do not harbor thoughts that are unworthy of your aspirations. Your ploys do not affect me. They only bring harm to yourself. I have surely taught you that the cost outweighs the benefit." Did he think her current state of inebriation stemmed from his insistence that she teach Song Wan how to ride? Jiang Qingci cast a derisive glance at the wine jug before her, finding the situation profoundly ironic. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. A readily available misunderstanding exchanged for the blade of trust. She would not let such an opportunity go to waste. With a faint smile, Jiang Qingci feigned disappointment, saying, "I understand, Your Majesty." Her apparent compliance delighted Gu Yanli. He removed his dark blue cloak and draped it over her shoulders, tying it securely, cautioning her against the chill of the night breeze. He then stood and, without waiting for Jiang Qingci to say anything, departed. It was not until long after his figure had vanished around the corner that she grasped the wine jug at her side and, without a hint of mercy, hurled it away. With a resounding crash, it shattered into pieces. Jiang Qingci shook her head, thinking how wonderful it would be to one day occupy a high position and smash the wine jug over Gu Yanli's head. She pounded her numbed legs and unsteadily rose to make her way into the residence of the minister. As she stepped over the threshold, a large hand suddenly reached out and seized her wrist. Jiang Qingci stumbled, the fragrance of wood incense wafting through the air as a shadow loomed over her, pressing her against the door. She attempted to move her hand, but was restrained behind her back. Internally, she lamented her misfortune, yet maintained her composure. "Your Majesty, are you waiting for me?" Shen Que tilted his head, scrutinizing her, his warm palm brushing her cheek. "Why did Jiang Qing and the Emperor's uncle drink without inviting me? Do you think I would disrupt your time alone with him?" He laughed, but it was a hollow sound, devoid of the carefree charm he once possessed in her presence, instead harboring danger and menace. Jiang Qingci replied calmly, Next time, one must make the most of the opportunity." Shen Que grinned, entirely devoid of any imperial bearing. Resembling a wild dog that had crawled out of the gutter, his gaze brazenly roaming over her face. His eyes traced her brows, followed the bridge of her nose, and finally lingered at the corners of her lips. Why wait for another day when we can seize the moment now? Perhaps anticipating his unveiled intentions. Jiang Qingci felt no surprise, but rather a sense of relief. She asked, "Has Your Majesty finally dropped the facade?" Jiang Qing is a clever person. If I continue to pretend, wouldn't that be a disgrace to myself? Moreover, there is the ever-watchful royal uncle, a predatory figure, compelling me to seek an alternative course. With a smile, Shen Que decided to be forthright, broaching the subject directly. Therefore, does Jiang Qingci believe that my charm tonight can be successfully employed? What does your majesty desire this time? Shen Que replied with a grin, assist me in elevating someone. Jiang Qingci remained silent. Perhaps the effects of the wine had taken hold. She lifted her hand, mimicking his earlier gesture, her palm resting against his cheek. Shen Que narrowed his eyes, assertively grasping her wrist, turning his face to rub against her palm, clumsily seeking her favor. The essence of a superior intertwined with the demeanor of an inferior. Yet the amalgamation was far from discordant. The lanterns above cast their light, and Jiang Qingci clearly observed the movement of his Adam's apple as her fingertips brushed against the fine hairs on his cheek, ultimately resting near his lips. Meeting his gaze, she recalled their earlier encounter at the racetrack and proposed, "Then let it be tonight. I invite your majesty to drink." No sooner had she spoken than Shen Que seized her chin, a forceful kiss descending upon her, claiming her breath with fervor. Her back collided with the door. Akin to a wild dog emerging from the shadows, the kiss awkward and unrefined, as if he sought to devour her entirely, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Jiang Qingci, rising onto her toes, soon found her balance faltering, struggling for air, and could only push against his chest. Shen Que released her, bending down to support her legs, allowing her to encircle his waist. His dark eyes lingered momentarily on the faint flush upon her cheeks. Noticing her breathing gradually stabilize, he brushed aside the stray hairs from her temple, pressing down gently on her head before kissing her once more. Unlike the previous chaotic kiss, this time he exhibited restraint, tenderly pecking at her lower lip, granting her the opportunity to breathe. Jiang Qingci instinctively slipped her fingers into his hair at his temples, cradling the back of his head, her eyelids drooping as she responded awkwardly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her. Jiang Qingci adjusted her breath, lifting her gaze to the darkened sky, where the stars were scarcely visible, save for the lantern above still casting its glow. Retrieving her hand from Shen Que's grasp, she stated, "The hour grows late. Your majesty should take your leave. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request." Shen Que did not move, his eyes drifting from her swollen lips to the dark cloak draped over her shoulders. The collar had become disheveled from their earlier embrace, the ties loosened. He licked his lips, feigning innocence with a familiar expression. "Jiang Qing, the night air is chilly. I might catch a cold." Jiang Qingci's eyelids fluttered. Did he witness her prior encounter with Gu Yanli? One could only wonder what insidious thoughts were brewing in that cunning mind of his. She untied the cloak, casting it toward him. "Take care on your way, your majesty. I shall not accompany you." With that, she turned to depart. The cloak still held the warmth of her body, mingled with the scent of wood and wine, tainted by the nauseating fragrance of that loathsome dog. Shen Que grasped the cloak in his hand, holding it until her warmth dissipated entirely before stepping out of the residence. He wore a solemn expression, his eyes clouded with shadows. Finding a secluded alley, he summoned his shadow guard and gestured toward the corner of the wall. "Start a fire." The shadow guard, perplexed but obedient, complied without question. Soon, the sound of flames flickered, and, as the fire grew, he cast a cloak into the blaze. Dark smoke began to rise, quickly devoured by the hungry tongues of flame. It seemed fitting that the unfortunate should vanish with their ill-fated belongings. Chapter 17. The arrival of a noteworthy. It was not until the third day that Jiang Qingci met the individual whom Shen Que intended to promote. At that time, she had just sent Shen Que's chosen candidate into the military when Lu Rian entered, leading a disheveled man, limping with a goat trailing behind him, roughly half the height of a person. "My lord, I have brought the man," Lu Rian announced. The man lifted his eyelids to glance at Jiang Qingci, remaining silent and offering no salutation. From his sleeve, he produced a handful of grass to feed the goat, then audaciously sat cross-legged on the ground, unrefined and without decorum, patting the goat's head with a casual bah. The goat bleated in response and, right then, made a significant mess on the floor. Jiang Qingci thought to herself, "She truly wishes to kill someone." Lu Rian stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Jiang Qingci shot her a fierce glance, causing her to immediately lower her head. After enduring the situation for a moment, Jiang Qingci distanced herself from the man and, seated in the prominent position, inquired, "What is your esteemed surname?" "One may simply call me Chun," he replied, lifting his gaze with a smile. "You may refer to me as Chun Beishan." At the mention of this name, Jiang Qingci's memory stirred. Chun Beishan, originally known as Chun Shoudao, was the former Minister of Justice, revered for his integrity, but ultimately fell afoul of the powerful and was demoted to Liuzhou by the previous emperor. A man of high aspirations, he resigned from his official duties after a brief period and retreated into the mountains, acquiring a goat and adopting the moniker Beishan Daoist. He wandered aimlessly, engaging in eccentric behavior, and whenever he encountered something displeasing, he would lead his goat to relieve itself at their doorstep. It was said that his left leg was broken when he was caught off guard while his goat was indisposed at someone's home. Later, Gu Yanli, wielding considerable power, attempted on several occasions to summon him back to court, but Chun Beishan consistently declined, citing his old age and diminished capacity. It was unexpected, then, that Shen Que had the capability to coax this man out of seclusion. Nonetheless, arranging for such a character to join them was not particularly challenging, and Jiang Qingci felt a sense of relief. She waved her hand, instructing for accommodations to be prepared for Chun Beishan. "Sir, you may stay at the residence for the next few days," Jiang Qingci said. "Should you require anything, feel free to instruct the servants." "And my goat?" she asked, her head beginning to throb. "You surely have just this one goat, don't you?" "There are 5 more outside," Chun Beishan replied, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "Upon my first meeting with you, I even brought one for you. Here it is." With that, he patted the goat behind him, and it bleated, leisurely ambling in Jiang Qingci's direction, its tail wagging as if preparing for mischief. "Do not relieve yourself," Chun Beishan admonished. The goat shook its head, clearly reluctant, before biting down on the tether around its neck and presenting it to Jiang Qingci. Jiang Qingci mused, for reasons unknown. She suddenly felt a twinge of envy for Chun Beishan's current state of mind. With a fleeting glance at the gloating Lu Ruyan beside her, Jiang Qingci took a deep breath, steeling herself as she accepted the tether, instructing the servant to lead Chun Beishan to the guest quarters. She directed Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, please wash this sheep." Lu Ruyan's smile instantly vanished, and she pointed at herself in disbelief, glaring at Jiang Qingci with mock ferocity. "Why should I?" "Your sister's request." Jiang Qingci responded lightly. After midday, Lu Ruyan, wearing a look of resentful discontent, returned with the freshly washed goat. Jiang Qingci expressed her gratitude, embodying the principle of shared burdens. She took the goat and delivered a ceremonial invitation to Gu Yanli. Upon handing the invitation to the gatekeeper, the goat, fulfilling her expectations, left a sizable deposit at the entrance of the Wangfu. Gu Yanli, who was escorting Song Wan out, darkened at the sight, retracting his foot before stepping outside. Song Wan and Jiang Qingci offered a slight bow before boarding the carriage to depart. Jiang Qingci affectionately patted the goat's head, retrieving a handful of grass from the small cloth pouch Lu Ruyan had prepared for her, shoving it into the goat's mouth and calmly saluting, "Your Highness." Gu Yanli furrowed his brow and could not restrain his curiosity. "Minister Jiang, what is the meaning of this goat?" "It belongs to Mr. Chun Beishan," Jiang Qingci replied as she approached with the goat. Gu Yanli, frowning, took a step back, his expression dark as if he had spilled a pot of ink, commanding her, "Minister Jiang, you need only speak from there." What a delightful turn of events. Who would have thought that this subordinate would witness her superior's misfortune? With an outlet for her pent-up frustration, Jiang Qingci couldn't help but smile. "Your Highness has long wished to invite Mr. Chen back to court. I have merely brought him out of seclusion at his behest. This goat is a token entrusted to me by Mr. Beishan for you." "He has come out of seclusion?" Gu Yanli's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he regarded her with appreciation. "You specifically sought him for me? I have been back for some time. It is only right that I alleviate your burdens, Your Highness," Jiang Qingci admitted, not denying her involvement, especially since he had rightly stated the previous day that she would attend to her responsibilities. Gu Yanli's demeanor finally brightened as he led her into the Wang Fu, instructing the servants to fetch a chest filled with jewels and jade, handing it to her. Your good intentions are duly noted. Arrange whatever, mister. Shen requires without needing to consult me again, as his gaze drifted from her to the goat still munching on grass behind her. It was not long before it made several deposits in the main hall. The fine sheepskin carpet was thus desecrated, the foul odor overwhelming, even the strongest incense failing to mask it. Gu Yanli recoiled in disgust. You may keep it. Your Highness, this is a special gift from Mr. Chun, Jiang Qingci replied. To reward you is to reward you, Gu Yanli said, furrowing his brow and waving his hand. Just as he was about to declare that he never wished to see it again, Jiang Qingci interjected, in that case, I shall take it back with me and care for it properly. Should you miss it, I can bring it back at any time. That is quite unnecessary, Gu Yanli replied. Yet Jiang Qingci seemed oblivious to the murderous intent in his gaze as she cradled the gleaming chest of jewels and jade, leisurely returning to the residence of the minister. Shen Que was settled in the guest quarters, and the 5 goats were corralled in their pen. The one she held was to be given a new enclosure, aptly named Frustration. As a minister of justice, Gu Yanli was not someone Jiang Qingci could easily dislodge. Recently, 2 deputy ministers had been dismissed, paving the way for Shen Que to ascend to the position. Gu Yanli had preemptively signaled his approval. Thus, Jiang Qingci faced little resistance in her maneuver. Shen Que's reputation for integrity was well established, and as such, the royalists held no grievance against her actions. However, with only 2 deputy minister positions available, and one now occupied by Shen Que, the remaining post became a coveted prize in the eyes of the court officials. Gu Yanli, eager to claim this position as well, sought out Jiang Qingci, inquiring, ACI, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? In the vast realm of Dazhao, truly, talents abound. Indeed, there are several worthy individuals, Jiang Qingci replied, signaling for tea before dismissing the others. She retrieved a list from the bookshelf. Pei Jiu, the governor of Chuzhou. 2 years ago, following the floods in Chuzhou, he was appointed governor and has since revitalized the region through infrastructure and education. Within a mere 2 years, Chuzhou has flourished under his governance. However, there is a slight conflict between him and your highness. To call it a conflict was somewhat of an understatement. Jiang Qingci had not anticipated that during her 3 years of exile in the southern barbarians, Pei Jiu, a scholar of humble origins, would boldly accuse Gu Yanli in public of tyranny and jealousy, leading to his demotion to Chuzhou in a fit of rage. With Shen Que, who once led sheep while defecating everywhere, and now the audacious Pei Jiu, it was clear that Dazhao was truly a land of exceptional talent. To claim that her selection of Pei Jiu was devoid of any intent to spite Gu Yanli would be disingenuous, selecting the capable without regard for personal connections. Jiang Qingci feigned solemnity. Gu Yanli sipped his tea, his brow furrowing. Let us consider another candidate. Jiang Qingci flipped a page in the roster. What about Su Jian, the flower of this year's examination? Gu Yanli turned his gaze. Why him? His appearance is quite striking. Gu Yanli raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Since when did you choose candidates based solely on looks? Is my visage not sufficient for your appraisal? The remark carried a hint of flirtation, leaving Jiang Qingci momentarily speechless. Sufficient, she managed to reply. To be fair, Gu Yanli's looks were indeed remarkable within the entire Dazhao before his coronation. He had been lauded as a gentleman of exquisite grace. Gu Yanli let out a low hum, clearly pleased with her response. Undeterred, Jiang Qingci pressed on. Su Jian and I share a long-standing friendship. Although he may seem somewhat erratic, he hails from a prominent family, and if we can draw the Su family closer, it would be advantageous. I have reviewed his achievements in Yingzhou over the past few years, and he is undeniably capable. It is a disservice for him to remain a nameless clerk in the Ministry of Justice. Erratic, you say? Gu Yanli's tone turned ominous. As he tapped his fingers on the table, with each tap, he could enumerate Su Jian's shortcomings. He frequents taverns, and it's not uncommon for him to send a man to your residence with wine and food every few days. How is that not a squandering of his talent? Jiang Qingci faltered. In her earlier years, Prior to her official entry into the court, she had established connections with the young scions of the prominent families in the capital, primarily due to her association with Gu Yanli. Gu Yanli, possessing an air of haughtiness, often wore a stoic expression, leaving her to navigate their social interactions. Over time, she cultivated a few close friendships with a diverse circle of companions, one of whom was Su Jian. This individual revered the philosophies of Laozi and Zhuangzi, exuding a spirited generosity. When not occupied with official duties, he would roam freely, his attire casual, often indulging in wine. Whenever he encountered someone he found appealing, he would toss money at their doorstep, sometimes gold, sometimes coins, depending solely on his whims. Those who believed in deities regarded him as a god of wealth, offering him daily tributes. Upon learning that Jiang Qingci had no intentions of marrying, he erroneously concluded that she favored men, frequently bringing suitors to her residence. These suitors varied from youthful, handsome gentlemen to robust warriors, all of whom Jiang Qingci politely declined. Gu Yanli harbored a long-standing disdain for such individuals, finding their unpredictable nature intolerable. Consequently, upon Su Jian's return from Yingzhou, he promptly assigned him to a minor position within the Ministry of Justice. As for Pei Jiyu, the mere mention of Su Jian extinguished Gu Yanli's rare good humor. He stood up and instructed, relay to him that upon his return, he ought to conduct himself with decorum. If he can fulfill his duties, let him stay. If not, he should depart. Ironically, as Jiang Qingci anxiously bid farewell to Gu Yanli, Su Jian appeared at the entrance, 2 jugs of wine in hand, his attire disheveled. He boldly called out, "Brother Jiang, come out for a drink. We've prepared a welcoming feast for you." Gu Yanli, already in a foul mood, grew even more sullen. Only then did Su Jian seem to notice Gu Yanli, flashing a grin as he remarked, "Ah, the prince is here. What a coincidence." Yet, he showed no intention of inviting him to join. What sort of decorum is this, flaunting oneself in broad daylight? He was just as reckless as that scoundrel Shen Que. Gu Yanli let out a frustrated snort, casting a cold glare at Jiang Qingci, as if to say, "Dare you to go out for drinks with him?" In a hurry, Jiang Qingci signaled Su Jian with her eyes, lowering her head and clasping her hands in respect. "I have official business today and cannot join you for drinks. Enjoy yourselves. Please charge the expenses to my account." Su Jian quickly grasped her intent, shaking his head in regret before turning to leave. Gu Yanli's expression softened somewhat, and he gently advised her, "In the future, limit your interactions with him, ACI. Do not disappoint my expectations of you." "I understand," she replied. After much persuasion, she successfully saw Gu Yanli off. Yet, as soon as she lingered at the door, Su Jian returned, raising an eyebrow. "Leaving? Are we leaving?" Taking the wine jug from him, they walked side by side. Su Jian playfully draped an arm over her shoulder and could not help but voice his thoughts. "Not to speak ill, but Brother Jiang, how can you endure that old dog Gu Yanli? You remain fiercely loyal to him, and your sister perished for his sake? Yet he, with a fabricated charge, sent you off to the southern barbarians?" The sister he referred to was indeed her. Before his passing, her elder brother entrusted her with the responsibility to uphold his legacy and remain loyal to Gu Yanli. Consequently, she relinquished her original surname and embraced her brother's identity. Jiang Qingci smirked, acknowledging the command of fate. One must not defy the emperor's will. "How have you fared in Nanman?" she inquired. "I have survived," Jiang Qingci replied, shaking her head. "And you?" "I presumed that, given your temperament, you would not last long in the Ministry of Justice." "Ah, I had contemplated resigning long before you departed for Nanman 3 years ago," Su Jian retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. It was disheartening for someone of his stature, a celebrated scholar, to have served for so many years without any promotion. The more he brooded over it, the more vexed he became, attributing his misfortune to Gu Yanli's machinations. Gu had elevated Su Huang to a position of trust, likely harboring ulterior motives to undermine him. If I were to resign now, what if the old man were displeased and entrusted the Su family to Su Huang? Wouldn't he that play right into his hands? Su Huang, Su Jian's half-brother, had been a source of contention between them for years, their rivalry as fierce as fire and water. Each bore their own burdens, and Jiang Qingci felt it inappropriate to pry further. As they conversed, the two arrived at Qingfeng Tower. Su Jian, with an arm around her shoulder, exuberantly called out to those inside, "Brother Jiang has arrived." The aristocratic youths, who had been loudly debating the merits of various poems, turned in unison to look. Simultaneously, Jiang Qingci sensed an unreserved gaze fixated upon her, sending a chill down her spine. Following the source of that gaze, Jiang Qingci couldn't help but feel her brow twitch. Shen Que, clad in a deep-colored robe, his long hair, cascading like a waterfall and tied back with a jade crown, rested his chin on one hand. He surveyed the bustling crowd from his elevated position, seemingly regarding them as mere ants. When their eyes met, his slender, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, this reminded Jiang Qingci of a wild dog that had once sneaked into her home in Nanman to steal food. When she caught it, it had glared at her with a similar emotionless gaze, fierce and defiant, before dashing away with the last of her rabbit leg. He sat on the second floor, and it appeared that a few individuals were seated opposite him. However, the railing obscured her view of their faces, though she could surmise that this puppet emperor was likely meeting someone important, only to be inadvertently interrupted by her presence. Jiang Qingci offered him a distant nod, discreetly averting her gaze, and, under Su Jian's introduction, she entered the poetic drinking gathering. The revelry continued until the late hours, and as Jiang Qingci exited Qingfeng Tower, she sensed someone trailing her. Chapter 19. Even in death, one must bring a companion. Navigating through a narrow alley, she found herself alone. A gust of wind swept from behind, prompting Jiang Qingci to instinctively sidestep, grasping the assailant's wrist and twisting away. Though her strength was modest, the individual seemed unwilling to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, she had him pinned against the wall by his throat, yet his large hand pressed down on her waist with a gradual force. Jiang Qingci lost her balance, leaning into him. The moonlight was sparse, casting flickering shadows that danced on their garments, resembling intricate patterns embroidered by a skilled seamstress. Shen Que found himself ensnared by her grip around his neck, subtly tilting his head as the muscles of his neck tensed beneath her palm, exposing his vulnerable atoms apple to her gaze. Both had indulged in libations, and their proximity caused their breaths to mingle, the intoxicating scent intertwining with the aroma of wood, muddling their minds in a haze. Jiang Qingci shook her head, striving to regain clarity. As she focused on his visage, her hand remained firm around his neck, albeit with a gentler pressure. "What is your majesty doing?" she inquired. Jiang Qingci had imbibed, yet he refrained from calling her name. Shen Que tightened his hold around her waist slightly, his veins standing out prominently. As he regarded her from his elevated position, his long lashes concealing the aggressive emotions simmering in his gaze. His tone was languid. "I had thought they would charm Jiang Qingci more than I. They were friends of his subjects." Jiang Qingci leaned against his chest, their bodies fitting closely together due to the pressure he exerted on her lower back. It was reminiscent of that night, yet distinctly different. Through several layers of fabric, warmth continuously radiated from him, spreading through her veins and dispelling the chill brought by the breeze. "I have only just returned and had a small gathering with old friends." "Friends who are bare-chested?" Shen Que smirked, knowing well the same tactics he had employed before. Jiang Qingci's companions were indeed remarkable. She stammered, wishing to defend Su Ziyuan, yet felt her arguments lacked conviction. Resigned, she stated calmly, "Your Majesty, you seem to be meddling a bit too much." Shen Ke's expression darkened, his grip on her waist tightening. Jiang Qingci feigned ignorance of the pressure emanating from him, and continued, "My relationship with you is merely professional. You hold leverage over me, and I serve you. At times, when you require my assistance, you ought to offer me some incentives. I fulfill my duties splendidly in exchange for these incentives. Is that all?" Shen Que nearly ground his teeth to utter those words. "Is that all?" Jiang Qingci nodded. She could not comprehend why he was incensed. Meeting his gaze with neither subservience nor arrogance, she asserted, "Whom I choose to befriend is my personal affair. Even as your Majesty, you should not interfere." "Very well, Jiang Qing." Shen Que gritted his teeth, a dark smile creeping onto his face. "Your Majesty is too kind," Jiang Qingci replied, lowering her eyes. "It is getting late." I must take my leave, and so must you. Venturing out of the palace without permission is no trivial matter, should it reach the ears of those with ill intent. Your Majesty's efforts would be in vain. Shen Que closed his eyes, perhaps genuinely irked, his eyes slightly reddening, his chest rising and falling with agitation. When he reopened his eyes, he wore a demeanor of nonchalance once more. He released her, and Jiang Qingci stepped back discreetly. Observing her movements as if he were a venomous beast, Shen Que unconsciously clenched his knuckles. First it was Gu Yanli, then Su Ziyuan. He had been too hasty. Matters concerning her always threw him into disarray, forgetting that she was inherently rebellious, susceptible only to gentleness, not force. Inhale, exhale, take it slow. Shen Que repeatedly reassured himself in his mind, and after a considerable moment, he regarded her with a fa-ade of innocence, softening his tone. I shall escort Jiang Qingci home. Jiang Qingci's pupils contracted, and she was about to wave her hand to refuse when Shen Que remarked, if I recall correctly, you are afraid of the dark. Jiang Qingci responded, what you describe is akin to the idiom of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Her expression faltered, and after a prolonged silence, she managed to retort, Your Majesty, I remember that you too harbor a fear of darkness. I can choose not to be afraid, he countered. And I too can choose not to fear it, she replied. Then, Jiang Qingci, please escort me back to the palace, for I am indeed afraid of the dark. Jiang Qingci felt a wave of despair wash over her. She truly wished for death. Why could some superiors not maintain a respectful distance from their subordinates? With this unavoidable solitude looming ahead, Jiang Qingci wore a face that seemed resigned to fate. Then I shall express my gratitude to your Majesty in advance. Shen Que took the wine jug from her hands, which had been given to her by Su Ji during the farewell, who had insisted on sharing fine wines after their 3-year separation. Although the drink was not particularly potent, she had consumed enough to feel its effects, a faint blush adorning her pale cheeks. Her intoxicated gaze, somewhat unfocused, exuded a sense of wild abandon, contrasting with her usual icy detachment, revealing a newfound exuberance. It seemed that the 3 years in the southern lands had not dulled her edges, but rather cloaked her in a mask, a veil that distanced her from the world. Reflecting on the fragments of information the Shadow Guards had relayed to him over the past 3 years, Shen Que softened his expression and discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Following her step for step, it was a rare occasion that he had managed to find her again. He could not bear to lose her once more. Jiang Qingci glanced back at him, her eyes falling on the sleeve he had grasped, and perhaps due to the effects of the wine. She recalled a time long ago in the cold palace, where a small figure had cautiously clutched her sleeve. What had he said? The details had faded with time, but she remembered that her brother had still been alive then, and the boy had appeared disheveled and emaciated. The past was but smoke, impossible to reclaim. Jiang Qingci shook her head, instinctively desiring another sip of wine, only to find her hands empty. Shen Que, however, took a drink from the very spot she had just sipped from, tilting the jug back and draining its contents. Then, holding the jug aloft with his thumb pressing against the lid, he looked at her mischievously. It's all gone. Jiang Qingci forced a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Let us consider it my treat to your Majesty. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Xiang residence, Shen Que showed no intent to depart. Do you not invite me in for a visit, Jiang Qingci? At that moment, Sanbian, upon catching the scent of Jiang Qingci, excitedly wagged its tail and bounded out, playfully grabbing the hem of Shen Que's robe, as if seeking recognition from Jiang Qingci. Lu Ruyan, holding a rather vexed Sanbian, emerged with a look of dismay, only to find Shen Que tugging at Jiang Qingci's sleeve, their conversation suspended in the air. Lu Ruyan pondered, it seems I am beginning to understand the source of Shen Que's animosity towards me during our last encounter. How audacious of Jiang Qingci to dare engage with her own superior. After all, he was the emperor. It was no wonder that 3 years prior, she had refused to meet him. Now, upon discovering his manhood, she sought to have him as a consort. The old matriarch had erred in her judgment. This was not merely a case of impotence, but rather a clear indication of preference. The terrified gaze of Lu Ruyan darted between Jiang Qingci and Shen Que, instinctively touching her neck, contemplating retreating while feeling an acute awareness of her perilous situation, a danger in every conceivable sense. She lowered her head in panic, murmuring, "I haven't seen anything." Just then, Jiang Qingci, grappling with how to escape the impasse of being alone with Shen Que, was unwilling to let her go. What a ridiculous notion. As her superior, she had to manage her own superior. Even in death, she would require a scapegoat. "Ru Yan, you wish to take the sheep for a walk, do you? Then I shall accompany you." She then offered a contrite smile to Shen Que, saying, "My apologies, Your Majesty. As you can see, the sheep must be walked, so I cannot keep you." Chapter 20. You mean if you desire it, she will comply? Shen Ke's expression darkened suddenly. Retracting his hand, his gaze piercing like a blade, fixed intently upon Lu Ruyan. Steeling herself, she led the sheep step by step toward the two, bowing respectfully. "Is this the sheep that Mr. Chenbashan sent you?" Shen Que did not look at her, his eyes sweeping past her to the sheep, which was infuriating. Indeed, recalling how Jiang Qingci used to offer everything first to Gu Yanli, Shen Ke's eyes darkened. "Did the royal uncle request it from you?" Jiang Qingci paused, pursed her lips, and continued to fabricate with a straight face. "He did, but I did not provide it. This sheep is specifically reserved for Your Majesty." She took the small cloth bag of fodder from Lu Ruyan's hands, tossing a handful of grass to the sheep, adding, "If Your Majesty is pleased, you may take it now." The sheep, as if sensing something, swallowed its fodder and bleated loudly, then mimicked the recitation of scriptures, tugging at Shen Ke's robe, its short tail wagging. Jiang Qingci hurriedly imitated Mr. Chunba Shan's reprimanding tone. "No pulling." The sheep was startled, retreating momentarily, and then, with a mournful demeanor, nudged Shen Ke's hand with its horn. Shen Que looked at her with a bemused expression. Lu Ruyan, aware of the truth yet too timid to voice it, lowered her head, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. Jiang Qingci maintained her composure, weaving together more fabrications. "Your Majesty, it seems quite fond of you. I merely fear it might disturb your imperial health." Shen Que grunted in satisfaction, taking the lead rope from her. "What is its name?" "QRN," Lu Ruyan replied. "Why?" Shen Que inquired, his brow furrowing, recalling Gu Yanli's dark countenance. Jiang Qingci surmised that the relationship between the two relatives was less than amicable, thus speaking with renewed conviction, "Because the prince has been vexed by it." Shen Ke's mood brightened significantly, his perception of the sheep becoming much more favorable. "Since it is a token of Jiang Qing's goodwill, I shall not refuse. I will care for QRN on her behalf." Finally rid of the proverbial hot potato, Jiang Qingci felt a bright future awaiting her at the Xiang residence. That very evening, Shen Que decreed a reward of 2 boxes of gold for her. Jiang Qingci meticulously accounted for the inventory, also granting Lu Ruyan a raise. However, the next morning, when she met Shen Ke's enigmatic gaze, half smiling yet shadowed, she knew that the incident of QRN defecating indiscriminately had been discovered. She absent-mindedly clasped her hands before her, listening to the heated argument between the officials, sensing an impending storm. Just as the assembly was about to disperse, Shen Que called out, "Jiang Qing, stay behind. The rest may leave." Gu Yanli halted in his tracks, his wary gaze falling upon him. Shen Que wore an innocent expression. "Has the imperial uncle forgotten? Jiang Qing is now my esteemed tutor." "I have not forgotten," Gu Yanli replied, withdrawing his gaze and departing. Jiang Qingci followed Shen Que to the Zhaohua Palace, where a white dog eagerly bounded towards them, and Shen Que bent down to embrace it. She searched the hall, but found no sign of the source of her distress, a sense of foreboding creeping in. However, Shen Que was in high spirits, so Jiang Qingci refrained from disrupting him. She approached the desk, preparing to impart her lessons. Shen Que rested his chin on his hand, smilingly inquired, "Does Jiang Qing not wish to ask how I shall deal with the troublesome creature? Since it has been presented to Your Majesty, how you choose to handle it is entirely at your discretion." "Ah, Jiang Qing is indeed kind to me." Jiang Qingci said nothing further, delivering her lesson in a businesslike manner, assigning homework, and anxiously awaiting Shen Ke's wrath, which never came. After her departure, Shen Que ceased to smile. instructing the eunuch to bring forth the troublesome creature from the cold palace. "Your Majesty," the eunuch said, leading the tethered sheep, trembling at the memory of last night when this very sheep had wreaked havoc throughout the palace. He had never witnessed the emperor so enraged, grinding his teeth in a mix of fury and amusement, almost as if deranged. The eunuch prostrated himself before the throne. Was this sheep to be sent to the imperial kitchen for slaughter? Did I ever say I would slaughter it? Shen Que smirked, excitement and fervor igniting in his eyes, as if finally locking onto his prey. The eunuch quivered. "Then this. Bring it to the regent's residence." Upon seeing the newly laid sheepskin blanket soiled by the sheep, Gu Yanli felt as though his head would burst from frustration. His fingers clenched tightly around the teacup. Yet in his anger, he could not maintain his grip. Tea splashed onto his hand, scalding it red. Shen Que looked at him with concern. "Is the imperial uncle unwell? Why are you shaking so?" Gu Yanli closed his eyes tightly, taking a moment to regain his composure. "Take the sheep outside." The sheep bleated in discontent, shaking its head. "Does the imperial uncle not like me?" As a servant approached, Shen Que still held onto the leash, unwilling to let go. "But it was so hard for me to acquire it from Jiang Qingci. I thought the imperial uncle would like it." Gu Yanli's voice was strained, utterly disinclined to gaze upon the sheep that had driven him to the brink of madness. "Are you saying that if you wanted it, she simply gave it to you?" "Indeed," Shen Que replied, taking a sip of tea, smiling as he fabricated his tale. "Jiang Qingci teaches me diligently. She praised my efforts. So I made a little bargain with her for this sheep. Surely, the imperial uncle is not angry?" With a sharp crack, Gu Yanli felt as if something within his mind had shattered, and his heart ached as if a piece had been cruelly excised. Shen Que, absurd and unlearned, was precisely the outcome he anticipated. Jiang Qingci's ability to steer him in this direction was the very reason he had dispatched her to instruct Shen Que. Yet now, an unsettling tension lodged itself in his chest, hindering his breath. In the past, the gifts he had bestowed upon her were always treated as treasures. Never once had she given them away. Yet today, first, Lu Ruyan had taken the hairpin he gifted her, and now Shen Que had claimed the sheep he had given her. "Jiang Qingci, return the sheep to me," Gu Yanli demanded, extending his hand. Shen Que, bewildered, replied, "I acknowledge my mistake, Uncle Wang. I shall study diligently from now on. Please allow me to keep this sheep." "Give it to me," Gu Yanli snapped, causing the others in the hall to shudder. One by one, they knelt in fear, imploring, "Your Highness, please calm your anger." Reluctantly, Shen Que relinquished the leash, and Gu Yanli, exasperated, strode forward. "You may leave now. Go home and study your lessons properly. Do not touch such frivolous matters again." "Very well," Shen Que murmured, his gaze cast down, long lashes concealing a fleeting glimmer of triumph, before he dejectedly exited the Wang residence. However, he did not return to the palace immediately. Instead, he summoned a horse and made his way to the left prime minister's residence. Chapter 21. Shen Que complains with the troublesome Shen Que no longer around to wreak havoc in the prime minister's residence. Both Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyan found themselves considerably relieved. After lunch, as they contemplated a restful afternoon nap, a servant announced, "Your Majesty has arrived." Jiang Qingci paused mid-step, noticing Lu Ruyan had already taken the initiative to prepare tea and set it on the table, retreating to a corner with her head bowed, feigning ignorance. Her demeanor mirrored her earlier antics during court sessions perfectly. Jiang Qingci hesitated, retracting her foot from the threshold, and moments later, Shen Que entered, flanked by several eunuchs. Making a grand entrance, he appeared quite displeased, with his hands clasped behind his back, cheeks puffed in indignation, and settled into the primary seat, exclaiming upon entry, "Jiang Qingci, you must advocate for me. The sheep you gifted has been seized by my uncle." His temper was unruly, resembling a tempestuous demon. The servants, following Jiang Qingci's lead, bowed their heads and exchanged glances, but before they could rise, she waved them away, including Lu Ruyan. In the expansive hall, only Jiang Qingci and Shen Que remained. With the absence of outsiders, Jiang Qingci felt at ease, refilling Shen Ke's teacup and sitting beside him. Although the truth of the matter eluded her, she could not believe that Gu Yanli would arbitrarily take something from him. Besides, it was merely a sheep. Gu Yanli, who held disdain for such things, would hardly stoop to snatching away. Having accompanied him for many years, she understood his nature well. He preferred to maintain control over every aspect, desiring that whatever he wished for be willingly offered by others. The act of theft was beneath his contempt. Nevertheless, if Shen Que wished to play this game, she was more than willing to indulge him. Your Majesty speaks of infuriating matters? Indeed, Jiang Qingci. Shen Que rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smile that belied the earlier air of mischief he had exuded. I took the irksome matter to the palace, and my royal uncle seized it away, appearing quite irate and fearsome. Jiang Qingci, was my uncle ever this fierce towards you? He made no mention of the good deeds done in the palace. Jiang Qingci was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to nod or shake her head. Reluctantly, she extended the teacup towards him. Your Majesty, the tea has likely cooled. Shen Que, with a look of feigned surprise, grasped her wrist, gently separating her fingers one by one. He tilted forward, guiding her palm to his cheek, rubbing against it tenderly. With his gaze lowered, he half-heartedly smiled. Fortunately, I only feel concern for you, Jiang Qingci. Jiang Qingci felt the warmth and softness beneath her palm, struggling to fathom how a man could possess such delicate skin. His dark, lustrous pupils reflected her image, and when he smiled, the corners of his eyes curved like a tranquil pool in autumn in which she found herself enveloped. Stirred by his gaze, Jiang Qingci couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Is your Majesty here to sow discord? Ah, once again, you see through me, Jiang Qingci. Shen Que feigned a look of chagrin, bestowing a kiss upon her wrist. Will you advocate for me then? Jiang Qingci did not respond, instead diverting the conversation. Your Majesty is quite adept at feigning vulnerability. Like a wild dog, Shen Que slightly raised his chin, holding her wrist and guiding her fingers along his jawline. Inching down to his neck, a pensive expression shadowed his face, as if lost in thought. One could either perish in this palace or ingratiate oneself like a sycophant. Jiang Qingci's fingertips grazed his Adam's apple. He surrendered his vulnerability to her touch, yet smiled with a hidden edge. After all, Jiang Qingci, you seem to relish this sort of thing, do you not? Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered, and she did not deny it. Shen Que then inquired, speaking of which, do you know the origin of my name? Que, meaning firm by nature, extends to signify truthfulness, symbolizing strength and independence, an embodiment of sincerity. Jiang Qingci contemplated before responding. Shen Que laughed, a sound that reverberated within his chest, causing her fingertips to tingle with warmth. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qingci sensed an inexplicable sorrow woven into his laughter. If the one who named you were as you imagine, it would indeed be fortunate. Shen Que rubbed against her palm again, freeing one hand to dip his fingers into the tea, inscribing the character for sparrow upon the table. This is my given name. My mother, illiterate, saw a few sparrows on the day I was born and chose this name for me. Shen Que, he added. Jiang Qingci nodded thoughtfully. And what of your Majesty's birth mother? It was not that her memory failed her. The women in the harem amounted to thousands, making it impossible to remember them all. Gu Yanli had selected Shen Que as a puppet emperor for a significant reason. He had no background, no connections, and no tangled web of relatives. Within this palace, Shen Que was as free as one could be, possessing nothing but himself, yet posed no threat to anyone. Shen Que remarked, it is not surprising that Jiang Qingci has no recollection of the dancer sent by the southern barbarians, for my mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me. The mention of the southern barbarians sent a shiver down Jiang Qingci's spine as she recalled the falsehood she had spun during her last visit to the Zhaohua Hall. To support that single lie, she had even performed a series of actions that she herself found unconvincing. Shen Que gazed at her with a playful smile, which only deepened Jiang Qingci's sense of guilt. She hastily withdrew her hand and turned her face away. I will take it upon myself to speak on your behalf. Your Majesty, I knew you would always have my best interests at heart, Shen Que replied with a mischievous grin. It was evident that the prince was not intentionally trying to usurp my sheep. Jiang Qingci merely needed to appease him without jeopardizing her relationship with her uncle. Jiang Qingci remarked, so you've conveyed both the good and bad to him. Should I then send a few sheep to the prince? That is indeed a splendid idea. Shen Que nodded thoughtfully. I shall entrust this matter to you. Your uncle will surely be delighted. Whether Gu Yanli was truly pleased remained uncertain, but Shen Ke's cunning intentions toward her were crystal clear. In their quarrel, it was she, the humble subordinate, who bore the brunt. After bidding Shen Que farewell, Jiang Qingci promptly instructed Lu Ruoyan to gather some servants and procure a few sheep from the East Market. Before long, a servant hurriedly reported, "My lady, the prince has arrived, and he is leading a sheep while appearing quite irate." Jiang Qingci, not wishing to provoke this ill temper, instructed Lu Ruoyan, "Go and tell him that I am taking my afternoon rest, and that these sheep are a special gift for him." Lu Ruoyan shot her a look that seemed to question whether she was speaking in a coherent manner. "Jiang, you are exploiting me. Exploiting me. That is your superior, not mine. Why should I be the one to inform him?" "Because you are my sister," Jiang Qingci replied earnestly, patting her shoulder. "Consider your sister. She is working tirelessly to achieve success for whom, if not for you? Her elder brother? Shouldn't you, as her brother, ease her burdens a bit?" Chapter 22. Murder. Lu Ruoyan instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from Jiang Qingci. For reasons unknown, she felt that Jiang was right, yet something seemed amiss. Jiang Qingci continued, "If you handle this well, I shall grant you a raise." Lu Ruoyan's face instantly brightened with a smile. "Very well, my lady. I shall attend to it at once." With the blame successfully redirected, Jiang Qingci stretched contentedly and retired to her chamber for a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan emerged from the back courtyard, leading a flock of sheep with a deliberate slowness toward the front courtyard. It was easy to agree in the heat of the moment, but the thought of actually facing Gu Yanli made Lu Ruoyan uneasy. She had never met him, yet his reputation preceded him. Rising to power at a young age and wielding significant influence, he had managed to keep the court officials firmly under his thumb. She had no desire to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Gu Yanli waited impatiently in the main hall, his expression growing increasingly irritable. When he saw Lu Ruoyan enter, leading a flock of sheep, his suppressed anger flared back to life. Bah! Sheep! 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 How utterly ridiculous! Yet, considering that she was Jiang Qingci's confidant, he swallowed his ire and grumbled, "Where is Jiang Qingci?" "Your Highness." Lu Ruoyan placed her hands on her waist and offered a vague bow, but the oppressive aura emanating from him rendered her unable to lift her head. That scoundrel Jiang Qingci had the audacity to confront the emperor, yet left this mess for him to resolve. "You have arrived at an unfortunate time. My lord is unwell today and is currently taking a nap, yet to awaken." Gu Yanli sneered coldly. "Unwell, you say?" "Indeed, your highness," Lu Ruoyan replied, her mind racing. She averted her gaze from his probing eyes and hesitantly continued, after returning from the morning court. "My lord has suffered from relentless abdominal pain and has been vomiting and experiencing diarrhea. I suggested calling the physician, but he insisted it was unnecessary and that he could simply sleep it off." Gu Yanli absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the table, remaining silent, though his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, as if he was contemplating something, before he rose and headed outside. Lu Ruoyan hurried to follow, calling out to him, "Where are you going, your highness?" "I shall go check on her," he replied, his tone considerably softened, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgent concern. "You go prepare a pot of ginger tea with brown sugar and bring a stove. It must not be too hot." Lu Ruoyan, somewhat puzzled, recalled Jiang Qingci's instructions and, steeling herself, continued, "It is all prepared by my lord for you. He instructed me to hand it to you should you come." Gu Yanli glanced at the flock of bleating sheep in the courtyard. Although a headache plagued him, his mood brightened at her words about the preparations made specifically for him. Indeed, she still held affection for him. A mere sheep was a trivial matter, especially as it was due to the emperor's command. The notion of confronting Jiang Qingci dissipated, and Gu Yanli waved his hand amiably. "Send them all to the palace. Do not forget what I just instructed you." With that, he directly made his way to the back courtyard. Lu Ruoyan found herself utterly bewildered. Would an ordinary superior enter a subordinate's chamber in such a manner? Dazed, she ventured into the kitchen to kindle the fire, slice the ginger, and brew the ginger tea. Suddenly, a daring conjecture dawned upon her. So, Jiang Qingci has entangled herself not only with the emperor, but also with the regent? Was his exile to the southern barbarians 3 years ago due to his entanglement with the regent? Or was it because the regent discovered his involvement with the emperor? Reflecting on that night before the Xiang residence, Lu Ruyin believed it to be the latter. Given Gu Yanli's fierce demeanor, if Jiang Qingci had truly entangled herself with him, she would not merely be exiled, but likely face execution for treason. The intricate web of relationships among these esteemed officials is truly chaotic. Lu Ruyin suddenly felt that with her newfound awareness of such secrets, she might soon find herself silenced. After much contemplation, she resolved to cling tightly to Jiang Qingci's powerful support. With this thought, she rejuvenated her spirits to prepare the ginger tea. Gu Yanli was well acquainted with the route to the Xiang residence, yet a yellow dog trailed closely behind him. As he approached the courtyard where Jiang Qingci resided, the dog's barking grew increasingly fierce, making Gu Yanli feel that before he could even see Jiang Qingci, the dog would awaken her. As expected, the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Jiang Qingci flung open the door and exclaimed, "What are you shouting about? If you keep it up, do you believe I will rip out your tongue?" She had just been roused from slumber, without her binding cloth, and merely draped in an outer robe over her inner garments. Her initial fury dissipated into a profound sense of alarm upon seeing Gu Yanli, leaving only a single word echoing in her mind: danger. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she asked, "Your Highness, what brings you here? I thought perhaps a stray dog had wandered in." "Not at all," Gu Yanli replied unusually amicably. "Your maid mentioned you were unwell, and knowing how you often suffer during your monthly cycle, I thought I would check on you. Are you feeling any better?" Jiang Qingci, taken aback by the unsolicited concern, thought to herself, what on earth is happening? She quickly deduced that Lu Ruyin must have concocted an excuse for her ailment, but for reasons unbeknownst to her. It had been misconstrued by Gu Yanli as a reference to her monthly troubles. While Gu Yanli's observation was not entirely incorrect, she had indeed suffered from debilitating pain since childhood, often writhing in agony and lamenting her plight. She had been too embarrassed to weep in front of him, especially given his striking appearance. Yet now, she was astonished that he still remembered. Faced with this misunderstanding, Jiang Qingci felt compelled to feign a semblance of discomfort. Placing a hand on her abdomen, she nodded, "I took a brief rest, and I feel considerably better now." Suddenly, a crashing sound interrupted their exchange. Both turned to see Lu Ruyin, his expression one of disbelief. As the tray he held clattered to the ground, the ceramic jar containing ginger water shattered, sending hot liquid splattering everywhere. In that instant, both Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyin thought the same thing. Disaster loomed. Jiang Qingci's heart raced at the thought that her true identity had been uncovered by Lu Ruyin. Knowing Gu Yanli's temperament, she feared he would eliminate Lu Ruyin to silence him. If Lu Ruyin were to perish, her leverage over his sister would vanish, and the two potential allies she had painstakingly chosen would be lost. Conversely, Lu Ruyin's mind raced with the revelation that Jiang Qingci was a woman, intricately involved with both the regent and the emperor, and he had inadvertently stumbled upon these secrets. He feared that today could very well be his last. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Yanli summoned the hidden guards lurking in the shadows. Eliminate him. Chapter 23. You disguise as a man. I disguise as a woman. The glint of a blade flashed, and the shadow guard acted swiftly. Jiang Qingci rushed forward to seize the weapon from the guard's hand, exclaiming, "Wait!" Lu Ruyin fell to his knees, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me. I have seen nothing, heard nothing, known nothing. Asi, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are doing?" Gu Yanli's cold gaze bore down upon Lu Ruyin, scrutinizing him as one would a lifeless corpse. 3 years in Nanman, and you still have not learned to be ruthless? Lu Ruyin felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were the prey of a venomous serpent. Though he often dared to confront Jiang Qingci by slamming the table and challenging her, it was only because she indulged him and chose not to hold him accountable. However, Gu Yanli was a different matter entirely. Lu Rian could distinctly sense that had Jiang Qingci not intervened moments ago, he would have genuinely met his demise here. My lord, I still have use for him. Jiang Qingci stepped forward, her voice low enough for only herself and Gu Yanli to hear. You are aware that since my return, the subtle machinations among various factions in the court have been relentless. People are constantly sending concubines, and discerning the truth from the falsehoods is exceedingly difficult. By retaining Lu Rian in the residence and publicly declaring my exclusive favor for him, I aim to mitigate these complications. Gu Yanli's expression darkened. Her words reminded him of Su Zuan's absurdity, causing his demeanor to soften slightly. Jiang Qingci seized the moment. As for the events that transpired today, I can assure you they will not be disclosed. She glanced back at Lu Rian, who knelt on the ground. In his typically serene and cold gaze, Lu Rian discerned a fierce ambition and an undercurrent of menace. Unaccountably, a shiver ran down his spine. Gu Yanli waved his hand, and just as abruptly as they had appeared, the shadow guards vanished. With the thread of the knife around his neck gone, Lu Rian quietly exhaled. Yet, with both formidable figures still present, he dared not lower his guard. Consider your options carefully and weigh their significance, Gu Yanli advised, his hands clasped behind his back. Rest well. I shall take my leave. My lord, travel safely, Lu Rian responded. Once the most imposing presence had departed, he finally lifted his head. Without waiting for Jiang Qingci to speak, he raised his hand to the side of his face and declared, I will pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. With no ulterior motives, Jiang Qingci adjusted her outer robe to cover her chest and approached him slowly, each step deliberate, though no words were exchanged. The weight of her gaze bore down upon him like a mountain, causing Lu Rian to silently clench his fingers. Do not be anxious, Jiang Qingci halted before him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You disguise yourself as a woman, while I don the guise of a man. In a sense, we are kindred spirits. Lu Rian cast a fleeting glance at her before lowering his eyes. Yet, he understood that their situations were fundamentally different. His masquerade was a desperate measure, for if his sister faltered even slightly, they would both face the dire consequence of treason. Conversely, Jiang Qingci wielded power and influence. Even if her true identity were unveiled, she could still engage in a fierce struggle against her adversaries. I will not speak of today's events, she assured him. That would be for the best, she added, nonchalantly toying with the straps of her robe, draped over her shoulders, her tone soft and gentle. You are an astute individual. I shall not make things difficult for you. It was never my intention to draw you into this, but I now present you with two choices. You may either depart or choose to remain. I choose to remain, Lu Rian replied without hesitation. Such decisiveness took Jiang Qingci by surprise. Lu Rian cast a glance at the knife she held in her hand, which he had just seized from Gu Yanli's shadow guard. He inquired, if I were to choose to leave, would you indeed kill me now? Jiang Qingci raised an eyebrow, replying, at times, you need not be so astute. Lu Rian declared, I will remain, not merely for the sake of my survival, but because you promised me that regardless of what befell my sister, you would ensure her safety. Indeed, I never go back on my word. Jiang Qingci affirmed with a nod, you need not worry on that account. Lu Rian sighed in relief, stating, then I have nothing more to say. I shall stay and pledge my loyalty to you. Rise, Jiang Qingci instructed, turning the knife so that the blade faced himself. As for your sister, I have arranged for her to receive extra care. You need not fret. With that, he returned to his room and closed the door. After a brief scare, she tossed herself back onto the bed, continuing her slumber. On the day Pei Jiu returned to the capital, Jiang Qingci, for once, rose early to accompany Gu Yanli to welcome him. Having spent considerable time with Chen Que, she felt that one must not arrive empty-handed when hosting a welcome feast. So she decided to bring along a couple of sheep. Chen Que was reluctant and, despite her entreaties, would only part with one sheep. You, a dignified chancellor, taking sheep from me. What kind of behavior is that? Your sheep has damaged my woolen blanket, Jiang Qingci pointed out, indicating the sheep in his possession and then herself, ultimately gesturing 5 fingers. By market price, you owe me 28 sheep. Fine, I'll give you one. Shen Que grumbled. handing the lead rope to her and slowly following her towards the banquet. When they were out of sight, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. I heard you brought sheep to Gu Yanli's residence and made quite the scene. Jiang Qingci, speechless, managed to squeeze out a few words. I didn't cause that. I know it wasn't you. Chun Beishan shot her a glance, chuckling, well, you've got quite the flair, reminiscent of my younger days. When the day comes that you can no longer serve as chancellor, seek me out. I shall recommend a splendid place for you to retire, where none shall find you. Under the pressure of two superiors, Jiang Qingci felt her desire to abandon her responsibilities stirring again. She lowered her voice and asked, can we speak of it now? Speak of what? A voice, half smiling, came from behind them as a hand descended upon each of their shoulders, pushing them apart. A figure clad in bright yellow intruded, saying, do share it with me, will you? Jiang Qingci exchanged a silent glance with Chun Beishan, the elder and the younger, resembling students caught by a teacher, and they instinctively sealed their lips. Discussing plans for retirement with colleagues, yet being caught by a superior, both wished for a crevice to hide within. Fortunately, Shen Ke's attention was elsewhere. Upon noticing the two sheep Jiang Qingci was leading, he expressed surprise. Are these sheep for the royal uncle? No. Jiang Qingci shook her head. They are a welcoming gift for Minister Pei. Shen Que feigned regret. What a pity. I seem to recall the royal uncle has a fondness for sheep. If you favor one over the other, might he feel slighted? How about this? I'll take it upon myself to send a few more sheep to the royal uncle another day. Jiang Qingci, you would do well to genuinely feel regret. However, it suffices to mutter such thoughts internally. Expressing them aloud would be ill-advised. She wisely concurred. You are absolutely correct. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that Jiang Qing is merely humoring me. Shen Que chuckled nonchalantly, noticing Jiang Qingci's expression of intense apprehension, and chose not to probe further. He retrieved a pouch of sun-dried apples, known as limping in ancient times, from his sleeve and presented it to her. It is rare to see Jiang Qing awake at such an early hour. Have you had your breakfast yet? I recently had some apples freshly picked from the Chongling garden turned into preserves. Would you care to try some? Jiang Qingci waved her hand dismissively. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but I have already had my meal. At this moment, Chun Beishan, who had been overlooked until now, timidly raised his hand. Your Majesty, I have yet to have breakfast. Shen Que glanced at the pouch of preserves in his hand, then at Chun Beishan, and disregarding her refusal, stuffed all the preserves into Jiang Qingci's hands, stating, perhaps next time, I shall ensure that some are sent to Minister Chun on another occasion. Chun Beishan opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. The welcome banquet was held at Pei Zhiyu's residence. By the time Jiang Qingci and her companions arrived, the guests had already taken their seats. The host seat was reserved for Shen Que, while Gu Yanli and Jiang Qingci shared a table. Upon noticing the sheep she was leading, Gu Yanli's expression turned sour, and he averted his gaze, pretending not to see her. Pei Zhiyu greeted the guests at the entrance, respectfully inviting Shen Que and Chun Beishan to take their seats. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Qingci, his smile instantly faded, replaced by a soulless, forced grin as he remarked, now that you are here, what gifts have you brought? How considerate. Jiang Qingci handed the lead rope to a servant for registration. It is only right to bring a gift for the promotion of Lord Pei. Moreover, this is my first meeting with Lord Pei. It would be rather inappropriate to come empty-handed. Humph. Pei Zhiyu sneered. Do not think I am unaware of your treacherous intentions. Do you believe that by doing this, I would compromise and have him, Gu Yanli, as your lackey? I never suggested such a thing, Jiang Qingci replied with a faint smile. The prince instructed me to summon you back and has a message for you. She leaned in slightly and whispered in Pei Zhiyu's ear. The prince says that upon your return, if you can perform, do so. If not, kneel beneath the guillotine. There are plenty who wish to take on this task. Pei Zhiyu's face flushed with fury, his eyes blazing as he glared at her. Just as he was about to speak, 2 gold ingots were tossed at his feet. Su Jian, brazenly displaying his chest, staggered past with a jug of wine and a peach blossom horse, a money pouch dangling at his waist, laughing maniacally. Reward. Jiang Qingci exchanged a glance with Su Jian. Pei Zhiyu's complexion darkened. Madman, Jiang Qingci bent down to pick up the 2 gold ingots, keeping one for herself and placing the other into Pei Zhiyu's hand, giving his shoulder a pat. Do your best, Lord Pei. I shall keep this one for you. Should you ever find yourself kneeling down there, for the sake of our shared profession, I will ensure your body is retrieved and a coffin procured. With that, she turned and made her way toward the banquet, while Su Jian continued to flaunt his presence. Fueled by power and deceit, Pei Zhiyu exhaled sharply, clutching the gold ingot in his hand, wishing he could tear apart Gu Yanli and Jiang Qingci, the 2 insidious pests, right then and there. Jiang Qingci engaged in polite conversation with her colleagues at a leisurely pace before taking a seat beside Gu Yanli. Shortly thereafter, Pei Zhiyu, his expression dark, settled across from her. What did you discuss with him? Gu Yanli inquired, tilting his head. I merely cautioned Minister Pei to behave himself upon his return, Jiang Qingci replied, her fingers delicately gripping the grapes before her. Meeting his gaze, she felt no remorse, though it seemed that Minister Pei harbored considerable discontent regarding your advice. My reminder proved futile. It matters not. Gu Yanli waved his hand dismissively. If he cannot be of use to me, then he may as well be eliminated. The sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air, accompanied by the vibrant atmosphere of song and dance. With Gu Yanli beside her and surrounded by numerous colleagues, she found it inappropriate to indulge freely, limiting herself to a morsel of meat and a sip of wine. As the evening progressed and the wine circulated, she remained hungry while the others prepared to play a throwing game. Lacking interest in such activities, Jiang Qingci intentionally threw 10 darts, managing to hit only 1, prompting peals of laughter from the crowd. She then discreetly retreated to a less conspicuous corner, clutching the bag of dried fruit that Shen Que had given her, and popped a piece in her mouth. Suddenly, a hand rested upon her shoulder, causing Jiang Qingci to start. Gu Yanli had emerged from the center of the gathering, where the attention was primarily focused on Chun Baishan and Pei Zhiyu, leaving no one to glance in their direction. What are you eating? He asked, taking the dried fruit from her hand without waiting for a response. He sampled a piece, finding its crisp texture and balanced sweetness delightful. Did you not eat enough earlier? Jiang Qingci's gaze fixed on the fruit he had taken, her frustration reaching its zenith, and she nodded sorrowfully. Gu Yanli, however, smiled, a rare sight that softened the usual sharpness of his demeanor. He retained the piece he had bitten into, returning the remainder to her with a gentle tone. Why do you remain the same as before? What before entailed was unclear to Jiang Qingci. 3 years prior, during a standoff at the Wang residence, she recalled him saying, Jiang Qingci, you ought to understand what is appropriate to think and what is not. You must have some measure of discretion and cease being as you once were. He had severed her lingering hopes with his own hands. What was he nostalgic for? Was he fearful that the blade he had forged might turn against him? In that moment, they seemed to revert to their former selves, yet it felt different. Jiang Qingci tightened her grip on the bag of dried fruit, remaining silent. Unsure of what to say, any words would feel misplaced, so she chose to feign indifference. You are absolutely right. For reasons unknown, she sensed a penetrating gaze upon her, cold enough to feel as though it might pierce her. Gu Yanli was not faring any better. As he surveyed the surroundings, both noticed Shen Que emerging from the game of throwing. Was the emperor consuming? Shen Que approached, eyeing the piece of dried fruit in Gu Yanli's hand. His demeanor relaxed, yet his fingers clenched behind his back, knuckles white. He smiled innocently, like a harmless child. I too wish to partake. Jiang Qingci, would you be so kind as to share a piece with me? Gu Yanli frowned, admonishing gently, do not cause trouble. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingci extended her hand, offering all the dried fruit to him. Shen Que beamed, his eyes crinkling with delight. You are so kind to me, Jiang Qingci. The words troubled Gu Yanli, causing his brows to furrow repeatedly. They grated on him, stirring discontent within. Does the emperor not approve? Shen Que consumed 2 pieces and noticed that Gu Yanli was still holding one. Without hesitation, he snatched it away, discarding the portion that had been bitten, and devoured the remainder himself. Turning to Jiang Qingci, he remarked, Your Highness, given your esteemed status, you must surely find such trifles beneath your notice. In the future, All that Jiang Qingci acquires shall be presented to me. Chapter 25. Am I troubling Jiang Qingci too much? Gu Yanli cast a sharp glance at Jiang Qingci. She, feigning ignorance, nodded at Shen Que. His Majesty speaks the truth. Gu Yanli's expression darkened further, incensed by Shen Ke's audacity, and he turned away. Shen Que glanced back, observing the guests thoroughly engaged in merriment. He languidly stifled a yawn, resting his elbow on Jiang Qingci's shoulder. His long fingers playfully twirled a strand of her hair, as if oblivious to their surroundings. Jiang Qingci felt a surge of anxiety, unable to resist glancing over her shoulder repeatedly, fearing that others might take notice. Your Majesty, this is rather inappropriate. We might be seen, Jiang Qingci whispered, attempting to create some distance. Yet, he ensnared her pinky with his. His voluminous sleeves concealed their entwined fingers, and a playful smile graced Shen Ke's face as he regarded her. Did Jiang Qingci not consider that I would discover when you offered the candied fruits I bestowed upon you to my uncle? Jiang Qingci was momentarily speechless. Shen Que then lowered his gaze, his voice softening. Those were prepared by my own hands. I spent 10 days under the sun to perfect them, and I did not even share them with Chen Beishan. As he spoke, he carelessly toyed with his sleeve, inadvertently revealing a patch of crimson on his arm. The pale skin bore the marks of old whip scars, starkly visible, with several spots seemingly weeping crimson threads. Your Majesty, Shen Que interjected, I'm not in pain. It is merely a matter of sunburn, some blood, a bit of pus, nothing serious. If it brings joy to Jiang Qingci's uncle, it is worth it. Jiang Qingci, despite knowing he feigned distress, felt an inexplicable surge of guilt. Consequently, when Shen Que later suggested, I am weary, Jiang Qingci, please escort me back to the palace, she found it difficult to refuse. To avoid suspicion, Shen Que departed ahead of her. As Jiang Qingci bid farewell to Gu Yanli, he paused in his actions, casting a glance behind her. Realizing he was searching for Shen Que, Jiang Qingci said, His Majesty is fatigued and shall return now. Indeed, with the unsightly presence finally gone, Gu Yanli recalled her earlier comment about not being satiated. He, unusually generous, waved his hand dismissively and quietly advised, You should return now and keep your distance from him. You are merely his tutor, and there is no need to be so meticulous in every matter. Jiang Qingci acknowledged with a simple all right and proceeded on her way. Shen Ke's carriage awaited not far off. As she passed the front, the young eunuch who had delivered her medicine in the palace promptly lifted the curtain, whispering, The Chancellor requests your presence. What is your name? Jiang Qingci asked, scrutinizing him warily, uncertain whether he was a spy placed by Gu Yanli to monitor Shen Que. The young eunuch knelt and respectfully replied, This servant, Li Ergu, humbly requests to be addressed as Shaoli. A hand reached out from within the carriage, grasping her sleeve, causing the eunuch to lower his head in haste. Too timid to continue gazing. Following the force exerted by Shen Que, Jiang Qingci stepped inside. The moment the curtain of the palanquin fell, she felt a pair of hands wrap around her waist. Instinctively, her hand pressed against the edge of the wooden couch, and as she lowered her gaze, she found herself locked in a gaze with Shen Que. The interior of the carriage was filled with a warm fragrance, and Shen Que supported her waist, inviting her to sit upon his lap, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Shaoli is mine, Shen Que declared, adding that everyone outside also belonged to him, assuring Jiang Qingci that she could rest easy. Yet, she found it impossible to feel at ease. To cultivate a suitable puppet, Gu Yanli had embedded numerous spies around Shen Que, ensuring that every one of his actions remained within his control. However, now, merely 3 years after her departure from the capital, Shen Que had orchestrated a significant reshuffle of those close to him, unbeknownst to Gu Yanli. When did this transformation commence? How deeply had he concealed his true intentions? Was his fixation on her a carefully laid plan from the very beginning? What did your royal uncle just convey to you? His palm traced along her spine, finally resting at the nape of her neck. Shen Que blinked, teasingly suggesting that perhaps it was a warning for her to maintain her distance from him. Whether true or not, Both the Emperor and I are bound by the same thread, unable to escape. Shen Que raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. The carriage rolled steadily toward the palace gates. With his bare hands, Shen Que clasped her wrist, tilting his head to plant a gentle kiss in the palm of her hand, his breath warm against her skin, causing Jiang Qingci to unconsciously curl her fingers. The tips of her fingers brushed against his chin, lingering on his Adam's apple, before she cradled his face, lowering her gaze to scrutinize him closely for the first time. Has anyone ever remarked on how handsome His Majesty is? Reflecting on the dark and regretful past, Shen Ke's eyes momentarily dimmed, before he broke into a soft laugh. No, for those who have spoken such words are all dead. Those who sought to make him a servant met their demise. One had his tongue severed and was hung in the imperial garden for 3 days. His royal brother, who harbored ill intentions towards him, was blinded with ice picks and left to freeze in the harsh winter. You, Jiang Qing, are the first and the only one. A pity. Jiang Qingci blinked, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Shen Que pressed against her hand, leaning his cheek closer. Not a pity, he replied, nuzzling against her. If Jiang Qing finds value in my face, then it possesses some worth. As he raised his hand, his sleeve slipped down, revealing a forearm marred with unseemly scars. The wounds, neglected and exposed to the friction of fabric, appeared red and swollen, reminiscent of skin that had been forcibly torn away, with old scars faintly visible beneath. Each scar was deep, as if inflicted by a blade, yet upon closer inspection, they bore an irregularity that suggested something more sinister. Is this also a result of sunburn? Jiang Qingci tentatively touched the wounds, cautious not to inflict pain, her heart heavy with concern. How did His Majesty acquire so many injuries? I was attacked, he replied, leaving Jiang Qingci momentarily speechless. Shen Que grasped her wrist, delicately tracing each scar with her fingertips. This one was inflicted when I was 5. After I pilfered a steam bun, the steward of the imperial kitchen burned me with a hot chopstick, resulting in a long line of blisters. Each time I slept, it pained me and I tore it off. This one was from when I was 7, after I stepped on a flower planted by the favored concubine, and she lashed me with a whip. He recounted each incident with remarkable clarity, his tone devoid of emotion, as if those brutal memories were not his own. Jiang Qingci's mind conjured a frail silhouette, struggling to survive in the devouring depths of the imperial palace. Suddenly, she recalled the medicine she had seen in his chamber during her last visit. He had mentioned that he concocted them himself. Unconsciously, she offered, "Allow me to assist Your Majesty with the medication." At that moment, the carriage had already entered the palace gates, heading towards the Zhaohua Hall. A fleeting glimmer of triumph appeared in Shen Ke's eyes, yet his words remained superficially courteous. I hope my troubling Jiang Qing does not anger my royal uncle. Just as Jiang Qingci intended to decline, Shen Que preempted her, stating, "Since Jiang Qing has shown such goodwill, I shall graciously accept it." Chapter 26. I and Jiang Qing in the long-robed Jiang Qingci followed Shen Que as they entered Zhaohua Hall, one behind the other. The palace attendants lit lamps and incense, and the familiar scent of wood mingled with the sudden brightness of the candles, illuminating the hall. It was under the candlelight that Jiang Qingci noticed a collection of medicine jars arranged neatly on the table, showing no signs of use. And she realized that she had once again fallen victim to Shen Ke's cunning. Did His Majesty anticipate that I would enter today? Shen Que blinked, neither confirming nor denying. The evidence suggests that my calculations were indeed accurate. He waved his hand, dismissing the attendants, then casually lifted his robe and sat on the floor before the table, pouring 2 cups of tea, one placed opposite him and the other in front of himself. Jiang Qingci sat cross-legged as well, but instead of accepting the tea, she picked up a small, uncapped vial nearby, containing some herbs. The faint aroma of the herbs, tinged with bitterness, struck a chord of inexplicable familiarity. Bringing it closer to her nose, the sense of familiarity intensified. "Do you recognize this medicine, Jiang Qing?" Perhaps she did. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow, her thoughts drifting. When she had just arrived in Nanfan, she had fallen gravely ill due to the unfamiliar climate, and the medicine she was given bore a striking resemblance to this. Nanfan was remote and isolated, and the so-called local doctors were merely charlatans. Regardless of the illness, they only resorted to burning yellow paper to ashes, which the patients were then instructed to consume with water. As such, her condition not only failed to improve, but worsened significantly. For an entire year, it felt as though a mountain weighed down upon her day and night, each breath stirring a tempest that caused her internal organs to ache. Several times, she believed her life would end in Nanfan, never to return. It was then that a servant, unbeknownst to her, procured some medicine and brewed it with spring water. The taste of the concoction, aside from being more concentrated, bore an identical essence to the herbs before her. She had also inquired about the source of the medicine from the young servant, who merely replied that he had encountered a wandering physician in the streets, who, seeing her in a pitiable state of illness, had gifted her several prescriptions. That memory was etched deeply in her mind, and even now, reflecting upon it, a sense of unreality washed over her, bringing her thoughts back to the present. Jiang Qingci wished to refrain from discussing those bygone days with Shen Que. She returned the medicine bottle to its place and asked, "What remedy is required for your Majesty's injury?" She was utterly ignorant of these medicinal concoctions, able only to discern by appearance that some were tinctures, some ointments, and others powders. Shen Que gazed at her with a mixture of emotions for a moment, then retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from the medicinal chest, both containing ointments. He then rolled up his long sleeves and extended his arm towards her. The ointment possessed a cooling sensation, smooth and gentle, neither sticky nor cumbersome. As it was gradually applied to his arm, which had been scorched by the fierce sun, akin to a feather brushing against skin, Shen Que instinctively tensed his back and raised his gaze. Jiang Qingci, with her eyes cast down, appeared to be genuinely tending to his wounds, her expression serene and devoid of any tumult, neither sorrowful nor joyful, her lips pressed flat, as if she were a divine being descended to the mortal realm, now tainted by human experience, reminiscing about the past with a sense of tranquil acceptance. "It has been a while since Jiang Qing has returned. I have yet to inquire." Shen Que said, "How did you fare in the south?" "Quite well," she replied. "The customs of the south are simple, and the scenery is delightful. Everything is rather pleasant." Her tone was businesslike, prompting Shen Que to furrow his brow. He wished to offer her words of solace, yet found them inadequate. Each bore their own burdens. Having emerged from their tribulations, there was little need to revisit the past for comfort. As the candlelight flickered, time slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Qingci wrapped the final strip of white cloth around the ointment and rose to take her leave. Shen Que, in turn, entwined his fingers with hers, his fingertips grazing her own, a smile brightening his face. "Jiang Qing, will you truly not stay here with me tonight?" "Your Majesty, that would be improper," she replied, casting her eyes downward in an attempt to withdraw her hand, but he held on. "We have breached propriety on so many occasions. What is one more?" He countered. "Or are you concerned that the imperial uncle might discover this and be displeased? Then let us ensure he remains oblivious." His fingers pressed into the spaces between hers, entwining their digits, as Shen Que fixed his gaze upon her, gently drawing her closer. His eyes shimmered like a deep, alluring spring, beckoning her to draw near and explore further. Before she realized it, Jiang Qingci found herself swept off her feet and placed upon the couch, Shen Que leaning over her. One hand braced against her ear. The jade crown that had held her hair was removed at some point, and her silken tresses, imbued with a unique fragrance, cascaded over the pillow, intertwining with his dark locks that fell like a waterfall from his shoulders. Shen Ke's hand deftly untied the sash of her robe, his palm gradually gliding over her waist. Jiang Qingci felt her heart race under his seductive influence, her mind clamoring that this was improper, that he was enticing her, that he sought something from her, and beneath this exquisite facade lay a predatory beast, ruthless and insatiable. She struggled to regain her composure, yet her heartbeat surged like a wild stallion, recklessly galloping towards an uncharted territory. As Shen Que lowered his head to kiss the corner of her lips, Jiang Qingci raised her hand to shield his eyes and sighed deeply. Let it be. Her life was already in disarray. Clarity returned in the early hours of dawn. before the sky had fully brightened. Fearing that lingering too long might lead to an encounter with an acquaintance, Jiang Qingci hastily rose to gather her scattered robes from the floor and drape them over herself, adjusting her attire in front of the mirror. Yet, the telltale marks adorning her neck remained conspicuous, and with a sense of resignation, she tugged at her collar to conceal them. At that moment, a broad chest pressed against her back as Shen Que presented a small white porcelain vial before her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Jiang Qing, do not forget to take this. Upon recognizing the contents of the vial, Jiang Qingci nearly turned away in exasperation. This is the royal robe associated with Jiang Qing. Shen Que, taking advantage of the situation, observed her reflection in the mirror as he tucked the vial into her waist pouch, cheerfully fastening her jade belt, before leaning in to peck her earlobe, murmuring, "The warm hibiscus tint embraces the spring night. If the royal uncle learns of this, he will undoubtedly praise Jiang Qing for teaching me well, won't he?" Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Qingci hurriedly arranged her attire and made her way back to the minister's residence. Upon stepping through the door, she was immediately greeted by a cacophony of honking geese. Before long, two large white geese, flapping their wings and stretching their long necks, stumbled about in pursuit of a small figure reciting scriptures. Lu Ruyun, her hair disheveled, wielded a knife in hot pursuit, her gentle voice rising in exclamation, "Stop! Stop! How dare you disturb me? Just wait until I stew you." Jiang Qingci halted, frowning, slowly retracting the foot she had already placed over the threshold, hesitantly retreating and glancing up at the wooden plaque above the door. It was indeed her residence. But what on earth was the situation with this person and the two geese? Chapter 27. Harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. Jiang Qingci looked in bewilderment at the doorkeeper standing nearby. With a stiff expression, the doorkeeper explained, "These two geese were sent over by Vice Minister Pei yesterday. He mentioned that after you gifted him 2 sheep, these geese were sent as a return gift. However, upon their arrival, they relieved themselves right at Miss Lu's feet. In a fit of anger, Miss Lu kicked the goose, which led to the 2 geese chasing her. The little figure reciting scriptures, witnessing this, attempted to chase after the geese, but ended up with a mouthful of feathers and a kick from the geese, resulting in the current chaos you see." Jiang Qingci felt a surge of pain in her waist and a pounding headache. How could Pei Zhiyu be so petty? She had merely provoked him a bit yesterday, and now he had thrown her residence into turmoil. Stumbling forward, she grasped the irate Lu Ruyun, urging, "Calm down, calm down. These geese were sent by Vice Minister Pei after all. It would be unwise to harm them." "How can you say that?" Lu Ruyun retorted, giving her a pointed glare while revealing the bloodied back of her hand. "First sheep, then geese. It is never you who is put through the ringer. Nor are you the one cleaning up this mess, right? This is work-related injury. Work-related injury. I demand reimbursement." Jiang Qingci soothingly urged, "First put down the knife." Before she could finish her sentence, a large goose abruptly appeared before her. Before she could react, her arm was viciously pecked, her sleeve torn asunder, leaving red marks and broken skin exposed to the air. The goose, in a provocative manner, honked at her twice, shaking its head before leaving a mess on the ground. Lu Ruyun instinctively frowned. "Well then, where shall we confine this wretched goose? Let me make it clear, I shall not tend to its needs. Kill it." "What?" Lu Ruyun was taken aback. Jiang Qingci, clutching her still bleeding arm, felt her fury reach its zenith, gritting her teeth and declaring, "I want to eat roasted goose." With the combined efforts of Lu Ruyun and the servants, a single large goose was successfully hoisted onto the roasting rack. The end of a scripture had been thoroughly pecked, and it now sat despondently at Jiang Qingci's feet, seeking warmth. Once Jiang Qingci had tended to her wound, she noticed Lu Ruyun approaching with another large goose, bound tightly. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she inquired, "What about this one? Shall we kill it too?" As she prepared to act, Jiang Qingci quickly interjected, "Wait a moment." The goose honked at her, its small, round eyes fixing on her with defiance. Jiang Qingci glanced at her injured arm, a mischievous thought bubbling forth. She smiled sweetly at Lu Ruyun and called, "Yin Yin, don't be hasty." Lu Ruyun shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill run down her spine. Don't provoke me. Just do it quickly. Take this goose and deliver it to the regent. With a loud thud, Lu Rian dropped the goose in exasperation and turned to leave. Yin. Jiang Qingci reached down to pick up the scripture at her feet, retrieving a gold ingot she had acquired the previous day at Pei Zhiyu's doorstep. She weighed it in her hand and continued nonchalantly. If you manage this task well, I shall reward you with a gold ingot. Lu Rian hesitated before returning to retrieve the fallen goose, clearing her throat awkwardly. Let me be clear. I'm not doing this for the sake of the gold ingot. I simply wish to alleviate your burdens, my lady. Understood. Jiang Qingci's smile widened. Tell him that Sir Pei wishes to apologize for his past disrespect 2 years ago, but is too embarrassed to do so directly. Thus he entrusted me to deliver this goose to the prince on his behalf. Lu Rian took the goose and departed. After a brief incense stick's time, she returned, her expression less than favorable. Following her were 2 attendants from the royal residence, each carrying a wooden box. Lady Jiang, the attendants bowed respectfully. One of them said, "The prince acknowledges Sir Pei's goodwill and has sent this goose back to you, along with 2 pieces of red coral as a gift. The prince has instructed that you may keep any fine gifts for yourself in the future." Jiang Qingci glanced at Lu Rian, who leaned closer to whisper, "Your goose bit the prince's wrist. He was furious and wanted to have it stewed. I relayed your words to him, and he insisted I bring the goose back, saying it was a reward for you. Oh, and regarding the red coral, there are 3 pieces in total. Miss Song took 1, and these 2 are also gifts from him to you." The attendant presented 2 exquisite pieces of red coral before Jiang Qingci, their translucent hues suggesting exceptional quality and considerable value. It was indeed typical of Gu Yanli to be so generous when gifting. Frowning, Jiang Qingci suggested to Lu Rian, "Please take 1. With a beaming smile, Lu Rian approached. The attendants exchanged glances, hesitating. "My lord, this may not be appropriate. This was a gift from the prince to you. As you have stated, it is intended for me. Consequently, how I choose to manage it is no longer your concern. Is it?" The attendant fell silent, at a loss for words, and eventually, with reluctance, handed a piece of coral to Lu Rian. The remaining piece was sent by Jiang Qingci to the pawnshop, yielding 300 taels of gold to replenish the treasury. However, the goose remained defiant, glaring at her, its beak bound with a rope that had somehow come loose, squawking incessantly. The 3 scriptures in her arms regarded the goose as a sworn enemy, gurgling ominously. Thus, the goose and the dog exchanged distant glances, creating a ruckus. Having been kept awake all night by Shen Ke's antics, she was now plagued by the cacophony of the goose, her head pounding. Yet, in light of the gold it had procured for her, she decided against harming it for the time being. Lu Rian tore off a piece of roasted goose leg, thoughtfully seasoned, and wrapped the bone in oil paper before handing it to her. "What shall we do with this goose now?" "Let us keep it in the sheep pen for a few days," Jiang Qingci replied, lazily taking a bite of the goose leg, yawning, and leaning back in the rocking chair. "You should eat as well. Let nothing go to waste." She slept until dusk, the sky darkening ominously, hinting at impending rain. At some point, a cloak had been draped over her, presumably by Lu Rian while she slept. At that moment, a messenger arrived with a letter addressed to Jiang Qingci. Lu Rian glanced at it. From a distance, she could not discern the contents, but noted Jiang Qingci's expression darkening. Having accompanied her for so long, he understood her usual composure and ability to navigate any situation effortlessly. He had never witnessed her like this, her face overshadowed by clouds of gloom. "Go pack our belongings," Jiang Qingci instructed, glancing at the sky. She tossed the letter into the fire to incinerate it, took an umbrella, and said, "Join me outside." Chapter 28. Have you ever killed? In the sweltering months of July and August, as if reflecting a child's capriciousness, rain poured down just as the carriage carrying the 2 of them exited the city gates, the wine flags flapping in the wind and clattering loudly, the sky darkening as if an ink pot had been overturned. "Where are we headed?" Lu Rian inquired. "To Jizhou," Jiang Qingci replied, her tone flat. She retrieved 2 short knives and a long sword from her pack, wiping them with a cloth, and asked, "Have you ever killed someone?" Lu Rian, perplexed, hesitated before shaking her head. He was an ordinary citizen with no backing, and despite having honed his skills since childhood, he had never dared to act recklessly. The most outrageous thing he had done in his life was to swap identities with his sister, one disguised as a man to join the army, the other as a woman to become the concubine of the prime minister. Noticing Jiang Qingci's frown, Lu Ruyan nervously swallowed and added softly, "But I can learn." Her gaze was sincere, her expression earnest. As Jiang Qingci met his eyes, she was momentarily transported back to a distant past, where she once was an ordinary girl whose greatest desire was to indulge in one more lazy sleep without the fear of her mother pulling her ear. However, fate took a cruel turn when her father passed away, and soon after, her elder brother, who had just entered the court, also met his demise. His remains lost to time. In a bid to secure his position, Gu Yanli compelled her to disguise herself as a man, taking her brother's place. He taught her poetry, history, etiquette, and military strategies, instructing her in the art of horsemanship and swordsmanship, transforming her from a girl of dreams into a figure infamous for her treachery. Each time her hands were stained with blood, it was to clear the path for him. And now she had long since lost count of how many lives she had taken, how many had cursed her as a deceitful scoundrel before their last breath. Even in the remote wilderness of the South, from the elderly to the very young, her notorious name was known far and wide. Each night, in her dreams, when she reunited with her father and brother, she feared they might not recognize her. Lu Ruyan's words stirred a sense of guilt within her. Was it right or wrong to involve him in this? Yet this feeling of guilt was fleeting. Thinking of her purpose, she tossed a dagger and a long sword to him. "Do not force yourself. You are my loyal protector. Your sole duty is to ensure my safety. Let us see which weapon suits you better." Although Jizhou was not far from the capital, it took them a full 3 days to arrive. Jiang Qingci was unaccustomed to the jolting of the carriage, feeling queasy and pale as she clutched trees to steady herself. The rain had not ceased, and it was heavier in Jizhou than in the capital. Lu Ruyan held an umbrella over her, and as raindrops cascaded from its edges onto her face, he produced a clean handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it to her. Jiang, should we find an inn to rest for the night?" Even though they were familiar with each other, his address felt somewhat awkward. She disliked being called master, and he, having grown accustomed to freedom, found it difficult to utter. Calling her by her full name seemed improper, especially since Jiang Qingci had chosen to travel in simple attire, making my lady equally unsuitable. "No need," Jiang Qingci replied, wiping the corner of her mouth with the handkerchief, forcing a sigh of relief. "It's getting late. Let's continue our journey." Lu Ruyan remained puzzled. What monumental matter could possibly warrant her relentless trek over 3 days and nights? However, upon seeing the pile of bones beneath Lu Wen's feet, he began to grasp the gravity of her mission. Indeed, Lord Jiang kept his promise. He arrived precisely on the 3rd day, neither late nor early. Lu Wen kicked aside a skull, which struck the leg of a pearwood table, producing a sharp sound. He pulled out a jade pendant from his robe and tossed it onto the table. "Lord Jiang, look at this. Is this the person you seek?" The jade was of mediocre quality, crudely carved with a lotus flower and a crooked character for compassion etched in the lower right corner. Jiang Qingci recognized it as the birthday gift she had crafted for her brother in her childhood. Before she could scrutinize the situation, Lu Wen nonchalantly tugged at the tassel hanging from the jade pendant and extracted it. "So, I haven't mistaken the person, have I?" Lu Wen chuckled lazily, holding the jade pendant up to the candlelight as if conversing with himself. "I recall that Lord Jiang sought his sister, yet this set of remains belongs to a man. Has Lord Jiang truly examined it closely and not recognized the wrong person?" Jiang Qingci's pupils flickered. Lu Wen was a notorious local tyrant in Jizhou, backed by the mysterious Zhuaniich. Despite his charmingly handsome appearance, he was shrewd and ruthless, making him exceedingly difficult to deal with. Jiang Qingci had previously suffered at his hands while attempting to procure information for Gu Yanli, often paying hefty sums, sometimes 100 taels of gold, other times 100 acres of arable land. But since it was Gu Yanli's money, she felt little remorse. Should he discover her true identity as a woman, he might demand an exorbitant price. Perhaps the manager misjudged. My sister is somewhat taller than the average woman, so mistaking her for a man is not unusual. She took the prepared silver from Lu Ruyan and tossed it onto the 8 immortals table. Here is what you requested, 800 taels of gold. I have brought it, so may I now receive the remains? This visit was her primary objective. Since assuming her brother's mission, she had begun searching for her father and brother's remains. Gu Yanli had informed her that her family was slain by bandits, and despite scouring the entire mountain, he found no trace of them. Yet, she remained undeterred. She did not wish for their souls to wander aimlessly after death. After becoming a minister, she discreetly approached Zhuanyage, seeking information until today, when she finally uncovered her brother's whereabouts. Ah, no rush. Lu Wen leisurely opened the ebony fan in his hand, fanning himself. As you and Miss Lu have traveled from afar, I must extend my hospitality. Shall we indulge in some wine and converse at our leisure? As he spoke, a servant entered, and several individuals began to place the pile of bones into a wooden box, while others set out food and drink on the 8 immortals table. Lu Wen lazily took a seat first, and the servants placed the box containing the bones beside him before discreetly leaving the room. Pouring himself a cup of wine, he raised it towards her and then consumed it in one gulp, laughing heartily. Lord Jiang, please. Jiang Qingci remained still, while Lu Ruyan continued to stand behind her. Her head bowed. I appreciate the manager's goodwill, Jiang Qingci said, her gaze fixed on the wooden box. I must continue my journey, so I shall not linger. A hand for the payment and a hand for the goods, and we are settled. Or is 800 taels insufficient? Upon hearing her words, Lu Ruyan sensed the atmosphere in the room shift to one of tension, instinctively reaching for the dagger concealed within her robes. Lu Wen clicked his tongue, retracting his hand from the wine cup and tapping the wooden box. Let me put it this way. Lord Jiang has seen for himself that I have searched for these remains for 5 years to return them to you. The 800 taels of gold from 5 years ago cannot be compared to the current 800 taels. Jiang Qingci's pupils trembled slightly. Then how much do you desire? We are old friends. Discussing money feels rather impolite. Lu Wen propped his chin on one hand, his gaze drifting from Lu Ruyan, who stood behind him, to the lady herself, filled with keen interest. Lord Jiang has spent a warm spring night with Lu, and this 800 taels, along with your brother's remains, should be taken back. Jiang Qingci's eyes turned icy, prompting Lu Ruyan to step forward and scold. Lecher, cease your nonsensical babble. Lu Wen raised an eyebrow, pointing at Lu Ruyan. Of course, if Lord Jiang is unwilling, we can keep her. Chapter 29. To dispose of your corpse. Lu Ruyan's anger flared. If you continue to speak such drivel, do you believe I won't tear your foul mouth apart? However, Jiang Qingci contemplated for a moment before nodding. That is acceptable. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. He turned to her with disbelief as Jiang Qingci retrieved a wooden box and returned to pat his shoulder. I will come for you tomorrow morning. She then bestowed upon him a look of concern before turning to open the door. Jiang Qingci, I curse your ancestors. Jiang Qingci stepped out, and the moment the door closed, Lu Ruyan's furious shout echoed through the air, quickly muffled by the door. The wooden box was not light. Jiang Qingci stepped through the rain, unshielded, as the downpour unabatedly splashed against her face, soaking her through. Her long robe clung to her skin, rainwater seeping in through the collar. Water flooded her shoes and socks, yet she clutched tightly to the box, fearing even a drop of rain might touch the bones within. Unbidden, memories of her brother surfaced. When she was 10, her brother, along with Gu Yanli, 3 years her senior, declared his intention to accompany their father and the prince to quell bandits. Before his departure, he called her close. Little sister, after I leave, you must heed Mother's words, study diligently, do not be lazy, and refrain from associating with that person in the palace. Mother's health is poor. Do not add to her worries. When I return, it will be just in time for the year's end, and I shall take you and your sister to see the lanterns, all right? So when you return, I can sleep in? Her brother affectionately ruffled her 2 buns, smiling, indeed. When I return, you may sleep as long as you wish. If mother scolds you, I shall defend you. Wonderful. That day the winter chill was biting, yet the sun shone warmly. No one anticipated that once her brother and father departed, they would never return. Mother fell gravely ill, her memory fading even more than before. During the Lantern Festival at the year's end, Gu Yanli, unusually free, took her to see the lights. As they strolled from the illuminated streets to the end of the alley, he handed her a rabbit lantern, saying, "Come to my side. I will protect you in your brother's stead." Uncertain of how long she had walked, familiarity with the route ensured no one obstructed her path. Jiang Qingci placed the wooden box upon the carriage, carefully retrieving the jade pendant within, wiping away the dust with her sleeve before tucking it back in her garment as she retraced her steps. The coachman called out to her, turning to fetch an umbrella from the carriage and offering it. "My lady, be cautious of the chill." Jiang Qingci thanked him and accepted the umbrella, returning along the same path. The lights within the house had extinguished at some point, likely ordered by Lu Wen earlier. There was no one guarding outside, and inside, the sounds of the jade pendant clashing and furniture shifting echoed through the silence. She stood 3 paces from the doorway, holding an umbrella, her heart racing as she gazed at the fleeting shadow on the window. Before long, the door creaked open. A tall figure staggered out, rainwater cascading from the eaves, washing over him and transforming into bright crimson, trickling down the hem of his garment. Jiang Qingci raised her hand, shifting the umbrella to clear her view, and met Lu Ruoyan's despondent eyes, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she calmly uttered, "Congratulations." Lu Ruoyan gazed at her, a ghost of a smile tugging at her lips, caught between laughter and tears. The short dagger in her hand clattered to the ground. Her once proud posture curled into a slumped arc, her voice strained like a drowning dog, her exquisite face etched with melancholy as she stared at her. "I killed someone. I know, but you survived." Jiang Qingci stepped forward, handing him the umbrella and patting his shoulder. "Wait for me at the carriage." With that, she passed by him and entered the room, but Lu Ruoyan instinctively grasped her sleeve. "I was the one who killed him. Why are you going in?" Jiang Qingci cast him a sidelong glance, half seriously replying, "To dispose of the body for you." With that, she shook off his hand and closed the door behind her. The interior was cloaked in darkness, unlit and desolate. Relying on her memory of the layout, Jiang Qingci felt her way to the candlestick and ignited it. The room lay in disarray, evidence of a fierce struggle. The 8 immortals table was overturned, and the wooden couch had been cleaved in 2, splinters strewn across the floor. Lu Wen lay sprawled atop the scattered food and drink, a gaping wound in his chest. His once vibrant crimson attire was now stained dark with blood. "Wake up! Stop feigning!" Jiang Qingci surveyed the room, her tone nudging his side. No response. "If you don't wake up, I will take all your money." As she turned to stride towards the pile of gold on the floor, a hand suddenly seized her ankle and yanked her back. The dagger hidden in her sleeve was instinctively drawn, and as she turned, Lu Wen, using the force of his pull, sprang to his feet. His right hand poised to choke her, advancing towards her throat. His fingers halted mere inches from her neck, as her dagger had already found its place against his throat. Their eyes locked. Lu Wen released his grip, pulling a bloodied cloth from his garment and tossing it aside. He kicked a fallen wooden chair back into place, nonchalantly sitting down and retrieving a jug of wine from the chaos, tilting it back for a swig. "Your paramour has some impressive skills, though perhaps a bit too ruthless. He keeps lamenting how he despises lecherous men. Look at my face, bruised from his blows. By the way, did you know he is a man?" "I know." Few could elicit such praise from Lu Wen, and Jiang Qingci felt reassured about Lu Ruoyan's capabilities, achieving another purpose for her visit. Mimicking his actions, she pulled out a chair, brushing aside the debris before sitting down. "And so what? I am still a woman. Yet I can still enter the court and hold high office." Despite her vast knowledge, Lu Wen was taken aback by her unconventional remarks, his pupils momentarily dilating as he clicked his tongue in surprise. "I was unaware of that. I always wondered when Gu Yanli would develop a penchant for short sleeves. Given how inseparable the two of you are, it turns out it is as such." At this mention, the flames of gossip ignited in Lu Wen's eyes. "So, how did you fall from grace 3 years ago? Could it be that the rumors are true, that after you entangled him in such matters, you abandoned him and fled? You possess quite the imagination. It would be a pity if you did not pursue writing." Jiang Qingci shot him an exasperated glance. Lu Wen reclined against the pillar. "I have written before. My peace matters not to be missed between Prime Minister Jiang and the regent sold quite well. I even gifted a copy to Gu Yanli, who promptly burned it. Oh, by the way, he also fined Xuanji Pavilion 5,000 taels of gold. As for me, I am now deeply in debt. However, with the secret of your femininity, my grand Xuanji Pavilion has finally acquired a treasure. Anyone seeking it would need to part with at least 8,000 taels. Or better yet, 20,000. Jiang Qingci realized she should not expect to hear anything of substance from him. His frivolous demeanor mirrored that of Shen Que, who needed no coercion to seal his lips. Let us discuss serious matters, she said, pressing her fingers to her forehead. Have you obtained any results regarding the investigation I entrusted to you? How did my brother perish? Luwen extended his fingers, signaling 500 taels. Speak. I found nothing. Jiang Qingci simmered with frustration, contemplating sending him a dead goose as a form of retribution. Just as she was about to leave, Luwen called after her. On another note, since you are not a man, I presume Jiang Qingci is not your true name? Jiang Qingci halted and turned back. Do you wish to know my real name? Luwen nodded. Mimicking his earlier gesture, she raised her hand, fingers splayed. 600 taels. Luwen paused, then resorted to emotional appeal. We have known each other for 5 years. Although I have taken quite a bit of your money, my sister still holds you in high regard. 800 taels. Luwen was rendered speechless. After a brief silence, he continued, Your residence is rather lonely with just one concubine. How about I marry into your household as a legitimate wife, performing domestic dramas for your amusement? The bridal price would be 2,000 taels. He paused, adding, After all, my sister often expresses her desire to marry you. But now that you are a woman, it seems impossible. In our Lu family, marriage is commonplace. If I were to enter, it would fulfill her dream. Jiang Qingci found herself at a loss for words. Should I commend you as the finest brother in the Great Zhao? That seems rather excessive. Luwen waved his hand with a grin. If you were to reward me with a few hundred taels of silver, I might begrudgingly accept. He offered a polite refusal. Jiang Qingci ultimately could not restrain herself and shot him a glance before closing the door and turning away. The silhouette outside gradually faded into the curtain of rain, and Luwen also retracted his carefree smile. He dusted off his robe, rose, and circled behind the screen. After moving a vase from the cabinet, a secret chamber was revealed in the wall. The candlelight flickered like a tiny beam, illuminating Shen Que, who sat inside clad in dark garments, holding a scroll. Yet, it was evident that his thoughts and attention were elsewhere, his fingers gripping the book with considerable force. Well, you must have heard it too, right? Luwen flopped into a chair like a boneless figure. Jiang Qingci's external chamber is a man. Luwen, reveling in the drama, added fuel to the fire. Moreover, it seems she is quite invested in that man. While it is indeed a test of his background, she specifically cautioned me in her letter not to harm him. From the looks of it, perhaps one day, that man might hold greater significance in her heart than Gu Yanli. After all, proximity to water gives one access to the moon. Crack! Shen Que crushed a corner of the table with his bare hands. Wood shavings cascaded down, splinters piercing his palm, staining the scroll with crimson. Luwen propped his elbow on the table, resting his chin on one hand, grinning mischievously. After all, you are an emperor. You cannot marry her. I see her ambitions are not small. It is impossible for her to enter the palace and wed you. How about this? I could also don a disguise as a woman, and you issue an edict to bestow me upon Jiang Qingci as a legitimate wife, while I take your place in a domestic contest against Lu Ruoyan. Cease your delight in chaos. Lu won. The daggers Lu, when wielded, struck precisely at the sore spots. Shen Que shot him a cold, piercing glance, his smile devoid of warmth. You know, I am the emperor. I still possess the power to take a life. Jiang Qingci certainly would not favor a man who indiscriminately takes lives. Someone gentle and well-behaved like Lu Ruoyan might be more to her liking. Shen Que replied, I believe you ought to keep silent. Luwen shrugged, dismissing his threat. Moreover, how is it that I am merely delighting in chaos? You know, I have no lofty ambitions in life. I simply wish to savor a morsel of soft rice. If I could partake in the soft rice of Minister Jiang, would I still need to manage the mysteries of the Xuanji Pavilion for my sister? I could glide through the latter part of my life without effort. Shen Que remarked, Lu Lao's bequeathal of the Xuanji Pavilion to your sister was indeed a sound decision, right? I too believe my sister is more suited to inherit the Xuanji Pavilion. Lu Wen chuckled, oblivious to the sarcasm in his words. Leaning closer, he asked, So does that mean you agree? Shen Que shot him another glance. You wish to indulge in soft rice, do you? Lu Wen nodded vigorously, the excitement in his eyes unmistakable. Shen Que smirked, a mischievous glint in his smile. Very well, you may enter the palace, and I shall appoint you as the grand steward of the inner court. Would that be sufficient soft rice for you? Upon hearing this, Lu Wen wilted, collapsing back with exaggerated despair, limbs splayed. Inhumane, truly inhumane. I seek to assist you in dealing with your rival, yet you wish for me to become a eunuch. Spare me such nonsense. Shen Que tossed the scroll in his hand aside, having thought himself sufficiently carefree, only to find this troublesome friend even more irreverent. Have you investigated the matter I asked you about? The identity of the person who drugged her? Lu Wen caught the scroll and, upon addressing the matter at hand, shed his previous nonchalant demeanor. Sitting up straight, he shook his head. I have now traced the eunuch responsible for the poisoning to his family outside the palace. However, there has been little progress. It seems they are under surveillance, likely by someone from within the court. Jiang Qingci is a person of Gu Yanli, and she has made quite a few enemies in the court. There are many who wish to bring her down. I am concerned that any rash actions might alert them. Hence I have refrained from acting hastily. Please grant me a little more time, and I assure you I will uncover the truth. Shen Que appeared contemplative. Noticing this, Lu Wen leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. So tell me honestly, on the evening of the welcoming banquet, after you received the news, you went to see her, and she was also poisoned. Did nothing occur between you two? Shen Que chose to ignore him and stood to leave. As Jiang Qingci returned through the rain, she noticed that Lu Ruoyan had not yet boarded the carriage. He stood outside, holding an umbrella, his robe soaked and clinging to his body, making it difficult to discern whether it was blood or rain that stained him. Raindrops dampened his hair, sticking it to his cheeks, resembling an abandoned puppy. The coachman earnestly urged him to get inside and wait, but he stubbornly shook his head, saying, I can wait for her here. I'm dirty and will soil the carriage. Jiang Qingci had a penchant for cleanliness. Although he had not accompanied her for long, he was acutely aware of this fundamental trait. He glanced down at his bloodied hands, the crimson staining the umbrella's handle, and felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, since he had disguised himself as a woman. His striking appearance often attracted the attention of lecherous suitors. Typically, he would merely incapacitate them before casting them aside. But this was the first time he had taken a life. He incessantly sought justifications in his mind for his actions and those of Jiang Qingci. Perhaps that man had killed her brother, or perhaps he intended harm against them. Or, indeed, that man had discovered Jiang Qingci's true identity and thus deserved to be silenced. As Jiang Qingci's sworn protector, it was his duty to ensure her safety. Are you frightened? A calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Ruoyan raised the umbrella and beheld Jiang Qingci standing amidst the rain. She held no umbrella, appearing even more disheveled than he, yet her smile was faint and composed. Chapter 31. The Cursed Jiang Qingci. You are toying with me. Lu Ruoyan's lips moved as if to speak, but Jiang Qingci preempted him. It is entirely natural to feel fear the first time one takes a life. Let us board the carriage. Inside the carriage, warmth enveloped them, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Jiang Qingci, seated beside him, and realized she was not in much better condition. Her complexion was pale, lacking color, likely due to the rain and cold, and she trembled slightly. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that beneath her official garb and status, she was merely a young girl. In fact, she was a year younger than him and his sister, yet she appeared far more mature. Recalling the white bones she had carried away, they must have belonged to her brother. Lu Ruoyan could not help but sigh, feeling a strange ache in his chest, unable to comprehend why he felt this way. He retrieved a heavy cloak and a set of clean garments from his travel bag, offering them to her. Change your clothes first. I shall close my eyes and not look. Upon finishing his words, he immediately shut his eyes, turning away to reassure her of his sincerity. Jiang Qingci set down the warm tea in her hands and mirrored his action, turning her back as she unfastened her belt and changed her attire. The damp robe clung to her skin, stealing away much of her warmth. She removed the jade crown from her head, drying her hair with care as she leisurely changed. The surroundings were silent, save for the sound of the carriage wheels rolling through the rainy night. "Why do you not inquire why I asked you to kill him?" Jiang Qingci's voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Lu Rian paused, lowering her gaze to her palms, which, despite having been wiped several times, still bore remnants of blood. "He knows your identity as a woman. He poses a significant threat and must be silenced. But you did not kill him." Her words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in Lu Rian's mind, causing his eardrums to throb and his body to stiffen. He instinctively wanted to turn back, but remembering she was changing, he clenched his fists and remained seated. A weight that had lodged in his chest quietly fell away. He had not killed him, which meant his hands were still untainted. However, that same weight soon returned. If he had not taken a life, what would become of Jiang Qingci's secret? If that man spoke of it, what would Jiang Qingci do? Contemplating this, he rose to exit the carriage. "I shall return now to finish the job." "There's no need," Jiang Qingci called to him. In the time it took to speak, she had already changed her clothes, the binding undergarment now thoroughly soaked. Fortunately, it was night, and the cloak provided cover, so she was not overly concerned. Her long hair could not be dried in an instant, so after combing it through, she let it cascade down her shoulders. Leaning against the couch, she supported her chin with one hand as she observed him. "You cannot kill him. If you truly do you think we could ever escape from the Xuanji Pavilion?" Ultimately, Luwen was merely a nominal manager at Xuanji Pavilion. The true master was his sister, Lu Mian, who represented a far more formidable challenge. Lu Ruyan frowned. "Then what of your identity?" "He will not disclose it." Jiang Qingci gestured for him to return to his seat. "You have changed. Tonight, we shall find an end to rest." Lu Ruyan stiffly retrieved his clothes from the bag, shooting a glare at Jiang Qingci. Seeing her dutifully turn away, he hastily changed. Like Jiang Qingci, his garments were also damp, and his hair was wet, so he let down his hair, which had been tied up. Once he had fully changed, a flash of realization illuminated Lu Ruyan's mind, and he finally grasped the entire situation. "Damn you, Jiang Qingci. You have played me for a fool." Enraged, Lu Ruyan seized her collar. Furious at the thought of how guilty he had felt and how he had worried about the dangers of her identity being revealed, he almost wished to kick her off the carriage. He had been so concerned for her, and she had led him in circles. Anger is a poor companion for one's health, indeed. Jiang Qingci patted his shoulder, signaling him to release her. "With such beauty, why let anger mar your spirit?" Lu Rian let out a huff, irritably releasing her grip and plopping down beside her, her agitation growing with each passing moment, choosing to ignore her companion. Soon, the carriage came to a halt at an inn, the rain having ceased. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds obscuring the stars and moon, leaving only a few lanterns at the inn's entrance to provide any illumination. The two disembarked from the carriage, their hair disheveled, entering the inn one after the other. The innkeeper greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Will you be dining or seeking lodging?" "2 superior rooms, please," along with some dishes and 2 pots of huangjiu to be brought up. "Thank you for your assistance." "Of course, as you wish." The innkeeper guided them to the registration desk and then up the stairs, politely inquiring, "Are you 2 siblings? Where have you come from and where are you headed?" "The mountain roads nearby are treacherous and it has been raining daily. You might consider staying a while longer." The term siblings made both hearts skip a beat. Lu Rian's gaze fell upon the wooden box cradled in Jiang Qingci's arms, her thoughts drifting to her own sister still beyond the borders, with no news for an extended period, leaving her to wonder about her well-being. During their meal, Jiang Qingci asked if she desired a cup of wine as well. Lu Rian nodded, accepting the cup and taking a sip, before saying softly, "My condolences. My condolences." Since the demise of her father and brother, she had frequently encountered this phrase. At this juncture, it seemed that nothing truly changed. The departed were gone, and the living must press onward. Yet she struggled with how to broach the subject with her mother and elder sister. Jiang Qingrong fared better. After that grave illness, Their mother had remained in a fog, believing their father and brother were merely away on business for the old prince. As for Gu Yanli, she found it difficult to speak of the matter. She had yet to ascertain the true cause of her father and brother's deaths, making it hard to place her trust in him. She shook her head, remaining silent, merely informing him that she would temporarily place the remains in his name. Whether as a distant cousin or an old friend, she found a suitable title, engraved a spirit tablet, and entrusted the pile of bones to the cremation grounds, emerging with only a jar of ashes. They returned on the third day. The rain had long since stopped, and the mud on the path had dried. Lu Ruyan carried the urn of ashes as Jiang Qingci followed closely behind. The doorman stepped forward to greet them. "My lord, during your absence, the prince paid a visit." Jiang Qingci halted. "What did he say?" "The prince had urgent matters to discuss with you, but upon finding you absent, he departed." The doorman hesitated, appearing quite upset. "When did he arrive?" After a moment's thought, the doorman replied, "About 2 days ago." 2 days had passed. Gu Yanli's anger should have subsided, yet she was uncertain and turned to Lu Ruyan. "Yin, don't even think about it. I want to go. You must go yourself." The latter snorted coldly, swiftly retreating a step and scurrying inside, clutching the urn of ashes as though fleeing. Jiang Qingci glanced at the doorman, who averted his gaze, silently retreating to the door, wishing to avoid any ill fortune associated with the regent. "Very well." Jiang Qingci sighed deeply. "I shall go to the prince's residence to deliver a visiting card myself. Oh, and please bring out that goose for me." Chapter 32, while being reprimanded by one superior, is undoubtedly disheartening. The act of vexing them is far more exhilarating. Jiang Qingci, leading a large goose, soon encountered Pei Jiu, who was grim-faced and walking a sheep. As fate would have it, Pei Jiu flicked the lead of the sheep, causing it to bleat and leisurely amble towards Jiang Qingci's feet. Reflexively, she stepped aside, having been tormented by his arrogance countless times before, and just as she did, the sheep left a sizable deposit where she had stood moments prior. Jiang Qingci could not suppress a vulgar expletive in her mind. "Damn it all." Pei Jiu, with a smile that barely concealed his irritation, remarked, "I truly apologize, Minister Jiang." Jiang Qingci loosened her grip on the goose's lead, and the creature, like a wild stallion, wobbled towards Pei Jiu. Despite his limited prowess, he was unable to evade in time, and the goose bit down hard on the back of his hand, leaving a deep gash, and then, with a slight bend of its legs, it deposited another sizable mess on his officer's boots. The smile on Pei Jiu's face began to crack, and he too could not help but curse inwardly. Jiang Qingci felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiang Qingci smiled slightly. "My sincerest apologies, Deputy Pei." Though both were smiling, the atmosphere between them was far from harmonious. Pei Jiu mused that he had been unfiltered his entire life, and now he had finally met someone of equal measure. Stifling the foul odor from his boots, he stepped back and chuckled. "I have not seen you at court these past few days, Minister Jiang. Are you unwell? How is your health?" While the notion of a leisurely convalescence was enticing, Pei Jiu's feigned concern brought her more joy. Jiang Qingci, maintaining a serious demeanor, tugged on the lead, prompting the goose to sway back to her side. Cawing raucously at Pei Jiu, "It seems we are fated to meet. Where is Deputy Pei headed? Might we share the same path?" "It appears we do not, as Minister Song has hosted a banquet at his residence, and I intend to attend." Jiang Qingci feigned surprise, as if she had not heard him. "It seems fortuitous indeed. You should accompany me to the regent's palace." Pei Jiu replied, "It seems Minister Jiang does not comprehend my words. Not to worry, my superior has never understood me either." Pei Jiu opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself at a loss. Despite their differing positions, there was undeniable merit in what he had said. Jiang Qingci approached, narrowing her eyes at the unsightly mess on his boot. The thought of how Gu Yanli would react filled her with delight. Both were cunning individuals, and Pei Jiu, realizing her intent, understood the implications of causing trouble for Gu Yanli. He was more than willing to oblige, knowing that Minister Song would likely appreciate his efforts if he were to learn of it. Thus, he turned and followed Jiang Qingci toward the palace. But his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't resist asking, Isn't Gu Yanli your direct superior? What do you hope to gain by opposing him? Do you know why I'm visiting today? Pei Zhiyu honestly shook his head. Jiang Qingci cast him a glance that spoke volumes. After skipping work for several days, he was bound to face reprimand. While being scolded by a superior was undoubtedly disheartening, the thought of irritating that same superior brought an unexpected sense of relief. Pei Zhiyu realized that he was being dragged into this predicament, compelled to bear the brunt of the consequences alongside Jiang. He felt an overwhelming urge to withdraw from the situation. After all, enduring his own chastisement was one thing, but why should he be burdened further? He feared that if he lost his composure, he might retaliate against Gu Yanli, only to find himself exiled to a remote location for several years, missing the chance to return as he was now. However, it was too late for retreat. In the midst of their conversation, the duo, accompanied by a sheep and a goose, arrived at the residence of the regent. To express their excitement, the sheep and goose synchronously left their droppings on the threshold. The doorman's expression shifted from shock to panic, and then to the astonishment of a calamity unfolding before him. He pinched himself to stave off fainting. He thought to himself, how could Jiang, the prime minister, be so reckless? Had he forgotten that it was this very goose that had injured the prince last time? How could he dare to bring it again? And what of Pei, the attendant, leading a sheep? He could already foresee the wrath of Gu Yanli, a fury he could hardly withstand. The doorman closed his eyes, pretending to be oblivious, unwilling to face the impending mess. Yet, Jiang Qingci was not about to grant him such an escape. She thrust the invitation into his palm, insisting, go on. Tell them that the Lord and I have come to pay our respects to the prince. The doorman felt as if he were grasping a hot potato, stammering. The prince is not in the residence today. He is gone. He has gone to accompany Miss Song on a boat ride. How would I know about any boat ride? He muttered, just as a bright voice pierced through the air. The doorman, overwhelmed, wished to disappear. He had never found his meager salary to be so hard-earned. Song Wan, clad in a riding robe that allowed for ease of movement, lifted her chin defiantly, glaring at the doorman, who wisely turned away, shrinking back like a tortoise. The prince is indeed here. He just finished teaching me archery. Shall I take you in? Upon seeing Jiang Qingci, Song Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, but as thoughts of his consort and his evident affection for her flooded her mind, her heart twisted in anguish, tears brimming in her eyes. Pei Zhiyu observed the enchanting figures of the young man and woman before him and suddenly felt superfluous. Just as he contemplated making a discreet exit, Jiang Qingci beckoned him back. What are you standing there for? Pei, come inside. Thus, Pei Zhiyu found himself walking alongside Jiang Qingci in silence, while Song Wan stole glances at him, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Jiang Qingci sensed an ominous premonition. Could it be that she had once again arrived at an opportune moment, coinciding with a quarrel? She hoped not. Among the 3 salaries she received, there was no stipulation that she had to mediate between her former superior and his consort. Of course, if it were required of her, she would not object, but it would come at an additional cost. Unaware of her gaze, Song Wan sighed, unable to suppress her concern. I heard that Lord Jiang has not attended morning court recently. Is he unwell? Nothing serious. There are just a few days each month when one wishes to skip work. Jiang Qingci calmly inquired, how is your mood today, Your Highness? The deep voice resonated from a distance. If the Prime Minister wishes to know my mood, why does he not come to ask me himself? Gu Yanli, accompanied by a servant, emerged from the winding path before them. The 3 of them bowed simultaneously. His expression remained as impassive as ever. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Qingci did not sense any anger emanating from him. Could it be that his ire had dissipated? Thus, she mustered her courage to ask, how have you been feeling lately, Your Highness? Chapter 33. Grasshoppers on the same rope just moments ago. All seemed well. Gu Yanli cast a glance at the sheep in her and Pei Zhiyu's possession, and his countenance darkened instantly. It was now decidedly poor. This statement held truth. Initially, Gu Yanli had been irked by Jiang Qingci's silent absence from duty, but upon overhearing her conversation with Song Wan, he had assumed her indisposition was due to her monthly cycle, which alleviated much of his anger. However, upon encountering the 2 unruly creatures before him, Gu Yanli found himself wishing to blind his own eyes. His clenched fists alternated between tight and loose, his face a kaleidoscope of emotions. Strangely, he realized that since Jiang Qingci's return from the southern lands, she seemed transformed, more adept at evoking his emotions than before. He inhaled deeply, nearly grinding his molars in frustration. What is the meaning of this, Prime Minister Jiang and Minister Pei? Do you treat my royal residence as a playground? Pei Zhiyu, lacking in loyalty, took a step back, retreating behind Jiang Qingci. Though he had previously dared to scold Gu Yanli, he had never witnessed such anger before. He said, "Your Highness, forgive my impertinence. I was merely taking a leisurely stroll with the sheep when I chanced upon Prime Minister Jiang, who mentioned it was along the way, and thus I accompanied him to pay a visit." Jiang Qingci, caught off guard by this betrayal, thought, "What happened to the audacity you displayed 2 years ago when you pointed at his nose and scolded him? Where is your unyielding spirit before the powerful?" Feeling that she was out of place in this affair between colleagues, Song Wan excused herself from Gu Yanli and departed. Gu Yanli's brows were furrowed tightly, and he turned to Jiang Qingci. "What does the Prime Minister have to say?" Jiang Qingci maintained her composure and nonchalantly responded, "I brought Minister Pei along to offer my apologies to your Highness." Pei Zhiyu, bewildered by the notion of needing to apologize, thought, "Have I committed an offense? When did I not realize it?" Gu Yanli's expression mirrored his confusion as he suppressed the urge to gouge his eyes out. His gaze sweeping over the raucous goose in her hands, he scoffed. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Qingci replied, "This goose recently bit, your Highness. I intended to come personally to apologize, but I have been unwell these past few days. Now that I'm feeling better, I thought it best to come." "Is that so?" Gu Yanli's smile was more a grimace than anything else. Jiang Qingci nodded earnestly, adopting a serious demeanor. "On the way here, I happened to encounter Minister Pei, and, thinking this goose was a gift from him, I invited him to accompany me. In a matter of mere moments." Jiang Qingci deftly shifted the blame onto Pei Zhiyu. Even the most oblivious of individuals would have caught on to her cunning. How treacherous! How devious! Indeed, he is a cunning little man, and now he and his accomplice find themselves bound to Gu Yanli, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Should he manage to extricate himself later, the incident of delivering gifts to Gu Yanli alongside Jiang Qingci to atone for their misdeeds may very well spread, rendering him a target of public scorn and ostracism from the royalists. Conversely, if he cannot escape, Gu Yanli could seize this opportunity to eliminate him today. Gu Yanli then turned his gaze towards Pei Zhiyu, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his eyes radiated an oppressive force that made it difficult for Pei to lift his head. With a steeled resolve, he uttered, "Yes. It was my oversight which has wronged the prince." Gu Yanli's expression softened slightly, as he appreciatively patted the shoulders of the two men. "Such trifles need not weigh upon your minds. Come, let's enjoy some tea." However, the moment the words left his lips, Gu Yanli's brow furrowed, and his countenance shifted again. Previously, from a distance, he had only caught a faint whiff of an unpleasant odor, but now, in the oppressive heat of summer, the stench was overwhelmingly potent, churning his stomach. He inquired, "What is that smell?" It was then that Pei Zhiyu recalled the large mess left on his shoe by that foolish goose. Calmly, Jiang Qingci replied, "It is the incense used by Lord Pei to repel mosquitoes." Pei Zhiyu choked back his disbelief, genuinely impressed by Jiang's ability to fabricate such a tale. Gu Yanli's frown deepened, and he coldly demanded, "Speak plainly." "It is excrement," Jiang Qingci replied, lowering her head to suppress her laughter, pointing to the goose that continued to stretch its neck and honk loudly. The moment the words escaped her lips, the large goose strutted over and stepped onto Gu Yanli's ornate boots, squatting down to leave a sizable deposit, one even larger than the mess on Pei Zhiyu's foot. Gu Yanli's expression darkened entirely. His clenched fists trembled with barely contained fury. The wound from the goose's earlier bite throbbed painfully, and his chest heaved with rage. Yet, witnessing his displeasure brought a sense of relief to Jiang Qingci. Holding back her laughter, she solemnly asked, "Shall I stew this goose now?" "Roast it," Gu Yanli replied, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down Pei Zhiyu's spine. "Slice it thin." Pei Jiu inquired. And a sheep? Roast the legs, slice the rest thinly for hot pot. Both Pei Jiu and Jiang Qingci feasted heartily, transforming the sheep and goose into a splendid banquet, leaving with roasted legs of lamb in hand. Lord Pei, you may go first. Gu Yanli gestured with a wave of his hand. Jiang, remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Jiang Qingci made to rise, but then sat back down. Pei Jiu cast her a look of schadenfreude, silently wishing her luck, and departed. Gu Yanli patted the seat beside him, inviting her to come closer. Jiang Qingci hesitated, her lips moving slightly. Your Highness, this is not proper etiquette. There is no need for such formality in private. Seeing her reluctance, Gu Yanli took a seat beside her, occupying the spot Pei Jiu had just vacated. In a casual tone, he placed a slice of the tender lamb in her bowl, reassuring her. Do not be anxious, ACI. You performed admirably in today's affair. Pei Jiu is of great use to me, and your contributions are significant. Jiang Qingci had already satisfied her appetite and could no longer consume anything further. Instinctively, she clutched the wrapped, roasted leg of lamb tighter and discreetly shifted a few inches away. Your Highness, your praise is undeserved. It is my duty, she replied. How is your health? Are you feeling better? Gu Yanli gazed at her, his elongated phoenix eyes betraying his concern, shedding the usual air of superiority. His expression softened immeasurably. The deep black of his pupils reflected her image, and it was only when she managed to assist him with his affairs that he would, in turn, lower himself to offer her some indulgence. Had she remained the naive girl she once was, she would surely have succumbed to his gentle allure. Now, she understood that behind such tenderness lay hidden calculations, and she was not fortunate enough to indulge in them. Rather than engage in idle banter reminiscing about their childhood friendship, it would be far more beneficial for him to increase her salary and grant her additional days off. I am much better, Jiang Qingci replied, subtly creating more distance between them. She had no desire for frivolous pleasantries and directly inquired. The doorman mentioned that you sought me out a few days ago. What was the matter? Chapter 34. The Grasshopper Plague in Ganzhou. It pertains to the Grasshopper Plague in Ganzhou. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingci felt her seat become increasingly uncomfortable. Any matters concerning disaster relief were inextricably linked to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Ironically, the majority of personnel in these two ministries were staunch royalists, led by Prime Minister Song, who balanced power with Gu Yanli and the regent faction. Entrusting the matter to the royalists would undoubtedly leave Gu Yanli uneasy. After much deliberation, it seemed this task would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. Does your Highness wish for me to oversee the disaster relief? If it were merely a matter of providing assistance, Gu Yanli would not have gone out of his way to seek her, as it was inherently within her purview. This prince intends to bring the Ministry of Revenue under his control. Jiang Qingci cast her gaze downward in contemplation. Gu Yanli's ambition was no less than that of Shen Que. One sought power through military means, while the other aspired to claim the entire court step by step, both recognizing that it began with her. However, their approaches diverged. At least in terms of remuneration, they were markedly different. In most cases, Gu Yanli offered objective financial compensation and trivial kindness, whereas Shen Que was far more direct in his intentions. He employed seduction openly. In her 23 years of life, Jiang Qingci had never encountered a ruler who could seize power through seduction. Shen Que was the first. Ironically, she found herself drawn to his methods. All along, Jiang Qingci's thoughts had been quite simple: to navigate both sides, reaping the rewards from Gu Yanli's generosity and Shen Ke's allure. Yet now, the two had entered into conflict. If she were to assist Gu Yanli in claiming the Ministry of Revenue, she would inevitably incur Shen Ke's wrath, and the leverage he held over her would become a blade hanging over her neck. Conversely, if she were to refuse Gu Yanli, her mother and sister would likely suffer the consequences of her decision. Considering this, Jiang Qingci inquired, "Has Her Highness already devised a plan?" Gu Yanli beckoned her closer, and as she leaned in, her expression grew increasingly grave. Before departing the royal residence, Jiang Qingci took the roasted leg of lamb and headed towards the western garden. Under the shade of the yellow wax tree, Lady Jiang and Jiang Qingrong were leisurely embroidering and chatting in the courtyard. Upon her arrival, Jiang Qingci smiled and beckoned. You have come at the perfect moment. Come here. I made a few garments and skirts for you. Let us see if Ru Yan likes them. Having donned male attire since childhood while trailing Gu Yanli, Jiang Qingci's needlework skills had long since languished. Most of her daily work was crafted by Jiang Qingci and Lady Jiang herself. She casually placed the roasted leg of lamb on a small wooden table in the courtyard, dragged a stool over, and sat beside Jiang Qingci, smiling. I like them. Whatever my elder sister makes, Ru Yan will surely adore. You always with your teasing. Jiang Qingci chided playfully, shooting her a mock glare as she spread out the embroidered garments and gestured before her. Jiang Qingci immediately straightened her posture, allowing her sister to assess her. Lady Jiang chuckled in agreement. You know, well, she has always been this way, when she makes a mistake and fears reprimand. She seeks her brother's affection to charm him into pleading on her behalf. At the mention of their elder brother, Jiang Qingci and Jiang Qingci exchanged a glance, falling into a moment of silence. Lady Jiang gazed up at the intertwined branches above, through which glimpses of the sky could be seen. The murkiness in her eyes was more pronounced, as if she were lost in thought, murmuring, Asii has said he will return by the end of the year. It should be soon. Both sisters understood that the Asii spoken of by the old lady was not the Jiang Qingci present. The old lady's illness often led to lapses in memory, blurring the lines between past and present. Jiang Qingci, clutching the half-stitched handkerchief, felt her eyes well up and quickly changed the subject. Mother, what do you think of this plum blossom pattern? Autumn is approaching. Shall I make a few warm undergarments for my younger sister? The old lady's attention was immediately captured, her earlier thoughts forgotten. She pointed at the design. All are splendid. Oh dear, it's getting late. Your younger sister hasn't had her meal yet. Go prepare some sweet soup for her. She has always loved it since childhood. All right. Jiang Qingci replied with a smile and rose to her feet. Jiang Qingci handed over the roasted leg of lamb and turned to the old lady, saying, I'll accompany my sister. Lady Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Go on. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Qingci peeked outside and saw the old lady threading a needle. Before turning back, Jiang Qingci seized a knife and swiftly cleaved the lamb leg in two, slicing it into thin pieces. Elder sister, Jiang Qingci said softly, leaning against the doorframe, her face shrouded in shadow, making her expression hard to discern. I have found the remains of our brother. Jiang Qingci paused, momentarily distracted, and inadvertently nicked her thumb with the knife. Jiang Qingci quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, grasped her hand, and pressed it to staunch the bleeding. You say you found him? Jiang Qingci's voice trembled. How did you come upon this? Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze. I had someone searching for 5 years. Just a few days ago, I finally discovered it, but it was only our brothers. As for our fatheress, she shook her head in dismay. I will send someone else to search. Jiang Qingci's heart sank. 13 years had passed. One would think sorrow would fade with time. Yet how could it? What has dissipated are those who cannot return, while the living remain in anticipation and reminiscence. This matter, do not speak of it to mother just yet. Jiang Qingci softly cautioned, nor should you mention it to anyone else. I have already brought my brother's ashes back to the residence, and to avoid any mishaps, I used the name of Ru Yan. Be sure not to let it slip. After that, a long silence ensued. Jiang Qingci did not weep, yet her eyes were even more swollen than before. Jiang Qingci soaked a handkerchief in cold water and applied it beneath her eyes. There's one more thing. Jiang Qingci continued. In a few days, I must go to Ganzhou to aid in disaster relief. If mother inquires, simply say I have accompanied Ru Yan home to visit relatives. After I depart, I will rely on you, elder sister, to take good care of mother. The sorrow that Jiang Qingci had just managed to suppress surged forth once more. She had previously heard Chun Fei mention that Ganzhou had only recently been incorporated into the territory of the Great Zhao, situated in a desolate area plagued by turmoil, frequently disturbed by the incursions of nomadic tribes from the northwest, far from the tranquility of the capital. It was indeed disheartening to see Jiang Qingci, who had just returned from the southern regions, set off again to endure hardships in Ganzhou. However, matters within the court were beyond her influence, so she could only bear the sadness and fussily remind her sister. As dusk approached, having left the Wang residence, Jiang Qingci walked back on foot, carrying a half-bundle of roasted lamb legs. Just as she was about to enter the residence, a figure emerged from behind a stone lion, coldly bowing to her with folded sleeves. Observing the roasted lamb leg he held, Jiang Qingci realized he had been waiting there for quite some time and inquired with a smile. Did not Vice Minister Pei attend a banquet at the Right Chancellor's residence? How could he still have the audacity to speak? Pei Zhiyu glared at her in anger. If it were not for him dragging Pei to the regent's residence today, would the people at the Right Chancellor's residence have said to him, "My apologies, Vice Minister Pei, our Chancellor mistakenly thought he had invited you. Please return?" Clearly, his actions today had aroused the suspicions of the royalists. He coldly uttered, "I specifically waited for Chancellor Jiang to return. Is that so?" Jiang Qingci smiled faintly, not wishing to expose him. Why does Vice Minister Pei not enter to wait? Chapter 35, I shall usurp his position. Pei Zhiyu replied once inside. It will be hard to clarify. Jiang Qingci chuckled, knowing he referred to how she had forcibly dragged him to the regent's residence today, tarnishing his reputation. Not entering may not guarantee clarity either. She remarked lightly, with the comings and goings in the capital. I dare say everyone is now aware of our visit to the regent's residence to apologize with the lamb. Should a malicious soul twist the truth, you would become a disciple of the regent's residence. Pei Zhiyu's expression darkened further. During the day, he had been too preoccupied with the spectacle, never expecting to be outwitted by her. What exactly do you intend? Jiang Qingci blinked, offering no response. She stepped forward a couple of paces as the doorman approached. Jiang Qingci handed over the half-bundle of lamb legs, instructing him to deliver it to Lu Ruyin for preparation, before turning back to Pei Zhiyu, asking, Does Vice Minister Pei truly wish to speak here? Pei Zhiyu clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. If only he were not a few ranks above her, and if this were not in broad daylight, he would truly want to deliver a punch to that scoundrel. With a sigh, Pei Zhiyu followed her into the room. Visibly displeased, Jiang Qingci instructed her servants to prepare tea, while Lu Ruyin inquired, Shall I bring some snacks? I just made them, though there aren't many. Jiang Qingci shook her head. Both Pei Sir and I have already dined. Lu Ruyin nodded and was about to leave when she heard Jiang Qingci muttering softly to herself. Pei Zhiyu eats too much. I haven't even had my meal yet, and he has devoured all. How unfair. Lu Ruyin stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over the threshold. Jiang Qingci thought, why doesn't she just put an end to this? Pei Zhiyu, in a fit of anger, was oblivious to the exchange. Taking a seat in the guest area and looking up at Jiang Qingci. Can we speak now? Why the resistance? Pei Sir. Jiang Qingci slowly walked to the main seat. If my memory serves me right, you hail from a humble background, and it is no small feat to reach your current position. With assistance, you will surely soar to great heights in the future. Pei Zhiyu scoffed. Although I come from a humble background, I am well aware of propriety and integrity. Pei Zhiyu, would rather die than collude with Gu Yanli. Then why did you not confront Gu Yanli directly today? What? Pei Zhiyu paused, clearly taken aback that Jiang Qingci dared to openly speak Gu Yanli's name, frowning at her. How dare you? What do I have to fear? Jiang Qingci replied, her tone deliberate, deceiving superiors while misleading subordinates, playing both sides. How can you be so sure that I lack courage? Pei Zhiyu felt as if struck by a heavy stone, his mind buzzing in disbelief that such audacious words could escape the lips of the usually composed Jiang Qingci. Every word she spoke was flat yet somehow oppressive. You repeatedly claim you refuse to conspire with him, yet when in his presence, why do you not dare to speak out? Her bright, piercing gaze made Pei Zhiyu feel guilty, causing him to avert his eyes. He stiffly asked, What does Gu Yanli want from me? Jiang Qingci replied, You should be asking what I want you to do. Your loyalty should lie with me, not with Gu Yanli. Pei Zhiyu was momentarily stunned, staring at her blankly as he struggled to absorb her words, his eyes widening. You actually intend. Indeed, Jiang Qingci affirmed with a slight smile, unashamed of her ambition. I aim to usurp his position. Pei Zhiyu hastily stood, preparing to leave, mumbling, Madwoman, you're completely mad. How can you possibly take his place? It's like an ant attempting to shake a great tree, utterly delusional. Should you wish to perish, Do it alone. Do not involve me. However, as he reached the door, Lu Rian drew her sword, blocking his way. Backlit, her tall figure appeared imposing, contrasting sharply with her seemingly delicate demeanor. The sword, half-sheathed, glinted in the light, reflecting Pei Zhiyu's pallid face. He stiffened, lifting his gaze as Lu Rian coldly commanded, "Go back." Pei Zhiyu clenched his fists, while Jiang Qingci remained composed. "Do not force him, Ruyan. Speak kindly to Pei, sir. There is no need for such rudeness." Lu Rian silently rolled her eyes in her heart, and, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed Pei Zhiyu. "Please depart." Pei Zhiyu's complexion fluctuated from pale to dark, then back to pale again. "Lord Pei, please take a seat," Jiang Qingci said, gently adjusting her wide sleeves and gesturing towards the spot he had just occupied. "The tea is growing cold." Reluctantly, Pei Zhiyu returned to his seat. "Lord Pei, you may ponder this carefully. I do not wish to pressure you. Of course, you may also choose to inform Gu Yanli about me, as you see fit." Pei Zhiyu remained silent, his mind swirling with a tumultuous conflict, unable to resist casting another glance at Jiang Qingci seated above him. He slowly uttered, "I could report, but he may not believe me." Jiang Qingci raised an eyebrow. "It is good that Lord Pei understands." Others merely assumed that Gu Yanli held her in the utmost trust, and that her loyalty to him was unwavering, even after being relegated to the southern regions for 3 years. Upon her return, she remained steadfast. Gu Yanli continued to believe that her feelings for him lingered, and any minor schemes she enacted were simply acts of retribution against him. No one would ever suspect her of harboring any treachery towards Gu Yanli. See, her loyalty is indeed profound. After bidding farewell to Pei Zhiyu, Jiang Qingci had warm water prepared. After days of traveling, she yearned for a soothing bath. As she let down her long hair before the mirror, meticulously combing it from root to tip, she retrieved the jade pendant gifted to her by her brother and gently opened a small compartment at the bottom right of her vanity. Inside lay various hairpins and ornaments, not particularly valuable, most of which were crafted by her brother and father. With delicate care, she placed the jade pendant inside, closed the compartment, and returned it to its original position. Then, she stepped behind the screen, removed her robes, and immersed herself in the bathing tub. The warm water enveloped her, and after a considerable time, she emerged, revealing half of her body, reaching for a bathing tablet nearby. Infused with sandalwood, the tablet exuded a serene fragrance. Even from a distance, mingling with subtle, barely detectable herbal bitterness that wafted through the steam rising in the room. "Wait, herbal?" Jiang Qingci's heart skipped a beat. A hand, calloused yet gentle, reached from the wooden tray, offering her an apricot-colored bathing tablet, enveloping her palm. A warm breath brushed against her ear, lingering there, and a gentle bite grazed her earlobe as the outstretched arm was slowly pushed back, submerging once more in the water. "When did Jiang Qing return? Why did you not inform me?" The voice was low and tinged with a chill. Facing away, she could not see his expression, but could surmise from the tone that his mood was far from pleasant. Jiang Qingci cast her gaze downwards, observing his hand resting atop hers, which then slowly descended to her waist, obscured by the floating petals. As the yellow bathing tablet met the water, it released a frothy yellow essence, the sandalwood scent diffusing within the steam. In the confined space, the air was thick with vapor, the fragrance of sandalwood layered and rising, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Jiang Qingci's cheeks flushed, her grip tightening around the edge of the bathing tub as she carefully chose her words. "I've only just returned, Your Majesty. And knowing you are burdened with countless affairs, I did not dare to intrude." Behind her, Shen Que let out a soft click of his tongue, a sound so faint yet unmistakable to her ears. "Indeed, I am overwhelmed with duties, and Jiang Qing does not dare to disturb. Yet the royal uncle is a man of leisure, prompting you to rush to see him upon your return." He emphasized the phrase "overwhelmed with duties" with a biting tone, laced with a hint of mockery. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Qingci as she pondered how he had learned of her visit to Gu Yanli. Was he spying on her, or perhaps on Gu Yanli, or worse, both? She dared not dwell on these thoughts. uncertain of how much he had gleaned from her earlier conversation with Pei Jiu. However, upon reflection, the news of her apology visit to the Wang residence had undoubtedly spread throughout the capital. It was no surprise that Shen Que was aware of it. With this realization, the weight in her heart lightened, yet her body remained taut, tense under his gaze. What was Jiang Qingci hiding? Shen Que withdrew his hand, taking a long towel from the screen to wipe the moisture from his hands. Instinctively, she stiffened, barely exhaling when Shen Que had already grasped her chin, compelling her to turn and meet his gaze. Accustomed to her striking appearance in male attire, he seldom beheld her charm when she shed that disguise, as in this moment. Her cheeks were aflame, her skin glistening like snow beneath the steam, her long lashes fluttering as her shimmering eyes danced with the glimmer of water. Still slightly breathless from the shock, Shen Que swallowed hard, unexpectedly recalling the chaotic image of her beneath him. Jiang Qingci averted her eyes, striving to steady her voice to its usual calm. I have no reason to feel guilty. Then why visit the royal uncle and not come see me? Shen Ke's grip tightened slightly, lifting her chin as he leaned down to kiss the corner of her lips, planting a flurry of teasing pecks, each accompanied by a playful nip of his teeth. Jiang Qingci winced in pain and attempted to push him away, only to have her hands seized and pinned behind her. With a swift motion, Shen Que scooped her from the tub, sending a splash of water cascading around them. The sudden shift in balance sent alarm bells ringing in Jiang Qingci's mind, but it was but a fleeting moment. He laid her gently upon the couch, leaning over her, kissing her while reaching for the towel to cover her still dripping hair. Is the royal uncle more to your liking than I am? Or have you grown weary of me? Can he offer you what I can? Is he truly better? Despite the softness of his tone, Jiang Qingci could always detect an undercurrent of threat, a menacing implication lurking beneath his words. It was as if a wolf, cloaked in the guise of a docile sheep, revealed its sharp claws, inflicting no pain, yet evoking a constant sense of impending danger. A series of questions from Shen Que bombarded Jiang Qingci, leaving her breathless and dazed, as if his kiss had struck her senseless. Struggling to regain her composure, she clenched her palms tightly to prevent herself from succumbing to the softness of his embrace. With great effort, she found her voice, stammering, and no, there's nothing. Really? Shen Que, holding her waist and positioning her with her back to him, gazed at the graceful curve of her spine, where the delicate outline of her butterfly bones shimmered. He enveloped her from behind, asking if I hadn't tea come today, would you have never sought me out? There was no regal eye or formal address of Jiang Qing. At this moment, all hierarchies dissolved. He yearned for her gaze to meet his, yet feared seeing another reflected in her eyes. Like before, her attention was forever devoted to Gu Yanli, leaving him abandoned. Why could it not be him? Why was it only Gu Yanli? What made him less worthy? Jiang Qingci, you deceitful wretch. A solitary tear slid down her cheek as she heard a name long forgotten, causing her fingers to twitch. It had been ages since anyone had called her that. The mask she wore for so long nearly made her forget her own identity. Yet, she found herself unable to respond. Her head spun, her reason fragmented, slowly enveloped by darkness, as though everything were but a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, Shen Que had already departed. The disarray of the room had been meticulously tidied, and a fresh set of official robes lay by the bedside, accompanied by a small table holding a bowl of water. The water was still warm, indicating he had not been gone long. After a sip, her hoarse throat felt considerably soothed. Jiang Qingci stretched and glanced out at the dimly lit sky, stifling a yawn before turning over, prepared to drift back to sleep. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Lu Ria stood outside, cautiously saying, "My lord, it is time for court." Ah, court again. She wished she could subject the inventor of morning court to 1,000 tortures. Lying beneath the covers, she feigned ignorance of Lu Ria's voice, her mind consumed with the words of Chun Beishan, contemplating her desire to retire from her official duties and return home. "My lord, just 15 more minutes." She was utterly exhausted, too fatigued even to lift her arms. For Shen Que, the puppet emperor, attending court was inconsequential. Gu Yanli would be more than pleased if he squandered his days idly. Yet, she could not afford such luxury. Lu Ria refused to leave, raising her voice. "The prince is waiting for you in the main hall." He has said that if you do not attend court today, he will come personally to fetch you. Jiang Qingci jolted upright. Damn Gu Yanli. She wondered if he had crossed paths with Shen Que. No longer daring to delay, she hurriedly prepared herself. Perhaps aware of her impending court appearance, Shen Que had left marks low enough on her skin that she needn't worry about concealment or discovery. Stumbling into the main hall, Gu Yanli cast her a glance, and they boarded the carriage, where he finally noticed her discomposure. A peculiar sensation stirred within Gu Yanli, prompting him to inquire, "Have you fallen again?" Chapter 37, Truly Obnoxious. Jiang Qingci felt a flicker of irritation in her eyelids. She was no longer a mere child of 3. How could she possibly stumble so often? Yet, she refrained from voicing this thought. Bracing herself, she replied, "Yes, when I returned yesterday, I went to see my mother and sister. In a moment of indulgence, I overindulged in wine, and upon my return, it was already dark, leading to my unfortunate fall." After a brief pause, she added, "However, rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not delay the disaster relief efforts in Guangzhou." Gu Yanli noted the unnatural expression on her face, interpreting it as embarrassment from having her blunder exposed. He chuckled lightly. "There is no need to exert yourself so fervently." Jiang Qingci rolled her eyes inwardly. She had no desire to exert herself. Even thrice her salary was insufficient for such endeavors. Had Gu Yanli not been present to summon her to court that day, she would have relished another day of restful slumber. But alas, duty called. Serving the emperor required loyalty, and despite her private reluctance, she had to maintain an facade of diligence. With a forced smile, she replied, "It is merely my duty." "Why do you mimic those antiquated formalities when there are no outsiders present?" Gu Yanli asked, frowning in displeasure as he attempted to suppress his irritation. Reaching out to flick her forehead, at that moment, the carriage swayed, allowing Jiang Qingci to deftly place a pastry into his hand while evading his touch. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yanli's eyes as he stared at the pastry in his palm, a chill gradually rising in his gaze as it drifted toward Jiang Qingci. "Your Highness, you are soon to form a matrimonial alliance with Miss Song. This is quite inappropriate. I have stated before that marrying her is merely a strategic maneuver." Gu Yanli tossed the pastry aside in annoyance and grabbed a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "I had thought that after 3 years, you would have gained some understanding. Why do you still behave as you did in the past, growing jealous over trivial matters?" Jiang Qingci inwardly rolled her eyes again, responding with her usual nonchalance. "You are absolutely correct." Gu Yanli assumed she was sulking again and made no effort to appease her. A silence enveloped them, the carriage interior as quiet as a grave. When the carriage finally halted, Jiang Qingci sighed in relief and, guided by the eunuch, took her position, hands clasped before her, holding the tablet, leaning discreetly against the pillar, and allowing herself a moment of rest. The factions of the royalists and the regent's party continued to bicker vehemently, exchanging sharp words and spittle. With her eyes closed, Jiang Qingci occasionally nodded, appearing to engage in the discourse, only to be roused by the occasional splash of saliva upon her face, prompting her to open her eyes slightly, wipe them, and then tilt her head in a different direction to continue her slumber. Shen Que was nothing more than a puppet emperor, attending court merely to observe the spectacle. He sat high upon the golden throne, yet his gaze was fixed upon Jiang Qingci, meticulously tracing her features inch by inch. Perhaps due to the previous night's exertions, dark circles lingered beneath her eyes, and her once rosy lips had become parched and cracked from dehydration. Stray strands of hair clung to her temples, and the droop of her eyelids added an extra touch of softness to her countenance. Perhaps it was the 3 years of suffering in the southern barbarians that rendered her slender figure so delicate. The voluminous official robes hung loosely on her frame, as though draped over a hanger. As she leaned against the pillar, her elongated waistline became subtly discernible. Sunlight streamed in from outside the hall, casting a radiant pool at her feet, where she stood, pristine and unblemished, her shadow stretching long behind her like an unworldly deity. Yet only he knew that in the hidden corners, this immaculate being would, for his sake, succumb to earthly desires and fall into the mundane. Her waist was supple, easily encircled by a single hand, contorted into various graceful arcs, marked by his imprints. She was solely his, and he would not relinquish her. Once his obsessive thought had taken root, it burgeoned in his heart, rapidly growing into a towering tree. He yearned to bind her to his side forever. Shen Ke's gaze darkened, and his thoughts roiled within him. Beside him, Shaoli quietly noted his intense focus and discreetly whispered, "Your Majesty." It seems Minister Jiang has yet to recover. Before today, South Morning Court, someone spotted him disembarking from the regent's carriage, limping noticeably. Shen Que was taken aback, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. The regent? She accompanied the imperial uncle? Shaoli, puzzled by the sudden wrath of his sovereign, dared not withhold his answer. Nodding earnestly, "Yes, Your Majesty. I surmise Minister Jiang injured his leg, and, finding it difficult to move, the prince kindly offered her a ride." However, upon hearing this, Shen Ke's expression darkened further. He leaned back against the dragon throne, clearing his throat to interject amidst the squabbling of the court officials. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Yanli as he casually inquired, "What does the imperial uncle think? Who should be dispatched to Gan Prefecture for disaster relief?" The bickering factions fell silent. Prime Minister Song straightened his posture, recalling Jiang Qingci's prior words, which ignited a deeper ire within him. Gripping his tablet, he glared at Gu Yanli, sneering, "What now? The Vice Minister of Revenue is unsuitable. The Vice Minister of Works is inadequate. Does the prince have a more fitting candidate? Or do you intend to lower yourself to personally journey to Gan Prefecture and assess the people's plight?" Murmurs arose among the courtiers. The issue was raised by him, yet he offered no solutions. Shen Que rested his chin on his hand, observing the shifting expressions around him, and with growing impatience remarked, "Perhaps the imperial uncle should go himself, to spare the rest of you from further bickering. My ears are nearly calloused from it." All eyes converged on Gu Yanli, seemingly awaiting his response. Gu Yanli pretended not to hear Shen Ke's frivolous suggestion, seated in the grand chair, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Qingci, still dozing against the pillar. Frowning slightly, he cleared his throat. Pei Jiu promptly prodded Jiang Qingci in the lower back with his tablet. Startled from her slumber, Jiang Qingci raised her head, bewildered by the sudden silence. Pei Jiu took a cautious step closer, whispering, "They're discussing who will lead the disaster relief efforts." Grateful, Jiang Qingci stepped forward to volunteer. "I shall go to Gan Prefecture." Due to Jiang Qingci's previous remark, everyone turned their attention towards her, each displaying a look of bewilderment. "All right, we forgot about Chancellor Jiang." This oversight is understandable, as Jiang Qingci had maintained a notably low profile since her return, and they had grown accustomed to a 3-year-long situation devoid of her involvement. It was only upon Gu Yanli's reminder that they recalled her presence. Once realization dawned, immediate dissent arose. After spending 3 years in the southern barbarians' territory without engaging in governance, how could he possibly handle this task? Gu Yanli, this traitor, must be up to some mischief again. I oppose this. I believe the Deputy Minister of Revenue is far more suitable. However, I contend that Chancellor Jiang is indeed the more fitting candidate. Having spent 3 years in the South, he has gained deep insights into the people's sentiments, making him well-suited to lead the disaster relief efforts. I have no objections. As tensions flared between the two factions, Gu Yanli unfurled his ornate fan, waving it gently before him. His gaze swept over Shen Que seated on the dragon throne, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. "I, too, believe Chancellor Jiang is more appropriate. What say you, Your Majesty?" Shen Ke's eyes burned intensely as he regarded her, his fingers clenched beneath his dragon robe. How bothersome. "I have no objections." He blinked, feigning a rogue demeanor. "I also wish to visit Ganzhou. If my royal uncle does not wish to go, then let me accompany Lady Jiang instead, shall we?" Chapter 38. Shen Ke's interference absurd. Nonsense. As Shen Ke's words left his lips, Li Taifu's face flushed with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Shen Que. "Your Majesty, as the ruler of the nation, how can you treat this matter so frivolously? The locust plague in Ganzhou is grave. How can you regard it as mere leisure? The multitude of refugees there, Your Majesty, being the Son of Heaven. How can we explain any unfortunate events to our ancestors? This is unacceptable." I implore you to reconsider." In an instant, Shen Que was subjected to a barrage of criticism from the entire court. The royalists were incensed, scolding him mercilessly, while the regent faction stood by, feigning concern for the spectacle. "Your Majesty is still young. It is natural to desire fun. Li Taifu need not be so enraged." This suggestion only fueled the royalists' anger further. Shen Que, feeling helpless, cast a glance at Jiang Qingci, who pretended not to see him and continued to feign indifference, leaving him to turn to Gu Yanli. "Royal uncle, please persuade Lady Jiang. I wish to go with her as well." "Enough." Gu Yanli closed his fan and lightly tapped the armrest of the Grandmaster's chair, bringing the hall to silence as all eyes turned towards him. "Your Majesty's empathy for the people's plight and desire to inspect Ganzhou is commendable. There is no need for further obstruction." "Gu Yanli." Minister Song erupted in anger, the first to react. "What are your true intentions? Your Majesty's ignorance is one thing, but yours too? Are you unaware of the chaos and danger in Ganzhou? If any misfortune befalls His Majesty, who will bear the responsibility?" The two families, poised to form a marital alliance, found themselves embroiled in discord. "Well done." Jiang Qingci attributed this turmoil to her earlier machinations, mentally giving herself a thumbs up, only to hear Gu Yanli casually remark, "But isn't Chancellor Jiang here?" "Chancellor Jiang will lead the relief efforts while ensuring His Majesty's safety." Caught off guard, Jiang Qingci was left speechless. "Is that what people are saying?" The minister expressed his approval with enthusiasm, without waiting for Jiang Qingci to decline. Shen Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I shall travel to Ganzhou for an inspection. Yes, an inspection. During my sojourn in Ganzhou, I shall entrust the affairs of the court to my royal uncle." With that, he declared the matter settled and hastily departed the Golden Lawn Hall, seemingly eager to escape any reproach from the court officials. As he passed by Jiang Qingci, he abruptly halted, turning to her with a charming smile. "Jiang Qing, accompany me as I leave court. It will be a perfect opportunity to discuss what preparations are needed for my journey to Ganzhou." Jiang Qingci was reluctant to take on this troublesome task, feeling weak at the knees at the sight of Shen Que. His boundless energy was utterly bewildering. How could a puppet emperor, who had spent so long in the depths of the palace, possess such vitality? If not for her tearful pleas the night before, she doubted she would have even managed to attend the morning court session today. If she were to escort him to Ganzhou, she feared she might find herself bettered in rather than alleviating any disasters. Furthermore, if Shen Que were present, she could no longer engage in her usual manipulations and deceptions. She hesitated, glancing at Gu Yanli, hoping to dissuade him from this notion. "Your Highness, I believe Prime Minister Song is correct. His Majesty, as the Son of Heaven, should not put himself in peril." A sharp glare from Gu Yanli silenced her, radiating a chilling threat that suggested he might decapitate her for dissent. Jiang Qingci shivered involuntarily. If only he would take the initiative himself. After all, it was not he who would face the consequences. Yet, maintaining her composure, she clasped her hands and replied, "I understand. I shall follow your arrangements, Your Highness." "How splendid, Jiang Qing. Do not refuse the royal uncle's kindness." Shen Que grinned broadly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, resembling a foolish landlord's son. The loyalists, frustrated by his navette, turned away in exasperation, unwilling to witness the spectacle. Unfazed, Shen Que snatched the tablet from her hands and tossed it to the ground, seizing her sleeve and leading her outside while babbling. "What is Ganzhou like? What amusements await? Are there large grasshoppers? Can you tell me, Jiang Qing? This will be my first journey beyond the palace to such a distant place. If any danger arises, remember to protect me." Jiang Qingci rolled her eyes internally, laden with resentment as she followed him back to Zhaohua Palace. Servants bowed their heads, preparing incense and tea. Bustling in and out, Shen Que waved his hand, dismissing everyone, while a white dog bounded over to Jiang Qingci, excitedly nudging her with its short legs. Well fed by Shen Que, it was plump and glossy, eagerly rubbing its head against her calf, its tail wagging joyfully. In the hall, with only the two of them present, Shen Que shed his facade of frivolity, crouching down to ruffle the dog's fur, gazing up at her with earnest eyes. "Jiang Qing, won't you pet it?" Still lost in thought about how to persuade Shen Que to abandon this idea, Jiang Qingci absent-mindedly placed her hand atop his head, gently tousling his hair. Shen Que froze, his dark eyes fixated on her wrist. The intricate bones of her wrist bore the marks of his bite. And a twinkle of light danced in Shen Ke's eyes as he teased with a hint of a smile. I merely wished for you to touch this dog. It has been quite some time since it last saw Jiang Qing. Jiang Qingci's pupils constricted slightly, and, as she uttered an apology, she attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Shen Que grasped her wrist firmly and repositioned her palm atop his head, pressing it against his temple. Leaning in to nuzzle against her hand, "You may touch me as well. After all, I am also Jiang Qing's." A gasp escaped Jiang Qingci as she realized Shen Que was genuinely making an effort to win her over. Reflecting on their earlier conversation in court, she sighed, "Your Majesty, why must you involve yourself in this matter? Since I have pledged my loyalty to you, I would never act against your interests. Then why does Jiang Qing not wish for me to accompany her?" Shen Ke's gaze bore into her, scrutinizing every flicker of expression on her face. He pressed her down onto the couch, crouching before her, lifting her long robe. "What is Jiang Qing afraid of? Is she worried that I might uncover something? Or that my uncle might?" A tremor coursed through Jiang Qingci's heart, her pulse quickening. Shen Ke's casual remarks concealed a sharp edge, and for a fleeting moment, she doubted whether her subtle maneuvers had remained hidden. He was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Jiang Qingci now regretted her overconfidence. She thought she could deftly manipulate both this puppet emperor and Gu Yanli to pave her own path. Yet the reality seemed starkly different. At this moment, Shen Que resembled a venomous serpent, coiling tightly around her neck, ready to strike with its fangs at the slightest misstep, releasing toxins that would ensnare her perpetually within his web. She turned her head to avoid his piercing gaze, feigning nonchalance. "I am merely concerned for my health. I am still young and wish not to indulge in pleasures that could lead to my demise." A soft laugh escaped Shen Ke's lips, his hand resting on her knee. Slowly pulling it away, "I shall exercise restraint." Jiang Qingci exhaled in relief, but Shen Que suddenly leaned down. Alarmed, she pressed her hand against his head, her expression one of shock. "Your Majesty, are you about to break your word?" Shen Que fixed his gaze upon her, licking his lips with a wicked smile. "Thus, I must offer my sincerest apologies to Jiang Qing. A gentleman speaks rather than acts. I am indeed a gentleman." Chapter 39. Sister Xiaohe lying helplessly on the couch. Jiang Qingci came to a profound realization. One must never trust the words of a superior, even if that superior possesses an appealing visage. Shen Que languidly wiped the moisture from his face, rising to retrieve a cup of tea that had long since cooled. However, in this moment, summoning a servant to fetch hot tea would be inappropriate, so he cradled her head, allowing her to lean against him, bringing the cup to her lips. "Soothe your throat." Jiang Qing. Jiang Qingci cast him a weary glance, still recovering, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her hairpin had long been discarded, and her cascading hair softened the typically stern appearance brought by her male attire, though her expression bore a hint of reproach. The subtle glances she cast were imbued with a myriad of enchanting allure. Shen Que found himself stirred by her gaze. It seems as though he has imprisoned her by his side, wishing for her eyes to behold only him. Long lashes conceal the possessiveness that grows unchecked within her gaze. As he stubbornly tightens his grip around her waist, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his voice husky, he proposes, "If you do not find it unclean, may I feed you?" She stirs her fingers but cannot lift her arms, resorting to pinching his waist instead. "I can manage myself." Her voice is weak, barely audible. Shen Que does not press further, moving back and forth between the wooden couch and the tea table with persistent diligence. Having suffered from excessive dehydration, even after several cups of water, her thirst remains unquenched. Eventually, he sits cross-legged before the table, cradling the teapot and drinking directly from it. After rinsing his mouth, he notices her spirits have lifted. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazes at her, a smile playing on his lips as he glances at her already damp official robes. "I'm going to bathe. Would you care to join me, Jiang Qing?" "I shall not." Given their prior candid encounters, Jiang Qingci no longer feels the need to adhere to the formalities of their statuses. She shoots him an exasperated look. I can return to bathe by myself. She is well aware of the ulterior motives behind his invitation. The art of seduction, having been tried once or twice, is something she can no longer withstand. She is indignant, resembling a puffer fish. Shen Que playfully pokes her cheek with his finger. Ever since her return, he has not witnessed such a lively expression on her face. Unable to resist, he leans in and kisses the corner of her lips. Stay with me tonight, will you? His eyes are striking, shimmering with a depth that seems to encompass the universe. Jiang Qingci hastily turns her head away, fearful of being ensnared once more, and coldly declines. No, I will not indulge you. Shen Que gently bites her lip, his gaze softening as he searches for her eyes, imploring her to look at him. Please. Little sister, he? Jiang Qingci's eyelids flutter. What do you? The latter half of her question remains unspoken as their eyes meet, invoking a long-buried shadow from her memories, compelling her to nod almost involuntarily. It is not until he scoops her up and carries her to the hot spring in the rear hall that Jiang Qingci contemplates the nature of what just transpired. Before she assumed her brother's identity, she was known as Jiang Qingha. Due to her association with Gu Yanli, she frequently accompanied him into the palace. And younger princes and princesses would politely refer to her as little sister he. Yet, she understood that as a woman of humble origins from a prince's residence, she was unworthy of such an honorific. Their respectful treatment stemmed from her proximity to Gu Yanli. Hence she always reciprocated courteously, hurrying to keep pace with him, even as he never waited for her. Yet, she remains uncertain about which of these princes or princesses Shen Que might be. Jiang Qingci rummages through her memories, yet finds nothing. The faces hidden deep within her recollections have long since faded with the passage of time, and she cannot pinpoint any visage that corresponds to Shen Que. However, she feels too embarrassed to inquire which face it is, leaving her with nothing but silence. Shen Que, this time, indeed, kept his word, remaining tranquil throughout. He gently dried her body and hair, cradling her in his arms with tender movements. His gaze was clear and unclouded, filled with genuine devotion and focus, akin to a devotee serving at the feet of a deity. Jiang Qingci felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and chose to turn away from him. The moonlight streamed in like water through the window, scattering across the floor in fragmented patterns. The night at Zhaohua Hall was solitary and quiet, with the intermittent sound of dripping water. Before long, it seemed the rain had begun outside, the droplets pattering against the banana leaves, shadows of trees dancing as the moonlight vanished. Were it not for the broad, warm chest pressing against her back, Jiang Qingci might have doubted she had not returned to the southern wilderness. The incessant rain, accompanied by the dampness stirred by the downpour, wafted the scent of decaying wood into the air, while the rustling of rats and insects in the corners echoed, punctuated by the sound of hard-shelled bugs crawling out of containers. Due to her illness, she could not chase away these unwelcome guests, enduring the discomfort of a rat scurrying over her foot, staring at the dark, dripping beams above, yearning for death to embrace her sooner. That memory was indelibly etched in her mind. Despite her efforts to suppress it, it would resurface at times, bringing forth feelings of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Emotions piled upon one another, ultimately forming a mountain that left her breathless. Is it very cold? A low voice inquired from behind her, muffled and laced with drowsiness. No, Jiang Qingci replied, shaking her head. The hand resting on her waist gradually loosened, exploring her hand and intertwining with her fingers, warmth radiating from his palm, dispelling the nightmares brought by the rainy night. Little sister, he. Nothing, he seemed to chuckle, nuzzling his chin into the crook of her neck. If you can't sleep, shall we continue? Jiang Qingci rolled her eyes, unable to free her hand, resorting to poking his waist with her elbow in warning. All right, I admit my fault. Shen Que laughed, his shoulders shaking. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you like it when I call you little sister, he? Jiang Qingci pursed her lips. If possible, she wished to return to her true self. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish the power, position, and reputation she had acquired. even though she had never possessed these things before. As was customary, before dawn broke, Jiang Qingci stealthily departed from Zhaohua Hall. The scent of freshly rained earth filled the air. Not daring to awaken the attendant, she slipped through the back door, and upon reaching the entrance to her quarters, she looked up to find the room illuminated by bright candlelight, glaring enough to sting her eyelids. The door stood wide open, and there, at the eight immortals' table, sat Gu Yanli, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, clad in violet golden riding boots. He sat with legs splayed, his gaze piercing with an air of authority. "Where did you go last night?" The cold, detached tone interrupted her silent musings as Jiang Qingci stepped cautiously through the door. She was uncertain how long Gu Yanli had been waiting in her chamber, but the dark circles beneath his eyes and the remnants of melted candle wax on the candelabrum made her ponder. "Last night, I had a candlelit discussion with His Majesty in Zhaohua Palace." With a sudden crash, Gu Yanli hurled a teacup at her, which shattered at her feet, splattering tea that dampened her shoes. He smirked mockingly. "What a splendid candlelit discussion. Why didn't you stay overnight in Zhaohua Palace, conversing with him every night?" Jiang Qingci remained unfazed, responding coolly, "I appreciate your praise, Your Highness." Gu Yanli nearly choked on his breath. Was that a compliment? Unable to discern the intent behind her words, he thought to himself, "Jiang Qingci, you are regressing." Turning away, he poured himself a cup of tea, which had gone cold after waiting from dusk until dawn. He gulped it down, and the chilling liquid traveled down his throat to his stomach. Jiang Qingci continued to express indifference. "You are correct, Your Highness." "Jiang Qingci." Gu Yanli suddenly stood, striding towards her, and before she could react, he grasped her neck, pulling her close. With his thumb pressing against her chin, he compelled her to look up at him. "Do you think your words will make me jealous?" His grip was firm, and Jiang Qingci, with her head tilted back, found it difficult to breathe. A faint bluish hue crept onto her fair cheeks, yet her tone remained unperturbed. "I did not presume that Your Highness would feel jealousy. I simply do not understand what has provoked your anger. You appointed me as His Majesty's tutor and entrusted me with his safety on the Ganzhou Road. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Why, then, are you angry? Or do you believe I should have stayed in Zhaohua Palace?" In a fit of embarrassment and rage, Gu Yanli released her and returned to his seat, his chest heaving with indignation. He poured himself another cup of tea, yet the thought of her earlier retort soured his mood, causing him to slam the cup down onto the table. Indeed, as Jiang Qingci had stated, he was angry, though he couldn't fathom the reason. Was it her late return, or a prolonged conversation with Shen Que in the same room? Perhaps it was the realization that she was gradually slipping from his grasp, her emotions causing his own to rise and fall like a tide. Absurd, utterly absurd. Gu Yanli lifted his gaze, striving to temper his emotions. "Jiang Qingci, you are being a tad excessive in your kindness towards him." Jiang Qingci lowered her eyes. "It is my duty." Frustration surged within Gu Yanli. "I truly wish I could pry open your mind to see what thoughts occupy it. Do you not comprehend human speech?" "I dare not." Gu Yanli recognized that conversing with Jiang Qingci was a self-imposed torment. Whenever personal matters arose between them, she resembled a closed book, unable to articulate even a single word. "You had better truly not dare," he said, turning away. Perhaps realizing his tone was too harsh, he softened slightly. "Once everything settles, I will dismiss Song Wan and marry you into the residence. You need not employ these petty tactics to coerce my compliance. I shall uphold my promise to you." These words sent a tremor through Jiang Qingci's heart. In the past, such sentiments would have filled her with joy, from childhood to adulthood. Gu Yanli had been the sole object of her affection. Yet now, her desires had expanded to encompass her family's safety, power, status, survival, and the allure of Shen Que. While Gu Yanli's presence in her life seemed increasingly irrelevant, she clenched her fingers, finally shedding her pretense of ignorance. "Your Highness, I believe this is inappropriate." Gu Yanli cast a sharp glance in her direction. "Miss Song is a fine young woman. If the prince has decided to marry her, he should cherish and value her." "You are quite generous," Gu Yanli remarked, finding Jiang Qingci utterly incorrigible, his tone laced with sarcasm. "If you hold her in such high regard, why not marry her yourself and cherish her? If the prince so desires, I could also marry her, Jiang Qingci replied. After all, she already has Lu Ruyin as a concubine. Adding a legitimate wife would hardly burden her, though it may mean she spends her later years in solitude. Should she require it, I could always find a few handsome companions for Song Wan to amuse herself with. Jiang Qingci. Gu Yanli's simmering anger was rekindled by her words as he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into several pieces. You are indeed sentimental. I merely wish to provide everyone with a home, Jiang Qingci said. Fearing that further discourse might ignite his fury, Gu Yanli rose to depart. Jiang Qingci hastily clasped her hands together and said, Your Highness, take care. As Gu Yanli reached the door, he glanced up to see Lu Ruyin entering the courtyard with a yellow dog, making him ponder if Jiang Qingci's reckless words might indeed come to fruition. She could very well end up falling for a woman and bringing her home. He paused, turning back to her with a warning. In the future, limit your interactions with Su Jin and refrain from visiting those sordid places like brothels and taverns. Oh, Jiang Qingci replied nonchalantly, dismissing his admonition. Gu Yanli shot a glance at Lu Ruyin in the courtyard and continued, Moreover, minimize your associations with women and do not bring any women home carelessly. After a moment's pause, he added, Men are also off limits. Jiang Qingci lifted her gaze. Why didn't he simply instruct her to associate solely with him? Oh, she said. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qingci felt as though Gu Yanli had gone quite mad today, indiscriminately targeting everyone she interacted with, regardless of gender. As for Shen Que, you need only remain close to him and observe his actions. There is no need to involve yourself in anything extraneous. Jiang Qingci longed to inquire what he meant by extraneous, whether it referred to holding hands, embracing, kissing, or engaging in passionate encounters. She opened her mouth to respond. Oh. Perhaps realizing she had spoken too much, Gu Yanli attempted to issue another piece of advice, but hesitated, mouth agape, before finally departing. Lu Ruyin walked past with her dog, eyeing him with a strange expression. Jiang Qingci feigned ignorance of her gaze, lowering her eyes to take the leash from Gu Yanli's hand, crouching to untie it, and gently patting the dog's head 3 times. Pointing at Gu Yanli's retreating figure, she whispered, Did you see that? Go bite him. With that, the dog bolted away like a wild stallion, racing towards Gu Yanli with a fierce yelp. With a swift kick of its hind leg, the dog collided with Gu Yanli's knee. Just as Gu Yanli was stepping out of the courtyard, he was jolted off balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. A sharp pain surged through his leg as the dog clamped its jaws onto him. Lu Ruyin's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly retreated 3 steps, creating distance between herself and Jiang Qingci. However, Jiang Qingci was quicker, thrusting the leash back into his hands. Lu Ruyin was incredulous. Are you even human? Chapter 41. He had encountered unscrupulous individuals before, but none as shameless as this. The dog's teeth were razor sharp, and even through several layers of fabric, they pierced Gu Yanli's skin. His brow twitched, and he lifted his foot to kick away the 3 scriptures, exercising restraint out of consideration for Jiang Qingci. The yellow dog rolled on the ground twice before relentlessly lunging at him again. He could only kick once more, pressing his foot against the dog's chest to halt its advances, though his boot was left tattered and torn. Fury ignited within Gu Yanli as he glanced at Lu Ruyin, who held an empty leash. Clenching his fists, he spoke with a grim tone. If you can't control a mere dog, then step aside. Jiang Qingci, unperturbed, feigned reproach towards Lu Ruyin, saying, Ruyin, how could you be so careless as to let the dog bite the prince? Before he becomes angry, quickly retrieve the dog. Lu Ruyin cast a languid gaze at Jiang Qingci, who had truly outdone herself in shamelessness. No worries, Lu Ruyin, if there's trouble. Just sweetly call for me, just like my wayward sister, he thought, feeling a tremor run through him. Jiang Qingci shot him a knowing glance. Gritting his teeth, he approached Gu Yanli, whose eyes were ablaze with fury, and lifted the dog from beneath his feet. Gu Yanli glanced at his bitten boot, blood trickling down his calf. Hidden by the dark leather, but painful nonetheless. He scoffed, if this happens again, come and face the consequences yourself. With that, he swept away, leaving Lu Ruyin scowling as she reattached the leash to the dog, feeling quite vexed as she walked towards Jiang Qingci at the entrance. She appeared in good spirits, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaned against the doorframe and asked, "How much of that did you hear?" From a moment you began pretending to be subservient and discussing Camelot conversations with His Majesty. Lu Ruyin struggled to calm her tumultuous thoughts, finally processing the complex entanglements between her, the regent, and the emperor. Then, hearing that she could also marry Miss Song, her mind reeled. She had heard of Miss Song, the only daughter of Prime Minister Song, cherished and pampered since childhood. It was said that Prime Minister Song had once intended for her to wed Jiang Qingci, but for reasons unknown, it had ultimately changed to the regent. Yet now, it seemed Jiang Qingci had begun to favor women again. Was she vying for the regent's affections? Lu Ruyin felt her understanding of the world turned upside down, casting a more profound scrutiny upon Jiang Qingci. The intrigues among the elite were truly chaotic. "Rest assured, I will keep your secrets," Jiang Qingci remarked, arching an eyebrow as she took the leash from his hands. "Let me have the dog for now. You should tidy up your belongings and accompany me to Guangzhou." After a brief pause, she added, "If it's convenient, you might as well meet your sister." A spark of joy ignited in Lu Ruyin's heart, dissipating the resentment etched on her face. Yet, recalling the words exchanged between Jiang Qingci and Gu Yanli, she eyed her warily. "I have already become your concubine. You must not harbor any designs on my sister." Jiang Qingci blinked, grasping the implication of her words. Often, she had to concede that Lu Ruyin had a knack for overthinking. However, observing his vexation mixed with helplessness was rather amusing. She tilted her head and smiled, her tone reminiscent of Shen Que. "You've reminded me. I could grant your sister the title of primary wife. A one-husband, one-wife arrangement is well-deserved for someone of my standing after serving as chancellor for so long." With that, she swiftly retreated into her chamber, firmly shutting the door behind her. Outside, Lu Ruyin's furious outburst echoed. "Jiang Qingci, how dare you touch her?" Yet, her words were merely intended to tease Lu Ruyin. Her own courtyard was desolate, and she had no intentions of confining innocent women to her residence, thereby stalling their futures. In this vast world, they were meant for greater achievements. During the disaster relief mission to Guangzhou, the royalists consistently doubted Jiang Qingci's ability to protect Shen Que. Eventually, through a series of wails and protests, they compelled the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Guan Yin, to join the expedition. On the eve of their departure, Su Jian gathered a clique of friends to bid her farewell. When Shen Que and Pei Jiu arrived with the sheep, they spotted Jiang Qingci among the crowd of rascals, sitting upright, exuding an air of refined elegance. It was hard to tell whether she was out of place or stood out like a pearl among pebbles. Shen Que felt a stir of curiosity and asked, "Does Master Jiang have a wife?" "I have already taken a concubine," Jiang Qingci replied, waving her hand dismissively. Casting a glance at Lu Ruyin, who was strumming the pipa nearby, "One like her is quite sufficient." Su Jian chuckled and shifted aside to make room for Shen Que, adding, "Deputy Minister Chen, you've just returned to the capital and may not be aware, but Master Jiang's countenance genuinely attracts young ladies." Initially, he had resolved never to marry or take concubines. Miss Song from the right minister's residence harbored secret affections for him, which he feigned ignorance of. The head of the Xuanji Pavilion was infatuated with him, which he also chose to overlook. He even joyfully attended their wedding, only to be kicked out by the groom. Wasn't it a fitting consequence? After being exiled to the southern wilderness, that Lu Ruyin waited for him for 3 years, ultimately softening his once stony heart and bringing him back to her abode. Just imagine, with such a loyal and virtuous beauty at his side, could Master Jiang's eyes still wander to others? Shen Que was enlightened, his gaze toward Jiang Qingci filled with admiration. Master Jiang is indeed a romantic at heart. Hearing this, Lu Ruyin scoffed. Had it not been for the knowledge of her inability to engage with women, would he have been willing to wait for her for 3 years? Who would have imagined that such waiting would lead him to become a devoted servant, serving her daily meals, attending to her every need, while shouldering the blame for her misdeeds? Now, he had to remain vigilant against her designs on his sister. Damn that Jiang Qingci. He would resign sooner or later. Jiang Qingci thought to herself that Su Jian need not elevate her to such heights. If only she had a couple more tails of flesh on her frame, she would gladly offer a home to all the women in the world. As the two conversed, their exchanges became increasingly grandiose, and Jiang Qingci found herself rather enjoying the spectacle, choosing not to interject. Su Jian and Chen Que, having struck an instant rapport, soon found themselves discussing which mountain peak will be most suitable for seclusion. Chen Que, stroking his beard and chuckling, remarked, "In my humble opinion, the southern mountain is quite fitting, as the nobility from various regions gather at its foot, making it all the more amusing to engage with." Jiang Qingci cast a glance at his injured left leg, her tone laced with irony. "Indeed, it must be quite taxing on your legs, wouldn't you agree?" Shen Que glared at her, exclaiming, "Must you always touch upon such matters?" Despite his annoyance, when it came time to depart, he insisted on shoving the sheep he had brought into Jiang Qingci's hands. Unable to refuse, she accepted it and promptly handed the troublesome creature over to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was reluctant to take it, but with Jiang Qingci leisurely retreating to the courtyard, he had no choice but to lead the sheep away to lock the door, only to find an unexpected figure before him. Shen Ke's silhouette appeared at the doorway like a specter, startling him. Lu Ruyan hastily knelt and offered his respects. "Your Majesty, are you here to see the Lord? He has already retired for the night." "I am here for you," Shen Que replied, his voice cool and detached, his tall frame exuding an air of elegance. His frosty gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan's face, undeniably handsome, with a delicate beauty that could captivate both men and women alike. It was no wonder she had brought him back as a concubine. "Has she laid hands on you?" Chapter 42. "Here are 100 taels of gold. Take it and leave her." Lu Ruyan was no Na'vi child. Despite his identity as a servant, he had witnessed the spectrum of human experience, the good, the bad, the bitter, and the sweet. Yet, Shen Ke's authoritative demeanor, akin to that of a rightful sovereign demanding answers, was a first for him. That wretched Jiang Qingci. Why must she choose the emperor of all people? Could she not attract a few ordinary souls? He shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "No, the Lord has shown kindness to this servant. I merely attend to his needs and nothing more." Shen Que scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan. "You had best remain true to your words, or I shall have your head this very moment." Lu Ruyan shivered, as if his most closely guarded secrets had been laid bare, hastily affirming his understanding, fervently wishing for this plague to depart. However, Shen Que was not inclined to grant him that respite, asking, "When you go to Ganzhou tomorrow, is she to take you with her?" Lu Ruyan, perplexed, nodded hesitantly. Shen Que produced a pouch of gold ingots from his robe, tossing it at Lu Ruyan's feet. "Here is 100 taels of gold. Take it and leave her." Glancing at the pouch at his feet, Lu Ruyan felt an ignoble stir of desire. Had he not been compromised by Jiang Qingci, he would have shouted his gratitude to the emperor and fled. Yet he could not. He lowered his head, suppressing the painful urge to grasp the money that felt as if it might fly away, and with great difficulty, he declared, "I am the Lord's servant in life, and his ghost in death. Unless the Lord no longer desires my service, I shall never leave him." Shen Ke's brows twitched slightly. 500 taels. Lu Ruyan felt an intensifying pain and sluggishly shook her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, please retract your earlier words. I shall never leave your side." 1,000 taels. Lu Ruyan abruptly lifted her head, torn between thoughts of her sister and the substantial sum of gold, her fingers tightening once more as she shook her head. "How long has your Majesty been here? Why do you not come in?" Jiang Qingci, having savored the unfolding drama, lazily emerged from the shadows to assist Lu Ruyan with a concluding remark. She held an ebony folding fan, seemingly procured from nowhere, waved it in front of her, bent down to retrieve the fallen purse, and tossed it back to Shen Que, taken aback by her sudden appearance, was unaware of how much of his previous words she had overheard. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed his face as he tucked the purse back into his sleeve. Casting a warning glance at Lu Ruyan, who promptly lowered her gaze, he said, "I have only just arrived. The money pouch fell. I told Miss Ruyan there was no need for such formality, Yet she insisted on kneeling to assist me, leaving me with no choice. His expression was innocent, his tone sincere. Lu Ruyin mused. Why did he seem to carry an ever stronger scent of tea? It was almost overwhelming compared to his own. Both Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyin rolled their eyes inwardly. Shen Que continued, his gaze lowered. It is all my fault. I should have supported Miss Ruyin. I shall remember this next time. I hope Miss Ruyin does not mind. Lu Ruyin stiffly tugged at the corners of her mouth. No, not at all. Ruyin, you should return and tidy up. Rest early. Jiang Qingci gestured for Lu Ruyin to leave, then turned to Shen Que. It is getting late. Your Majesty, you should also take your leave. The journey to Ganzhou is long and arduous. It is best for you to rest well for tomorrow's travel. Shen Que remained still, his voice subdued. Am I not permitted to stay at the minister's residence tonight? Since that fateful evening, he had discerned her preference for gentleness over force. Each night, he would stealthily visit the minister's residence under the moonlight, and when she rebuffed him, he would look at her with those innocent, pleading eyes. Jiang Qingci believed Shen Que was truly adept at acting. Had she not stumbled upon him reprimanding Lu Ruyin, she might have been easily deceived. He gazed at her, stepping forward before she could utter another refusal. Discreetly assessing her expression, noticing no sign of aversion, he grasped her wrist and positioned it against his waist. The words she nearly spoke were stifled. Jiang Qingci's eyelids fluttered, her ears flushed crimson, daring not to look down. Logic urged her to withdraw her hand, to push him away. But reason faltered in that moment. Heat surged to her mind. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Yet regrettably, those thoughts only multiplied. She found herself once more ensnared by Shen Que's allure. Shen Que advanced step by step, cornering her between himself and the doorframe, casting a shadow that enveloped them entirely. In the darkness, his eyes sparkled brightly, fierce like a beast, locking onto her. You are quite remarkable, Jiang Qingci stammered, managing to utter a few words. But Sister Xiao, he can handle it all. Shen Que leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear, his breath warm against her face, stirring ripples of sensation. Sister Xiao, he is truly impressive. Jiang Qingci shuddered uncontrollably, gritting her teeth. Silence. By heavens, Shen Que was truly earnest in his attempts to entice her. She wondered who had concocted such a devious scheme. His gentle yet lethal words struck directly at her heart. If you speak again, you must leave. I won't say a word more, he replied, recognizing the moment to withdraw. With a playful squint, he leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss beside her face. Little Jie, please don't send me away. I have realized my mistake and shall not utter such words again. Jiang Qingci's dark lashes fluttered as she turned her face aside. It's not that you can't speak, but, please refrain from saying such things indiscriminately. After all, you are the emperor, and I am merely a chancellor. It wouldn't reflect well if word got out. Shen Que's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his features as he leaned in to steal another kiss from the corner of her mouth, his demeanor akin to an exuberant, carefree pup. I shall only speak of it in front of you, and you alone shall hear me. Then tonight is out of the question. Jiang Qingci allowed him to embrace her and steal kisses, gently pushing against his chest, her tone softening. We must set off tomorrow. Please, little Jie, assist me. Shen Que's voice turned husky as he caressed her wrist, pleading in a low murmur. I will only hold you while we sleep. I promise not to act out. Having spent considerable time with Shen Que, Jiang Qingci felt her boundaries gradually eroding. Indeed, faced with his feigned innocence and compliance, she found herself capitulating once more. However, this time, it was Shen Que who departed before dawn, holding Jiang Qingci in his arms, kissing her repeatedly with reluctance. Little Jie, we shall meet again shortly. As she gazed at the faint crimson light on the horizon, Jiang Qingci reflected that since her return from the southern lands, she had witnessed more sunrises than ever before in her life. Yet, there was one thing Shen Que had miscalculated. They would not meet again shortly. On this journey to Ganzhou, they were to split their forces. Shen Que and Yin Zheng would march forth with great fanfare for reconnaissance, while she and Lu Ruyin would travel swiftly and discreetly, taking a detour through Sui City en route to Ganzhou for a covert investigation. By the third day, The scenery outside the carriage had transformed into an endless expanse of desert. Upon reaching Sui City, Jiang Qingci encountered Shen Que and briefly mentioned her intentions. Shen Que nodded in understanding and instructed his subordinates to escort Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruoyan to the tent. As the curtain was lifted, a glint of steel flashed, accompanied by a sharp reprimand. "Who dares intrude upon my tent?" Jiang Qingci mused that the sibling duo resembled their initial encounter with her. As the blade approached, she instinctively took a step back, pulling Lu Ruoyan aside. The sword came to rest against Lu Ruoyan's neck. Chapter 43. A corner prized open, Lu Ruoyan felt an urge to curse his father. By the heavens, Jiang Qingci had once again thrust him in harm's way. "It is I," he declared, gripping the blade to distance it from his throat, locking eyes with the occupant of the tent. At that moment, their pupils dilated in shock. The individual within the tent stared at him in disbelief, then glanced down at his attire, before turning to Jiang Qingci. The grip on the blade loosened, allowing Lu Ruoyan to seize the opportunity to wrest the weapon away. Being twins, their appearance and stature were strikingly similar. However, Lu Ruoyan possessed a skin that was even fairer and more delicate, exuding a temperament that leaned towards gentleness and grace. In contrast, Lu Ruoyan, having endured the rigors of battle for 3 years, had his skin weathered to a bronze hue, rugged and robust, brimming with vigor. Had it not been for her prior knowledge of the siblings' genders, Jiang Qingci felt certain she would have been unable to distinguish between them. Lu Ruoyan, still reeling from the shock of Lu Ruoyan donning women's attire to seek him out, was caught off guard. Jiang Qingci chuckled softly, taking one by each hand and ushering them into the tent, suggesting that amidst the crowd, they should converse privately. With a furtive glance at Jiang Qingci, Lu Ruoyan leaned closer to Lu Ruoyan, lowering her voice to inquire, "Brother, how did you end up here?" She frowned, casting a disdainful gaze over Lu Ruoyan. "You wouldn't be wearing my dress, would you? How scandalous. You dare speak?" Lu Ruoyan's temper flared as she pointed an accusatory finger at her forehead, teeth clenched. "Were it not for your theft of my military documents and your reckless enlistment, would I be in such a predicament?" Faced with her brother's reproach, Lu Ruoyan could not deny her feelings of guilt. She muttered softly, "It was because I didn't want to marry. Once you enlisted and left, Father intended to sell me off as a concubine to that old man. You have no idea how perverse he is. At least 17 or 18 girls have met their demise in his clutches. I figured, even if I were to die, I ought to do so on my own terms." Shouldn't I? The notion of death was carelessly tossed about. Yet Lu Ruoyan, who had endured the harassment of boorish suitors for 3 years while disguised as a woman, understood all too well the precarious position women occupied in this world. She gradually came to empathize with Lu Ruoyan's initial sentiments. If their roles were reversed, he too would likely flee. Even dying on the battlefield seemed preferable to perishing in the jaws of that insatiable household. After worrying for his sister's safety for 3 years, the mere mention of death now irritated him, and he pinched her arm in reprimand. Lu Ruoyan quickly relented. "I was wrong, brother. I see that now. I won't mention it again." Seemingly recalling something, she turned in alarm to glance back at Jiang Qingci, who was guiding them, and incredulously asked Lu Ruoyan, "You want to marry me off to that old man, will you?" "But my brother-in-law, no, my sister-in-law, no, my male sister-in-law, doesn't seem old at all. If he is the one to wed, I would have to run away from marriage." Jiang Qingci, caught in the midst of their banter, blinked and jested, "You know, marrying me isn't out of the question. I could grant you the position of the rightful wife in the residence." Lu Ruoyan, feeling threatened, turned and fiercely warned, "Silence. I caution you not to covet my sister." Jiang Qingci shrugged nonchalantly, comfortably taking her seat at the head, picking up an unused teacup, and pouring herself a cup of tea to sip leisurely. Lu Ruoyan blinked in confusion, her mind slightly overwhelmed. The residence? Aren't we talking about the old man? Lu Ruoyan proceeded to enlighten her on the events that transpired after her departure, omitting Jiang Qingci's identity as a woman. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Are you suggesting that after I left, you waited for 3 years and sold yourself to him as a concubine? A fool, a complete fool. My earnings are all hard-earned and legitimate." Lu Ruoyan emphasized angrily. Jiang Qingci squinted at the quarrel between the two siblings, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. If her brother were still alive, they would likely engage in similar bickering, yet unite in times of necessity. However, the past was irretrievable. The thought flitted through her mind and was forcefully suppressed. After Lu Ruyin and Lu Ru he had sufficiently argued, they sat beside Jiang Qingci, gathering around a single table. Lu Ru he rummaged through his belongings and produced a bag of sunflower seeds and some jerky that had been dried several days prior. Offering them to the two, as he shelled the seeds, he inquired, "You must not have come merely to help my brother see me, have you? You are quite astute." Lu Ruyin shot a wary glance at her. "Calm down, Yin," Jiang Qingci reassured, patting his shoulder. "You step outside. I need to speak with her privately." Lu Ruyin hesitated, but Jiang Qingci raised an eyebrow and said, "Rest assured, I have no intentions toward your sister." Only then did Lu Ruyin exit, remaining at the tent's entrance, his ears keenly attuned to the sounds within. Jiang Qingci pinched a piece of jerky and chewed it. It was somewhat salty, yet pleasantly chewy. "I have observed the military achievements you have amassed over the past 3 years, Lu Ruhi. I am genuinely curious. Given your abilities, you could have pursued higher ranks and titles. Why then do you choose to bestow your military honors upon another? Are you truly content to be merely a minor general?" Jiang Qingci's reference to another pointed toward Shen Que. Though there existed a familial connection through Jiang Qingrong, she did not shy away from her intentions, as she was indeed here to disrupt the status quo. Lu Ruhi's gaze faltered. "My identity is not conducive to such pursuits. Is it because you are a woman? That would be a crime against the sovereign." Lu Ruhi regarded Jiang Qingci with a serious expression, lowering his voice. "Such matters attract scrutiny. If discovered, it could lead to the extermination of my entire clan. How many clans do you have left to exterminate?" Jiang Qingci counted on her fingers. "Your gambling father, who sold you for honor. Then there is your brother, who is now my loyal subordinate and is likely destined for death. And you, yourself, in the chaos of battle, could fall at any moment." Lu Ruhi stammered, finding the words quite harsh. "Your brother must have faced considerable torment under his command, hasn't he? I think it would be wise for you to remain silent." Lu Ruhi retorted, but Jiang Qingci remained unfazed and continued. "So you believe that by relinquishing your military achievements to Shen Que, he would protect you should anything untoward occur?" Lu Ruhi nodded stiffly. Jiang Qingci let out a derisive laugh. The smile that graced her serene and composed features was not at all abrasive. "What makes you think Shen Que could safeguard you? What do you mean by that?" Lu Ruhi's expression froze, confusion evident. "When the emperor and the regent vie for power, the first to be dealt with will be Shen Que. If he possesses any sense, it won't be long before he voluntarily relinquishes authority. At that point, do you truly believe he will concern himself with you?" Jiang Qingci rested her chin upon her hand, speaking languidly. "Rather than placing your hopes upon him, why not seek a more worthy individual to entrust your fate?" Lu Ruhua, like a sudden revelation, comprehended her meaning. "For instance?" Jiang Qingci pointed to herself with her index finger. "Me." Chapter 44. "I shall directly threaten you, dear sister." Lu Ruhua felt as though she had heard the most astonishing words of her life. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a mighty hammer. Her lips trembled for a long while, yet only a few words escaped her. The person before her, seemingly calm and gentle, appeared capable of seeing through the ambitions concealed beneath this facade. Lu Ruhua was reminded of a saying, "The calmer the lake's surface, the deeper the abyss beneath." Jiang Qingci was that lake. She endeavored to steady her mind, regaining her composure, and replied, "If I am not mistaken, you are a person sent by the regent, with both the emperor and the regent looming over you like mountains. You claim Shen Que cannot protect me. What about you? Can you safeguard me? You are perceptive of the court's situation. Your 3 years in the military have not been in vain." Jiang Qingci responded evasively. "But I have no intention of protecting you." "What?" Lu Ruhua was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "I shall directly threaten you, dear sister." Jiang Qingci smiled, her eyes glimmering with mirth as she leaned closer, articulating each word deliberately. "I never engage in unprofitable transactions. You and your brother's secrets are already in my possession. The choice lies with you. Either you and your brother assist me in seizing power, in which case I will grant you high offices and nobility, ensuring no one dares to exploit your identity as a woman, or I shall publicly disclose your masquerade as a soldier in place of your brother. For those who cannot be of use to me shall not be permitted to serve others. Lu Ruhua felt as if she had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. Anger surged within her, igniting a furious blaze. She gripped the hilt of the knife resting on the table, her knuckles turning white and creaking. Were it not for his status, she would have relished the opportunity to sever his head right then and there. How dare you threaten me so brazenly? Knowing that one day, should I wield military power, I could strike you down from behind? Jiang Qingci chuckled, nonchalantly shrugging as she leaned back against the chair. If such a day were to come, and a woman were to reach a position of commanding the world's military, I would eagerly anticipate it. You. Lu Ruhua was left utterly speechless. Jiang Qingci stood up and patted her shoulder. Of course. If you do not mind your brother taking the lead, you are welcome to stab me in the back until I resemble a sieve. Damn Jiang Qingci. How dare you? Before she could finish her curse, Jiang Qingci skillfully seized the conversation, tapping her temple with her fingers and teasingly retorting. Why do you siblings always seem to have a bone to pick with my esteemed self? All right, I have no esteemed self. Lu Ruhua, your father S. Jiang Qingci, impervious to all harm, is it? This was the first time in 3 years of military service that she encountered such unmitigated audacity. As Lu Ruhua's expression darkened, resembling someone who had just consumed something unbearably vexing, Jiang Qingci internally commended her ability to provoke ire, reminding herself to persevere. Her brother's life hung in the balance. After uttering these words, she leisurely exited the tent, only to suddenly recall something halfway and turn back. Lu Ruhai was already trembling with anger. Upon seeing her re-enter, he irately inquired, I've already made use of you. What more do you want? That beef jerky you made is quite delicious, he added. Lu Ruhai scoffed, contemplating the absurdity of her brother's choice of companions. After threatening her, he followed up with a compliment about the beef jerky. Was it not delicious? It was made from the very cattle she had personally slaughtered. Here, take it all, she exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she turned away, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a large bag of beef jerky. Without further ado, she thrust it into her hands, pushing her towards the exit. Eager to be rid of Jiang Qingci, the wretched soul, outside the tent, Lu Ruoyan heard little commotion and thus squatted on the ground, doodling circles in the dirt with a small stick. The rare sight of a woman in the military camp drew the attention of several soldiers, who paused to gaze at her. One audacious soldier, with a lecherous gleam in his eye, approached and asked, Whose little lady are you? Kind of visit? How about I show you around and share a few drinks? Lu Ruoyan, already irritable, felt her annoyance escalate. With a sharp arch of her slender, willow-like brows, she retorted, I'm here to visit your father. Ah, so you want to play hard to get, do you? The soldier, offended by her response, rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. However, before his hand could reach Lu Ruoyan, she swiftly seized his wrist and forcefully twisted it away. Rising to her feet, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Though accustomed to adopting a feminine demeanor while accompanying Jiang Qingci, she was still a man well trained in martial arts. The force of her kick left him gasping for breath, wailing in pain. The commotion attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers, who quickly surrounded Lu Ruoyan and pulled the injured man aside, demanding to know who dared to cause harm in their midst. Lu Ruoyan frowned, realizing they were in Lu Ruhai's tent. If a problem arose, her sister would undoubtedly be implicated. At this point, she resolved to shift the blame onto Jiang Qingci, who frequently bore the brunt of her troubles. It was only fair. Speak, she commanded, her mind racing. With her hands resting on her hips, she bowed slightly and spoke in an exaggeratedly affected tone. I am but a humble servant accompanying my husband on an errand. My husband has matters to discuss with General Lu, and I was left waiting outside. Who could have foreseen that this soldier would attempt to drag me away for drinks? Woe is me, for I am but a lowly woman, yet I am still the wife of a gentleman. If my husband were to find out, I would be utterly humiliated. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. The onlookers exchanged glances, seemingly torn between whether to intervene and escort her away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruoyan cried out, "Oh, cruel fate! I have been so shamelessly accosted, and yet you hide away like a coward." Outside the tent, Jiang Qingci, who had just been expelled by Lu Ruhai, stood frozen, taken aback by the unfolding scene. She turned around stiffly, and Lu Ruhua wore an expression that practically screamed her reluctance to acknowledge him as her brother. She felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. The embarrassment was unbearable. How could she possibly have such a shameful brother? Perhaps she should simply disregard his life and plunge a knife into Jiang Qingci instead? Yet, he had sacrificed himself for her, selling his soul to that despicable Jiang Qingci. As Lu Ruoyan noticed the two of them emerging, she hurriedly sidled up to Jiang Qingci, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Husband, they are bullying me. You must stand up for me." Jiang Qingci felt a wave of nausea wash over him and turned his gaze away from Lu Ruoyan, tossing his identity token to the patrolling guards. "Is it customary to harass respectable women in broad daylight? Is this what Shen Que taught you?" Jiang Qingci pointed at the soldier who had been cornered by them. The guards, taken aback, quickly knelt in apology. "We did not recognize the young lady as the esteemed official's person. We have offended you, my lord. Please punish us. Military rules are to be followed. Go and accept your punishment. Should this happen again, I shall have your heads," he commanded. Yes, it was easy to play the hero with just a few words. Jiang Qingci thought to himself that it felt gratifying to wield power over others. Lu Ruoyan winked at him in gratitude, still putting on a show. "Husband, you are truly formidable. No wonder I have sworn to follow you to the ends of the earth." "Be quiet." Jiang Qingci rolled his eyes, rubbing the goosebumps that had risen on his arms, and hurriedly climbed into the carriage. The closer they approached Ganzhou, the more intense her feelings of unease became. She recalled that she seemed to have gone back on her word to Shen Que Chapter 45, Promotion and Wealth. Death to the husband Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruoyan arrived in Ganzhou on the 5th day. The desolation was palpable, with corpses strewn about. The officials in their attire were dragging bodies together, while the grimy, ashen-faced refugees gathered at the corner of the southern city wall, holding empty bowls and looking mournfully at the passing carriages, pleading for alms. How could so many die of hunger? Lu Ruoyan, having come from a poor family herself, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing this scene. Hadn't the court sent relief grain? Jiang Qingci lowered the curtain, her expression grave. The higher-ups may have good intentions, but once it reaches here, there's no telling how many will take advantage of the situation. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless gluttons. The emperor's entourage would not arrive for another 3 days. "Are we to wait here for 3 days?" she exclaimed. "No, we cannot wait." Throughout her journey, she had been attentive to the news, aware that the calamity in Ganzhou was not entirely due to natural disasters, but rather, largely a man-made catastrophe. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qingci beckoned Lu Ruoyan closer and whispered a few instructions. As the carriage entered the city gate, it was stopped by several guards. "Routine inspection. Who is inside the carriage?" "The esteemed Su family's Su Jian," Jiang Qingci replied, borrowing the name of Su Jian to assert their identity. Lu Ruoyan handed over the token representing the Su family. "We are returning home to visit relatives and are resting here in Ganzhou for a few days." The guards exchanged glances. The Su family's young master should not be part of this relief effort. Perhaps we should let them pass? The leader pondered for a moment, uttered an apology, and lifted a corner of the curtain in front of the carriage. Inside, he beheld a young gentleman, elegantly attired and possessing a striking countenance. Seated with a lady clad in a pomegranate skirt, her tall and graceful figure radiating charm. The pair, embodying beauty that seemed almost ethereal, momentarily captivated him, causing him to gaze at Lu Ruoyan in a trance. Jiang Qingci, her demeanor as gentle as jade, wore a subtle smile, yet her voice bore an icy edge. "Have you seen enough? May we proceed?" The officer, startled and drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly offered apologies for his rudeness and lowered the curtain to allow them passage. As the carriage rolled away, another officer leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, do you not think that young lady inside? Mind your tongue, you chatterbox." The leader shot him a sharp glance. The man hastily apologized. "Brother, I misspoke. I was merely considering your interests. Our Lord has recently lost a beloved concubine, has he not? Just imagine, if we were to present that young lady, perhaps it would bring a smile to the Lord's face. You need not speak. I shall decide for myself." The carriage traversed the desolate streets and halted beside a residence in the city, where a long line of refugees awaited at the door. The one distributing porridge was a modestly dressed young woman, aided by an elderly man with graying hair. The recipients of the porridge murmured their gratitude, likening her to a living bodhisattva, before retreating to a vacant courtyard across from the distribution area. Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyan alighted from the carriage and approached. The steward, upon noticing their remarkable appearance, which distinguished them from the refugees, greeted them with a smile, asking, "Are you two here to see the county princess?" Before Jiang Qingci could respond, the busy woman called out from a distance, "Take them inside first. I shall join you shortly." The steward, understanding the connection, did not dare to be neglectful and warmly ushered them into the estate. As they rounded a stone feature used for concealment, a beautiful vista unfolded before them, with the Pu Tuo temple in the southeast harmoniously complementing the scenery of the courtyard. Jiang Qingci sighed inwardly, admiring the clever use of the view when a 5-year-old girl, shaking a pomegranate branch, stumbled playfully around the courtyard. She smiled at the steward and inquired, "That must be the little princess, correct? You recognize the little princess?" "Not just recognize, there is a history. Years ago, the romantic entanglement between Princess Lu Yun and the younger brother of Gu Yanli, the young prince, was the talk of the town. The princess and the young Marquis of Zhen then had grown up together, sharing an innocent bond, and it was believed they would live harmoniously as a divine couple after their marriage. However, the young prince had maintained a concubine outside the palace, which the princess discovered. Unaccustomed to being wronged, Princess Lu Yun immediately presented the young prince with a divorce decree, demanding an end to their union. The young prince, torn between his desires, hesitated to sign, dragging the matter on until the Northern War intensified. He took to the battlefield, where he was fatally wounded by Xiongnu's spear, blood spilling forth. Upon hearing the news in the capital, Princess Lu Yun rejoiced for 3 days, liquidating the palace's assets and leading her young daughter to seek a fief in Ganzhou, relishing her newfound freedom. Unfortunately, Jiang Qingci is rather unfortunate, having been summoned by Gu Yanli to reconcile the two individuals. She then listened to Princess Lu Yun berate the deceased Duke Duan, returning to report with a sense of defeat. The burdens of official duties are as unpleasant as the most repugnant meals, a sentiment she now firmly believes. The steward guided Jiang Qingci to her seat, as servants served tea and water in an orderly fashion. Lu Ruoyan took a couple of sips of tea, only to hear Jiang Qingci call out her name with a melodious tone, startling her and sending shivers down her spine. Having shared tea and introduced the route, Jiang Qingci smiled, devoid of any guilt for exploiting her subordinate, urging her to return swiftly as the day was waning. "I knew you would take advantage of me." Lu Ruoyan glared at her in annoyance, grabbing a piece of peach blossom pastry and biting into it with resentment, as if it were Jiang Qingci's flesh. Before storming off, leaning leisurely against her wrought-tan chair, Jiang Qingci savored this moment of tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, the tea beside her gradually cooled, and her breathing became increasingly steady. "Mother, you finally came in? The handsome brother is asleep, so speak softly and do not wake him." Despite the little princess's attempt to whisper, Jiang Qingci was still awakened. She opened her eyes and glanced around, only to find the little princess standing beside her with a small blanket, realizing that the handsome brother referred to herself. Thus, was that blanket meant for her? Upon seeing her wake, the little princess's expression fell, leaning pitifully towards Princess Lu Yun. "Mother, I seem to have woken the handsome brother." Then apologize to him and seek his forgiveness. "It's all right." Without needing the little princess to speak, Jiang Qingci smiled and gently ruffled her hair, looking up at Princess Lu Yun, saying, "It's been a while, my lady. How have you been?" Promotions and prosperity My husband estimise. Princess Lu Yun replied with a mysterious smile, raising her hand to show 2 fingers. I have long anticipated the 3 great pleasures of life, having now attained 2. Wouldn't you say I'm faring well? Reunions with old friends often lead to lengthy conversations, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Lu Ruoyan returned, treading through the night, to find Jiang Qingci's room still illuminated. You guessed correctly. He unceremoniously plopped down onto a chair, carelessly filling his cup with tea, and down in one go. In Gan Prefecture, the locust disaster has led the court to exempt agricultural taxes for 3 years, yet the governor fails to distribute aid, colluding with local nobles to seize the farmers' lands. Oh, and by the way, the court allocated 16,000 taels of disaster relief grain, yet only 8,000 remain at the state office, which means 8,000 taels have ended up in the hands of those inept officials. Chapter 46. Gu Yanli truly raises a group of unruly sons. After venting his frustrations, Lu Ruoyan pounded the table in indignation. Jiang Qingci, having listened, waved her hand. You should rest now. We shall visit a place tomorrow. Their destination was Putuo Temple, which had been requisitioned by the court since the locust disaster, providing refuge for the displaced from the various counties under Gan Prefecture. When she arrived, a throng of refugees had assembled within the temple grounds, where the abbot was preparing to distribute rice porridge. Yet, the refugees remained huddled in the corners, clutching empty bowls, too frightened to approach despite the monk's invitations. Jiang Qingci, perplexed, caught sight of an elderly man seated against the wall near the side entrance, cradling a young boy of roughly 5 or 6 years, who appeared emaciated and frail. She crouched before them, and the old man instinctively recoiled, mumbling incoherently, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I haven't stolen any food." "Grandfather?" Jiang Qingci cautiously called out twice, but the elder remained in a state of extreme fear. "Do not be afraid, sir." The boy, nestled in the old man's embrace, stepped between them, puffing up defiantly, "Don't bully my grandfather." Although the child's bravado was palpable, Jiang Qingci noticed his trembling form. He was indeed terrified. "I will not bully your grandfather," she assured gently, turning to Lu Ruoyan, who produced 2 oil cakes from her bosom. Jiang Qingci took them and offered one to the child. "You take this for yourself and your grandfather. I only wish to ask a few questions." The child eyed the oil cake warily, swallowing hard. "I don't want it. If I take it, someone will hit me. I don't want it." Just as he finished speaking, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, causing Jiang Qingci to freeze and turn. Dust billowed as figures emerged through the haze, revealing a dozen robust men, bare-armed and brandishing large knives, all clad in the attire of nomadic tribes. The leader wore a necklace strung with animal teeth. "The barbarians are coming." The boy's face paled, and he hurriedly assisted the old man, retreating behind the door to diminish their visibility. The monks inside ceased their porridge preparation, cursing under their breath at the arrival of these pests, hastily ushering the refugee children to the back courtyard. Upon noticing a man and woman resembling celestial beings at the entrance, a young monk kindly suggested, "You two should come inside for safety." "Thank you, master," they replied. The young monk chanted Amitabha twice, leading them into the guest room in the back courtyard, which was already crowded with children, the eldest perhaps 12 or 13, the youngest barely walking, gazing at the newcomers with wide eyes. "Master, what is happening?" Lu Ruoyan inquired, perplexed. "Weren't we supposed to distribute porridge?" The young monk sighed heavily. "You must be from afar, are you not?" They both nodded. The monk's sigh deepened. "You are unaware. Putuo Temple was originally requisitioned by the court to shelter refugees. Those barbarians, having somehow learned of our provisions, come daily to seize the porridge. If we do not comply, they resort to violence. The previous abbot was beaten to death by them. The rations provided from above were already scant, and their raids have further diminished our supplies. Many have perished from hunger, both inside and outside the temple, yet we cannot refuse the distribution. Otherwise, they will set the temple ablaze." As a monk spoke, his voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Qingci turned to meet the earnest gazes of the children staring at her and could not help but sigh. This was utterly intolerable. Where were the local officials? Lu Ruyan inquired. Do the Hu people act with impunity, unbothered by the authorities? The young monk, wary of the sensitive matters concerning the court, could only sigh in resignation. Were they truly in charge, the Hu would not dare to behave so brazenly. Jiang Qingci, recognizing his predicament, took up the conversation with a somber expression. It is likely that the Hu's chaos is deliberately permitted by them. She had perused the tax records from Guangzhou over the past 3 years. Since Guangzhou was annexed by Dezhou, the Ministry of War had persistently submitted requests for funds, claiming they were necessary to bolster the border defenses of Guangzhou. Yet, there was always an excess of expenditure with no surplus. At the end of each year, when the financial accounts were reviewed, inquiries regarding the whereabouts of the debts were met with vague and evasive responses from the ministry's officials. It appeared that even these military funds had been misappropriated. In her absence from the ministry for the past 3 years, Gu Yanli had certainly nurtured a band of ruffians. As she pondered, a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with cries and wails. Through a crack in the door, Jiang Qingci observed 2 Hu men dragging a woman clad in coarse linen, grinning menacingly as they forced her against the steps behind the main hall. The abbot nearby was desperately imploring, "Esteemed patrons, please, you must not. If you wish to take the porridge, simply do so. Do not commit such heinous acts." Before he could finish, he was violently thrown to the ground by the Hu men. "Get lost, you old bald donkey." The aged abbot fell against the stone steps, twisting his waist and crying out in pain. The young monk, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively reached for the door, only to be pulled back by Lu Ruyan. Gripping the door latch tightly, his knuckles whitened, torn between his desire to act and the fear of causing trouble for Jiang Qingci. The woman's cries grew more heart-wrenching, and unable to bear it, the young monk crouched down, urging the children to cover their ears. Jiang Qingci's expression darkened, and she asked, "Can we prevail?" Lu Ruyan understood this to mean she had given her consent. With a creak, she swung the door open, sunlight streaming through the tall ginkgo trees in the courtyard, illuminating the floating dust motes. Lu Ruyan deftly hooked a Hu stool beside the door with her toe, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The stool arced gracefully through the air, striking the back of the Hu man who was assailing the woman. Staggering forward, he spun around, bewildered. "Who?" "Your father," Lu Ruyan retorted, slamming the door shut, rolling up her sleeves. Fortunately, she had been wearing narrow-sleeve dresses for ease of movement in recent days. After being hit with the stool, the Hu man cursed and began searching frantically, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lu Ruyan. "Little beauty, you are truly remarkable." Smack! Lu Ruyan sent another stool flying, this time crashing into his face. With a cold snort, she declared, "Let us see how I chop off your head." "Oh, this woman is quite the firecracker." His actions incited the Hu men's fury, drawing all their attention towards her. They cursed and charged. "Today, I shall deal with you." In an instant, a brawl erupted, and Lu Ruyan faced 10 foes, showing no signs of yielding as she skillfully seized the knife from one of the Hu men. With a swift motion, she brought the blade down, severing the vile threat. Jiang Qingci inhaled sharply, relieved that she bore no extra weight. Seizing the moment, she navigated through the corridor, assisting the woman clad in a coarse garment, draping her cloak over her shoulders, and soothing her softly before turning her attention to support the elderly abbot. The venerable abbot, rubbing his aching lower back, strained to rise. Yet his anxious gaze remained fixed on Lu Ruyan, who was encircled by the Hu people. "You must leave quickly. Behind the Hu, there are officials. Provoking them leads to dire consequences." As his words settled, a Hu man accompanied by an elderly scribe, flanked by a throng of soldiers, stormed in, encircling everyone. "How dare you create a disturbance in broad daylight? Seize her." In Chapter 47, the Chancellor had been exposed by His Majesty. Lu Ruyan, standing alone, dispatched several Hu men, sending them fleeing in all directions. Upon glancing back, her piercing gaze swept over the Hu man standing among the soldiers. "Ah, so one has managed to escape." The scribe, feeling disregarded, erupted in fury, pointing at Lu Ruyan. "You shameless woman! Seize her! Take her to see the magistrate." With a swift motion, Jiang Qingci produced a folding fan from her bosom, closing it with a snap as she struck his hand, interrupting his tirade. What magistrate? I wish to meet him too. Her strength surprised the scribe, reddening his hand unexpectedly. You? The scribe furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her intently. Inwardly, he lamented how delightful her features would be if she were a woman. Rubbing his sore hand, he barked irritably. Where did this pretty boy come from? Take him away. All of you, take him away. As Lu Rian prepared to act, Jiang Qingci offered her a calming glance, allowing the soldiers to shackle her without resistance. Standing composedly to the side. You're rather obedient, the scribe observed with a sidelong glance before turning to viciously kick the abbot's leg, issuing a harsh warning. Old bald donkey, the emperor will come to inspect in 2 days. Keep your mouth in check. Know what to say and what not to say. The soldiers forged a path, with the scribe and the Human leading the way, their voices raised in conversation, untroubled by the presence of Jiang Qingci and Lu Rian behind them. This is the situation. The emperor is coming soon. You should inform your brethren to remain calm for the next few days and avoid seeking trouble unnecessarily. Rest assured, our long-standing friendship obliges me to assist you. Unlike the neighboring nation of Shelin, which stands on the brink of war, the Hu are a nomadic people, constantly wandering and often raiding border villages with impunity. This has long been a source of concern for both nations. Now, this pressing issue brazenly conspires with the court officials, attempting to cloak their machinations in a veneer of peace. Lu Rian cast a worried glance at Jiang Qingci, who wore a somber expression, prompting her to quietly inquire. These people dare to act so boldly. There must be someone backing them. What if you offend them? Are you certain it is I who has offended them? Jiang Qingci replied, her eyes narrowing playfully. During her 3 years in the southern lands, she had come to understand the unspoken truth. Those in power rarely voice their intentions directly. They delegate their wishes to others, allowing subordinates to act on their behalf. Thus, should matters be poorly managed, it is the officials who bear the brunt of the people's scorn, leaving the higher-ups unscathed. Conversely, if affairs are conducted with success, it is the leaders who bask in the accolades of the populace, while the ones who executed the tasks are dismissed with indifference. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she nonchalantly declared, I am but a pawn of Gu Yanli. Every utterance and action of mine is dictated by him. Therefore, even if offense is taken, it is he, Gu Yanli, who has transgressed. What concern is it of her, Jiang Qingci? She has shouldered the blame for 3 years. Is it too much for him to bear the brunt of a single misdeed on her behalf? As they spoke, the group arrived at the provincial government. Yet instead of the grand hall, they were led to the rear courtyard. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe adorned with embroidered cranes, blindfolded, chased a few young maidens, while musicians played the pipa nearby. Outside the courtyard, despair reigned, and the cries of the starving echoed. Yet within, the sounds of music and laughter filled the air. A mere wall separated 2 worlds. Lu Rian muttered under her breath, a drunken wastrel, indulging in excess without attending to his duties. I shall eventually have his head. My lord, those who caused the disturbance at Putua Temple have been apprehended. A man and a woman, announced the clerk, bending slightly to whisper. Chen Que, oblivious, crept toward Jiang Qingci, arms outstretched, grinning, Little beauty, I've caught you. Jiang Qingci sidestepped to the right. Both she and Lu Rian were shackled, connected by a chain, and as she moved, Lu Rian was unexpectedly pulled along. Chen Que lunged forward, and the clerk, unable to intervene in time, caught Lu Rian in a tight embrace. Curse you, Jiang Qingci. Kick, Jiang Qingci commanded. Lu Rian, unable to voice her expletives, shot a venomous glare at Jiang Qingci, bent her leg, and delivered a fierce kick to his groin. Blood spattered as his anguished cries pierced the air. Chen Que released his hold, clutching the injured area and rolling in agony on the ground. Hold her down, that vixen. The clerk, flustered, rushed to assist Chen Que. Yet, a foot pressed down upon Chen Ke's chest, and looking up, he saw the very man who had ordered the kick. In that moment, Lu Rian had managed to break free from her shackles with her bare hands, and had also freed Jiang Qingci. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were distracted, she snatched a dagger from one of them and placed it at the clerk's throat. Who are you to dare harm this officer? Chen Que exclaimed, his face a shade of purple from the pain. Jiang Qingci leisurely rested her elbow on her knee, retrieving a jade pendant that signified her status, and waved it before him. Do you see it clearly now? Chen Ke's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang, the prime minister, the clerk, upon hearing this, turned pale as a ghost. He fell to his knees with a thud, followed by the guards and the previously frolicking maidens, all prostrating themselves, proclaiming blessings. Jiang Qingci, having pocketed the pendant, produced a folding fan and, with measured strikes, lightly smacked Chen Ke's face. The court has tasked you with disaster relief, yet you indulge in pleasure and collude with the barbarians. Truly, one possesses a remarkable skill for deception, adept at both flattering those above and misleading those below. Should this reach the ears of the regent, how many heads might you lose? Chen Ke's face drained of color, his thick lips quivering uncontrollably as he stammered. This official. Yet he could not articulate a coherent explanation. From behind, a familiar voice pierced the tension. Let us consider, for argument's sake, the legitimacy of Jiang Qingci's extramarital affair. A chill crept down Jiang Qingci's spine. She turned sharply to see Shen Que accompanied by eunuch attendants, his eyes dark and brooding. His gaze swept over her and Chen Ke before finally resting on Lu Ruyan, jealousy surging within him, laced with an unmistakable threat. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Qingci as if facing a formidable adversary. Before Jiang Qingci could rise to pay her respects, Shen Que raised his hand. To openly assault a minister of the court is a crime punishable by death. Seize this person and imprison them immediately. Your Majesty. Jiang Qingci interjected hastily. Shen Que turned his attention to her, his usual demeanor of gentleness replaced by a fierce intensity. Jiang Qingci, it would be wise of you not to plead for him at this moment, lest I be compelled to take his head on the spot. Jiang Qingci, feeling awkward, fell silent. With Shen Que in such a furious state, she deemed it prudent not to provoke him further, reluctantly allowing Lu Ruyan to face a few days in confinement. Feigning ignorance to Lu Ruyan's murderous gaze, Jiang Qingci unethically averted her eyes, contemplating the futility of her circumstances. With Lu Ruyan taken away, Chen Ke, the clerk, and a host of soldiers were also escorted out. Gritting her teeth, she followed Shen Que to his residence, where she reported the findings of her recent investigations. Shen Que listened intently, his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that felt as though he wished to consume her whole. As the discussion drew to a close, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Yin Zheng, rose to take his leave. Jiang Qingci sat for a moment, feeling guilty for deceiving Shen Que. Restlessness took hold of her. Your Majesty, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, she said, hastily making her way toward the exit. Before she could step beyond the threshold, Shen Que seized her wrist from behind, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and loosely encircling her neck, pulling her back. Pressed against his broad chest, Shen Que leaned down, biting softly into the tender flesh of her neck. Chapter 48. Who is more beautiful, I or Lu Ruyan? Do you understand the plight of a prey ensnared by a venomous serpent? The supple body coils around its victim, tightening, biting, injecting poison until death ensues. Followed by the act of consumption. Jiang Qingci felt as though she were in such a predicament. Captured in Shen Ke's embrace, with her neck held captive by his bite, she sensed the fervent emotions swirling within his gaze, as if they could engulf her entirely. Perhaps he had pretended to be docile so often that she had forgotten the wolf lurking beneath his seemingly innocent exterior, complete with sharp claws, and the serpent bearing venomous fangs. And yet, she chose to succumb to his seduction, fully aware of the darkness lurking beneath the surface of this bright facade. The allure of desire is a double-edged sword. Playing with fire invites self-immolation, a sentiment with which Jiang Qingci wholeheartedly agreed. Perhaps it was due to her deceit that he felt anger. Shen Ke's bite was somewhat forceful, yet he tempered his strength, perhaps out of concern for her. His nibbles varied in intensity, akin to a puppy gnawing. She did not push him away. Instead, she leaned her head and nuzzled her cheek against his forehead, calmly inquiring, "Does your Majesty still require an explanation for me?" Sensing Jiang Qingci's taut body gradually relax, Shen Que also exhaled softly, pecking at the spot he had just bitten, chuckling. If it pertains to Lu Ruyan, Jiang Qing should remain silent. Jiang Qingci was taken aback. The phrase she had prepared, merely accompanying Ruyan on a visit, stuck in her throat. Swallowed back down. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. She needed to find a way to extricate herself from this venomous snake. With a flicker of thought, she replied, "It has nothing to do with Ruyan." Shen Que raised an eyebrow, his thumb brushing aside her collar, tracing along her elegantly long collarbone to the spot he had just kissed. Her fair shoulder bore red marks, encircled by shallow bite marks, resembling crimson plum blossoms amidst the snowy landscape, yet ensnared by a fence. Shen Ke's gaze shifted, his fingers curling around her jade belt, gliding towards the fastening. A pang resonated in Jiang Qingci's heart, but she heard Shen Ke's low voice, "If you continue to deceive me, Jiang Qing should also keep silent." At that moment, Jiang Qingci found herself utterly speechless. This wretched man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through her thoughts, as if he could discern everything she contemplated. She obediently swallowed back her intention to mention that she was merely preparing beef jerky for him, allowing her eyes to drift blankly as she feigned indifference. Shen Que chuckled. Did Jiang Qing not wish to explain? With a resolute expression, Jiang Qingci replied, "Perhaps it is best if I remain silent, even if Shen Que discovered her clandestine activities. So what? She could easily deflect the blame onto Gu Yanli, letting the two relatives turn against each other. What concern was it of hers, a mere subordinate? What harm was there in being a passive observer?" Since Xiao Hijie could not articulate her thoughts, Shen Que tilted his head and bit her chin. His voice hushed yet fierce. "Then let us proceed." Jiang Qingci felt a flush of warmth at the sound of him calling her Xiao Hijie. She knew that this rascal was concocting something devious. Before she could fully comprehend, he bent down and swept her off her feet. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, yet her flowing robe felt loose and cumbersome. Looking over Shen Ke's shoulder, she noticed that the jade belt, which had once adorned her waist, had been torn and discarded on the ground, evidently the result of Shen Ke's frantic attempts to unfasten it. The exquisite blue jade lay on the floor, and Jiang Qingci felt her heart bleed at the sight. Yet, her attention quickly shifted back to Shen Que. He resembled a relentless, frenzied dog, having just been kicked off the bed, yet now he leaned in with brows lowered, forehead touching hers, donning his usual innocent demeanor. Coaxing softly, "Xiao Hijie, I recognize my fault. Just this once more, all right?" Jiang Qingci, in a daze, could not recall how many times he had asked for that last time. She seemed to catch a glimpse of her great-grandmother. As usual, before dawn, she slipped away. Shen Que held her gently, his breathing steady. Jiang Qingci dared not awaken him and quietly extricated herself from his embrace, frowning as she gathered the scattered garments from the floor and donned them. However, the jade belt had already been torn asunder, and she felt ill at ease to venture out in such disarray. Just a moment. Jiang Qingci turned back to see Shen Que lying on his side, propping his head up with one hand, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at her. As he shifted to sit up, the quilt slipped from his body, and Jiang Qingci's pupils dilated as she hurriedly averted her gaze, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Shen Que chuckled softly, a sensation akin to a feather brushing against his heart, stirring a delightful itch within. He casually picked up a long robe and draped it over himself as he walked past her. Jiang Qingci felt her cheeks flush even more fiercely. What difference did it make whether he wore the robe or not? It concealed nothing that ought to be concealed. He truly regarded her as no outsider. In her mind, she recited, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," her eyes sweeping over his abdominal muscles before she reluctantly averted them, ultimately shutting her eyes as if blinded. Shen Que took in her expression, a smirk gracing his lips as he circled behind the screen. When he returned, he held a jade belt, its texture exquisite and translucent, adorned with vividly carved lion patterns. Shen Que fastened it around her waist from behind, his arms encircling her as he quietly secured the fastening. Her raven-black lashes fluttered down and then up again. The fastening was neither too loose nor too tight. perfectly complementing her long robe. Jiang Qingci was somewhat taken aback. How did His Majesty know my waist size? Shen Que offered no reply, instead playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist, causing her face to flush crimson as she hastily excused herself and departed. Her exit rendered the hall once more desolate. Moments later, having changed his attire, Shen Que made his way to the front hall, where two shadow guards awaited. Your Majesty, after leaving, Chancellor Jiang has gone to the provincial prison to visit Lu Ruyan. Again, Lu Ruyan. Shen Ke's demeanor turned frigid. The two shadow guards bowed their heads. Fearful of speaking, he cast a glance at the broken jade belt carelessly tossed upon the carpet, his narrow eyes narrowing in contemplation, the hall enveloped in silence. After a long pause, Shen Que finally spoke, as if to himself or perhaps to the shadow guards. Who is more beautiful, I or Lu Ruyan? The guards gasped in unison, exchanging glances, both astonished by the thought that His Majesty might have been vexed by Chancellor Jiang to the point of illness. Yet, when their sovereign posed a question, they dared not remain silent, promptly replying in unison, Your Majesty, you are as graceful as a jade tree, strikingly handsome. Lu Ruyan can never compare to you. Shen Que frowned, nodding thoughtfully. She also praises me as a beauty. The shadow guards exhaled in relief, eager to flatter. I always said that Lord Jiang has an eye for talent. She can see at a glance that Your Majesty is of celestial beauty. Little did they expect Shen Que to shift the conversation. Then why did she visit Lu Ruyan after leaving me? Is Lu Ruyan more to her liking than I? The shadow guards were left speechless, scratching their heads. After all, they were not privy to Chancellor Jiang's thoughts. A flash of insight struck one individual, who responded, Your Majesty, Lu Ruyan and others are merely transient figures in Lord Jiang's life. You are truly his home. Chapter 49. Does Jiang Qing think I am blind? Shen Que felt even more troubled. Having Gu Yanli as a mere passerby was not sufficient. Now there was another, Lu Ruyan. He would rather perish outside than return. Yet, despite his anger, he could not vent it on Jiang Qingci. After a prolonged silence, he finally waved his hand decisively. Prepare the carriage. We are heading to the provincial prison. At the same time, Jiang Qingci had just arrived at the provincial prison. At this hour, the residence of Princess Lu Yun was still in slumber, and Jiang Qingci refrained from disturbing them. After strolling for a while, her thoughts turned to Lu Ruyan, who had been imprisoned by Shen Que. The prison guards, aware of her status, did not dare to delay and promptly escorted her inside. The climate in Ganzhou was arid, and the prison was no exception. As Jiang Qingci entered, she was immediately assaulted by a cloud of dust that made her cough incessantly. Lord Jiang, it hasn't rained in Ganzhou for months. Please bear with us, said the guard. It is of no consequence, Jiang Qingci replied, waving her hand dismissively. Upon entering, she found herself in a dark, narrow corridor flanked by prison cells. After walking a few steps with the guard, she caught sight of a figure in the cell to her right. Stripped of his resplendent official robes and having endured a night of severe torture, the man wore tattered white prison garb, stained with blood that clung to his body, the metallic scent of blood pervading the cramped space. The man noticed her gaze, raising his bruised eyelids to look at her, opening his mouth. Jiang Qingci instinctively frowned. The man was tongue-tied. Lord Jiang, the guard whispered, demonstrating his perceptiveness. This is Lord Chen Que. As you know, he has been imprisoned for having made advances towards your concubine. Behind Chen Que lay a tangled web of local power dynamics. To avoid alarming the snakes, it was publicly stated that he was imprisoned for his advances towards Lu Ruyan, the concubine of Prime Minister Jiang. The guard in charge of Chen Que was a young eunuch close to Shen Que, who had previously been dozing by the fire. Upon hearing the commotion, he quickly awoke and rushed over to bow deeply. Lord Jiang, I offer my respects. As he knelt, Jiang Qingci noticed the array of torture instruments arrayed behind him, causing her to frown. She had always opposed the use of severe torture, yet often found herself resorting to such abhorrent methods to extract confessions from the accused in order to assist Gu Yanli. Is this the Emperor's directive? Jiang Qingci gestured for him to rise. Indeed, Your Majesty decreed that such worthless scoundrels, who bring suffering to the common folk, are unworthy of courteous interrogation, especially when the people of Ganzhou are left starving and desperate. Jiang Qingci was left speechless, realizing that this indeed was Shen Ke's ruthless method. As merciless and decisive as Gu Yanli's. The young eunuch, continuing to speak, turned and retrieved a letter stained with blood from the wooden table. Please review this. My lord. Jiang Qingci took it, and it detailed Chen Shi's own confessions, ranging from embezzling disaster relief funds to colluding with four marauders in chaos across Ganzhou, as well as misappropriating military funds, each charge laid out with clarity. In the end, perhaps out of sheer exhaustion, Chen Shi's notes were scrawled hastily. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingci could discern that they comprised a series of names. Did His Majesty articulate how to deal with these individuals? Little Li lowered his head. His Majesty's intention is that once Chen Shi divulges the details, all those implicated will be thrown into the dungeons and subjected to severe torture. And once they confess, they will all face death by 1,000 cuts. This blunt and ruthless approach, while perhaps justified given the crimes of those involved, could lead to accusations of tyranny against Shen Que if it were to become public knowledge. The people dispatched by the regent may very well unleash a torrent of criticism upon him, while the loyalists might abandon him altogether. This is precisely what Gu Yanli yearned to witness. However, Jiang Qingci was reluctant to see such events unfold, yet these opprobrious labels must be cast upon Gu Yanli. Has His Majesty been informed? Little Li shook his head. I have yet to report to His Majesty. Leave this matter to me. Jiang Qingci neatly folded the blood-soaked letter and tucked it away, casting a glance at Chen Shi. He should remain alive for now. If His Majesty inquires, simply shift the blame onto me. Little Li looked at her, torn, but eventually acquiesced. After their discussion, Jiang Qingci proceeded deeper into the dungeons. Lu Ruyan was confined in the innermost cell, feeling quite bored. Since mealtime had yet to arrive, he squatted in the corner, squinting at the mouse hole at the base of the wall. A mouse, about the size of a palm, cautiously poked its head out from the hole. Lu Ruyan furrowed his brow, focusing intently, his fingers pressed together, poised like a blade, before swiftly striking down upon the rodent's head. The blow was quick, precise, and merciless. The mouse succumbed instantly. Lu Ruyan then grasped the creature by its tail and returned to his bench. After a night of relentless pursuit, he had successfully dispatched 13 mice, now neatly arranged in 2 rows atop a pile of straw. The one in his hand was the 14th. Upon entering, Jiang Qingci was greeted by this peculiar sight, immediately recoiling in distaste, her instinct urging her to leave. Yet Lu Ruyan called out to her, "You wretched soul, at last, you've come to seek me." Jiang Qingci jolted, turning to find Lu Ruyan holding up the dead mouse as if it were a handkerchief, playfully tossing her a wink from afar. She instinctively took a step back. This was undoubtedly Lu Ruyan's form of retaliation for her perceived betrayal the previous day. Jiang Qingci felt a throbbing headache. How had she ended up employing such a troublesome individual as her death servant? In her 23 years of life, she had never experienced such humiliation. She could only wonder how Lu Yuham managed to tolerate having him as a brother. The nearby jailer stood in shock, unable to comprehend how, in just one night, a delicate and charming young lady could devolve into such a state. Could it be that the teasing from Chen Shi had inflicted a blow too severe for her to bear? While those outside the cell had yet to recover from their astonishment, Lu Ruyan inside continued to wave the dead mouse in a mock gesture of a handkerchief toward Jiang Qingci, beckoning her with a teasing chant. "Come here, wretched soul. Step inside, it's delightful. Be quiet." Jiang Qingci gritted her teeth and forced out 2 words, silently repeating to herself, "Do not lose your temper with a fool. Do not lose your temper with a fool. Do not lose your temper with a fool." Yet the mantra faltered. How could one possibly refrain from being angry with such a simpleton? What a perfectly fine face, yet marred by such a lack of intellect. With a darkened expression, Jiang Qingci icily threatened, "If you wish to go outside, you had best remain silent." Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Hastily dropping the dead mouse, she held, and standing up straight at the side, Jiang Qingci gestured for the jailer to open the door, but upon its opening, she did not immediately enter. Instead, she requested 2 basins of water from the jailer, saying, "Wash your hands thoroughly before coming out." This time, Lu Rian complied with greater diligence. She scrubbed her palms and the backs of her hands with soap until her skin nearly peeled away, then dried her hands with a cloth. Inside the cell lay a heap of dead mice, a sight Jiang Qingci found utterly repugnant. Not wishing to enter, she beckoned. "You come out and return with me." However, the jailer hesitated, knowing that keeping Miss Lu here was by the emperor's decree. Should she be taken away? If questioned by the emperor, he would have to say she was devoured by the mice. Lu Rian was perplexed, wondering, is this what people say? Does Jiang Qingci believe me blind? A soft voice emerged from behind, prompting Jiang Qingci and Lu Rian to exchange glances, each seeing in the other's eyes unspoken words urging one to take the blame. Before Jiang Qingci could react, Lu Rian averted her gaze, took a step back, and unceremoniously pushed her forward, exclaiming, "My lord, the emperor is waiting for your words. Please say something." Stumbling forward, Jiang Qingci thought of a rather unflattering greeting for the emperor, but was uncertain whether to voice it. Observing the ease of their interaction, the air around Shen Que grew denser with threat, his eyes shimmering with danger as he spoke in a chilling tone. "It appears I have intruded upon a delightful moment between Jiang Qingci and Miss Rian." The word delightful was heavily laced with irony, causing both Jiang Qingci and Lu Rian to shiver involuntarily. Lu Rian internally rolled her eyes, given Shen Ke's imposing demeanor. Should he dare to revel in merriment with Jiang Qingci, it was likely that his own future would be far from joyous. Jiang Qingci thought, "Your Majesty, you could afford to be blind just this once. How could I find joy in such a wretched place with a fool who knows nothing but to play with mice?" Steeling herself, she stepped forward to respond, "Your Majesty jests. I merely heard that Rian found some amusing trinkets in the prison and thought to come and take a look for gifts." Another fabrication. Shen Que regarded her with an inscrutable expression, then turned his gaze to the 2 rows of dead mice in the cell, continuing to probe her fabrication. "Oh, I see. Are these all gifts for Miss Rian for the imperial uncle?" Lu Rian trembled, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of the god of death. She looked to Jiang Qingci for help, silently pleading. Shen Que was truly cunning. While he clearly found her distasteful, he refused to resolve the matter himself in front of Jiang Qingci, instead hoping to use Gu Yanli to settle it. In the end, all blame could be shifted onto Gu Yanli, allowing him to maintain his facade of innocence before Jiang Qingci. "My lord," he said. Jiang Qingci received a signal from Lu Ruoyan, urging him to remain calm. He mustered his courage and replied that it was a gift specially prepared for the regent. A local specialty from Ganzhou, dried rats, sun-dried and wind-blown. The regent would surely appreciate it. Lu Ruoyan, seeing this, decided to help him out of the predicament, refraining from pushing him further into the fire. Shen Que suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the royal uncle. He could only imagine how repulsive the sight of that pile of dried rats must be. However, the thought of it disturbing Gu Yanli brought Shen Que joy, and the gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by a hint of a smile directed at Lu Rian. He waved his hand, saying, "In that case, Miss Rian, don't forget to take these local specialties with you when you leave. We cannot let the royal uncle's expectations go unfulfilled." Jiang Qingci's gaze deepened, recognizing Shen Ke's cunning nature. Yet, his words signified a concession. Lu Ruoyan was allowed to depart. After all, it was a boast he had made himself. And regardless of his reluctance, Jiang Qingci had to patiently wait for Lu Ruoyan to gather the dead rats before he could leave with her. They stopped at a wonton stall by the street and ordered 2 bowls, one for each of them. The wontons were inexpensive, a mere coin for a bowl, generously filled. In a time when wealth could not purchase rice or flour, wontons became an alternative for the destitute. Families bustled about, the air filled with the cries of children and the admonitions of adults. Jiang Qingci seemed oblivious to it all, focused solely on picking up a wonton, blowing on it to cool, and savoring it with a satisfied squint. He moved leisurely, akin to a sun-drenched raccoon. Lu Ruoyan found herself stealing glances at him, intrigued. There was something peculiar about him. Unlike the lofty aristocrats he was accustomed to, he could seamlessly navigate both the halls of power and the bustling streets. fitting in wherever he went. Serving him as a loyal companion seemed quite appealing. Lost in thought, Jiang Qingci finished his meal, and Lu Ruoyan instinctively offered him a pristine handkerchief and used. Jiang Qingci accepted it and leisurely wiped his mouth. Lu Ruoyan shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts, and resumed eating. Then Jiang Qingci asked, "I plan to transfer your sister to Ganzhou." Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. "Why?" he queried, perplexed. Logically, Jiang Qingci, as his superior, had no obligation to explain her intentions or decisions to him. After all, she is your sister. Jiang Qingci, having wiped his mouth clean, put away the handkerchief, suggesting that knowing her whereabouts would ease his mind to serve her well. Understanding her ulterior motives, Lu Ruoyan felt a warmth in his heart and quietly replied, "Thank you." After finishing their meal, Jiang Qingci settled the bill and, as he turned to leave, noticed two figures entering through the southern city gate. Tall and imposing, they were unmounted. Although clad in Han attire, their unmasked features revealed them to be of foreign descent. The two foreigners scanned their surroundings and grabbed a passerby, questioning him aggressively. Yet, they seemed to harbor some trepidation, refraining from resorting to violence when they did not receive the answers they sought. Jiang Qingci immediately recalled the conversation between the scholar and the foreigner on that day. They intended to operate under the radar, to disguise the truth, momentarily obscuring the vision of the officials who had come to provide disaster relief. "Shall I follow them?" Lu Rian also noticed the two individuals. She picked up a cloth bag containing dead mice and approached Jiang Qingci, inquiring, "You follow them?" Jiang Qingci replied, "Do not startle them. Inform me promptly of any unusual movements." Understood. The weather was favorable today, and after Shen Ke's carriage arrived in Ganzhou, the majority of the relief team had also arrived. While Lu Rian pursued the two individuals, Jiang Qingci remained industrious, inspecting various porridge distribution points. Ultimately, she arrived at the government office, where she observed Yin Zheng overseeing the porridge distribution. Yin Zheng, a veteran of 3 dynasties, had hair and beard streaked with gray, yet his physique remained robust. Cheerfully, he directed the queuing refugees, repeatedly advising them, "Drink slowly, do not rush, or you will scald yourselves." Master Jiang, an official responsible for organizing the refugees, approached her, having exchanged a few words with his companions. "Welcome." Jiang Qingci waved her hand dismissively, signaling that no formalities were necessary, and turned to survey the surroundings. Due to Chen Shi's incarceration, the government office had been repurposed to accommodate the refugees, with the interior overcrowded and a throng still gathered outside. "You have been here all night?" "Indeed," the official replied. "Last night, we settled the people inside." After Yandere reviewed the documents, he could not bear to see the populace suffer from hunger and cold, so he insisted that we set up a porridge stall and move supplies from the granary to cook porridge overnight. Everyone should take a break. Summon the personnel from the government office to shift duties. "Thank you, Master Jiang." Jiang Qingci mused thoughtfully as she approached. Upon noticing her, Yin Zheng's jovial demeanor evaporated. He looked at her disdainfully, snorting, "What brings you here?" Jiang Qingci replied, "As you age, His Majesty is concerned about your health and has sent me to check on you." Yin Zheng retorted, "You certainly possess a silver tongue." With a smile plastered on her face, Jiang Qingci chose to disregard his sarcastic tone, reaching out to take the long ladle from his hands. "Thank you for the compliment, Deputy Yin." Infuriated, Yin Zheng nearly turned away in exasperation, angrily thrusting the ladle into her hands before storming off. The queue for porridge remained lengthy. Jiang Qingci worked diligently from dawn until dusk. During this time, Shen Que had come by, assisting her with porridge distribution for 2 hours before being taken away by Yin Zheng, who emerged from the government office. As twilight descended and the sun slanted westward, Lu Rian returned after completing her tasks, bringing another pot of porridge. Master Jiang, the governor of Ganzhou, Su Wenzhou, requests an audience. A servant approached to announce, as there was a brief pause in the distribution. Both women turned their attention to a lavish carriage that had halted outside the government office. A middle-aged man, clad in a coarse robe and standing 7 feet tall, disembarked. His hair was partially gray, held up with a modest wooden hairpin, presenting a disheveled appearance. Lu Rian wiped her hands clean, took the ladle from Jiang Qingci, glanced briefly at the newcomer, and then averted her gaze, muttering softly, "His Majesty arrived last night. He deliberately delayed his visit until tonight, perhaps to dispose of stolen goods in the meantime. This attire seems a calculated performance for your benefit." Her words held a ring of truth. Jiang Qingci chuckled lightly. "To be merely a concubine would be a gross understatement of your talents." "Humph." Lu Ruyan was rarely complimented. Her ears flushed with embarrassment, yet she haughtily lifted her chin, demanding a raise. Jiang Qingci cast her a sidelong glance, retorting, "First, return and properly dry the rat meat before discussing your salary increase." The mention of rat meat immediately conjured images of the fearsome Gu Yanli, causing Lu Ruyan to wilt. "Are you truly going to deliver that to Gu Yanli? If not him, shall I present it to your sister?" Lu Ruyan braced herself. "That little rascal would surely castrate me." Jiang Qingci remarked, "This brother-sister duo is endlessly amusing. Rest assured, Gu Yanli is far more lenient. He won't harm you." A flicker of hope ignited within Lu Ruyan. "Really?" "Indeed," Jiang Qingci replied cryptically. "He would merely flay your skin." "I curse you." As Su Wenzhou dismounted, Jiang Qingci noticed the two constables following him, their faces somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, she recalled them as the ones who had intercepted her at the city gate. The pair seemed to recognize Jiang Qingci as well. Whispering to Su Wenzhou, whose expression visibly darkened. As they conversed, Su Wenzhou approached with a genial bow. "Master, it has been 3 years since we last met in the capital. Who would have thought we would reunite here today?" Such words were a clear attempt at camaraderie. Lu Ruyan quietly inquired, "Have you met this person?" "He is my disciple." Lu Ruyan regarded her with confusion. "How could you take such a good-for-nothing as a disciple? Aren't you worried about tarnishing your reputation?" "The story is rather lengthy." Lu Ruyan replied with a dismissive, "Then let us not delve into it." Jiang Qingci could not resist rolling her eyes at him again. It was somewhat inaccurate to refer to him as her disciple. 4 years prior, when the late emperor still reigned and she had just assumed her ministerial role, Gu Yanli was secretly consolidating power. Fearing the late emperor's suspicion, he placed all those he had recruited under her name, publicly dubbing them her disciples. At that time, Su Wenzhou was merely a minor official, having toiled and studied for 28 years, only to have his name overlooked for a decade. In middle age, he finally achieved second-class scholar status. And on the day he was conferred, he aligned himself with Gu Yanli. It must be said that his choice was astute. Later, when Gu Yanli instigated a palace coup, seizing control of the court, those disciples under her name ascended in fortune. And Su Wenzhou was promoted from a minor official in the Ministry of Works to the governor of Ganzhou, serving for 3 years. Gu Yanli likely never anticipated that he was merely a good-for-nothing. Jiang Qingci maintained a composed demeanor, adopting an air of authority. No need for excessive formality. "Thank you, master, thank you," Su Wenzhou replied with a smile, stepping closer, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the delicate Lu Ruyan behind her. Although taller than the average woman, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her beauty was striking. In his 3 years in Ganzhou, he had never encountered such an ethereal figure. Momentarily caught off guard, he stared, swallowing hard. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, nudging Jiang Qingci with her elbow, playfully chiding, "You shameless man, Su Darren is looking at me. You must say something." Jiang Qingci closed her eyes, gritting her teeth. Forcing herself to endure the situation she had brought upon herself with the death soldier. She still needed to use him to coerce Lu Rua. She could not kill him. She could not. She discreetly covered her nose with her fingers, letting out a dissatisfied cough. Su Wenzhou immediately regained his composure. Diverting the topic, "When did my esteemed teacher arrive? Wasn't it said that you would arrive tomorrow? Why did you not inform anyone so that I could prepare to welcome you?" "I arrived yesterday, accompanying His Majesty. There's no need to trouble you," Jiang Qingci remarked, casting a glance at the temporarily vacant hall of the state government due to the queue. "Let us enter first." "Ah, very well," Su Wenzhou replied. "Please mind your step on the stairs." He nodded repeatedly, dutifully leading the way. "I did not wish to trouble you, but upon hearing of your arrival yesterday, I intended to pay my respects. However, The servants informed me that you must be fatigued from your journey and would need to rest, hence my visit today. Please do not take offense. This person was quite slick, adept at feigning humility. With just a few words, he managed to smooth over everything. Even if she wished to admonish him, she found no grounds to do so. Jiang Qingci merely responded with a non-committal avoiding further conversation. Speaking of which, esteemed teacher, Su Wenzhou continued, his eyes darting around. It has been 3 years. How is the regent faring? Jiang Qingci thought to herself that the expected had indeed arrived. This inquiry was a subtle probe into her allegiance. Whether her presence in Ganzhou for disaster relief was at the behest of Gu Yanli or the puppet emperor. The prince is well, Jiang Qingci replied, elegantly fanning herself. My purpose here is twofold: to provide disaster relief and to ensure the safety of His Majesty during his visit to Ganzhou. Su Wenzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Jiang Qingci remained aligned with Gu Yanli, everything would proceed smoothly. As they conversed, they had traversed the hall, where the officials were preparing to open the granaries to distribute grain under strict orders. Su Wenzhou observed the sacks of grain they carried, feigning a sigh. Since Ganzhou was incorporated into the Dezhou, governance has flourished and the people have prospered. Who could have foreseen a locust plague that devoured the crops overnight? The populace is displaced, homeless, and I too have lost sleep over this matter. Jiang Qingci listened to his flattery with a cold sneer, responding absently, You have worked hard. Not at all, not at all, Su Wenzhou insisted. It is my duty. Only in this way can I repay the kindness shown by you and the prince. Before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly halted. He gazed at the dark prison cell that appeared before them, where a fire rack stood, and various torture instruments lay on the wall. A pallid eunuch knelt on the ground, greeting, Long live the Chancellor. Su Wenzhou's face turned pale, and he hurriedly turned to Jiang Qingci, only to be unexpectedly shoved from behind. Caught off guard, he was thrust into the prison cell. What is the meaning of this? Esteemed teacher? Chapter 52. Taking advantage of the situation, it is rare for us to meet. Jiang Qingci spoke with a stoic expression, weaving falsehoods as she methodically secured the prison door. She glanced up at him with a faint smile, explaining that the state government had been repurposed to accommodate the displaced populace, leaving no suitable lodging for guests. Thus, he would have to endure waiting here for the time being. Master, this is against the rules, Su Wenzhou exclaimed, pounding on the prison door, only to be quickly restrained by a young eunuch who pressed him down from behind, silencing him. The eunuch's voice was sharp. Lord Su, you are well aware of the deeds you've committed during your 3 years in office, bullying the weak, embezzling military provisions and disaster relief funds, colluding with wealthy merchants to seize farmland, and conspiring with foreigners to create chaos in Ganzhou. Each of these transgressions is a capital offense from which you cannot escape. During this relief effort, Minister Jiang is acting on the regent prince's directive. Matters that are not resolvable need not be reported to the court, but can be handled expediently. Minister Jiang is merely following the prince's orders, so you would do well to cooperate if you wish to preserve your life. Su Wenzhou stared incredulously at Jiang Qingci. The phrase abuse of power lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. Given that she was executing the regent prince's command, how could this be considered an abuse of authority? Having served in the court for 3 to 4 years, he understood Gu Yanli's temperament well. Since his ascension, numerous officials had been stripped of their positions and wealth. His methods were decisive, and in urgent situations, he would act without consulting the court, executing individuals on the spot without anyone daring to voice dissent. Thus, Su Wenzhou was convinced that Jiang Qingci's actions were instigated by Gu Yanli, causing his heart to sink. He hastily signaled to the 2 attendants who had accompanied him, but they were so paralyzed by fear that they failed to grasp his intent, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly begging for mercy. Spare us, Lord Jiang. It was all Lord Su's doing. We were merely following orders, even without severe interrogation. The 2 attendants quickly divulged Su Wenzhou's misdeeds, providing testimony. Su Wenzhou, unable to voice his protests, felt his spirit wane in anger and with a roll of his eyes. He fainted. The young eunuch instructed the 2 attendants to sign their testimonies. When he noticed Su Wenzhou lying motionless on the ground, he approached, pinched a strand of hair, and held it to Su Wenzhou's nose. Seeing it move, he looked up and asked, "What should we do now?" "Lord Su has fainted. Let him remain here for now. I will deal with him later," Jiang Qingci replied, collecting the testimonies and ordering the two attendants to be confined separately before departing. The porridge distribution had concluded, and Yin Zheng was overseeing grain storage. Jiang Qingci glanced over from a distance, gathered her team, and, accompanied by Lu Ruyan, began to confiscate properties. Wealthy merchants who had colluded to usurp the farmers' lands had their estates seized and returned to the common people, with all other assets confiscated for the state. Those officials identified in Chen Ke's testimony who remained in Guangzhou and whose crimes were irrefutable were immediately dismissed from their posts and imprisoned, awaiting execution in 5 days. Their properties and lands were all confiscated. Swift and ruthless, within half a day, the state prison was filled to capacity with death row inmates. Lu Ruyan meticulously examined the list of individuals, inhaling sharply as she understood why Jiang Qingci referred to this as a calamity. The sheer number of parasitic officials conspiring together to oppress the common people was indeed more terrifying than a locust plague. She presented the ledgers confiscated from local officials to Jiang Qingci, stating, "These are the account books, besides the monetary transactions among officials. There are substantial sums linked to the barbarians. It appears that the military funds allocated by the court have been divided among them, with a portion funneled to the barbarians." Jiang Qingci, contemplative, took the books and perused a couple of pages before inquiring, "Has Lu Ruhi arrived?" Prior to the decision to seize properties, Jiang Qingci had sent a letter to Sui City, instructing Lu Ruhi to bring troops. It was now precisely the hour of Chun. Lu Ruyan replied, "He has already set out to confront the barbarians." The barbarians, being a nomadic people, often had no fixed encampments. Following Jiang Qingci's orders, Lu Ruyan had previously trailed 2 of the barbarians deep into the desert, sketching their encampments and migratory routes, which would serve as a marching map once Lu Ruhi arrived. After a night spent poring over account books, Jiang Qingci finally realized, as dawn broke with a blush of red, that she had not slept for 3 days and nights. Yet, fatigue eluded her. Just the thought of impending success invigorated her. Stretching languidly, she gathered her ledgers and documents and made her way to the prefectural office. Yin Zheng was still awake, lighting a small candle, hunched over his desk, meticulously scrutinizing each ledger's financial exchanges, diligently marking notes with a vermilion brush. In the stillness of the night, every stroke of his pen was accompanied by a frown and a muttered curse directed at a cadre of inept officials, followed by the soft rustle of parchment. At some point, the candlelight dimmed, only to brighten suddenly thereafter. Yin Zheng instinctively turned his head as a shadow descended upon him. Jiang Qingci, clutching her documents and ledgers, loomed above his desk and glanced at his account books. "Did you not sleep a wink, Deputy Yin?" she remarked. Yin Zheng shot her a glare, noting the dark circles under her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he cleared a space on the pile of ledgers beside him and said, "Sit down, you sycophant of Gu Yanli." Jiang Qingci seated herself cross-legged, placing her belongings aside. Yin Zheng, having sat for too long, felt his legs grow numb and leaned forward to pour her tea. Placing it heavily before her with an irritable tone, "Drink it, it's cold. I hope it gives you a stomachache." Jiang Qingci sighed. "Sir Yin, your manner of speaking leaves much to be desired." She lowered her gaze and took a sip of the tea, which had clearly been sitting for quite some time and was thoroughly cold. However, she had been too preoccupied to drink water lately, and her cracked lips betrayed her need for hydration. She finished the cup and, before Yin Zheng could react, filled it again for herself. Yin Zheng huffed again, ignoring her as he completed his final annotations on the ledgers before asking, "Well then, what nonsense do you bring this time?" The list of officials implicated in the disaster relief scandal is contained within this document, Jiang Qingci replied, undeterred by his hostility. As she opened the file and laid it flat before him, Yin Zheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. "If it is all here, why show it to me? Just take it back to the Ministry of Justice for their ruling." After all, the culprits had already been executed on the spot. Yin Zheng was momentarily taken aback. His murky gaze fixated on the documents before him, then turned incredulously towards Jiang Qingci, his lips trembling in rage as he slammed his palm against the table. Jiang Qingci, do you dare to abuse your power? Even if they deserve punishment, it should be determined by the Ministry of Justice and His Majesty. How can you act recklessly? Calm yourself, Master Yin, Jiang Qingci replied, her demeanor markedly serene compared to the furious Yin Zheng, as if his wrath were but a mere drizzle to her. What if I were to say that this is His Majesty's will? What? Yin Zheng scoffed coldly. His Majesty may be foolish and absurd, but he is not a tyrant. Do not cast such aspersions upon him. Meanwhile, Shen Que had been rebuffed by Jiang Qingci for 5 consecutive days. Upon hearing she had arrived at the provincial capital, he hastily came forth, only to overhear her utterance outside the door. I am somewhat moved, yet uncertain whether I should be, he mused. Chapter 53, Negotiation Inside. Jiang Qingci blinked and smiled slightly, regaining her composure. Given the circumstances, the dead cannot be revived. Master Yin, I offer my condolences. Yin Zheng, infuriated, pointed at her, stammering. You wretched child, which eye of yours saw me grieving? That is for the best, Jiang Qingci responded smoothly. Now, listen carefully. I shall present you with 2 choices. This matter can either be interpreted as me acting on the regent's orders, expelling the guilty on the spot, and executing them, or as His Majesty acting tyrannically, executing those treacherous ministers without hesitation. Master Yin, being a veteran of 3 reigns, I trust you can discern the truth? Yin Zheng fell silent, staring intently at Jiang Qingci, his heart tumultuous and unrestful. Only now did he comprehend why the late emperor insisted on making him a minister despite knowing his allegiance to Gu Yanli. This individual appeared gentle and compliant, yet harbored a rebellious spirit within. Gu Yanli could not control him. What do you wish for me to do? Jiang Qingci smiled, refraining from a direct answer, instead lowering her gaze to the teacup in her hand, observing the swirling tea leaves within. Chun Beishan has spoken to me about Nanshan being an ideal place for seclusion. Master Yin, I believe you might find it worthwhile to explore. Perhaps due to the preceding shock, Jiang Qingci's words evoked a sense of relief in Yin Zheng. The political arena, rife with treachery and deceit, had exhausted him after protecting the great Zhao for over 50 years across 3 reigns. If he could lend some assistance to His Majesty before his departure, it would be a worthy endeavor. He shook his head with a light chuckle, turning to pour himself a cup of tea. His silver hair shimmered in the candlelight, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes softening. He raised his teacup in a gesture towards Jiang Qingci. Nanshan, indeed, Chun Beishan often speaks of it. It is certainly a fine destination. I understand now. I shall write to request my retirement upon my return. Thank you, Master Yin, for your understanding, Jiang Qingci replied, lowering her eyes and raising her teacup in salute. However, Yin Zheng shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze upon her. But you must promise me one thing. Please, Master Yin, speak. Regardless of how you contend with Gu Yanli, the throne of the great Zhao must not change hands. The pair of eyes, seasoned by the vicissitudes of court life, now shone with a piercing clarity. Regardless of how dim-witted the sovereign may be, he remains the sovereign. One must not act disrespectfully toward him. A fleeting flicker of guilt crossed Jiang Qingci's gaze. Does being involved with Shen Que amount to disrespecting authority? If Yin Zheng were to discover this, he would likely be driven to apoplexy on the spot. Outside the door, Shen Que stood still. Dawn was breaking, the sun rising in the east, casting a brilliant glow that harmonized with his golden dragon robe and the crimson door. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qingci's voice emerged from within. Rest assured, Lord Yin. Shen Que lowered his eyes, his long lashes concealing the keen interest in his gaze, and raised his hand as if to knock on the door. Hesitating, he withdrew it and turned to leave. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, he decided it prudent to feign ignorance for the time being. Once the conversation between Yin Zheng and Jiang Qingci unfolded within, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Amidst the clinking of cups, a pot of tea was soon emptied. Yet Yin Zheng remained unsatisfied, beckoning a servant to bring in breakfast and morning tea, gesturing for Jiang Qingci to begin eating. His gaze lingered on her with a hint of nostalgia. In your childhood, you followed Gu Yanli incessantly. Truth be told, I have even cradled you in my arms. Jiang Qingci's eyelids fluttered, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over her as the embarrassment of childhood mischief resurfaced. As anticipated, Yan Zheng's next remark was, "You, my dear, have the audacity to have soaked me thoroughly." Unable to stifle a laugh, she covered her face with her hands, lamenting that her brother's foolish antics now compelled her to bear the brunt of the embarrassment. Truly a trial. Once Yan Zheng opened the floodgates, the conversation flowed freely, leaving Jiang Qingci restless as she endured 2 hours of tales recounting her brother's youthful indiscretions, all while struggling to swallow her pastries. When it was finally time to take her leave, Yan Zheng halted her, stuffing all the meticulously organized accounts and documents into her arms, then sighed deeply and asked, "Jiang Qingci, speak frankly with me. Gu Yanli has sent you here under the pretense of disaster relief, but in truth, is it not to orchestrate my downfall?" Jiang Qingci paused in her tracks. It seemed Yan Zheng was not seeking an answer from her, but was instead musing aloud. By attributing all these crimes to me, removing me from my position, and taking my life, Gu Yanli would find it most convenient to seize control of the Ministry of Revenue, would he not? Ah, Jiang Qingci, do you not fear that Gu Yanli might question your own transgressions? This question was truly directed at her. She shook her head. There is no need to kill you. On the surface, he could still claim the Ministry of Revenue. And so what if he faced the ire of the entire court? He would not punish me. But are you truly willing to relinquish the ministry to him? Jiang Qingci chuckled lightly. How could that be? You have already accused me of deception. She then silently added, the Ministry of Revenue is undoubtedly mine, as is the Ministry of War. Are you? Yan Zheng exclaimed, both laughing and lamenting. If Gu Yanli were to discover that the blade he himself forged now pointed back at him, how intriguing it would be. Alas, he could not witness it firsthand. Jiang Qingci smiled. If you are still alive by then, I shall send someone to Nanshan to share the good news with you. Go away. Yan Zheng shot her a sidelong glance, waving his sleeve dismissively, urging her to keep her distance. Can you not speak properly? As dawn broke, Jiang Qingci returned with a pile of documents in hand. The disaster had been brought under control, and the common folk, having received rice and grain from the open granaries along with redistributed plots of land, still gathered at the state office, reluctant to disperse. From a distance, Jiang Qingci glanced at the throng before the main gate and could not help but inquire of her attendant, "What is happening outside?" "It is as you see, Master Jiang," the attendant replied earnestly. "You have been preoccupied with official duties these past few days and may not be aware that the people, having received their fields and provisions, wish to express their gratitude to you and His Majesty for advocating on their behalf, save for those parasitic leeches. The court is deliberating on erecting a temple in honor of you and His Majesty." She waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. The disaster has only just passed. It would be unwise to burden the populace further. Let them disperse." "Understood." Lu Ruhua returned with his troops on the afternoon of the second day, having achieved a resounding victory, driving the Hu people back 800 miles and compelling their leader to sign a treaty promising never to offend again, along with an annual tribute of 20,000 taels of silver and 20,000 lambs to the great Zhao. Jiang Qingci's gaze shifted from the treaty to the Hu youth following Lu Ruhua. Her expression one of confusion. "Is this a hostage sent by the Hu people?" "Not a hostage," Lu Ruhua replied. "The Hu leader has gifted you a male companion." Chapter 54. Jiang Qingci's eyelids twitched in disbelief. She suspected she had misheard. Yet, Lu Ruhua's earnest demeanor suggested he was not deceiving her. "Why would he send me?" Jiang Qingci stammered, glancing at Lu Ruyan and then back at Lu Ruhua. "A male companion? Do I appear to be a frivolous individual ensnared by beauty?" Lu Ruhua, somewhat flustered, cast a desperate glance at Lu Ruyan, who seemed indifferent, gazing at the sky, the ground, and the sun-dried rats outside, adopting a stance of detachment as if to say that should anything go awry, she would bear the consequences herself. Reluctantly, Lu Ruhua nodded, and upon meeting Jiang Qingci's piercing gaze, he suddenly shook his head vigorously. After signing the treaty, the Hu leader, eager to curry favor with Jiang Qingci, cautiously inquired of Lu Ruhua what type of beauty she preferred. She is not a mind reader, Lu Ruhua thought, Yet, considering his role as her brother-in-law, he simply remarked, "Master Jiang does not favor women." He then watched as the expression of the Hu leader shifted from astonishment to a gradual understanding that it was not unusual for someone of Jiang Qingci's caliber to have unique tastes. Subsequently, the Hu leader waved his hand, instructing his 13 sons to disrobe and line up, inviting Lu Ruhua to choose one to take back as Jiang Qingci's male companion, claiming this was a gesture of alliance with the great Zhao. With great trepidation, Lu Ruhua selected the 11th son, a youth of 19, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with striking features. Years of warfare had sculpted his physique, lending him a vigorous bronze complexion. Faced with Jiang Qingci's inquiry, Lu Ruhua racked his brain and managed to articulate. "Perhaps the Hu leader deemed you, Master Jiang, a paragon among men, hence the gift of a male companion as a token of sincere admiration. Alas, what a remarkable individual, one who captivates the heart and commands genuine admiration. Do not heed my grandfather's ramblings. He is but a bandit who has risen from humble beginnings, having received only a scant education and learned a few words from the Han people, which he now boasts about foolishly." Just as Lu Ruhua finished speaking, the young Hu man impatiently interjected, clearly weary of his daily exploits on horseback, pillaging to no avail and unable to either fight back or flee. He lamented, "If I could sell myself to my kin for a few morsels of soft rice, it would be beneficial for all involved." Lu Ruhua was left speechless, while Lu Ruoyan struggled to find her voice. Jiang Qingci's lips twitched slightly. "Is your grandfather aware of your behind-the-scenes machinations? If he were, I would surely face the lash of his horsewhip," the young Hu man muttered in a tone filled with grievance. Ignoring him, he boldly pulled a chair and sat down. "My grandfather has already sold me to you, so I am now yours. Henceforth, should you instruct me to head east, I shall not stray west. We Hu people are most loyal. You provide me with sustenance, and I shall devote my life to you. You may ask me to usurp my grandfather's position, and while I lack experience in being a male concubine, I am willing to learn." Jiang Qingci, pinching her brow, felt a throbbing headache and waved her hand dismissively. "Lu Ruhua, take him away. Do not allow him to appear before me again." Although still young, the Hu man possessed considerable strength, and Lu Ruhua could not manage him alone. With Lu Ruoyan's assistance, they barely managed to pull him from the chair and drag him outside. Outside, a cacophony ensued, and as Jiang Qingci returned to her room, she glanced back to see the young Hu man and Lu Ruoyan engaged in a scuffle. At one moment, Lu Ruoyan pinned the Hu man to the ground. In the next, he reversed their positions, striking Lu Ruoyan down. Lu Ruhua attempted to intervene, but was inadvertently stepped on, leading him to join the fray. A chaotic melee erupted, with the situation teetering on the brink of escalation. Princess Lu Yun observed the commotion with a hint of regret and inquired of Jiang Qingci, "Do you understand the reason behind their quarrel?" Jiang Qingci cast a questioning glance, prompting the princess to elaborate. "Your companion wishes to drive him away, but the young Hu man insists that if he cannot be subdued through combat, he shall willingly remain as your servant, vowing to bite anyone who tries to expel him." Is servant truly the correct term here? Princess Lu Yun shrugged, settling into her hammock, casually cracking seeds. The Hu people's grasp of the Han language is lacking. One must exercise patience. Jiang Qingci glanced at the damaged begonia tree, split in two due to the ruckus, and quietly added, "One might also conjecture their intellect is lacking." Perhaps so, the princess pondered, nodding thoughtfully. If he were of sound mind, how could his father have sent him here? Jiang Qingci chuckled lightly and turned to leave, only to be called back by the princess. "Do not rush to intervene. Allow me to witness this spectacle a while longer. I have not encountered such novelty in my years here." Jiang Qingci, exasperated, cautioned her, "Just ensure they do not escalate to a point of fatality. After all, he is a Hu individual sent here. I cannot accept him as a concubine, but he may serve as a hostage, which is perfectly acceptable." After 3 sleepless days and nights of toil, Jiang Qingci collapsed in her bed, succumbing to the embrace of slumber, awakening in the late hours of the night. With the full moon perched upon the branches, the shadows of the courtyard trees intertwining in the stillness, Jiang Qingci rose from her slumber and donned her garments. As she took a few steps outside, her gaze fell upon the luminous moon, igniting a sudden curiosity within her. She ventured into the kitchen to retrieve 2 jugs of wine, then led forth a peach blossom steed from the stable. Departing from the residence of Princess Lu Yun, she meandered westward, leisurely exiting the city gates, ultimately halting in the vastness of the desert. In her previous days in the southern wilderness, devoid of companions, she would often wander with wine in hand. She would set out with enthusiasm and return when her spirits were spent. The flowers, trees, grasses, and mountains, those once mundane elements of her childhood, had transformed into a captivating panorama over the course of 3 years. The poet's words about the wisdom of forgetting the mundane resonated with her during that time. Yet, she had not fully comprehended it. Now, with her desires multiplied, how could she ever truly forget? Dismounting her horse, she found herself in the boundless desert, the surroundings desolate, the bright moon casting shadows of only herself and her steed. Sand seeped into her boots, causing discomfort, prompting her to sit upon the ground. Using the sky as her blanket and the vast desert as her pillow, she tilted her head, gazing at the enormous nostrils of her peach blossom horse, which exhaled a frosty breath upon her face. Jiang Qingci waved the horse away. At that moment, a shadow descended upon her, obscuring her face. Blinking, she remained still, locking eyes with a pair of enchanting peach blossom orbs, and inquired, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Shen Que crouched down, his fingers playfully entwining her scattered hair upon the sand, wrapping it around his index finger until he could no longer twist it further. Gently brushing her temple with his fingertip, he simply replied, "The horse ran away." Chapter 55. Your Majesty, the moon is in the sky. Jiang Qingci's gaze returned to him, noting his damp hair, still adorned with droplets, and his collar, slightly unbuttoned, revealing an expanse of pristine skin. As he knelt to entwine her hair, his collar opened further, presenting a sight that hardly resembled attire for riding. She pointed towards her horse, which was nearby, laboriously pawing at the sand, saying, "My steed can be lent to your Majesty." Shen Que glanced over but did not approach, instead settling himself upon the ground in a relaxed manner. "I suddenly wish to gaze upon the moon again," he mused. "Your Majesty, the moon is above." She pointed skyward once more. Yet Shen Que seemed to disregard her words, remaining still, his gaze fixed on her with a knowing smile, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. An unspoken understanding sparked within Jiang Qingci, causing her heart to flutter. She blinked and averted her gaze, feeling a light laughter descend from above as Shen Que patted his thigh, not one to feign formality, and with no onlookers present. The constraints of sovereign and subject dissolved in that moment. She rolled playfully upon the ground, nestling into his embrace, resting her head upon his thigh, and offered him the half-empty wine jug. Shen Que accepted it, tilting his head back to take a swig, the liquid trickling down the corner of his lips, cascading over his throat and disappearing into his collar. After gazing at the moon for a while, Jiang Qingci could no longer resist the urge and reached out her thumb to wipe the remnants away. However, just as she sought to withdraw her hand, Shen Que lowered his gaze upon her, grasping her wrist and placing the thumb that had just brushed against the wine stain to his lips. Bestuing entangled. Throughout this exchange, his eyes remained unwaveringly fixed on her. The wine was undeniably cool, yet his kiss rendered her thumb as if it had been warmed by a blazing hearth, neither painful nor discomforting, but rather tingling. Has Jiang Qingci ceased to admire the moon? Shen Que inquired, delicately pecking her fingers as if he were a devoted little dog, endearingly clingy. Yet reason reminded her that beneath this innocent facade lay the vicious fangs of a predator. She mused that Shen Que's seductive prowess had grown more adept in the days of their separation. No more, Jiang Qingci thought, allowing him to toy with her fingers. His fingers were long, elegant, and well-defined, entwining with hers, kneading and intertwining, their 10 fingers locked together in an intimate embrace. Silence enveloped them. Jiang Qingci refrained from questioning why he had followed her across the desolate expanse of the desert, while Shen Que did not inquire why she had ventured out at such a late hour with a wine jug to gaze at the moon. What began as one person and one horse transformed into two individuals and one horse, as the bright moon gradually tilted towards the west. After having slept the entire day, Jiang Qingci rested her head upon his thigh, her breath becoming increasingly steady, leading her back into slumber. Shen Que, gazing down at her, gently tucked away the stray hairs from her forehead, his eyes brimming with infinite tenderness. This slumber was particularly serene. Had it not been for the insistent nudging of the famished Taohua horse, Jiang Qingci felt she could have slept for an entire day more. The Taohua horse glared at her with reproach, and upon noticing her still nestled in Shen Ke's embrace, it shook its mane and nudged her with its head. Jiang Qingci had no choice but to grasp the reins and steady the horse's head. Before she could utter her thoughts, Shen Que preemptively spoke. "It is of no concern. Though my horse may be exhausted, I still possess my legs. Despite having served as Jiang Qingci's pillow for an entire day, they are merely a bit numb and will not hinder my walking. It shall take a day's journey to reach the capital, so there is no need for you to worry about my return to the capital." Jiang Qingci, though aware of his act, felt a pang of conscience thinking about her earlier intent to suggest that the Taohua horse was too weary to carry two individuals, and perhaps the emperor should walk back. Thus, they journeyed back under the cloak of night, just as they had arrived. The difference was that on the way there, the Taohua horse was well fed and needed only to carry one, while on the return, it was famished and bore the additional weight of another. At this hour, the roads were nearly deserted, as the Taohua horse sorrowfully delivered Shen Que to the gates of the prefecture and then carried Jiang Qingci back to the residence of the Luoyang County princess, still bearing its grievances. After a long, uninterrupted slumber, Jiang Qingci was now fully awake, her mind brimming with inspiration, eager to compose poetry in praise of everything she beheld. However, before she could channel her poetic fervor, she caught sight of a Hu youth and Lu Ruyin engaged in a quarrel upon a wooden bed in the courtyard. Lu Ruyin appeared to be unscathed, her face intact and vibrant as she propped herself up on the wooden bed with one hand, glaring fiercely at the Hu youth. In a high-pitched voice, she admonished, "I warn you, summon your people to return Jiang Qingci immediately. If she is not back before dawn, I shall strangle you without hesitation." The Hu youth, his exotic features marred by bruises, glared back defiantly, retorting, "What nonsense fills your mind? Which eye of yours saw me? Take her away." The tension between them was palpable, thick with hostility, yet neither made a move to strike. Jiang Qingci, stiffly turning her head to survey the surroundings, felt a pat on her back. "Where have you been? Why have you only just returned?" Lu Ruhi, sporting her own bruises, held a handful of green jujubes she had gathered from who knows where, casually offering some to Jiang Qingci as well. "Since we were in Ganzhou, I thought I would take a stroll," Jiang Qingci replied, mimicking Lu Ruhi's actions as she hesitantly bit into a jujube. Asking about the commotion. "You are unaware? Sachuri claimed that if my brother could best him, he would leave. Yet he is obstinate. My brother nearly kicked him senseless, and he retorted, 'If you could be a concubine, why can't I be a male pet? We are all living off others. Who looks down on whom?' This infuriated my brother, who kicked him out." Sachuri was presumably the name of the Hu youth, and Jiang Qingci nodded thoughtfully, recalling the scene at Putua Temple, cautiously inquiring, "Injured?" "My brother has a sprained back," Lu Ruhi replied. Jiang Qingci could easily envision the exasperated curses Lu Ruyin must have unleashed at that moment. Then Sachuri couldn't contain his laughter and also injured himself. As she spoke, Lu Ruhi gestured towards the two wooden beds. "Look, they're still lying there, yet they continue to bicker. What a disaster." Suddenly, Lu Ruhi's expression changed drastically, prompting a confused glance from Jiang Qingci. "They have been lying there all day. I was too busy helping Princess Luoyang pick jujubes that I forgot to bring them food." Before she could finish her sentence, she grabbed Jiang Qingci's robe, stuffing the jujubes into her hands. "You go in first. I will return shortly. Do not leave, whatever you do, if you're not here to support me. My brother will undoubtedly have words with my esteemed uncle." Jiang Qingci thought to herself, "Isn't your uncle also his uncle? What difference does it make?" But Lu Ru, he had already rushed off in a flurry. She nibbled on a jujube as she entered, and upon her arrival, the argument ceased abruptly. Both parties pointed accusingly at each other. With tears in her eyes, Lu Ruyin lamented, "My lord, he bullies me." The fierce demeanor that had been evident in Sa Chu Ri vanished, replaced by a carefree grin reminiscent of a playful dog as he echoed, "My lord, he bullies me." Jiang Qingci remained silent, walking over to Sa Chu Ri, who grinned wider in response, boldly raising an eyebrow at Lu Ruyin, who glared at him through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Jiang Qingci seized Sa Chu Ri's chin and forced something into his mouth. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she swiftly struck the back of his neck. The jujube, no larger than a fingernail, was swallowed against his will. Suchu's carefree smile momentarily shattered. His gaze heavy. "What have you given me?" "Poison." Chapter 56. It was a toxin known as 10-day dispersal, one that would not claim your life immediately, but would gradually dismantle your organs over 10 days. Without an antidote, death was inevitable. Jiang Qingci fixed her calm eyes upon him, speaking slowly, "The antidote exists only in my possession." Her voice was soft yet resonated clearly for both Lu Ruyin and Suchu to hear. Lu Ruyin, who had witnessed Jiang Qingci's many tricks, quickly calculated in her mind, silently lighting a candle for Suchu, then comfortably returned to her place to watch the spectacle unfold. What was the point of bickering with a mad dog? It was far more worthwhile to be paid to watch her superior reprimand one. With this thought, Lu Ruyin felt that her meager wages were, in fact, quite valuable. Suchu froze, discreetly casting a glance at her grip on his wrist, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, quickly subdued as he laughed boisterously. "You're just as nonsensical as my grandfather." Jiang Qingci tightened her grip on his chin, forcing back his unfinished words. "I never lie. If you don't believe me, you can wait for 10 days. After all, it won't be me who dies then." As her words left her lips, the smile on Suchu's face crumbled entirely. He seized her wrist, aware that with just a slight exertion, he could crush her delicate bone. The pain radiated through her wrist. But Jiang Qingci was undeterred, grasping his chin firmly. Though it would require effort to shatter a grown man's jaw, it was not beyond her capability. In the standoff, with one standing and the other seated, tension crackled in the air, neither willing to yield. Suchu had not anticipated that this seemingly frail man, with an appearance so delicate, could possess such strength. Being held by the chin felt akin to being gnawed by a dog, painful yet irretrievable. However, upon catching sight of Lu Ruyin, who was merely spectating, he realized that if a woman could subdue him, it was hardly surprising. Ultimately, it was Suchu who retreated first, hesitantly releasing his grip, raising his hands above his head in surrender. With a crooked smile that exuded mischief, the carefree demeanor from earlier vanished, replaced by an unmistakable aggression. "You've seen through me. You are more clever than I imagined, Minister Jiang. No, wait, I'm your male pet now. According to your Han customs, should I not address you as husband?" Lu Ruyin could not contain herself, spitting the tea she had just sipped. Did this fellow truly understand the absurdity of his words? Why must he involve himself with Jiang Qingci? With Shen Ke's duplicitous nature as the emperor, if he found out, he would surely have his tongue severed. The mere thought of Shen Que sent a shiver down Lu Ruyin's spine. Jiang Qingci cast a glance at him. "Your disguise is woefully inadequate. A people accustomed to years of warfare on horseback could hardly produce a mindless fool. Sometimes, the more one attempts to conceal the truth, the more it evokes a sense of absurdity akin to hiding silver in broad daylight." She disdainfully released her grip, and with unwavering resolve, Lu Ruyin immediately proffered a clean handkerchief, saying, "My lord, please wipe your hands." Having seen through the facade, Suchu Ri could not be bothered to maintain the pretense. He endured the pain from his injured waist, turned slightly to one side, and rested his head on one hand, his gaze darting between her and Lu Ruyin. "Is being your male concubine truly this demanding? Apart from lying on the bed for you, must I also attend to your laundry, cooking, and serving you tea?" Such blunt and unrestrained words left Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyin momentarily breathless. Lu Ruyin, unable to extend the handkerchief in time, could no longer contain her fury. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "Shut your foul mouth and refrain from uttering such obscenities towards her. Ah, but your role as a concubine is rather perplexing." The stone flew straight towards Suchuri's face, yet he casually raised his hand to catch it, applying a slight pressure until it was reduced to powder, which cascaded through his fingers. "I am not your male concubine. Am I not permitted to seek clarity?" He narrowed his eyes, brushing away the remnants of the crushed stone, scrutinizing Jiang Qingci, his gaze fixating on her throat as he casually flexed his fingers. "Is this how I can obtain the antidote?" Jiang Qingci, however, stepped back, distancing herself from the fray. She bent down, lifted a stone the size of 2 palms, and presented it to Lu Ruyin with a command, "Smash him." At her command, Lu Ruyin, gritting her teeth against the pain of her twisted waist, swung her arm in an arc towards Suchuri. His pupils dilated in surprise, instinctively attempting to catch it, but the movement exacerbated his injury, causing him to topple backward with a thud, landing flat on his back. Before he could rise, a foot pressed firmly against his chest, forcing him back down. Jiang Qingci leaned forward, resting her elbows on her bent knees, a folding fan in hand, pressing it against his left hand as she looked down at him imperiously. "Suchuri, had I not evaded your grasp just now, your hand would have tightened around my throat, using that to coerce me into handing over the antidote, wouldn't it?" The moment Suchuri beheld Jiang Qingci, his expression shifted from fierce to intrigued, finally encountering an adversary of equal caliber on the battlefield. He realized that only a fierce counterattack could justify this contest. It seemed that becoming a hostage of Dezhao was not as dull an affair as he had presumed. He openly admitted, "Minister Jiang, I find myself increasingly fascinated by you." "Is that so?" Jiang Qingci remained vigilant of his every move, retorting, "I hope the poison within you permits your interest to endure." Suchuri raised an eyebrow. Even in a position of disadvantage, he exhibited no sign of trepidation. Under her watchful gaze, he raised his left hand, prompting Lu Ruyin to instinctively leap forward. "Dare to harm her, and I shall have you chopped." With a crisp sound of dislocated bone echoing, both Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyin, who had leapt but miscalculated her aim and fell to the ground, were momentarily stunned. Suchuri had indeed broken his own little finger. The little finger was twisted at a grotesque angle, and merely observing it caused Jiang Qingci to feel pain, wishing she had never had a little finger at all. Before her stood Suchuri, who merely broke into a light sweat, exhaled deeply, and gazed up at her. "As a humble apology for my earlier impudence, what does the esteemed Prime Minister Jiang think? If you remain as obedient as you are now, fulfilling the duties of hostage, I shall regularly provide you with the antidote upon your return, keeping your life in my hands." The folding fan slowly glided to his neck as Jiang Qingci spoke in a calm tone. "Should I discover any treachery towards Dezhao, I will sever your head and display it at the gates of Ganzhou, allowing you to witness firsthand how I dismantle your grandfather's stronghold." Suchuri's form trembled, and he lowered his gaze to conceal the tumult of emotions beneath, laughing raucously. "Understood." Chapter 57. Feel free to act as you wish. I shall await your return in the capital. As a result of the fall, Suchuri's already injured waist was further strained, rendering him unable to sit up. He could only lie on a board bed, watching Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruhi, the brother and sister pair, reveling in drink alongside Jiang Qingci, while his stomach audibly protested its hunger. Jiang Qingci glanced over at the sound and tossed him a chicken leg. Suchuri reacted swiftly, stretching out his arm to catch it, but unexpectedly, he strained his back for a third time. Lu Ruyin, delighting in the spectacle, clapped her hands in encouragement. "What quick reflexes! The master has trained well. How formidable you are, my lord. I adore you so." As her words fell, Suchuri, still clutching the half-eaten chicken leg, picked up a stone and hurled it at Lu Ruyin. "You are the dog." As it appeared that the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Jiang Qingci pressed her fingers to her temples and said to Lu Ruhi, "Let us step inside to discuss matters. You two continue your bickering. Hold on to this chicken leg and eat it when you tire of arguing." Lu Ruhi handed the last chicken leg to Lu Ruyin, feeling embarrassed by the inability to win the argument, and added, "If you can't even win a quarrel, you should not claim to be my brother." Lu Ruyin shot her an annoyed glance. While Lu Ru, he followed Jiang Qingci inside, carrying the wine jug and roast chicken. Please take a seat. Jiang Qingci gestured to the nearby armchair before moving behind the screen. A servant entered to refill tea and serve snacks. And when Jiang Qingci emerged again, she held several scrolls of documents, placing them before Lu Ruhi on the table before returning to sit in the grand chair. Your efforts in the campaign against the Hu have been commendable. I shall submit a request to the court to elevate your rank to a third-rank general. From now on, you need not return to Sui City, but rather lead the troops to guard Ganzhou. Until the local officials are replaced, you will temporarily oversee the affairs of the province. Lu Ru, he was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Jiang Qingci gestured for her to examine the documents, and as Lu Ru, he scrutinized them repeatedly. She finally had to accept that she had indeed been promoted. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't help but smile broadly. Jiang Qingci shared in her joy, lifting her teacup as a signal for her to partake in the tea. Lu Ru, he, grinning from ear to ear, reached out eagerly but then hesitated, glancing at Jiang Qingci with a hint of concern. Are you truly certain it is me? It must be you. But what if my identity is discovered? It will not be discovered. Jiang Qingci took a sip of tea, gazing at her with calmness. As long as you belong to me, even if discovered, I shall devise a means to suppress it. Your capabilities merit your position. As a general of the third rank at the border, you are truly deserving. Pursue your endeavors without hesitation. I will await your return in the capital. With that, Jiang Qingci raised her cup in a distant toast, expressing her hope that when you come to report your duties at the year's end, I may once again petition for your promotion to the second rank. And at that time, I shall treat you to sweet dumplings. A warm current surged within Lu Ruhua, dispelling the shackles of hesitation that constrained her heart. She gazed around, the vastness of the world unfolding before her, boundless and expansive. Contemplating her ascent to the position of border general, she feigned seriousness to suppress her smile. Yet her eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. She raised her cup in response. Wait for me. Their cups clinked in the air, and they simultaneously tilted their heads back to drink. Outside, two individuals continued to argue, while inside, Jiang Qingci succinctly briefed Lu Ruhua on the affairs of Ganzhou. Lu Ruhua then inquired, shall you also replace the local officials in Ganzhou with your own people? Indeed, Jiang Qingci replied, unreserved in acknowledging the impending transfer of duties. In the capital, Su Jiwen of the Su family, though somewhat frivolous in demeanor, was not to be underestimated. Confining him to a minor role in the Ministry of Justice would be a waste of his potential. Gu Yanli, wary of the Su family, yet eager to utilize them, had supported Su Jiwen's brother, Su Huang. With Su Jiwen remaining in the capital, his prospects appeared dim. If he could first be sent to the provinces for a couple of years to gain experience and accumulate achievements, he would surely return to the capital as an invaluable ally. However, recalling Su Jiwen's tendency to lavish money at others' doorsteps, Jiang Qingci gently advised Lu Ruhua, should he engage in any extraordinary actions, please be understanding. With a hasty meeting drawing to a close, the siblings Lu Ruoyan and Lu Ruhua, despite their usual disagreements, found themselves exchanging numerous reminders. Lu Ruoyan frowned as she adjusted her sister's armor, murmuring, eat well in the army. You must gain weight, or how can you face the enemy? Dress warmly in this cold weather. Should you fall ill in this distant place, I won't be able to visit you. And remember, now that you are a general, refrain from climbing trees to pick dates. What will your subordinates think? Jiang Qingci watched by the carriage, thinking how Lu Ruoyan was increasingly resembling their mother, her nagging reminiscent of maternal concern. Holding a chain, with the other end binding the wrists of Sacher, who remained bare-chested, he listlessly kicked at the stones beneath him. At that moment, a young attendant approached and bowed. Lord Jiang, the emperor requests your presence. Please wait, Jiang Qingci replied, intending to hand the chain to Lu Ruoyan. The young attendant hesitated, then stammered. The emperor asked that you bring the dog along. The dog? Jiang Qingci raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Sacher, tethered at the other end of the chain. As he stood, bare-chested, gazing down at the stones beneath his feet, the muscles on his body were accentuated, with the veins on his arms prominently bulging. giving the impression that a single punch from him could fell 15 of the lesser Li. Did Shen Que truly refer to this as a dog? Nonetheless, Sichuri was, after all, a hostage sent by the Hu people, and it was only proper that he should pay his respects to the emperor. As if sensing her gaze, Sichuri raised his face and flashed a toothy grin, playfully whistling at her. "What is it, my esteemed Minister Jiang? What would you have me do?" Jiang Qingci chose to ignore him, tugging at the iron chain, causing Sichuri to stumble forward as they trailed behind the lesser Li to the front of the carriage. Yin Zheng held in his hands a box of crickets that he had just confiscated from Shen Que, earnestly advising him, "Your Majesty should take the time to review the documents and consider the policies of governance during the journey. As a sovereign, you must not squander your days so frivolously." Indeed, Minister Yin speaks wisely, which is why I have asked the lesser Li to invite Minister Jiang to join me in the carriage to facilitate my studies along the way. Shen Que listened dutifully, nodding in agreement. Seeing his earnestness, Yin Zheng stroked his beard with satisfaction. "This is splendid, splendid indeed. Minister Jiang is eloquent and quick-witted. Your Majesty must diligently follow his lead in your studies." Upon hearing Yin Zheng's flattering remarks, Jiang Qingci felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively touched the tip of her nose. To be fair, Shen Que was indeed quite diligent in his studies. At that moment, Shen Que noticed her, and naturally, he also took note of Sichuri, who was tethered behind her. His expression instantly hardened, exuding an aura of menace. Chapter 58. When you're my male concubine, do you believe you are worthy? Will you not introduce me, Minister Jiang? Shen Que clasped his hands behind his back, his knuckles whitening as he blinked and smiled at Jiang Qingci with an unusually docile demeanor. "Your Majesty, Minister Yin," Jiang Qingci tugged at the chain, signaling Sichuri to step forward, and introduced, recently, Lu Ruhua led an army to drive the Hu people out of Ganzhou, achieving a resounding victory. The Hu sought peace, and as a gesture of goodwill, they have sent a hostage. "What hostage? I am a male concubine." Before Jiang Qingci could finish her sentence, Sichuri eagerly interjected, emphasizing with a fierce glint in his eyes, "In seeking peace with the Zhao, my grandfather has promised to pay tribute annually. I'm a gift from my grandfather to Minister Jiang." His loud proclamation drew the attention of onlookers, who regarded Jiang Qingci and Sichuri with a mix of bewilderment and intrigue, whispering amongst themselves, "This Hu person is utterly shameless," baring his chest and appearing disheveled in broad daylight. Even if Minister Jiang prefers men, surely she would not fancy such a creature. Yet his pectorals are undeniably impressive. I mean, it is so undignified, utterly lacking in decorum. It is an affront to propriety. I must, on behalf of His Majesty, vehemently condemn him. Jiang Qingci felt her head spinning, suddenly regretting not having silenced him before leaving the house. How embarrassing, she thought. "Your Majesty, do not heed his nonsense." Jiang Qingci, in exasperation, tapped her temple with her finger. "He has been kicked by a horse and cannot comprehend human speech. If there are no further instructions, I will have someone escort him away." Shen Ke's gaze was heavy, as he calmly lowered his eyes to scan his surroundings before glancing at Sichuri. Straightening his back, he managed to utter with a forced smile, "No need. I possess the magnanimity to accommodate others. There is no merit in quarreling with a fool." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet Jiang Qingci discerned his implied meaning and promptly recalled the duty of his subject, echoing, "Your Majesty is indeed magnanimous." Yuan people have a peculiar way of speaking in circles. Sichuri, growing impatient, dug at his ear and shot a glare at Shen Que, seemingly on the verge of expressing his frustration. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Qingci interjected sharply, 10 days' notice. In an instant, Sichuri's previously inflated bravado evaporated, akin to a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, only to be thwarted by a rabbit's kick, leaving him with his tail between his legs. He pouted, indignantly swallowing the remaining provocative words. "Pay your respects to the emperor," Jiang Qingci commanded with an impassive expression. Sichuri shot Shen Que a venomous look, begrudgingly clasped his fists in a bow, his left pinky finger contorted at an odd angle. "Proclaim long life to the emperor," Jiang Qingci instructed. s'achevait inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to tear apart the pretentious young man before him, and reluctantly mumbled, "Long life to the emperor." Jiang Qingci remarked, since he is Jiang Qing's male favorite, Jiang Qing should refrain from being too harsh with him. The term male favorite was pronounced with particular emphasis by Shen Que, who smiled benignly, feigning magnanimity, as he took the bamboo cage containing the cricket from the astonished Vice Minister Yin, inadvertently applying too much pressure. With a crack, the cage broke and the cricket escaped, landing on Sa Churi's bare shoulder. Sa Churi instinctively raised his hand to catch the cricket, but his grip was too forceful, resulting in the creature's demise. After grinding the sticky remains on his fingertips, he provocatively raised his eyebrows at Shen Que, silently forming the words, "Not so impressive." Shen Que responded with an agreeable smile. Turning to Jiang Qingci with an understanding demeanor, "Your favorite must not have intended to kill the cricket that I have nurtured for 3 years. I shall not hold it against him, and you should not be angry with him either." Jiang Qingci, who was not truly upset, replied, "Which well-bred family's cricket could survive for 3 years? I know this scoundrel is up to no good. When a ruler seeks to create trouble, a subject cannot intervene." And she silently mourned for Sa Churi for a moment. She then decided to support him, stating, "Indeed, Sa Churi is at fault. I will ensure he makes amends to your majesty. Since Jiang Qing has spoken, I shall reluctantly allow Little Li to teach him some etiquette of the great Zhao." Shen Que said, his smile deepening, his alluring peach blossom eyes glimmering with a sense of triumph, lest they return to the capital and become the subject of ridicule, tarnishing Jiang Qingci's reputation. The mentioned Little Li immediately stepped forward, accompanied by 2 eunuchs, bowing to Jiang Qingci and Sa Churi. "Jiang Qingci, please allow this servant to take charge of this young lord." Despite his late realization, Sakurite finally sensed something amiss, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He quickly turned to Jiang Qingci, asking, "You wouldn't really hand me over to him, would you?" Jiang Qingci wore an expression of helplessness, releasing the iron chain to Xiao Lizi, saying, "I must trouble you, Master Li." The favored male was entrusted to Xiao Lizi, who would ensure Jiang Qing's proper management. Disregarding Sakurite's name, Shen Que turned to the 2 accompanying palace attendants, gesturing seriously, "Jiang Qing, please board the carriage. I wish to seek your counsel on the journey." The attendants promptly lifted the curtain and respectfully awaited at the side. At that moment, Yan Zheng regained his composure and clasped his hands to Jiang Qingci, stating, "Your Majesty will be in Jiang Chancellor's care." Jiang Qingci replied earnestly, "It is my duty," and, with the attendant's assistance, boarded the carriage, while Yan Zheng took his leave. As the curtain fell, the smile on Shen Ke's face vanished without a trace. Sakurite, tethered by the 2 eunuchs, dared not struggle due to Jiang Qingci's implicit threat. He provocatively scrutinized Shen Que, a derisive laugh escaping his lips, finally dropping the facade. "I must concede, you outshine me in pretense. Do you, a sovereign, aspire to be his favored?" He dismissed Shen Que as a mere 2-faced pretty boy unworthy of his attention. Shen Que narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You think you are worthy to be your favored?" Their gazes locked, tension thick in the air, neither willing to yield. "Your Majesty, how shall we proceed?" Xiao Lizi hesitated to interrupt the standoff between the 2 adversaries. Yet with Sakurite now in his custody, he could not remain a mere bystander to such brazen words. Shen Ke's lips curled into a languid smile, yet his words were chillingly cold. "Castrate him. By the heavens!" Sakurite could not restrain himself, exclaiming a curse, to which Shen Que added, "And his tongue shall be severed as well. Should Chancellor Jiang inquire, tell him it was bitten off by a dog while teaching him manners." With a dismissive wave, the attendants pulled Sakurite backward. As Shen Que stepped into the carriage, he noticed Sakurite exerting force with both arms, suddenly breaking the iron chain, and with a swift motion, directed a gust of wind towards Shen Ke's face. Chapter 59. I have always governed by virtue. "Quick, someone! Protect the emperor! Hurry!" The sudden turn of events caught the young eunuch off guard, who shouted in alarm. Guards brandished their blades, rushing to apprehend Sakurite. Yet he slipped away like an eel in mud, large in stature but agile, evading their grasp with ease. The murderous intent surged, aimed directly at Shen Que Lu Ruyan. Having finished his business with Lu Rua and rushing over, witnessed this scene, his heart racing. Curse that Sakurite! Why provoke Shen Que, the emperor of all people? He immediately feigned ignorance, halting in his tracks and turning away. As he saw the gust approaching, Shen Ke's gaze flickered slightly, showing no intention of evasion. Instead, he leaned back into the carriage, calling out, "Jiang Qing, save me." Suchu paused for a moment, lowering his head in suspicion as he scrutinized his own palm. Engulfed in profound self-doubt, he intended to confront the young emperor, yet it seemed he hadn't even brushed against the hem of his garments. Was that truly the case? If so, what had prompted his fall? How audacious to dare harm his majesty. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily dazed, the armed guards surged forward, encircling him. Jiang Qingci, hearing the clamor outside, bent to lift the curtain in preparation to emerge, only to be met with this scene. Suchu propelled himself forward, one foot planted firmly on the ground, the other on the cart's yoke, his chiseled features radiating a menacing intensity, poised as if to seize Shen Que by the collar. Yet Shen Que lay sprawled in the carriage, gazing up at her with wide eyes. His dark irises, gently downturned at the corners, appeared innocent and pure. Grasping the hem of her robe, he spoke with a quivering voice, laden with grievance. I merely wished for Shao Lizi to assist Jiang Qing in disciplining him. Yet he dared to attempt to kill me. He portrayed the image of an incompetent, weak, and helpless puppet emperor with striking conviction. Suchu nearly erupted into laughter at his audacity. Was he not the very one who, just moments ago, exuded a murderous aura in front of everyone, demanding that the eunuch castrate him? Now, he feigned a role of a victim. Just then, Jiang Qingci bent down to assist Shen Que in dismounting from the carriage, gently saying, "Your Majesty has been startled. I shall ensure he is taught a proper lesson. I have always preferred to win others over with virtue. After all, Suchu is merely a hostage sent by the Hu people. A small punishment from Jiang Qing is sufficient. No need for excessive measures," Shen Que wisely suggested. Suchu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Jiang Qingci turned to Shen Que. "Then, according to your Majesty's wishes, how about 20 lashes? Shen Que furrowed his brow in contemplation, clutching his chest. "It hurts too much. 50 lashes? Shen Que reluctantly nodded. "Let it be 70 lashes then," Jiang Qingci remarked. "This scoundrel Shen Que is truly despicable. Should those 70 lashes be administered, Suchu, even if he survived, would undoubtedly shed a layer of skin. Nevertheless, it was not her skin to lose. Bring him down." "Administer 70 lashes," Jiang Qingci commanded, gesturing for the guards to step forward, each seizing one of Suchu's arms to subdue him. This time, Suchu did not resist. He shrugged nonchalantly and, tilting his chin towards Jiang Qingci, proposed, "Let us negotiate a different punishment, Jiang Chancellor. Look, I have already laid hands on your precious emperor. It seems a pity for you to merely beat me." Seizing the moment before their main forces departed, he continued, "Why not send a few men to behead my grandfather and bring his head for his Majesty to kick around? That would truly be a case of filial retribution." Having lived for 23 years, Jiang Qingci had never encountered such a preposterous demand. Struggling to suppress her urge to roll her eyes, she retorted, "How commendably filial of you." Suchu beamed with pride, flashing a devil-may-care grin. "You flatter me, Jiang Chancellor. I merely worry for my grandfather, alone and lonely far away in Dezhou." Jiang Qingci countered. "Am I praising you?" She noticed Lu Ruyan nearby, beckoning him over. "Take him away. Ruyan, you shall oversee the punishment." Shen Ke's voice rang out, halting the guard's attempt to drag Suchu away, as he chuckled mischievously. "Why not just do it here? In all my years, this is the first time I've witnessed someone being beaten." He beckoned to Shao Lizi. "Come and count." Lu Ruyan took a hesitant step forward, but Shen Que cast a discreet glance at him, causing a shiver to run down Lu Ruyan's spine. It seemed that even if Jiang Qingci genuinely wished to rescue Suchu, it was now a futile endeavor. Shen Que spoken, and no one dared to defy him. With a command, eunuchs emerged from the government office, bringing long benches while the guards firmly held Sa Chu-ri's powerful arms, forcing him down upon the bench. Sa Chu-ri tilted his head back, his braids cascading from his shoulders, and with a roguish grin in his amber eyes, he addressed Jiang Qingci. If it's about debts, why not let Jiang the Prime Minister come and strike me? I assure you, I won't struggle or resist. If he fancies it, I'd even encourage him. Shen Ke's gaja darkanat uminuzli. Lu Ruyin gasped inwardly, fearing that if this continued, Sa Chu-ri's actions might lead to dire consequences for his grandfather. Let me take over, he offered. Jiang Qingci signalet toliu eru yanto silence sahuri. However, before Jiang Qingci could act, Shen Que seized a riding whip from the guards and tossed it to Lu Ruyin, saying, "You do it." Originally a mere spectator, Lu Ruyin now clutched the whip as if it were a scalding hot potato. Gritting his teeth, he straightened the whip and sliced through the air, directing it at Sa Chu-ri. Instinctively, Sa Chu-ri tensed his back, receiving a searing lash that tore into his flesh. Old grievances and new pains combining as Lu Ruyin struck with all his might, with each crack of the whip echoing in the air. The laughter in Sa Chu-ri's eyes gradually faded, submerged in an abyss of despair, leaving only madness in its wake. After 70 lashes, Sa Chu-ri could no longer rise, needing assistance from the guards to stand. Jiang Qingci approached and removed the cloth Lu Ruyin had used to silence him. Despite the excruciating pain and the beads of cold sweat on his forehead, Sa Chu-ri managed a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "What a relief! If it were Jiang the Prime Minister doing the striking, it might have been even more exhilarating." Jiang Qingci expressionlessly shoved the cloth back into his mouth. He was right. Sa Chu-ri's resilience was remarkable, as if he could withstand the very heavens collapsing around him. "Take him away," Jiang Qingci commanded, bringing the farce to a close. He instructed Lu Ruyin and Xiao Zi to keep watch over Sa Chu-ri. Shen Que turned to face Jiang Qingci, smiling obediently. "Please, get in the carriage." Wait. A strained voice called from behind. Yin Zheng, who had already boarded the carriage, felt a pang of fear at the shout for protection, rushing with tears streaming down his face, anxious that something might happen to Shen Que. He hurried over just as the commotion subsided, but fearing Sa Chu-ri might act against Shen Que on the way back to the capital. He called out to the two preparing to mount their horses, "I shall accompany your majesty on the journey back to the capital to ensure your safety." There is truly no need for that. Yet, Jiang Qingci preemptively agreed. "Lord Yin, please join us in the carriage." Chapter 60, they had been berating outside the royal residence for 5 days. Yin Zheng shared a carriage with Jiang Qingci, who felt utterly liberated throughout the journey. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Qingci and Yin Zheng, Shen Que resisted the urge to grasp Jiang Qingci's hand, instead focusing on completing 2 essays on statecraft. "I have finished writing, Jiang Qingci. Can you fulfill your promise and teach me play chess?" Yin Zheng, with a swift glance, eagerly squeezed past Jiang Qingci to sit opposite Shen Que, stroking his beard and declaring, "Your Majesty, I can also play chess and would be honored to teach you. It is commendable to see your Majesty so diligent. Perhaps Minister Jiang should assist you in revising your writings first." Sinking deeply, recognizing Yin Zheng as a venerable loyalist from 3 reigns, thinking to himself that he could not dismiss him, he turned to adopt a compliant and gentle expression to regard Jiang Qingci. Jiang Qingci stifled a laugh, relishing the rare sight of her superior in a predicament, which lifted her spirits, yet she diligently smoothed her lips into a serious demeanor, saying, "I believe Minister Yin is correct. Shen Ke's talent was exceptional. His prose was exquisite, each word a gem, and Jiang Qingci found no grounds for revision after reading through it. Thus, she rolled up the scroll and sat by the window, staring vacantly outside. Strictly speaking, it was not a mere vacuity. She noticed the battered Sa Chu-ri, slumped over his horse as if half dead. As if sensing her gaze, Sa Chu-ri lifted his head, his spirits rekindled, flashing her a smile from afar and whistling. Jiang Qingci exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ruyin, who, understanding, playfully smacked his forehead, saying, "I told you to refrain from recklessness. Yet here you are, courting disaster. The slap interrupted his prolonged whistle. Jiang Qingci resumed her vacant stare. In the face of Yin Zheng, Shen Que had no desire to conceal his novice status, and soon bested Yin Zheng, leaving him defeated. Yin Zheng stared at the chessboard for a long moment, finally slapping his thigh, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew your majesty is a genius. With just a little guidance, you will surely become a wise ruler who benefits the people." Shen Que feigned a smile, saying, "Minister Yin exaggerates. It was mere coincidence." Yet Yin Zheng remained steadfast in his belief that his once inept sovereign was indeed a prodigy. During a break, as the carriage train halted for rest, Yin Zheng excitedly disembarked to fetch his treasured scrolls for Shen Que to read. Shen Que could not prevent him and allowed him to go. The curtain lifted and then fell again, the light within the carriage returning to darkness. Jiang Qingci felt a shadow pass over her head and turned to see Shen Que beside her, his hand clasping hers, fingers pressing firmly between hers, lifting her hand to rest against his chest. Through several layers of fabric, the warmth radiated from his palm, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat pulsating steadily, as if a vine breaking through the earth, entwining tightly around her wrist. It extended and expanded, ultimately seeking to envelop and consume her entirely. Jiang Qingci's brow twitched slightly. Instinctively glancing towards the curtain, Yin Zheng had not yet returned, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the nerve in her mind remained taut. What was His Majesty doing? They say that Sichuri possesses an impressive muscular physique. Shen Que gazed intently into her eyes, seated in the shadows, his gaze lowered, transforming into tangible silk that entwined around her fingertips. What does Jiang Qing think? This inquiry led Jiang Qingci's mind to flicker with images of Sichuri's exposed chest. Jiang Qingci hesitated, uncertain whether to respond or remain silent. Yet, one must flatter their superior, so with a serene expression, she declared, "Your Majesty surpasses him." Shen Que narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint lurking within, and inquired, "Have you touched him too, Jiang Qing?" Jiang Qingci was momentarily taken aback. So this was the trap concealed within the question. Did His Majesty wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? When has Jiang Qing ever spoken the truth to me? Jiang Qingci pursed her lips, contemplating intently. Indeed, there was an instance, namely, that she and His Majesty were like grasshoppers on the same string. If I recall correctly, the latter part of your statement was that you would not engage in actions detrimental to your Majesty. Am I right? The pressure emanating from him surged momentarily, for a fleeting instant. Jiang Qingci suspected he had discerned her intentions to seize both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, but that pressure quickly dissipated. She blinked. Indeed, Shen Que smiled, his eyes crinkling, and did not pursue whether her statement was truthful or otherwise, as if it were merely a casual remark. He shifted the topic, asking, "What is your answer to this question? I desire to hear the truth." Jiang Qingci responded with utmost certainty, "I have not touched him. However, I have stepped upon him." The latter part of her statement remained unspoken. Shen Ke's lips curled upward as he leaned down, clasping her wrist and bringing it to his lips, bestowing a gentle kiss while meeting her gaze. "I rather like this answer. If you were to tire of me, with whom else could I share this bond? After all, I often employ similar methods to garner your attention. Do I not?" Jiang Qingci sensed that Shen Que was indeed quite skilled in the art of seduction. However, this time, he would be disappointed. She intended to claim both Gu Yanli's Ministry of War and Shen Ke's Ministry of Revenue. Thus, upon her return to the capital, Jiang Qingci presented three main matters to Gu Yanli. First, she handed over the complete list of officials executed during the recent disaster relief efforts. Gu Yanli frowned slightly, expressing discontent with Jiang Qingci's actions, pointing towards the group of civil and military officials gathered outside the Wangfu, still cursing him. Though these individuals are guilty beyond measure, they should be surrendered to the Ministry of Justice and decided upon by this prince. Jiang Qingci glanced outside. The officials, barred from entry by the doorman, despite their age, were still vociferous, their voices booming. "Damn Gu Yanli! Do you even regard His Majesty? How dare you unilaterally command the disposal of officials without the Ministry of Justice and His Majesty's consent. You possess a great deal of audacity. Scoundrel! Traitor! Let go of me, for even if I perish today, I shall drag Gu Yanli with me to the underworld." Gu Yanli pressed his fingers against his temples, his voice weary, as if burdened by the weight of years. "They have been cursing outside my estate for 5 days now." If it were merely the royalists disparaging him, Gu Yanli would remain indifferent. After all, those old hardliners had often berated him, and if it became too bothersome, he could easily silence them with a swift stroke. However, the current situation was complicated by Jiang Qingci's actions, which had incited not only the royalists but also certain factions within the regent's party to join in the condemnation. For 5 consecutive days and nights, the front of the Wangfu was besieged by relentless cacophony. The royalists and a faction of the regent's supporters took turns to hurl insults, one group during the day and another at night, each casting disdainful glances at the other, their nostrils flaring in contempt. The newcomers mocked. "He still seems to be living well. It appears the insults were not severe enough." The departing group retorted, "Humph. I shall see just how harshly you can scold him. Should he truly decide to execute you, I shall be there to collect your remains." After a brief lull, a new barrage of invective erupted before the Wangfu. The language was quite foul, although this was the very outcome Jiang Qingci had desired. She still refrained from entering through the main gate. Observing Gu Yanli's dark countenance, she offered him sweet dates, saying, "My lord, you have endured 5 days of insults. Yet you have garnered the commendation of the populace." Gu Yanli's expression softened slightly as he lifted his eyelids, inquiring, "So, how have you fared regarding the matters I entrusted to you?" "There is no need for execution," Jiang Qingci replied, presenting the resignation letter that had been pre-prepared for the elderly Minister Yan, who wished to retire and return to his hometown. Gu Yanli's mood brightened, and he found the insults less troubling, reaching out to take a glance at the document, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Approved. Consequently, Jiang Qingci seamlessly introduced the proposal to assign Su Jian to a post in Guangzhou. Chapter 61. Half-month dispersion. Gu Yanli furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. The thought of Su Jian, during Jiang Qingci's absence, parading before the Xiangfu each day, bare-chested and calling out loudly, "Is Chancellor Jiang back today?" further aggravated his headache. Approved. Approved. Let him go. He waved his hand dismissively. As for the replacement of Guangzhou officials, you may handle it as you see fit. Understood, she replied. Then came a third matter. Jiang Qingci stated, this time, the disaster relief in Guangzhou involves 34 officials from the capital. Please, Your Highness, make your decision. With that, she presented another dossier and an account ledger she had organized earlier. The list was arranged from highest to lowest based on the amounts of bribery and embezzlement. Spearheaded by the Minister of War, Sun Xian, and his son, Sun Yaozong, along with a series of officials from the Ministry of War and concluding with those from the Ministry of Revenue and the Military Equipment Supervisory Office. The debts were meticulously documented, with clear records of their origins and destinations. Gu Yanli's brow tightened further, his expression grave. Outside the Wangfu, the uproar escalated, the clamor more intense than before. Gu Yanli, you dog thief, if you have the guts to dismiss and execute, come out and do it. Don't hide in the Wangfu, I know you're at home. This uproar made Gu Yanli unable to focus on the dossier any longer. He rolled it up and tossed it back to Jiang Qingci. Those who should be dismissed will be dismissed. Those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned. You may handle it as you see fit. Indeed, as you depart, ensure to take away that group of old-timers at the entrance. Otherwise, after a while, there will be no further developments. Presumably, Gu Yanli is also aware that this obstinate group cannot be handled solely by Jiang Qingci. With a weary wave of his hand, he dismissed her, saying, forget it, you may return. Gu Yanli was in a fit of anger, and it would not do to send that rat over to irritate him further. Jiang Qingci bowed in farewell, exiting through the back door as she had arrived. Lu Ruyan awaited her at the entrance. As Jiang Qingci climbed into the carriage, she cast a distant glance at the royal palace's entrance, where the staunch royalists were still vociferously cursing, nearly losing their voices. She lifted the curtain and instructed Lu Ruyan, set up a stall in front of the royal palace to sell tea. Lu Ruyan, bewildered, responded, Are you serious? You wish to earn money in this manner? Jiang Qingci. Be sensible. You are a chancellor, not a merchant. He widened his eyes, pointing at himself. Me? Yes, you, Jiang Qingci replied, her expression grave. She solemnly nodded and patted his shoulder, saying, the reason I confide this in you alone is that I believe you are the only one capable of shouldering this responsibility. Ruyan, do well and do not disappoint my trust in you. Lu Ruyan's lips moved, but the regent will have my skin. Profit will be divided 70 to 30 in your favor. I will take 40 and you 60, Jiang Qingci countered. Agreed, Lu Ruyan said, his face breaking into a smile as he returned to the residence to change into the attire of an ordinary woman. He led a few servants to set up a tea stall, while Jiang Qingci made her way back home. The master of the Xuanji pavilion, Lu Wen, was already waiting in the front hall. Upon her entrance, he whimsically raised his wine cup toward her, exclaiming, Ah, Minister Jiang, you are well. I hear you brought back a male consort from Ganzhou. Why not introduce him to me? Where's the item I requested? Jiang Qingci shot him a displeased glance and took her seat at the head of the table, while a servant hurriedly served tea. Lu Wen, unfazed by her cold demeanor, shrugged and produced 2 small vials from his sleeve, one larger than the other. Here is the half-moon powder you requested, and here is the antidote. As long as you administer the antidote every 10 days, it will sustain the poisoned individual. Jiang Qingci reached out for the vials, but Lu Wen withdrew his hand, scrutinizing her with curiosity. I am genuinely intrigued, Minister Jiang. For whom do you intend to use this half-moon powder? Exchanging money for goods, I have already compensated you. Jiang Qingci sipped her tea, stating, there is no necessity for me to answer your extraneous inquiries. You need only ensure that the antidote does not fall into anyone else's hands but mine. Lu Wen raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly tossing the vial to her and reclining back. Rest assured, this half-moon powder was created by a friend of mine, and as for the antidote, besides you, he is the only other person in the world who possesses it. Jiang Qingci acknowledged this revelation. Her curiosity piqued about his friend and whether he might be of use to her. Lu Wen, seemingly aware of her thoughts, grinned and placed a finger to his lips. That friend is a secret of Xuanji Pavilion. It cannot be disclosed. However, if you consider offering me a chancellor's wife, I could arrange for him to be brought here. What do you say, Minister Jiang? He flirtatiously shot her a wink. Seriousness dissipated almost immediately, leaving Jiang Qingci speechless, and she chose to let the matter rest. After bidding farewell to Lu Wen, Jiang Qingci instructed her servants to prepare a meal and pastries, into which she discreetly mixed the half-month powder. She consumed the antidote herself before proceeding to the guest quarters. Although Sa Chuer, a hostage sent by the Hu people, insisted on claiming to be a favored consort of the minister's residence, protocol dictated that he should be confined to the hostage quarters. However, on his very first day there, still nursing his wounds, he wreaked havoc upon the other hostages, leaving them in tears. When Jiang Qingci was invited over, she found him perched atop a yellow horn tree in the courtyard, whistling down at her while holding the hostage sent from the Western Lin Kingdom. The Western Lin hostage was tied by his armpits with ropes, suspended from the tree, crying and pleading with joined hands. Minister Jiang, please spare me. Take your favored consort back. He claims he will only heed your guidance. I implore you. The other hostages, having suffered at Sa Chuer's hands, gathered around her in a state of despair. Left with no choice, Jiang Qingci took him back to the guest quarters for his accommodation. Unlike the chaos in the hostage quarters, Sa Chuer became remarkably subdued in the minister's residence, spending his days lounging on a long bench to bask in the sun. Yet, Jiang Qingci was acutely aware that his newfound tranquility stemmed largely from his apprehension regarding the half-month powder she had whimsically concocted. With the 10-day deadline approaching, if Sa Chuer did not begin to display any symptoms of poisoning, her ruse would be exposed. She would find it increasingly difficult to control him, let alone compel him to serve her purposes. As she entered with the food box, she found Sa Chuer busy shearing the sheep that Chun Beishan had previously sent. Minister Jiang, you've arrived. Why didn't you bring along your favorite mistress for some fun? He asked, unabashedly lounging among the wool. Or are you planning to favor me alone tonight? Jiang Qingci refrained from responding, instead summoning a servant to lead away the shorn sheep. She placed a food box and 2 flasks of wine on the table. Sachura glanced at them, but remained still, his demeanor cheerful while his eyes remained watchfully fixed on her every move. She pulled a wooden stool closer and sat opposite him, filling 2 cups with wine before taking one for herself and sipping it. Sachura tilted his head, reached for his cup, and downed it in one go. As Jiang Qingci picked up her chopsticks to select a dish, he mirrored her actions. When she sipped soup, he followed suit. It was only after Jiang Qingci guided him through the entire meal that Sachura began to indulge himself, drinking heartily and consuming the remaining dishes. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, Jiang Qingci cast a glance at the pile of sheep wool at his feet, unable to resist asking, "So, what mischief have you been up to this time?" "Oh, nothing much," he replied nonchalantly. "I simply thought this sheep was well kept and decided to craft a fine sheepskin blanket for the esteemed Minister Jiang." Suddenly, Sachura leaned closer, smiling as he asked, "Minister Jiang, how do you think I have performed?" "Adequately," she replied. "And the antidote?" Jiang Qingci retrieved a small porcelain vial from her robe and tossed it to him. He caught it, uncorked the bottle to smell its contents, but did not immediately consume it. Instead, his gaze fell upon her neck as he spoke softly. "Let me take a guess. Could it be possible that the poison you administered to me in Ganzhou was merely a ruse, and that this vial in my hand contains the true antidote?" Jiang Qingci smiled and said, "Tell me, could it be possible that the true poison lies within the very food you just consumed, and that the vial in your hand is, in fact, the genuine antidote?" Chapter 62. Jiang Qingci, I shall pledge my loyalty to you. Sachura's smile froze upon his face. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he could now distinctly feel a searing heat coursing from his throat to his internal organs, a sensation that tugged at his muscles and caused a faint ache. Jiang Qingci raised an eyebrow at him, continuing her smile. "Of course, there's a third possibility. The food is not poisoned, and the vial you hold contains no poison. The real toxin lies in my possession, ready to be administered at any moment. As for now, whether you choose to drink or believe, that is entirely up to you." "Minister Jiang." Sachura suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a nearly frenzied light. "You never cease to astonish me." Jiang Qingci smiled and nodded. "You flatter me." "Very well." Sachura shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. "I concede, I cannot outsmart you." Under her gaze, Sachura lowered his head and poured the pill from the vial into his mouth, swallowing it with a determined spirit, even though it was merely the size of a fly. "Now, Minister Jiang," he pressed his hands against the wooden table, meeting her gaze. "Can you reveal which scenario is true?" The first, Jiang Qingci clapped her hands, satisfied as she watched the smile on Sachura's face fade once more. "Just kidding." The second, time and again, he stumbled in her presence, and Sachura was nearly laughing in frustration. His chest heaved as he closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the fire within him, momentarily wishing to avoid her gaze. But the more he resisted, the more indignant he became. Folding his fingers behind his head, he provocatively smiled. "So, my esteemed Minister Jiang, may I now receive your favor? Provocation will not work on me." Jiang Qingci fixed her gaze into his eyes. "Now, I offer you a chance. Confess your true intentions for coming to Dezhou, or else you will take my grandfather's head and kick it like a ball, right?" Before she could finish, Sachura interrupted her, tilting his head nonchalantly. "Sure, I have no objections. Of course, if you manage to uproot my grandfather's stronghold, you can have my head, and you may play with me as you wish." His words were a mixture of truth and jest, prompting Jiang Qingci to furrow her brow at him. "So, is this truly your intention? To leverage Dazhao's power to eliminate your grandfather?" Sachura raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Jiang Qingci understood. This clarified why this man, despite being a hostage, displayed no awareness of his precarious position, behaving like a rabid dog, provoking anyone he encountered, as if his demeanor screamed, "Yes, it is all my fault. Come swiftly to annihilate my entire clan." One could only wonder what profound animosity existed between this father and son. Jiang Qingci found herself facing a lunatic for the first time. It was rather troublesome. To kill him could likely provoke a war between the two nations, Even if Dazhao ultimately subdued the Hu people's stronghold, it would merely deplete their own forces. Fulfilling his wishes. Spare him. This man frolics about daily, provoking others with utter disregard for consequence. Jiang Qingci suddenly began to doubt whether that particular poison could truly subdue him. Sachuri, rarely witnessing her furrowed brow, smiled leisurely and remarked, "So, my esteemed Minister Jiang, how long do you think you can endure me? Why should I endure you?" Jiang Qingci retorted, "Your life rests firmly in my grasp, even if you were to perish at my hands. Do you honestly believe your grandfather would dare to mobilize troops against the Zhao within 3 to 5 years? No, he would merely send another hostage. Even if, after that period, he were to muster his forces and restore his strength, the Zhao would ensure he willingly bowed his head once more. By then, the grass upon your grave would have grown 3 feet high, and yet he would remain unscathed." Sa Churi tightened his fingers, confronting Jiang Qingci for a moment before suddenly relaxing his shoulders, gazing skyward with a long sigh. "Indeed, scholars possess remarkable intellect. Jiang Qingci, I cannot outwit you, nor do I wish to engage in convoluted discourse. As you said, my life is in your hands. I can pledge my loyalty to you, but only if you can grant me what I desire." Jiang Qingci responded, "You must consider this carefully. Even if you ultimately achieve your vengeance, I shall not permit you to return. Releasing a tiger back to the mountains is tantamount to inviting trouble, even if that trouble may only manifest in the future. Those who cannot be utilized by her shall not be allowed to leave and potentially become a blade aimed at her. You will either die at my hands or remain in Dazhao to serve me." Sa Churi scrutinized her, and despite the resoluteness of her words, Jiang Qingci's demeanor remained unruffled and serene, exuding an ethereal grace as if she had already traversed the peaks and valleys of existence. Nothing of the mundane world could perturb her. There's a saying among the Han people, "Where the heart finds peace, that is my home." Sa Churi felt that for this individual, any place in the world would suffice as her sanctuary, and he could not help but wonder what experiences had shaped her. By some strange fate, he sensed a skip in his heartbeat. "Were you a woman, I would gladly serve you, even as a devoted paramour." Sa Churi reigned in his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes betraying unabashed admiration as he lamented, "Alas, it is a pity. I have no interest in men." "So, what are you implying?" Jiang Qingci inquired. Jiang Qingci, "I will pledge my loyalty to you." As he uttered these words, Sa Churi met her gaze squarely, enunciating each syllable with conviction. "I never deceive." After a brief pause, he added, "Unlike you." This remark pertained to her administering poison to him at Gan Prefecture. Jiang Qingci shrugged, chuckling softly. "You certainly hold a grudge." After departing from the meeting hall, Jiang Qingci encountered Shen Que in the main hall of the ministerial residence. Clad in a dragon robe, he sat in the principal seat, propping his chin on one hand. Before him lay 2 cups of tea, which he idly transferred from one to the other, displaying a profound sense of boredom. "Do you not intend to explain yourself to me?" Minister Jiang, noticing Jiang Qingci's entrance, he did not lift his gaze. Continuing to pour the tea back and forth, "The esteemed deputy minister wishes to retire." His tone revealed no discernible emotion, prompting Jiang Qingci to halt in her steps. "The formal resignation has been submitted, and Shen Que is indeed bound to come seeking retribution, a scenario she had anticipated long ago." "I understand." Shen Que suddenly tilted his head. Was it Jiang Qing's intention, or that of the emperor's uncle? Chapter 63. Holding the emperor to command the feudal lords, Jiang Qingci unhesitatingly took Gu Yanli out to bear the blame, declaring it was the prince's intention. "I overheard Jiang Qing speaking with Lord Yin that night." The emperor was listening. A nonchalant voice rang out, laced with a hint of coldness. The secret she harbored within was unexpectedly exposed, and Jiang Qingci felt her words stifled in her throat, her steps halting 2 paces away from Shen Que. With her back to the door, sunlight streamed in, casting a long shadow that enveloped Shen Que. He lifted his eyelids to regard her, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. "Before me, Jiang Qing has not uttered a single truth." Jiang Qingci pressed her lips together, attempting to conjure words of evasion. But at this point, anything she said would feel undeniably insincere. She sensed an increasing difficulty in deciphering Shen Que. She had long believed he manipulated her vulnerabilities, cultivating closeness and seduction solely to further his ambitions. Yet now, having evidently been aware of her subtle maneuvers all along and possessing ample opportunities to thwart her, why had he waited until she had nearly achieved her goals, becoming an obstacle on his path to power, before confronting her? However, he merely observed her with calmness, devoid of any anger or betrayal, his gaze clear and bright. Jiang Qingci glanced around. Upon Shen Ke's arrival, all attendants had been discreetly dismissed. Was the emperor now poised to take her head? How presumptuous, Jiang Qing. Do I only exist in your eyes as such? A hint of hurt flickered across Shen Ke's exquisite visage, his gaze dropping slightly. I'm not the emperor's uncle. I do not take heads at whim. Jiang Qingci mused silently. You do not take heads, but rather extract tongues and pluck eyes. How is Jiang Qing cursing me in her heart now? Shen Ke's gaze darted toward her, and Jiang Qingci lowered her eyes, her long lashes concealing the tumult beneath. I dare not. The phrase echoed once more, I dare not. He had no desire to engage in any master-servant dynamic with her. Shen Que smirked slightly, straightening his back as he leaned forward, taking her hand. His calloused fingertips traced her slightly protruding knuckles, prying apart her tightly clenched fingers, gently yet assertively pulling her towards him. Jiang Qingci found herself unable to grasp his intentions. Yet she showed no inclination to withdraw her hand, allowing his force to guide her forward, step by step, until she stood before him. Her feet cast a mottled shadow on the ground. He sat in the principal seat, looking up at her, as her shadow nearly enveloped him entirely. The emperor's uncle can command the feudal lords through the emperor. Did Jiang Qing not desire the same? Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered. At times, she genuinely felt that Shen Que was akin to a parasite in her mind, fully aware of her thoughts and the steps she intended to take. If one day she found herself opposed to him, he would undoubtedly become her greatest adversary. What is it that you seek, your majesty? After all this scheming, you surely do not wish to transition from being one puppet to merely another? Shen Que gently pulled her onto his lap, his thumb caressing the contours of her lips, tracing from the delicate curve of her cupid's bow to the corners of her mouth. His gaze lingered upon her, noting the hue of her lips, neither too deep nor too light, likely a result of her recent indulgence in wine. The sheen upon her lips stirred something within Shen Que. He relished the moments when he would purposely release her lips as he lifted her to the clouds. Watching the facade of emotional detachment and pretense she usually wore dissolve under his touch. In those instances, she was not Jiang Qingci. She was merely Jiang Qingha, his dear little sister he. Shen Que lowered his gaze, offering a half-serious, half-playful smile as he remarked, Jiang Qing is not the emperor. How could she comprehend the intricacies of who serves as a puppet? Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow, perceiving that Shen Que would consistently exploit his charming facade to feign vulnerability, leaving her perplexed about his true desires. Was he merely biding his time until she had toppled Gu Yanli, so he could reap the rewards of her labor? She mirrored his actions, raising her hand to trail her fingertip along his brow bone and the arch of his eye, accustomed to the feel of a pen. Her fingertip bore a thin layer of callus as it glided down his cheek, applying just the right amount of pressure to leave a faint blush that culminated at the corner of his lips. Stop speculating, dear sister he. You are far too weary. Shen Que smiled at her, his thumb that had rested at the corner of her lips now moving to soothe her furrowed brow, his fingers weaving into her hair, gently pressing down on the nape of her neck. Jiang Qingci instinctively sought to deny his insinuation, but before she could voice her rebuttal, Shen Que suddenly leaned in and kissed her, silencing her unspoken arguments, his lips dancing against hers in a tender yet fervent embrace, their breaths intertwining in a symphony of desire. Her eyelashes fluttered as she contemplated pushing him away, her palm resting against his chest. But the glimmering mirth in his eyes held her captive. Comforting, his hand glided down to her waist, settling upon her back, reminiscent of the moonlight that had bathed her in its glow that fateful night in the Ganzhou desert. It felt as though that luminous moonlight was hers alone. Jiang Qingci's previously rigid form gradually relaxed under his soothing touch. Hesitantly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, yielding to the kiss. For 23 years, she had lived with caution, weighing every step, considering her superiors and family, being Gu Yanli's most trusted aide, and a figure of authority in the eyes of the ordinary, strategizing meticulously without daring to slip. Yet, upon encountering Shen Que, everything had unraveled, becoming absurd, unorthodox. Whenever she contemplated withdrawing from this chaos, Shen Que would seem to sense her thoughts, standing in the water, extending his hand to draw her back into the madness. He would say, "Stop guessing, dear sister he, and you are too tired." But how could she refrain from guessing? In the madness, she was Jiang Qingci. Yet outside of it, she was compelled to revert to Jiang Qingci. The following day, there was no morning court, and Jiang Qingci felt justified in sleeping until noon. Unconsciously, she rolled over only to be startled by the sudden emptiness beneath her, her entire body teetering on the brink of a fall to the floor. She hurriedly opened her eyes, adjusting her posture to prevent a harsh fall, when a strong and firm arm encircled her waist from behind, drawing her back into a searing embrace. Shen Que held her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder and nuzzling against her. His long arm tilted her chin, compelling her to turn her head as he sought her lips with lingering kisses, his tone muffled. "Sister Xiaohe, it's time to change the bed in your room. It's far too small. After all, a bed that had always been occupied solely by Jiang Qingci was hardly spacious with another person squeezed in. Why haven't you left yet?" She cast a glance at the disarray surrounding them, bending her elbow to strike him, only to have her hand captured once more. "I have no desire to leave." Shen Que, in a playful manner, leaned in to kiss her again. "Sister Xiaohe has already taken away Lord Yan, and you still wish to send me away." Jiang Qingci choked momentarily. It was indeed her doing, and feeling a twinge of guilt, she found herself at a loss for words. She allowed him to steal her breath again, managing to utter a fragmented sentence. "I'm seeing Lord Yan off as he departs the capital today." Chapter 64. The farewell in preparation for Lord Yan Zheng's departure. Jiang Qingci sought out Chun Beishan for sheep. This time, Chun Beishan was unusually generous, without hesitation. He handed her 2 sheep. Upon witnessing this, Sachuri's eyes lit up, and he eagerly engaged Chun Beishan in a discussion on how to raise sheep for better flavor. Lord Yan, with teary eyes, held the 2 sheep and repeatedly reminded his former colleagues, "His Majesty is youthful and spirited, with a playful heart. This is perfectly normal. With a little guidance, he can surely become a renowned ruler. After my departure, I implore you all to assist His Majesty in eliminating treacherous elements." He cast a glance at Gu Yanli, who stood expressionless beside Shen Que, openly displaying his disdain with a cold huff. Continuing, "The future of De Zhao rests in the hands of His Majesty and you all." With that, he performed a deep bow to his colleagues. The royalists offered their willow branches in return. "Rest assured, Lord Yan." Jiang Qingci followed suit, and when Lord Yan took the willow branch from her hand, he whispered in a voice meant only for her, "Do not forget your promise, should you dare to break it. I shall daily bring sheep to your residence to relieve myself. Fear not, Lord Yan, I never deceive." Jiang Qingci smiled gently. "I shall visit you in Nanshan if the opportunity arises. Come if you wish, but do not expect me to brew tea for you unless you bring your own leaves." "No need for tea. A pot of wine will suffice." Lord Yan scoffed, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he replied, "As you wish." He stepped up to Shen Que, performing a deep bow, stating, as an old man, "I must now distance myself and cannot continue to support His Majesty. After my departure, I urge His Majesty to diligently follow Jiang Chengxiang's guidance and not squander time in frivolity. Furthermore, I implore His Majesty to keep an open ear to wise counsel, even if it may be unwelcome." In this moment of parting, Shen Que shed his usual demeanor of incompetence, lowering his head and attentively listening. At last, he performed a deep bow to Lord Yan, handing him the willow branch, now tinged yellow from the autumn hues. "I shall certainly remember Lord Yan's admonitions." "Very well," Lord Yan replied with a contented smile, stroking his graying beard and after receiving the willow branch, he too bowed solemnly in return. At last, Gu Yanli and the group of officials from the regent's faction behind him found themselves in a heated exchange. Yin Zheng shot him a piercing glare, puffing his cheeks in indignation as he snatched the willow branch from Gu Yanli's grasp, retorting curtly, "Get lost, you scoundrel." After decades of diligent service, Yin Zheng had stumbled under Gu Yanli's authority more than once, and now, as he prepared to depart, he had little regard for the potential repercussions to his own reputation, boldly hurling insults directly at him. The words of a scholar, devoid of vulgarity yet caustically sharp, filled the air. Gu Yanli felt a throbbing at his temples. His little finger, hidden within his sleeve, twitched involuntarily, and his chest heaved slightly, exuding an aura of imminent fury. Jiang Qingci, reveling in the spectacle, hurriedly interjected, whispering to Gu Yanli, "My lord, endure this moment of tranquility. Yin Shilang is leaving. Allow him his fleeting moment of verbal triumph." Gu Yanli shot her a cutting glance, as if to say, "Isn't it you he is berating?" But Jiang Qingci had already turned away, oblivious to his glare. Her hands folded demurely before her as she feigned ignorance of the tumult around her, gazing at the heavens, the earth, and the river reflecting the distant peaks. She was well aware that the insults were not directed at her. She was merely a subordinate, long oppressed, wishing to witness her superior being chastised. What fault lay with her? The autumn wind stirred over the river. The song had been sung 5 times, and Yin Zheng, now hoarse from his tirade, was handed a waterskin by Jiang Qingci at the opportune moment. "Yin Shilang, moisten your throat and continue your diatribe." Gu Yanli was taken aback. Jiang Qingci discreetly bestowed upon him a look that suggested patience in the face of turbulence. However, the act of cursing, like a fire, tends to diminish with time. After quenching his thirst, Yin Zheng found that the pent-up ire he had unleashed had left him feeling unexpectedly serene, and he could muster no further curses, uttering only, "You scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end." With a resounding crack, Gu Yanli crushed the jade ring on his thumb. Yin Zheng, perceptive as ever, quickly retreated, hastily boarding a passenger boat before Gu Yanli could speak. The wind tousled the willow branches as Yin Zheng stood at the bow, bowing respectfully towards the river, and his strong voice was carried by the breeze. "As the years pass, I shall remain in Nanshan, awaiting your majesty to usher in an era of peace and prosperity for the common folk." Gu Yanli, filled with pent-up frustration, found no outlet for it. As if he had struck a heavy blow against a cloud, he inhaled and exhaled, and finally, with a flick of his sleeve, the shattered remnants of the jade ring cascaded to the ground. He turned to Jiang Qingci, lowering his voice, "Today marks the anniversary of my birth. I have hosted a banquet at my residence. You and Pei Yu should come." Before Gu Yanli could finish his thought, a head intruded from behind the two, a naive expression on its owner's face as they turned to Gu Yanli, exclaiming, "I too wish to celebrate the prince's birthday." Jiang Qingci mused inwardly that she hoped he genuinely intended to honor the occasion. Just as she finished her silent lament, she felt a gentle scratch on her palm. Looking down, she noticed that it was obscured by Shen Ke's ample sleeves, yet she could still sense the finger that had brushed against her hand, tracing the lines of her palm, gently tugging at her little finger. Instinctively, she glanced around, relieved to find that everyone's attention was focused on the receding figure of Yin Zheng, and no one was looking their way. However, she still dared not let her guard down. As she attempted to withdraw her hand, she heard Gu Yanli's voice. "Has your majesty forgotten what Minister Yin instructed? You must diligently study." His words seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Shen Que tilted her head and glanced at him before turning back to Gu Yanli. "But Jiang Qing is my tutor. If my royal uncle takes away my Jiang Qing, what shall I study?" The mere mention of my Jiang Qing made both Jiang Qingci and Gu Yanli's foreheads twitch. Gu Yanli's expression turned grim, a sense of unprecedented crisis enveloping his heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. He coldly admonished, "Do not act recklessly." Shen Que quickly raised her hand in assurance. "Royal uncle, allow me to join you. Rest assured, I shall sit quietly beside Jiang Qing and study, never indulging in wine and merriment with you. Oh, by the way, royal uncle, Will Miss Song also come to celebrate your birthday? Indeed, royal uncle and Miss Song are nearing a happy union. Thus, I must go. Jiang Qingci and I are eagerly awaiting your joyous feast. One sentence followed another, leaving Gu Yanli no opportunity to interject. Gu Yanli furrowed his brow at Jiang Qingci, then coldly retorted, enough of this nonsense. His Majesty has good intentions. Jiang Qingci withdrew her hand from Shen Ke's grasp, calmly interrupting Gu Yanli. Let us all go together. More people bring more joy. Gu Yanli scoffed coldly. Why not bring your concubine along for added festivity? If the prince wishes to see him, I can bring Ruyan as well. Shen Que blinked, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Fearing Gu Yanli's expression wasn't dark enough, she added, then why not let Jiang Qingci bring her male companion to celebrate the royal uncle's birthday? Chapter 65. Very well, Sa Churi, you are doomed. In the end, Jiang Qingci brought her entire entourage to Gu Yanli's birthday banquet. She walked alongside Shen Que, with Lu Ruyan and Sa Churi trailing behind. Lu Ruyan donned an apricot-colored gown that swept the ground, her visage as delicate as a hibiscus flower, with willow leaf brows. She held a long robe, which Sa Churi had carelessly thrown to the ground, and promptly returned it to him with evident annoyance. Perhaps mindful of Shen Ke's presence, Lu Ruyan, though irked, endeavored to maintain an air of decorum, gritting her teeth as she warned Sa Churi, hurry and put on your clothes. Do not create trouble. This is not your barbarian prairie. To expose oneself in broad daylight is truly indecent. You may not care for your reputation, but Jiang Qingci does. If you don't like what you see, then don't look. If you have the gall, blind yourself. Sa Churi retorted, dismissing her. He glanced at Jiang Qingci, who was enjoying the spectacle, and scoffed. After all, Minister Jiang seems quite fond of it. Every time he visits me for drinks, he wants to see. Jiang Qingci, who had been conversing with Shen Que, froze momentarily, stumbling slightly as her face flushed crimson. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly turned her head, lightly reprimanding Sa Churi. Do not speak recklessly. It was not as if she was intentionally looking. Who could blame him for perpetually baring his chest? Sometimes, when she brought a wine pot to find him, she would stumble upon him practicing martial arts, his physique taut and relaxed, akin to a wolf hunting on the prairie. She sought to avert her gaze, yet reason forbade her from lingering in distraction for even a moment. He thrust his spear forward, compelling her to draw her sword in confrontation. They exchanged blows until she ultimately deflected his pole arm with a single stroke. Raising her hands high above her head in a gesture of surrender, grinning at her. All right, Minister Jiang, I concede. The glistening bronze of his muscles, slick with sweat, unexpectedly caught her eye, and she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Little did she know, he had taken note of it. Shen Que abruptly halted his advance, an oppressive aura enveloping him, his face adorned with a smile reminiscent of death. He glanced at Jiang Qingci beside him, then at the bare-chested Sacher near Lu Ruyan. A shadow of melancholy flickered in Qing Lian's peach blossom eyes as she fought to maintain a perfectly poised smile. Is that so, Jiang Qing? You two find it quite appealing, Her tone was gentle, yet the weight of her presence was foreboding, particularly as she deliberately elongated the final, causing both Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyan to shiver involuntarily. It was Sacher who responded. It's just that he tends to be a bit reserved. When I asked if he wanted to touch, he insisted on adhering to decorum, claiming it was inappropriate. TSK, I'm already his male pet. He can do as he pleases with me, without concern for propriety. Lu Ruyan instinctively stepped back, her expression one of shock. Jiang Qingci, exasperated, raised her hand to slap her own face, blocking Shen Ke's gaze. She wished to struggle for her own defense, but realized that the one in need of justification was not her. It was simply a bit embarrassing. Damn it. Why did Sacher have to speak up? Could she not simply retreat to her hometown and live in seclusion with Yanzheng? Shenkas miladapanat. Very well, Sacher. You are finished. He closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them, pointing at Lu Ruyan, who stared back in terror, exclaiming, Your Majesty, those are not my words. I know it wasn't you. Shen Que exhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. Give it to him. Since Jiang Qing dotes on you so, it is only fitting that you alleviate her burdens and deliver gifts to the emperor's uncle. He then turned to Jiang Qingci, smiling innocently. What do you think, Jiang Qing? Lu Ruyan gasped in shock. Inwardly, she mused on the cunning nature of his scheme, a repulsive tactic of using another's hand to execute his will. Shen Que intended to eliminate Satcher, the reckless male pet, through the guise of a gift from Gu Yanli, while maintaining a pristine demeanor as he subtly inquired of Jiang Qingci. Unfortunately, Jiang Qingci seemed to be quite taken by his charm. She lowered her hands from her face and said to Lu Ruyan, "Give it to him." Lu Ruyan was profoundly astonished. Jiang Qingci had indeed ensnared both the emperor and the regent. Amidst her shock, a pang of bitterness surfaced in her heart. She was uncertain where to place this discontent. Rubbing her chest, which felt as though it had been stuffed with two large bundles of cotton, pondering that perhaps today she had been overstuffed, leaving her breathless. However, with Satcher taking the brunt of the confrontation with the regent, he was more than happy to play the role of a bystander. Extending his hand to pass Satcher the two large packages of mouse jerky wrapped in oil paper. "Here, take this." Satcher furrowed his brows, uncertain of what lay within. Yet the puppet-like, effete emperor's hostile demeanor towards him suggested that it was hardly something benign. He was not foolish, merely less astute than Jiang Qingci, the scholarly individual. He had no desire to accept it, allowing Lu Ruyan to hold it aloft without making a move. Jiang Qingci's ethereal voice drifted over. "Take this to the regent. Perhaps he could procure your grandfather's head for the emperor to use as a ball." Lu Ruyan could scarcely believe his ears. He pondered whether Jiang Qingci had been too long in the company of such a Ri, leading her to act and speak in such a whimsical manner. However, with Shen Que present, he refrained from inquiring. Such a Ri's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a delightful prospect? Without further ado, he reached out to accept it, his braided hair sweeping elegantly across his shoulder, cradling the item as if it were a treasure. Lu Ruyan became increasingly convinced of his mental instability. A flicker of malevolence crossed Shen Ke's gaze before vanishing, as he turned and continued on his way, leaning slightly to whisper to Jiang Qingci. "It seems you possess a keen understanding of them, laced with an undercurrent of subtle grievance. I, too, comprehend the emperor's desires. Is that so?" Shen Que replied with a wry smile. "Such as?" Jiang Qingci momentarily faltered, having only uttered a mere pleasantry. Who could have anticipated he would take it seriously? After this moment of hesitation, an endless sense of unease enveloped her. "I know what you seek, Jiang Qingci, but do you grasp what I desire?" She had always assumed his ambition was power. During her 3 years away from the capital, he had meticulously orchestrated plans, replacing all of Gu Yanli's spies with his own loyalists, even managing to enhance the royalist faction's influence in court to pose a threat to Gu Yanli, compelling him to withdraw from the southern regions. Was this not an ambition for power? Yet now, she found herself confounded. She could not discern the extent of his strength hidden beneath that seemingly gentle facade, nor could she fathom his true intentions. There was no need for haste. Jiang Qingci resolved to contemplate slowly, knowing clarity would eventually come. Shen Que appeared not to require an immediate answer, his thick lashes veiling the brightness of his eyes. "We have ample time ahead." Chapter 66. Have you lost your mind? You are sending a male consort to Gu Yanli? Amidst their mutual silence, the moment Jiang Qingci arrived at the royal residence with her entourage, she drew the gaze of numerous eager onlookers. Due to her unique status, a throng of officials, including the esteemed Jiang Chancellor, quickly gathered around her, effectively separating her from Shen Que. Feeling overwhelmed and exasperated, she noticed Gu Yanli still engrossed in welcoming guests, prompting her to lead Lu Ruyan and Satcher to the entrance for some respite. Peijiu approached with 2 large geese in tow, which began to honk raucously upon entering the estate. Observing her empty hands, Peijiu shot her a questioning glance. Jiang Qingci stepped aside, allowing Satcher, who was carrying 2 parcels wrapped in oiled paper, to come into view. Peijiu looked astonished, and, seizing the opportunity, while Gu Yanli was preoccupied with the arriving officials, quietly approached Jiang Qingci, lowering his voice to inquire, "Have you lost your mind? You are sending a male consort to Gu Yanli?" Jiang Qingci. "No. Which of your eyes saw me delivering a male pet to him?" Before she could speak, Sa-Churi expressed his dissatisfaction first. "Stop the nonsense. In this lifetime, I shall only be Jiang Qingci's male pet." Jiang Qingci retorted, "You are the one who is talking nonsense." She shot him a warning glare, to which Sa-Churi responded with a cheeky wink and a playful kiss blown her way, laughingly pleading for forgiveness. "Everything Jiang Qingci says is correct. It is indeed I who is speaking foolishly." This only heightened the absurdity of the situation. Pei Zhiyu glanced suspiciously at Sa-Churi, then at Jiang Qingci, and finally at the tall, graceful Lu Ruyan standing behind her, scratching his head in confusion. It was utterly perplexing, an utter chaos that defied comprehension. "So what did you actually deliver?" he inquired tentatively, hoping to clarify matters and make his two conspicuous geese seem less out of place. Jiang Qingci cast a meaningful glance at the two honking geese he was leading, thinking to herself that Pei Zhiyu was indeed a talent, a true specialty of Ganzhou. Pei Zhiyu appeared perplexed. "Green jujubes? Mouse jerky," Jiang Qingci replied. "The prince said it is the thought that counts." Pei Zhiyu silently gave her a thumbs up. With Jiang Qingci's mouse jerky as a foundation, the uncertainty that once plagued him dissipated, and he felt a surge of confidence as he engaged in lively conversation with her, fearing that any lapse might result in her disappearance, and he would bear the brunt of Gu Yanli's ire. As their discussion progressed, they broached the topic of Su Ziyuan, who was soon to assume his post in Ganzhou. Although he had been dispatched to the remote region, it was still a preferable fate compared to languishing as an obscure, powerless clerk in the Ministry of Justice. Su Ziyuan was overjoyed. Upon receiving the imperial edict, he took to the streets of the capital daily, riding his peach blossom horse and tossing silver coins from door to door. "These are the gold ingots Su Ziyuan threw at my doorstep yesterday," Pei Zhiyu remarked, producing 2 gleaming gold ingots from his sleeve. "He is quite the talent. It is a pity we did not cross paths when I was in the capital. Now that he is departing, I finally have the chance to know him. When he visited me yesterday, he even inquired about the principles of governing prefectures. I had thought him to be merely a frivolous fellow, but it appears he is an unrecognized talent. Now that he is going to Ganzhou, he will surely shine." Jiang Qingci nodded, feeling the 3 equally radiant gold ingots in her sleeve, remaining noncommittal. Just then, the protagonist of their conversation appeared on horseback, swaggering boldly in front of the royal residence. Su Ziyuan rummaged through the money pouch on his horse, pulled out 2 copper coins, and was about to toss them with a shout of reward when he paused, reconsidered, and returned one to the pouch. He seemed inclined to return the last coin as well, but thought better of it, muttering to himself that he ought to extend some courtesy since Zhang's brother was his immediate superior. Thus, he threw the remaining copper coin at the entrance, exclaiming, "Reward." His entrance left the arriving guests momentarily stunned, the open gate creating an awkward emptiness, accentuated by the solitary copper coin on the ground. The doorman's face turned ashen as he trembled, pointing at him and rebuking. "This is the royal residence, not a place for your reckless antics to dismiss beggars. Even if you are a scion of the Su family, you must not act so brazenly." Su Jian turned his head to glance at the horse's back, perplexed, and inquired, "Do you find the money insufficient?" As he spoke, he rummaged through the money pouch on the horse and tossed a copper coin. "Is this enough?" The doorman, infuriated, turned crimson, nearly collapsing from anger, and commanded the attendant, "Go summon the prince, quickly." Nearby, Jiang Qingci and Pei Zhiyu crouched beside the door, while Sa-Churi blinked and surveyed Su Jian from a distance, deep in thought. Suppressing the emotions swirling in his eyes, he feigned curiosity and queried, "Is that fellow also a who?" "TSK, much like myself, he truly possesses taste." Jiang Qingci cast a glance at his attire, which consisted solely of trousers and a wolf-tooth necklace around his neck, embodying a wild and untamed spirit, quite unlike Su Jian's lofty aspirations. Lu Rian seemed to see through her skepticism and pondered for a moment before articulating, "Perhaps it is merely that both expose their flesh and disregard male decorum. It is Yuhan people who adhere to numerous customs. If I were to uphold such decorum, what would I be as a male concubine?" Sa-Churi regarded him with a look of incredulity, rose to his feet, clapped his hands, and, clutching 2 oil paper packets, began to exit. However, As if struck by a thought, he halted, turned to Jiang Qingci, and asked, "Minister Jiang, do you mind if I accompany him for a brief acquaintance?" He appeared almost submissive, as if reporting his intentions before taking action. "No objections," Jiang Qingci replied, rising to follow. "I advise you not to waste your efforts. Firstly, Su Jian has ample wealth, and you cannot entice him with silver. Secondly, he will not collaborate with the Hu." Suchari's steps froze once more as he cast a sharp glance at her, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her face. He noted her ethereal beauty remained as indifferent as ever, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. He clicked his tongue, and despite the lingering defiance in his eyes, he conceded, "Minister Jiang, you truly are like a worm in my belly." "Flattery," she responded. As they spoke, they arrived at the grand entrance, where the crowd buzzed with noise, making it an unsuitable place for conversation. Jiang Qingci shot Su Jian a knowing glance. As longtime friends, he immediately understood, leading the horse forward to blend into the throng. Jiang Qingci and Suchari followed, proceeding into an alley. "This is a hostage sent by the Hu, a male concubine. I am his male concubine," Suchari emphasized. Su Jian clapped his hands in sudden realization. "No wonder the refined scholars I sent you before never caught your eye. It turns out Brother Jiang favors this type. No witties. There are plenty of Hu in the Gansu region. When I return to report, I shall bring you a dozen." Jiang Qingci replied, "There is no need for that." Chapter 67. Shen Que igniting the fire. Su Jian and Suchu hit it off instantly. Su Jian was a quintessential chatterbox, engaging Suchu in a lively conversation that spanned from the sunset over the vast rivers of Gansu to reveling under the moon atop their steeds. Most of the dialogue flowed from Suchu, while Su Jian listened, entranced. After pondering, he retrieved a gold ingot from his pouch and handed it to Suchu with a grin. "Although you are a Hu, our connection is immediate, by rights. I should offer you two. If in the future you do not betray Brother Jiang, nor stand in opposition to the great Zhao, I shall grant you another peace, and you will be my cherished friend. However, should that day of conflict ever arise, I will ride across the desert and claim your head, taking this piece of gold with me." Suchu fiddled with the gold ingot. Though it was not particularly heavy, it felt inexplicably burdensome. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Qingci. "Take it," she said, and only then did he accept it, pressing it into his palm and raising an eyebrow to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Jiang Qingci similarly expressed her gratitude to Su Jian. Su Jian waved his hand dismissively and earnestly advised Jiang Qingci, "But I truly mean it. After I leave, if you encounter any difficulties while in the capital, just go to the Su family. Even though I won't be there, I have left people behind who can offer you assistance. I have also made arrangements in Guangzhou. Should you face any troubles there, feel free to seek out Lu Ruhi and Princess Luyan." Su Jian's expression turned serious. His usual carefree demeanor replaced with solemnity as he clasped his hands in respect towards Jiang Qingci. With Brother Jiang's words, "I am at ease. Until we meet again." As the moment drew to a close, Jiang Qingci's lips moved, contemplating inquiring when he would depart for Guangzhou, so she might accompany him a little way. Yet, Su Jian had already taken the reins and was walking towards the end of the alley, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. He waved back at Jiang Qingci from afar. "There is no need to see me off, nor to pluck willows. When I have achieved success and returned home, I shall toast with you for 30,000 rounds. Brother Jiang, just wait for me in the capital." One man and one horse gradually vanished at the alley's end. Jiang Qingci withdrew her gaze, glancing at the still-dazed Suchu, and said no more, turning to navigate through the throng of guests and entering the Wang residence. The guests had nearly all arrived. Gu Yanli, having welcomed and seated them, finally approached her. If earlier, when he had just acquired those two honking geese from Peijiu, he could maintain a semblance of composure, upon seeing Lu Ruyan and Suchu flanking her, he felt as though 1,000 geese had invaded his mind, squawking hoarsely and causing chaos within his thoughts. Gu Yanli's brow twitched in irritation, his gaze disdainfully shifting from Lu Ruyan to Suchu as he gritted his teeth. Forcing out two words, "What is this?" "A male pet. I am a male pet of Minister Jiang. Sa Chu Ri proclaimed unperturbed. Jiang Qingci had long since given up on correcting him. Sa Chu Ri was incorrigible, his stubbornness only increasing with every attempt at correction. In an instant, Gu Yanli's expression darkened, his demeanor as ominous as ink spilled from an overturned inkstone, staining the rice paper and impossible to erase. He scoffed coldly. A male pet? When did you develop the habit of bringing people home indiscriminately? What has angered the imperial uncle? A curious voice emerged from behind Jiang Qingci as Shen Que pushed aside Lu Ruyan, lazily resting his elbow on Jiang Qingci's shoulder with an expression of utmost understanding. Jiang Qingci, a paragon of grace and beauty, had spent years without companionship. Thus, it would be quite acceptable to indulge in a few male favorites for amusement, wouldn't it? There was no need for the royal uncle to be angered. Lu Ruyan watched from the side, secretly giving Shen Que a thumbs up. Truly, as the rightful consort, he had spoken all the kind words, while the regent appeared to be the one lacking in magnanimity. Gu Yanli furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying meaning in Shen Que's words, yet he could not decipher it. Observing Shen Que's elbow resting on Jiang Qingci's shoulder, she surprisingly did not resist such intimacy, which inexplicably irritated him, prompting a sharp rebuke. What manner of emperor stands shoulder to shoulder with his subjects? Shen Que blinked innocently, obediently glancing at Jiang Qingci, as if he wished to speak but ultimately refrained, retracting his elbow and standing straight beside her, dejectedly admitting, "The royal uncle is right. It is my fault for provoking your anger. Jiang Qingci, I beg your pardon. Your Highness, do not scold His Majesty." Jiang Qingci could not help but intervene. Shen Que, with his head bowed, couldn't suppress a slight smile, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, sparkling with mischief. Gu Yanli closed his eyes briefly. It was rare for Jiang Qingci to challenge him, yet it was always in defense of Shen Que, indulged by Jiang Qingci, had become frivolous and absurd, which was precisely what Gu Yanli wished to witness. She was already acting as he had suggested, and he ought not to be angered. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the anger stirred by Shen Que, pointing at Sakurite. What is the meaning of this male favorite? I am. Sakurite began to speak, but Shen Que interjected immediately. Sakurite is a male favorite gifted to Jiang Qingci by the Hu people. He is strong and handsome, and has captured Jiang Qingci's affection. Pausing, he added, his pectorals are exceptionally well trained. Jiang Qingci enjoys watching. Jiang Qingci, turning her head to meet Shen Que's gaze. She found him wearing a woeful expression, murmuring softly, "Unlike me, I have never had the time to train." No wonder Jiang Qingci has favored Sakurite alone since returning from Ganzhou. His voice was low, yet just loud enough for those around Jiang Qingci to hear. Sakurite. He could no longer tolerate it and rolled up his sleeves, thinking, "Try stepping on me again. It is utterly ridiculous. Preposterous." Gu Yanli was furious, his mind swirling with a cacophony of thoughts, escalating into chaos, and he waved his hand. "Someone, throw him out." With the command given, armed guards advanced, preparing to seize Sakurite. "And you," Minister Jiang Shen Que hastily interjected, "if the royal uncle punishes Sakurite, he cannot punish Jiang Qingci." Just as Gu Yanli was about to speak, Shen Que interrupted him. What fault could Jiang Qingci possibly have? Sen que ever perceptive exiled. She merely wished to honor the good intentions of the Hu people, maintaining amicable relations between our nations, and thus reluctantly accepted. Jiang Qingci solemnly concurred. "I am grateful for your Majesty's understanding." Lu Ruyan watched, dumbfounded. "Stir the pot. Why don't you? You can always incite a reaction. Who could possibly outdo you?" As Shen Que voiced his thoughts, Gu Yanli, despite his rising anger, refrained from losing his temper in front of the crowd, redirecting all his fury towards Sa Chu Ri instead. "Take him away and castrate him." "Your Highness, please hold on," Shen Que interjected once more, and Gu Yanli shot him a sharp glance, his eagle-like eyes glinting with frost. "Sen que Ismail Fantli, Sain. Sa Chu Ri still has a tribute to present to your Highness. Perhaps you should consider it before making any decisions." Chapter 68. If you have the capability, come, and annihilate my clan. Gu Yanli's heart skipped a beat. Reason advised him against heeding Shen Ke's reckless words regarding the tribute. Yet, in the throes of anger, rationality often falters. Thus, he gestured to halt the guards who were about to seize Sa Chu-ri. Jiang Qingci cast Sa Chu-ri a look that seemed to convey a wish for his well-being. Sa Chu-ri, who had just rolled up his sleeves in preparation for a confrontation with Shen Que, paused, contemplating his purpose for being there. He approached holding an oil paper package. Feeling an urge to say something, yet at a loss for words, he turned to Jiang Qingci. She pressed her fingers to her forehead and suggested, "Wish the prince long life and eternal youth." The words echoed in Sa Chu-ri's mind. He opened his mouth and echoed, "Wish the prince long life and eternal youth." As he untied the thin hemp string binding the package, 5 layers of oil paper revealed a startling sight: dried mice. A total of 14, of varying sizes, lay rigid, their lifeless black, bean-like eyes staring blankly at Gu Yanli. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. With a sudden crash, Gu Yanli lost his grip, and the oil paper fell to the ground, scattering the 14 dried mice, one of which had dried too much and snapped in two, its round head rolling across the floor until it came to a stop beside Gu Yanli's gilded boots. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. "Is that what I think it is? Dried mice? How dare this barbarian present such filth at the regent's birthday banquet?" Showing utter disrespect, it was not only the regent. It was said that during his time in Guangzhou, this man had provoked his majesty and received a beating for it. Yet he returned with no lessons learned. Recently, he had caused a ruckus at the hostage residence, behaving like a mad dog, attacking anyone who approached. Had it not been for Jiang Qingci arriving just in time to escort him away, the residence would have likely been overturned. Anyone who drew near him seemed to lose a piece of themselves. One could only wonder what means Jiang Qingci employed to make him willingly submit as a kept man. Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, and with a silent understanding, they both took a half-step aside, distancing themselves from Sa Chu-ri. Shen Que, however, took a bold step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Qingci. In the next moment, Gu Yanli's voice, laced with uncontainable fury, rang out, "Execute him. Someone, take him down and have him executed." The armed guards in the residence rushed forward, yet before they could reach him, Sa Chu-ri kicked them away one by one. Gu Yanli felt a twitch in his brow, and with another wave of his hand, the guards swung their swords toward him. What should have been a joyous birthday banquet had been thrown into chaos by Sa Chu-ri's disruption. The guests, terrified, scattered in all directions like frightened birds and beasts, their screams echoing throughout the hall. As Song-wan arrived late and witnessed the scene before her, she was so startled that she froze in place, stumbling on the steps and nearly falling backward. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Qingci grasped her wrist and led her to the corridor behind a boulder. Softly reassuring her, "Miss Song, please take shelter here for a moment." Song-wan glanced at the wrist she held, and the pallor of her face began to blush faintly. Jiang Qingci quickly withdrew her hand, apologizing, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness." "No, no." Song-wan shook her head repeatedly, pressing her lips together as her eyes sparkled with joy. "I should be the one thanking you, Lord Jiang, for your assistance." She then cast a bewildered glance toward the tumultuous scene unfolding in the courtyard, asking, "What is happening?" "The Hu people sent a hostage who accidentally collided with the prince," Jiang Qingci replied, her hands clasped behind her back as she watched the commotion with a sense of ease. Sa Chu-ri was dispatching one assailant after another, leaving them bruised and wailing, before hurling them toward the table laden with food in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued, and Sa Chu-ri, stretching his neck left and right, became even more reckless after seizing a blade. Amidst the flurry of flashing blades, blood splattered as he pressed forward menacingly toward Gu Yanli, who had nowhere to retreat. Turning, he drew a knife from a fallen guard's waist to counter Sa Chu-ri's onslaught. However, it was less an offensive maneuver and more like a wild dog in a frenzy. With brute strength, Sa Chu-ri disarmed him in mere moments. The knife arced through the air, heading toward Jiang Qingci. Lu Ruyan felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly dashed toward Jiang Qingci. only to see Shen Que swiftly wrap his arm around Jiang Qingci's waist to shield her. The blade grazed Shen Ke's cheek, leaving a bloodied mark before embedding itself into a window behind the corridor. The wound revealed glimpses of bone beneath, yet his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Qingci with urgent concern. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Jiang Qingci replied, shaking her head. Had Shen Que not pulled her just in time, she would have also sought refuge with Song Wan, but her gaze fell upon the visible wound beneath his eyes, stirring her worry. "Your injury? It's just a minor wound. There's no need for concern, Jiang Qing." Shen Que raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, narrowing his eyes as a fleeting glimmer of cold ferocity flickered within them, quickly vanishing. Noting her anxious expression, he wished to appear more agreeable, but recognized the inappropriateness of the moment. Instead, he subtly clasped her palm for a brief moment before releasing it, creating distance between them. Lu Ruyan, having missed her chance, found solace in Jiang Qingci's safety and was about to retrieve a handkerchief from her sleeve to offer her. At that moment, Song Wan approached, producing a pristine handkerchief embroidered with begonia flowers, intending to give it directly to Jiang Qingci. However, she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Although she held affection for him, she was bound by an engagement to the regent, who had taken a mistress. Thus, after much contemplation, she handed the handkerchief to Lu Ruyan, saying, "Lord Jiang has blood on his face. Please assist him in cleaning it." Lu Ruyan clutched a handkerchief, while Shen Que perceptively turned his head to glance at her. The coldness in his peach blossom eyes radiated an oppressive aura befitting his elevated status, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a forced bravado, he shoved the handkerchief towards Jiang Qingci, saying, "You can wipe it yourself." The blood, likely from Shen Que, splattered and still warm, but Jiang Qingci disregarded the handkerchief, casually wiping her hand instead, and remarked to Lu Ruyan, "Return the handkerchief to Miss Song." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Song Wan's eyes, yet she felt a sense of relief, stepping back to maintain a friendship, which was perfectly acceptable. Meanwhile, Sachuri had already been encircled by Gu Yanli's shadow guards, who were far more formidable than the ordinary royal guards. Exposing his chest, he carelessly risked being cut by their blades, yet defiantly taunted Gu Yanli. "I've heard you're quite capable. Why only aim for my head? If you have the guts, come and annihilate my entire clan." Gu Yanli, seething with rage at the repeated insults, bellowed, "Seize him. Take him to the dungeons and let Shen Fei lead a troop to crush the Hu people's stronghold." "Hold on, Your Highness," Shen Que interjected. "Having watched the spectacle long enough, Ganzhou has just suffered a locust plague. It is a time for recuperation, and any rash military action would only plunge the people into further suffering." Sachuri glared at him with dissatisfaction. "You little brat, are you determined to thwart my plans every day?" Chapter 69. Blamed Sachuri in his attempt to glare at Shen Que. Sachuri inadvertently exposed a flaw, and in that moment of distraction, he was seized by Gu Yanli's shadow guards. With combined effort, they managed to subdue him. "Your Highness, how should we deal with this man?" "That question is rather unnecessary," Sachuri retorted, forcibly held down but not resisting. When the shadow guard inquired, he impatiently clicked his tongue. "Didn't I just say to annihilate my clan? Why aren't you hurrying along?" The shadow guards observed him warily, as if he were a lunatic. "Wait a moment." Shen Ke's voice brought Gu Yanli back to his senses. He pressed his hand against the wound where Sachuri had struck, enduring the pain while halting the shadow guard from dragging Sachuri away, pondering deeply. Killing Sachuri would undoubtedly instigate a war between the two factions. Given that Ganzhou had recently faced calamity, it had yet to fully recover. Rash military action could incite public discontent. Yet, failing to punish him for such brazen humiliation would leave Gu Yanli unable to swallow his indignation. As the joyous birthday banquet had been turned into chaos by Sachuri, what to do with him? Gu Yanli found himself at a loss and sought out Jiang Qingci. "Minister Jiang, come here and provide me with an explanation." At this juncture, Jiang Qingci could no longer feign indifference to the unfolding drama. She delicately brushed the blood from her fingertips, awkwardly touched her nose, and gracefully stepped out from behind the corridor, followed by Song Wan, Lu Ruyan, and the ever-curious Shen Que. With a look of astonishment, exclaimed in indignation. Sa Churi is utterly despicable, turning the royal birthday banquet into such a debacle. Jiang Qingci, who had witnessed the entire affair, cast him a sidelong glance. Are you quite certain you bear no responsibility at all? Shen Que blinked innocently, casting a forceful glance at Lu Ruyen beside him. Lu Ruyen, sensing imminent danger, hurriedly concurred. Indeed, it is all Sa Churi's fault. He is utterly detestable. Jiang Qingci remarked. The courtyard originally prepared for Gu Yanli's birthday banquet was now in shambles, with broken tables and chairs, bloodstains scattered about, and fruits rolling on the ground, trampled into the mud, their juices mingling with the soil and splinters of wood. The guests who had arrived earlier had all sought refuge, cautiously peeking out from the thickets behind the garden only after the commotion had subsided. Gu Yanli cast a cold glance over, and the guests immediately erupted in righteous indignation. These vile Hu people are truly intolerable, abusing their influence from Minister Jiang's favoritism. How disrespectful. This wretched Hu person dares to injure the prince. He deserves nothing less than death. We implore the prince to punish him severely. Gu Yanli continued to gaze at Jiang Qingci with a frosty demeanor. Jiang Qingci, maintaining a serious demeanor, clasped her hands and stated, I believe they have a valid point. Gu Yanli fixed his gaze on her, his expression darkening as he emphasized, I've been injured. Having navigated the corridors of power for so long, Jiang Qingci adeptly discerned her superior sentiments and continued, since it was Sa Churi who committed the offense, let him remain in the royal residence, to be dealt with at the prince's discretion. Gu Yanli, dissatisfied with her response, frowned and looked at Sa Churi with palpable disdain. There is no need for him to stay in the royal residence. I am Jiang Qingci's male favorite. I shall die alongside him. Sahuri interjected, cutting off Gu Yanli's refusal, reflecting on the guest's earlier comments. Gu Yanli regarded Jiang Qingci with a complex expression. He has been residing in your minister's estate these past few days? Indeed, came a reply. Gu Yanli's countenance darkened further. Shen Que, suppressing a smile, explained, there is no other way. Only Jiang Qing can manage Sa Churi. Jiang Qing has dedicated herself tirelessly to Dezhou. The royal uncle should be more understanding. Gu Yanli's gaze flitted between Jiang Qingci and Shen Que, an ominous premonition weighing heavily upon him. Clearing his throat, he mockingly remarked, after just a few days of tutoring, you have learned to empathize with her? Shen Que blinked and smiled suggestively. Jiang Qing not only teaches me to read, I've gained immeasurable benefits from her. He deliberately emphasized her, causing Jiang Qingci to catch the underlying implication, her ears flushing with heat as she coughed lightly, striving to appear composed. She pressed her lips together, avoiding Gu Yanli's probing gaze, and earnestly replied, once a teacher, always a father figure. His Majesty likely thinks similarly. Shen Que interjected, I believe Jiang Qing. You need not speak. An unnameable tension seemed to swell between them, which Gu Yanli found increasingly irksome. Looking again at Sa Churi, who was being restrained, he felt an urge to gouge out his own eyes and, exasperated, waved his hand, take him away and administer 20 lashes. Last time, I gave him 70, and he still bounced back in a few days. Shen Que added fuel to the fire. Gu Yanli paused, and Sa Churi clenched his teeth, glaring at Shen Que with intense hatred. Then let it be 70 lashes again, since the Proton Academy cannot hold him. He may as well remain in the royal residence henceforth. Gu Yanli's demeanor was dark and foreboding. He personally took charge of the discipline. The evening banquet, disrupted by Sa Churi, had descended into chaos, rendering it impossible to continue. With a splitting headache, Gu Yanli refused to cast another glance at Sa Churi, gesturing for him to be taken away. Unperturbed, Sa Churi shrugged nonchalantly, following the shadow guards to the rear courtyard, turning back with a grin to call out to Jiang Qingci. Minister Jiang, upon my return, I vow to remain chaste for you, even at the cost of my life. Such a declaration incited Gu Yanli's fury, as it seemed he was competing for the affections of a male concubine with Jiang Qingci. With a sharp crack, Gu Yanli halted mid-turn, his foot crushing the table that Sa Churi had overturned. He enunciated each word with clenched teeth, Add 20 lashes. Jiang Qingci swallowed his words of intercession, while Shen Que leaned closer, with his eyes drooping. I too have been injured. My royal uncle has Miss Song to tend to him. Could Minister Jiang escort me back? I am quite frightened. Gu Yanli's gaze shifted from Sa Churi to Shen Que and finally settled on Jiang Qingci, exuding a silent challenge as if to say, "Dare you to accompany him?" Averting his gaze, Jiang Qingci respectfully gestured toward Song Wan. I must trouble Miss Song. His Majesty has been startled today, and I shall escort him back to the palace. Upon finishing, he made a gesture of invitation towards Shen Que. Shen Ke's lips curled slightly in a provocative manner as he cast a glance at Gu Yanli. And the two departed, with Lu Ruyan hurriedly following behind. As they passed Sa Churi, Jiang Qingci exchanged a knowing glance and, in a tone only they could hear, earnestly advised, "Sa, do your best at the Wangfu. Your grandfather's future rests upon you." With that, he strode away. Gu Yanli's expression darkened considerably. Song Wan, reluctantly gazing at the retreating figures of Jiang Qingci and the others, finally turned to assist him. Chapter 70. Do not mimic Sa Churi. Jiang Qingci decided to escort Shen Que back to the palace, allowing Lu Ruyan to return alone. As they arrived at the Zhaohua Hall, the air remained warm and fragrant. Given the tacit understanding of their complex relationship, Jiang Qingci had grown quite familiar with this place. Almost every surface, the bed, the window, the table, and the mirror, bore witness to their shared memories, where Shen Que had pressed her against them in tender moments. Shaking his head to dispel the jumbled thoughts, Jiang Qingci cast aside the distractions. Just as the main door closed, Shen Que encircled her waist from behind, peering into her eyes reflected in the mirror, tilting his head to nuzzle against her cheek, much like a puppy seeking affection. The wound on his face remained untreated, not shallow, revealing the stark whiteness of his cheekbone, with blood trickling down and staining his fair complexion. The blood had yet to dry completely, and in the dim light of the palace lanterns, it imparted an inexplicable sense of despondency. Moreover, as he tilted his head to press against Jiang Qingci's cheek, he deliberately smeared the blood on her face. Shen Que narrowed his eyes, a blend of desire and tenderness surging within him, much like a serpent ensnaring its prey. Tightening his embrace around her while savoring the mingled scent of blood and sandalwood from her neck. It was delightful. Little sister, he had been imbued with his essence. He pressed too closely, leaving Jiang Qingci somewhat breathless. Instinctively, she reached back to push him away, only to find her palm grazing his scorching skin. It was then that she regained her senses, noticing the bare arm encircling her waist. Reflecting on the sensation she had just felt, Jiang Qingci incredulously glanced at her palm, still warm from his body, as a bold thought flickered in her mind. "Your Majesty, Jiang Qingci, do not emulate Sachuri," she remarked, glancing at him. "Does Sister Xiao not like it?" Shen Que rested his chin against her neck, nuzzling her, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he turned her to face him. He captured her hand and returned it to his chest, tilting his head to lightly nibble her earlobe, his fingers playfully circling hers in front of him, breathing softly. Like a serpent slithering along her spine, Jiang Qingci's cheeks flushed crimson. Her hand felt as though it rested upon a scalding potato. Reason urged her to withdraw. Yet another impulse within her silenced that rational voice and commanded her hand to remain. She struggled to regain her composure, attempting to voice her thoughts. "Shen Que, you need to tend to the injury on your face. Is Sister Xiaohe concerned for me?" he teased. "If you care for me, why do you still keep him as a male concubine? Why can he undress for Sister Xiaohe, but I cannot?" Shen Que continued to murmur in her ear, occasionally kissing her earlobe and along her jawline, his tone melancholic. "Is it because I'm not Sachuri? Does Sister Xiaohe favor Sachuri so much? Look, here are the bite marks you left behind. Did Sister Xiaohe also leave marks on Sachuri?" His questions came one after another, leaving Jiang Qingci in a daze as she clung to his shoulder, barely steadying herself, gazing at the scar on his cheek and the deliberately pitiful expression he wore. The scant remnants of her rationality were swiftly swept away by Shen Ke's tender demeanor. She shook her head. "No, I do not like him. Before she could finish, Shen Ke's gaze darkened, and he abruptly stepped forward, capturing her lips. Unlike their previous cautious kisses, this one was fierce, as though he intended to seize every breath she possessed. Jiang Qingci leaned against the copper mirror, tilting her head to intertwine her breath with his. One hand found its place at her waist, while he deftly untied the jade sash she wore, having crafted it himself. He easily located the clasp and flicked it aside. With one hand freed, he reached for the recently made ancient attire on the vanity, releasing her lips to nibble on her earlobe once more. I'm not like Sichuri. Sister Xiaoa. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, Shen Que sighed and held her tighter. He can undress for everyone. I will only undress for Sister Xiaoa. Am I not more obedient than he? Jiang Qingci felt her head spinning, instinctively wanting to nod and respond. Suddenly, an anxious voice from outside broke the moment. Your Majesty. Trouble. The region has been attacked. As the chaos in Jiang Qingci's mind dissipated, she attempted to articulate a response. But Shen Que swiftly raised his hand to cover her mouth, leaning down to whisper a teasing remark in her ear. Sister Xiaohe, relax a little. It is the royal uncle who has been attacked, not you. Do not be overly anxious. If you speak out suddenly, what if our affairs were to reach the royal uncle's ears? Irritated and embarrassed, Jiang Qingci shot him a glare, biting his wrist in annoyance. Shen Que raised his voice to inquire from outside. How is the royal uncle? Is he injured anywhere? It was reported that the regent had been wounded in the calf by an assassin, but his life was not in danger. Shen Que clicked his tongue, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. What a pity. The young eunuch outside, having failed to hear clearly, couldn't help but ask again, Your Majesty, what did you say? I said, since the royal uncle has been injured, summon the imperial physician. What business do you have here? The young eunuch hesitated, then added, but the prince requests that Chancellor Jiang be summoned. At this, both Jiang Qingci and Shen Que were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Shen Que looked down at her and asked, Sister Xiaohe, will you go to see him? Jiang Qingci was at a loss for words, shaking her head and tightening her embrace around his neck. If he had truly been killed by the assassin, she might have paid her respects as a colleague. But if it was merely a leg injury, she found no reason to abandon the tender moment they shared to face Gu Yanli's ire. Then let us continue, Shen Que said, a satisfied smile breaking out on his face. He lowered his head and gently pecked at the corner of her lips, addressing the still trembling young eunuch outside. Just tell them that I do not know where Jiang Qing went. Let the royal uncle search elsewhere. The young eunuch steeled himself to return with the report. Inside Zhaohua Palace, the night was fleeting, while at the regent's residence, fear prevailed. In Gu Yanli's chamber, he reclined on the couch, angrily hurling a medicine bowl to the ground, the thick black concoction splattering everywhere. In the past, she would always be the first to rush in and check on his injuries, but now she was nowhere to be found. Gu Yanli's voice turned icy. Are you saying she is not in the palace? The young eunuch nodded apprehensively. That is what His Majesty said. Find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I must have her tonight. Chapter 71. This official is having a secret meeting with a beauty. Jiang Qingci once again departed from Zhaohua Palace, treading upon the morning dew. The dawn light softly illuminated the sky, with rosy clouds beginning to rise. Along the way, she encountered a few flower vendors carrying baskets, calling out their wares. This season marked the blooming of osmanthus, and thinking of the wound on Shen Ke's face that he had yet to tend to, she paused before one vendor and selected a few osmanthus flowers to bring back, instructing the servants to deliver them to the palace. The servants, though confused, obediently complied. As Jiang Qingci stepped into the minister's residence, she fortuitously crossed paths with Lu Ruan, who was hurriedly exiting. Upon seeing her return, Lu Ruan anxiously grasped her sleeve, leading her past the ornamental Taihu stone at the door into the garden, and whispered urgently, Why have you only just returned? The regent sent people to wait here for you all night. I thought you had gotten into trouble again and left me behind. As the words left her lips, she noticed the distinct bite marks on Jiang Qingci's lips and the small, clearly broken skin. Lu Ruan's words faltered, her gaze momentarily suspended. Observing her tall, graceful figure and exquisite beauty, she still bore that ethereal expression, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Yet, her disheveled hair and the rosy hue of her lips added an unexpected softness to her demeanor. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted down to her slender neck, where faint red marks adorned her skin, and his heart felt as though it had been struck forcefully. He had surmised the nature of her relationship with Shen Que. But conjecture was one thing. The stark reality laid bare before him was another. Suppressing the strange feeling rising within him, Lu Ruyan could not help but raise an eyebrow, incredulously exclaiming, "Is this true? The regent was attacked by an assassin, and you are here with the emperor?" Jiang Qingci awkwardly tugged at her collar, remarking, "Beauty can lead one astray. Consider my plight." Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyan glanced towards the grand hall where the Minister of Justice sat brazenly, and solemnly asked, "Speak honestly. Did you send the assassin after the regent?" Jiang Qingci followed her gaze to the man in the hall, casting a resigned glance at Lu Ruyan. "If it had truly been my doing, I would have ensured your escape alongside me." A warm feeling surged within Lu Ruyan. She thought to herself that at least she had a loyal companion. Yet, the moment was swiftly shattered by Jiang Qingci's next words. "After all, you are my loyal soldier. If you're not by my side, who will die for me?" Lu Ruyan retorted. How can one go about their business with such a mouth? Having thoroughly teased Lu Ruyan, Jiang Qingci took satisfaction in the deepening frown on her face and casually instructed her to prepare tea before leisurely emerging from behind the Taihu stone and heading towards the front hall. In the main hall, the Minister of Justice, Zheng Kai, sat alongside two officials from the Ministry of Punishment, Chen Beishan and Pei Jiu, who occupied opposite sides of the room. Chen Beishan propped his chin with one hand, his eyes heavy with fatigue, yawning repeatedly. Pei Jiu, however, did not yawn. Instead, he rested his head on his clasped hands, sound asleep at the table. Ahem. Jiang Qingci cleared his throat, and the three men in the front hall simultaneously opened their eyes and stood, bowing ceremoniously to him. Minister Jiang. No need for such formalities. Jiang Qingci waved his hand, gesturing for them to take their seats. Chen Beishan yawned again before sitting back down, just as Lu Ruyan entered with tea, serving each one in turn. Zheng Kai, receiving his cup, politely thanked her, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qingci as he cautiously inquired. After the prince's birthday banquet last night, an assassin was encountered. Jiang Qingci immediately feigned concern, furrowing his brow. Is that so? What are the prince's injuries? Was the assassin captured? Zheng Kai hesitated, shaking his head. The prince was injured in the leg and is currently unable to move, confined to his bed for recovery. The assassin was cunning, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Last night, the prince sent someone to seek you out, but no trace of you could be found. Might I inquire where you spent the night? I was engaged in a rendezvous with a fair maiden, Jiang Qingci replied, tugging at his dark blue robe to reveal the conspicuous red marks on his neck. He lightly touched the wound on his lip, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Ruyan, and added nonchalantly, "The night is fleeting, and the lady's affections are hard to resist. It seems the prince's search for me has caused us to miss our appointed time." Chen Beishan and Pei Jiu exchanged knowing glances towards Lu Ruyan. Leaning in to whisper softly, "If my memory serves me right, Miss Ruyan accompanied Prime Minister Jiang after last night's banquet. Did she not? I did not attend Lord Gu's birthday celebration, but it was evident that Prime Minister Jiang favored Miss Ruyan above all others." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan dutifully lowered her head, timidly responding, "It is entirely my fault. I should not have allowed my selfish desires to keep the esteemed gentleman." Zheng Kai was taken aback that the usually aloof and principled Prime Minister Jiang would indulge in such tender pleasures. Yet upon reflection, he deemed it a private matter and refrained from further inquiry, simply stating, "In that case, please accompany Prime Minister Jiang with me. His Highness wishes to see you." Ultimately, this journey was unavoidable. Jiang Qingci rose, saying, "Please wait a moment while I change my attire." Simultaneously, the atmosphere within Zhaohua Hall was oppressive. The shadow guards knelt in unison, trembling as they confessed, "It is our failure. We were unable to carry out the assassination successfully." Seated upon the dragon throne, Shen Ke's cold demeanor softened somewhat as he received a branch of osmanthus flowers from Shaoli. He gestured for Xiao Li to fetch a tricolored double fish vase, filling it with water and trimming the lower leaves of the flower branch before placing it within. The room was soon filled with a sweet fragrance. Shen Que reclined lazily against the throne, observing the clusters of bright yellow flowers before him, his tone losing its earlier severity. What a splendid birthday for my royal uncle. Yet it cannot coincide with a day of mourning. You have indeed failed in your duties. Let his majesty impose punishment. With half-lidded eyes, he absent-mindedly played with the green leaves, casually asking, "How are the aftermath matters proceeding?" "As you instructed, all discarded tokens point to such a re. Let them all go and receive their punishment." "Understood." A shadow flickered, and the hall returned to silence. Shen Que waved Xiao Li away, reclining alone on the throne, gazing intently at the osmanthus flowers in the vase, lost in thought. At that moment, dawn had gently broken, and the streets began to fill with pedestrians. In light of Gu Yanli's assassination attempt and subsequent injury, numerous officials came to pay their respects. Jiang Qingci felt it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, so she sent Lu Ruyan to procure 2 packets of pear blossom pastries. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyan returned with the pastries, placing them beside Jiang Qingci in the carriage. As the curtain fell, she couldn't help but glance at the red marks on Jiang Qingci's neck, remembering the unspoken entanglements between her and the regent. Lu Ruyan voiced her concern. "Do you not need to cover those marks?" Chapter 72. I merely committed the errors that all women might. Jiang Qingci shook her head. "It matters not if he sees them. Gu Yanli is naturally suspicious. He searched for me all night, and if I cannot provide a suitable explanation, he will surely hold it against me. However, the chaotic relationship I share with Shen Que, which defies the principles of our hierarchy, must remain undiscovered. At least, not for now. On the surface, Gu Yanli is still my superior." With a narrowing of her eyes, Jiang Qingci smiled sweetly, her expression radiating warmth and charm. Lu Ruyan, feeling the intensity of her gaze, shivered involuntarily, compelled by the instinct honed through servitude to nod vigorously, exclaiming, all right, I shall bear the blame. It is all my doing, even the words are mine, due to the tumultuous events of the previous night involving Sichuri and the assassin." The vast courtyard of the Wang residence lay in disarray. Upon entering, Jiang Qingci observed the steward instructing the servants to remove the severed bushes, victims of the assassin's attack. As she stepped inside, Steward Lu cast a worried glance her way and cautioned, "The prince has been searching for you all night and remains in a foul mood. All visitors have been dismissed." Jiang Qingci paused, sensing the unfortunate timing of her arrival, and contemplated leaving. However, Zhang Liangkai, stepping forward, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Since the prince seeks the presence of Chancellor Jiang, I shall not intrude." Without waiting for Jiang Qingci to respond, he departed with alacrity, followed by Chun Baishan and Pei Jiu, each offering her a glance filled with unspoken concern before taking their leave. Thus, Jiang Qingci and Lu Ruyan exchanged apprehensive looks, with Lu Ruyan retreating a step to hide behind her. Resigned, Jiang Qingci steeled herself and followed Steward Lu into the study. The door remained ajar, and as Jiang Qingci entered the courtyard, a white porcelain teacup shattered against the threshold, splattering tea everywhere. Gu Yanli's cold and harsh voice echoed from within, "You can't even find a single person. What a bunch of useless fools." Moments later, several officials, their faces marred with anxiety, rushed out from the study. Upon spotting Jiang Qingci, their expressions transformed with delight, as if they had encountered a savior. Without a moment to adjust their disheveled appearances, they seized her sleeves, urging her inside. "Chancellor Jiang, you have finally arrived. Hurry in. The prince has been looking for you for ages. If you delay any longer, we might not survive this day." Jiang Qingci was unceremoniously ushered into the study, as if to prevent any chance of her escape, while Lu Ruyan was left forgotten outside. Gu Yanli, injured and half reclining in the grand chair, had his right leg and left arm wrapped in thick layers of white cloth. He glowered at Jiang Qingci as she entered, a derisive sneer forming on his lips. "So you finally decided to come?" Jiang Qingci presented the pear blossom pastry she had purchased along the way to the servant attending Gu Yanli, who placed it beside him. He merely cast a sidelong glance at it without accepting, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qingci. Unfazed by his scrutiny, she met his piercing gaze with an expression of icy calm. I was unaware of the prince's assassination attempt until this morning. I beg for your forgiveness. Gu Yanli's gaze traversed her features, inching downward until it settled on her swollen lips and the marks on her neck. His pupils dilated, and a tempest of emotions surged within him, causing him to grip the armrest of the grand chair with such force that it splintered beneath his hand. Blood dripped from his palm onto the pristine sheepskin carpet, stark and glaring. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive as Gu Yanli gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words laden with fury. Everyone leave. The officials exchanged glances, as if granted a reprieve, and were eager to leave with Jiang Qingci. However, to their astonishment, Gu Yanli coldly commanded, "Leave Jiang Qingci behind." The officials were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Gu Yanli's intent to confront Jiang Qingci, shaking their heads in sympathetic resignation as they departed one by one. The study, thus, felt remarkably spacious, and Lu Ruyan entered, unobtrusively positioning herself before Jiang Qingci. With a graceful inclination, she greeted Gu Yanli, saying, "Your Highness, may you live 1,000 years. It is all my fault. Last night, I indulged in too much wine and insisted on having the esteemed guest stay over," she said, her face partially hidden behind her sleeve, while gently tugging at Jiang Qingci's sleeve, a delicate motion that inadvertently caused the esteemed guest to miss the appointed hour. "Get out!" Gu Yanli could not contain his fury, flinging the pear blossom pastry in his hand. Unfortunately, the force of his movement aggravated the wound on his left arm inflicted by Sachuri, causing the pastry to miss Lu Ruyan, but reopening the injury. Crimson blood stained the white cloth binding his arm, and beads of cold sweat gathered on Gu Yanli's forehead, yet he mustered the strength to admonish Lu Ruyan. "Leave at once." Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Jiang Qingci, her expression a blend of longing and concern. Jiang Qingci comfortingly patted her shoulder and tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind Gu Yanli's ear, softly saying, "Ruyan, you should go. I will explain matters to His Highness." The scene of their harmonious exchange struck Gu Yanli as exceedingly vexatious. Lu Ruyan responded with a delicate gradually making her way out of the study. Yet she turned back thrice, an amalgamation of reluctance, worry, and affection reflected in her eyes. Gu Yanli's ire intensified. "Close the door." "Let it be, Your Highness," Jiang Qingci gently interjected, halting Lu Ruyan's movement towards the door. Turning back to Gu Yanli, she added, "There is nothing improper between Ruyan and me." Gu Yanli averted his gaze, yet, despite the discomfort, found himself helplessly drawn to the marks on her neck. Like plum blossoms blooming in the snow, with a ring of bite marks in certain places, "When, may I ask, did you develop an affection for women?" Gu Yanli remarked, his words laced with ire. "Ruyan is beautiful, adored by all. I am no exception," Jiang Qingci replied with composure. "She is a woman." Gu Yanli exclaimed in a fit of rage, his sleepless night evident in his bloodshot eyes, making him appear all the more fearsome. He struck the table beside him with his fist, creating a resounding crash that punctured the surface, causing splinters to pierce his already bloodied hand, further dislocating his left arm. The pain was unbearable, rendering his complexion pale. Jiang Qingci produced a clean handkerchief from her sleeve, offering it to him. "Your Highness, wipe your hands with this. It is embroidered by Ruyan herself." Gu Yanli's hand halted mid-reach for the handkerchief, pushing it away instead, his voice low and accusatory. "What place do I hold while you entangle yourself with a woman?" "I merely committed the folly that all women are prone to," Jiang Qingci replied, carefully folding the handkerchief and returning it to her sleeve with great reverence. Gu Yanli had always been a paragon of composure, his emotions rarely betraying him. Never had she witnessed such overt displays of feeling from him. Lowering her gaze, she continued, "Ruyan is a fine person. Since both the prince and I have moved on, I beseech you to release your hold and allow us to find happiness." Such folly. In Chapter 73, it was Lu Ruyan who erred, not her. Gu Yanli's sharp rebuke echoed in the air, and as he attempted to lift his arm in anger, he realized his left arm had dislocated, rendering it beyond his control. At that opportune moment, Jiang Qingci interjected, "Your Highness, you still need your right hand to review documents." A torrent of suppressed rage surged within Gu Yanli, yet he found himself in a state of disrepair, his expression darkening. His right hand, momentarily halted in the air by her reminder, was reluctantly lowered once more. "Jiang Qingci, I am here," she replied, her head bowed. "Your Highness, my fate with Ru Yan is already sealed." What a definitive statement. Gu Yanli ground his teeth, nearly shattering his molars in frustration. He had no desire to hear Ru Yan's name pass her lips. Gu Yanli closed his eyes, striving to steady his breath, yet to no avail. The sight of the red marks adorning Jiang Qingci's neck ignited a fury within him, like sparks from a firecracker that, with a mere glance, would erupt into a conflagration within his chest. After a protracted silence, he opened his eyes, his chest heaving with indignation. "Jiang Qingci, if you wish to provoke me, you ought to find a man for the task. This level of absurdity calls for moderation. What can a woman like you possibly achieve?" Jiang Qingci mused inwardly that a woman could indeed infuriate him to the brink of collapse. If she were to bring another man into the mix, it might very well provoke his demise. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Should Gu Yanli discover her entanglement with Shen Que, he might resort to violence before succumbing to his fury. In his eyes, she could act foolishly, but with a sense of restraint. The divide between the loyalists and the regents was a matter of propriety. She was still finding her wings. Each step required careful consideration. Jiang Qingci remarked, "The pleasures found in soft jade are not for the ears of outsiders." With a resounding thud, Gu Yanli ultimately succumbed to his emotions, his right arm crashing against the armrest of the grand chair. The sound of splintering wood echoed, yet the armrest remained intact while his arm succumbed to fracture. A blend of new injuries and old pains coursed through him, and Gu Yanli's expression shifted as cold sweat formed on his brow. His desire to unleash further rage momentarily quelled. Jiang Qingci silently lamented, "Shall I summon the physician for you? You do not care for my well-being at all." Gu Yanli shot her a cold glare, a stark contrast to her usual indifference when he was injured. Jiang Qingci nodded, "I am not a physician. I cannot heal your wounds." Gu Yanli, his face darkened, remained silent. Jiang Qingci exited to summon the physician, and during the ensuing wait, Gu Yanli's silence permitted her to rest her hands in front of her, assuming a submissive stance. Outside, Ru Yan anxiously stood, her ears attuned to the sounds emanating from the study. The once tumultuous study, filled with tension, now lay in a profound silence akin to a deep well. Lu Ruoyan felt a pang of anxiety, silently muttering, "Do not seek me, do not seek me, do not seek me." Yet, as fate would have it, the very thing she feared materialized. Gu Yanli's voice echoed from within the room. "Let her come in." Lu Ruoyan's back stiffened as she spotted Jiang Qingci emerging from the study, casting a glance her way that sent a chill through her heart. "Be honest with me," Gu Yanli demanded, suppressing the agony coursing through his body while striving to remain composed. "What did she do to you last night? If you dare to deceive me in the slightest, beware of your very life." Lu Ruoyan instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang Qingci, who returned her a look that suggested confidence in her storytelling abilities, nodding encouragingly. Lu Ruoyan swallowed hard, her eyes fixating on Jiang Qingci's lips, desperately racking her brain to recall the tales her sister had hoarded in the past. With great hesitation, she spoke. "Last night, the esteemed one drank too much and arrived at my door. I intended to brew a hangover remedy for you, but before I could step outside, you grasped my sleeve. Though you are a woman as well, your grace and brilliance have captivated me for some time, and in a moment of folly, I kissed you and then led you into my chamber, unfastening your garments to share a night of passion." Silence. Gu Yanli snapped, unable to contain his ire. Lu Ruoyan, inexperienced and blushing with embarrassment from her reluctant confession, became a picture of bashfulness in Gu Yanli's eyes, evoking a lingering sense of romantic allure. "Are you implying that you enticed her first?" he inquired. Lu Ruoyan bit her lip in affirmation. Gu Yanli's expression softened slightly as he furrowed his brow. attempting to rationalize the situation. Since it was Lu Ruoyan who had seduced her first, and given the circumstances of intoxication, it was understandable that she had fallen prey to her advances. The fault lay with Lu Ruoyan, not her. Yes, the fault lies with Lu Ruoyan, not her. Gu Yanli reiterated, opening his eyes and coldly summoning Lu Bo. Take her away and execute her. Lu Bo and the guards rushed in without hesitation, ready to seize Lu Ruoyan and drag her away. My lord, wait. Lu Ruoyan's cries for help intertwined with Jiang Qingci's pleas as she stepped forward, grasping Lu Ruoyan's wrist to prevent her from being taken. Turning to Gu Yanli, she asserted, Ruoyan is now my person, out of both emotion and reason. I must take responsibility for her. Responsible for her? Gu Yanli scoffed coldly. What do you possess that warrants such responsibility? Jiang Qingci replied earnestly. Whether it be my beauty or my hands, I shall take responsibility for how I treated her last night, and will continue to do so. Absurd. Gu Yanli felt his temper flaring. He had never anticipated hearing such candid words from Jiang Qingci. Lu Bo and the guards exchanged glances, understanding that this was beyond their purview. Not receiving further orders from Gu Yanli, they released Lu Ruoyan and withdrew. Lu Ruoyan's face burned crimson as she discreetly tugged at Jiang Qingci's sleeve, leaning closer to whisper, Can I truly hear this? At that moment, Songwan, who had intended to visit Gu Yanli, arrived at the doorway of the study, only to witness the astonishing sight of Jiang Qingci confronting Gu Yanli on Lu Ruoyan's behalf. With a sudden thud, the food container slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, leaving her momentarily stunned. No wonder the young Prime Minister Jiang, a dream figure for many daughters of the Zhao dynasty, had remained unwed. It was revealed that he bore the burden of an undisclosed ailment. Yet now, for the sake of Lu Ruoyan, he willingly exposed his vulnerabilities before the public eye. Ironically, her betrothed, the regent prince, was the one committing the egregious act of usurping another's wife in broad daylight. A chill swept through Songwan's heart, and her body involuntarily trembled. The promises of a shared lifetime he had made to her were nothing but deceit. She resolved to break off the engagement. Chapter 74. My body belongs to Prime Minister Jiang. The commotion at the door drew the attention of the three individuals in the study. Gu Yanli, filled with rage, found himself swallowing it down upon seeing Songwan's pale visage. Jiang Qingci, uncertain of how much Songwan had overheard, discreetly pulled Lu Ruoyan behind her and nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Song. Suppressing her anger, Songwan solemnly performed a courtesy. Long life to Prime Minister Jiang. Since Miss Song is present, I shall take my leave with Ruoyan, Jiang Qingci stated, with Songwan in attendance. Gu Yanli refrained from venting his frustration regarding Lu Ruoyan upon Jiang Qingci. At that moment, the imperial physician hurried in, flustered, and bowed to both Gu Yanli and Jiang Qingci. Gu Yanli, being supported on either side, was exhausted from the encounter and shot Jiang Qingci a warning glare. You should return while Lu Ruoyan remains. Jiang Qingci stood her ground, meeting Gu Yanli's gaze with composure. Ruoyan is already under my protection. It would be inappropriate for her to stay in the prince's residence. Songwan's fury surged, her previously accumulated fondness for Gu Yanli dissipating in an instant. They had yet to wed, and he was already attempting to seize Prime Minister Jiang's consort right before her eyes. How utterly despicable! Determined, she rushed forward, positioning herself between Jiang Qingci and Gu Yanli. Her words sharp and fierce. Since Minister Jiang has spoken, Your Highness should not impose further difficulty. The physicians, observing the tense situation, exchanged glances. Realizing the regent prince harbored a penchant for usurping another spouse, and then cast sympathetic looks toward Jiang Qingci as they lowered their heads, distractedly tending to Gu Yanli's wounds. Gu Yanli's expression darkened, a breath trapped in his chest, caught in uncertainty. He felt compelled to explain, yet sensed that any attempt at justification would only deepen the suspicion. With a stern countenance, he remained silent. Taking his silence as acquiescence, Jiang Qingci bowed and took her leave, with Lu Ruoyan blushing and following suit. Songwan quickly interjected, I will see Prime Minister Jiang off. As the three exited the courtyard of the study, Jiang Qingci turned back to see Song Wan, her face contorted with conflict. Trailing behind, she halted and inquired, "Miss Song, is there something else on your mind?" Song Wan, also untouched by the world, had absorbed every word spoken in the study. She hesitated, wanting to express that even if, at the outset, she had confessed to her father the truth of her condition, it would not have troubled her. Yet, upon catching sight of Lu Rian still present, she refrained from speaking further, recognizing that to utter such words would show a lack of respect to all involved. Some opportunities, once lost, cannot be reclaimed, and no amount of regret can amend that. She shook her head and managed a faint smile, saying, "It is of no concern. Do take care on your journey, Chancellor." With that, she hastily retreated. Lu Rian had previously heard from Su Jian of the romantic tales surrounding Jiang Qingci's youthful escapades along the long street. Observing the current scene, she elbowed Jiang Qingci playfully and remarked with a hint of gossip, "It seems Miss Song has yet to let go of you." "She will," Jiang Qingci replied, her long lashes concealing the emotions within her eyes. "I am not her destined partner. She ought not to dwell on me." Lu Rian fell silent. If she was not Song Wan's fated companion, then whose could she be? A name involuntarily surfaced in Lu Rian's mind, prompting her to frown as she glanced at Jiang Qingci. Despite being younger than both she and Lu Yuha, Jiang Qingci maintained an air of serene indifference, making it difficult for Lu Rian to fathom who could stir her heart. After departing the study, Jiang Qingci guided Lu Rian to the rear garden to visit the elder Madame Jiang. Today, Jiang Qingrong was absent, and only a maidservant attended to the elder madam, seemingly one from the Wang family. Jiang Qingci exchanged a few brief words with the maid and shared a few intimate remarks with the elder madam before taking her leave. Not long after exiting the rear garden, a series of thudding sounds echoed from beyond the wall, resembling stones striking against the surface. Lu Bo, leading the way, wore a grim expression and indignantly remarked, "That cursed man has caused nothing but unrest since arriving at the Wang residence." It was then that Jiang Qingci learned of Sa Churia's punishment, having received 90 lashes from Gu Yanli the previous day. Though his body lay incapacitated upon the bed, his spirit remained unyielding. Since learning of Gu Yanli's assassination, he had relentlessly cursed the ancestors of Gu Yanli throughout the night, his voice hoarse by dawn. Afterward, he began hurling stones at the wall, tormenting his guards who were left to watch over him, suffering greatly, unable to find repose. Attempts to bind him had met with resistance as stones were flung back, resulting in injuries. In no time, Sa Churia's notorious reputation spread throughout the regent's residence, and none dared to approach him. Hearing Lu Bo's aggrieved tone, Jiang Qingci sheepishly touched her nose. Ultimately, Sa Churi was a consequence of her own actions. She instructed Lu Rian to prepare some food and wine to bring to the elder Madame Jiang, and together they ventured to the adjacent guest quarters. Upon entering, they caught sight of Sa Churi sprawled on a wooden bed beneath the jujube tree in the courtyard. He languidly hung his head, collecting small stones from the ground. His once tidy braid, now a disheveled mess from the previous day's punishment, cascading down the side of his neck. Noticing their arrival, he instinctively hurled a stone in their direction without raising his head. Lu Bo gasped in alarm, "Quick! Protect Chancellor Jiang!" The guards surged forward, but Lu Rian was quicker, stepping in front of Jiang Qingci and deftly catching the stone. Only then did Satyrus raise his head at the sound, his gaze shifting to Jiang Qingci behind Lu Rian, his boredom evaporating as he grinned broadly. "Ah, isn't this my esteemed Jiang Chancellor?" His voice was hoarse, causing Jiang Qingci to frown involuntarily. She waved her hand, signaling Lu Bo to take the others away. Lu Rian tossed the stone to the ground and approached Jiang Qingci. However, as they drew near, they were confronted with the scene before them. One instinctively turned away to shield her eyes, while the other, with a darkened expression, flung off his cloak and draped it over Satyrus, exclaiming, "Put on some clothes. Don't tarnish her sight. Don't bother me. What is wrong with exposing my wounds to the sun? If you can endure 90 lashes while dressed, then be my guest," Satyrus retorted, impatiently swatting the cloak off him, remaining stark naked upon the wooden bed, his robust form marred by a multitude of whip marks. Lu Rian rolled her eyes, muttering, "Serves you right. Now you know pain?" How did you not realize it when you provoked the regent? Satcheriz dismissed her with a glance, turning his head to observe Jiang Qingci, who had turned her back. A flicker of confusion appeared in his amber eyes. We are all men here, Chancellor Jiang. What does it mean for you to turn away? Come here and lend me a hand. Help me flip over. Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming urge to slap this shameless madman before Jiang Qingci could react. He rolled up his sleeves and advanced. Satcheriz glared at him as if facing a formidable foe. Don't touch me. My body belongs to Chancellor Jiang. Even if you are his concubine, you have no right. Chapter 75. Is Jiang Chancellor's kiss so inviting? Lu Ruyan, unable to bear it any longer, kicked the wooden bed beneath Satcheriz with a cold snarl. If you keep babbling nonsense, do you believe I won't kick your teeth in right now? However, before his foot could reach the bed, Satcheriz, quick as a flash, seized his ankle with a fierce glare, pulling him toward himself with force. Lu Ruyan, refusing to yield, leapt up using the momentum, aiming to stomp on Satcheriz's outstretched wrist. A single blow would shatter his bone. Satcheriz's gaze flickered, swiftly retracting his hand. Lu Ruyan's foot lost its target, causing him to stumble backward. A hand from behind supported his back, providing him the strength needed to avoid falling flat on his face. Pathetic, needing support even while standing, Satcheriz scoffed. Lu Ruyan regained his balance and shot him a disdainful look. Strutting around in broad daylight, shameless. Satcheriz gritted his teeth. If you have the guts, wait until I'm healed and we'll fight 300 rounds. What else with his cowardly sneak attack? Lu Ruyan rolled up his sleeves, flashing a provocative smile. I relish taking advantage of your weakness. If you don't like it, tough luck. Their eyes locked, the air thick with animosity. Enough. Jiang Qingci interjected helplessly, interrupting their quarrel. She placed the food box she had brought to the side, bent down to retrieve the cloak discarded by Satcheriz, and draped it over her arm, meticulously brushing off the dust. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the numerous whip marks covering Sakruk's body, and inwardly mused on his remarkable resilience. Despite enduring such a brutal beating, he still possessed the vigor to engage in verbal sparring with Lu Ruyan. She inquired, "Have you treated your wounds?" Sakruk promptly shook his head, his disheveled braid, stained with blood, swaying like a rattling drum with his movements. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow and turned to Lu Bo, saying, "Could you kindly check in the study to see if the physician is still present? If so, please bring back 2 sets of wound ointment." "Your Excellency, you flatter me." "This is merely my duty," Lu Bo replied before instructing the guards to keep a close watch and departing the residence. A flicker of surprise crossed Sakruk's eyes, quickly replaced by a carefree expression as he blew her a playful kiss, grinning. "You care for me even more than my father does." Jiang Qingci discreetly glanced at his broad back, where new whip scars intertwined with old ones, revealing a patch of torn skin that bore the marks of some savage beast's assault. Lu Ruyan brought a stool from inside and placed it behind her. Jiang Qingci lifted her robe and sat down, casually responding, "Then why don't you ever call me father?" Sakruk blinked, licking his dry lips with a radiant smile. "That could be arranged. When you sneak in tonight, you can hear whatever I choose to call you." Silence. Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her irritation, raised the stool to strike him. Jiang Qingci quickly restrained her wrist, urging, "Calm down, Yin Yin. Why should I be silent? I haven't said anything wrong." Sakruk, facing Lu Ruyan, wore no trace of a smile, his gaze sweeping over the red marks on Jiang Qingci's neck. "When I'm not around, you two amuse yourselves without me. Isn't it just that Jiang Qingci prefers to be beneath? You aristocrats indulge in your pleasures, I understand. I have no intention of breaking you apart. I could join you if I wanted." Jiang Qingci silently withdrew her hand from Lu Ruyan's wrist and reached for a flask, filling a cup with wine. "Go ahead. Make your move." Lu Ruyan raised her hand once more. Sakruk's eyelids twitched. Realizing her intent was serious this time, he clutched Jiang Qingci's garment, grinning as he pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong, Your Excellency. I was wrong. Please don't strike me. I won't say another word. Can you manage to put on your clothes now?" Jiang Qingci shot him a pointed glance, and Sakruk, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his back, struggled to rise from the stool. However, having lain there all night, his muscles felt numb and stiff, As he suddenly stood, he lost his balance and nearly fell backward. Jiang Qingci swiftly threw her cloak over him just as he collapsed onto the ground. "Go change your clothes and come back out for a drink." Reluctantly, Sacruk rose, clutching the cloak, limping back to his room. After closing the door, he soon peeked out through a small crack, his head emerging. "Your Excellency, I would like to bathe." Jiang Qingci instructed the guards to prepare hot water for him, and Sacruk leaned against the door, smiling at her. "Your Excellency, I'm in pain and cannot reach my back. Would you kindly come in and help me scrub it?" Jiang Qingci casually gestured to two guards, instructing, "You two, go inside and assist him with his back. But be careful not to let the wound come into contact with water." Sachuri, still reluctant, scratched his tousled hair that had become unruly after unbinding his braids. "My longevity braid also needs someone to tend to it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingci turned to look. Longevity braids are not uncommon in northern folklore. They typically consist of a single long strand left at the nape of the neck, symbolizing health and maturity, and are usually cut off at the age of 12. It was the first time Jiang Qingci encountered someone like Sachuri, with his entire head adorned with them. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A full head of longevity braids might explain why he had tough skin, a resilient demeanor, and could withstand a beating. "When you come out, Lu Rian will braid it for you." Lu Rian, who had just taken a sip of wine, blinked and inquired, "Why me?" "You will receive a raise." Deducted from his salary, Jiang Qingci replied. Sachuri interjected, "Is it too late for him to refuse now?" Lu Ruyan, with nimble hands and feet, quickly fetched two wooden stools, placing one in front of herself and arranging red strings on the other. Noticing Sachuri still peering through the door, she approached and gently nudged his head inside. Before long, Sachuri emerged from within, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden cranes and cloud patterns. Due to his Hu bloodline, his long hair remained damp and fluffy, partially obscuring his sharp brows, lending him an air of gentleness, akin to a lion with ruffled fur. Rarely did Lu Ruyan offer him a smile. Rolling up her sleeves and patting the stool in front of her, she cheerfully beckoned, Come, Prince 11, don't be shy, take a seat." Sachuri straightened his chest and lifted his head to prevent the wound on his back from brushing against the fabric, braving himself to sit before her. Lu Rian had often styled Lu Ruan's hair in her youth, and after adopting a male disguise, her skills had become increasingly refined. Faced with Sachuri's wild locks, she swiftly transitioned from uncertainty to confidence. Sachuri, for once, settled down, his gaze flitting around before finally resting on Jiang Qingci, who was seated across the wooden table, leisurely sipping wine with an elegant demeanor that exuded an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. As the wine flowed into her crimson lips, Sachuri found himself entranced, blinking in confusion, noticing that she seemed not to have an Adam's apple. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that men without prominent Adam's apples were not entirely unheard of, thus not overly surprising. In contrast, another question lingered in his mind, prompting him to lean closer and inquire of Lu Ruyan. Is the mouth of Minister Jiang particularly kissable? Chapter 76, Sachuri's Mission. Jiang Qingci could not contain herself, spitting out a mouthful of wine. Fortunately, she turned her head just in time to avoid ruining the table spread. Lu Rian, blushing fiercely at the question, felt her grip tighten on Sachuri's hair. Trembling slightly as she gritted her teeth, "Shut up." Sachuri, caught by the hair, gasped in surprise. "I was just asking, is it really necessary to be so stingy? Next time, if it's my turn to kiss her, I'll inform you too, won't I?" Lu Ruyan yanked his hair again, forcing him to tilt his head back, glaring fiercely as she threatened, "You dare touch even a finger of hers, and I'll deal with you right now." Sachuri was eager to retort, but a piercing glance from Jiang Qingci made him halt abruptly, exclaiming, I was wrong. I shall not speak further." Only then did Lu Ruyan release her grip. Sachuri reached for his wine cup, offering it to Jiang Qingci to fill. Casting a sidelong glance at the vigilant guards surrounding them, and raised an eyebrow, "Jiang Prime Minister has come to drink with me, yet there are so many people present. Perhaps we should all sit down and partake together?" Jiang Qingci's visit was not solely for the purpose of drinking. She waved her hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. After Lu Rian expertly braided Suchu Ri's hair, she displayed keen awareness by positioning herself at the door to prevent any intrusions. Once the area was cleared, before Jiang Qingci could voice her inquiries, Suchu Ri spread his hands and shrugged. I know what you wish to ask. The assassin sent to Gu Yanli was not orchestrated by me. She had yet to inquire about the investigation from the Court of Judicial Review and the Ministry of Justice. Her visit to Suchu Ri was merely to gauge the situation. If the assassin truly had been dispatched by him, she would have underestimated him significantly. Noticing her silence, he took a sip of his wine and continued, if I were capable of hiring an assassin, I would not be risking my life here daily. Jiang Qingci finally lifted her gaze to him. You are aware that you are courting danger. Of course, I possess some self-awareness, Suchu Ri replied, propping his chin lazily on his hand, his movements momentarily pausing before he smacked his forehead, his amber eyes suddenly alight. You have reminded me. I could hire an assassin to take my grandfather's head. Before he could finish his thought, he tilted his head, frowning, his long braided hair swaying with his motion. Leaning toward Jiang Qingci, he grinned broadly. Jiang Prime Minister, with your intelligence, you must know where to hire an assassin, yes? Just a simple one, like the one from last night, will suffice. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qingci was keen for him to remain quiet for a few days, replying, the Xuanji Pavilion in Jizhou can fulfill your desires, but her clear gaze appraised him from head to toe, and then she shifted the conversation. The fees at Xuanji Pavilion are considerable, yet your salary for the next 3 months has already been allocated to Ruyan. Suchu Ri exclaimed, what? Why 3 months? At the entrance, Lu Rian caught wind of the conversation, casting a lingering glance at his long braid, and with a slight tremor in her fingers, she smirked. With all that hair, you did not braid it yourself. Not demanding 5 months of your salary is already a favor to you. Suchu Ri, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and awkwardly rubbed his nose. I have no money, though I possess quite a bit of gold, which I did not bring with me to Dezhou. However, as though struck by another thought, his expression drooped, scratching his head, but then again, it has likely already been divided among them. At the mention of them, a fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed his face. Though it was brief, Jiang Qingci easily perceived it. She surmised that they were likely connected to Suchu Ri's grandfather. Yet as he was unwilling to divulge more, she chose not to probe further into his wounds, raising her hand to refill his wine glass. I can lend you some money for now. Suchu Ri blinked and fixed his gaze upon her. And then it dawned on him. So this is what you meant. You would assist me, but I must pledge my loyalty to you? Yes, Jiang Qingci nodded. Suchu Ri furrowed his brow, pondering the implications, glanced outside, and said, you see, Gu Yanli has someone watching my every move daily. How can I assist you in your endeavors? You need not leave the Wang Fu, Jiang Qingci replied, downing another glass of wine, her eyes still bright and clear. Gu Yanli is injured and must remain here to recuperate. Your task is to continue to provoke him, ensuring he does not recover. Of course, if you manage to incite Gu Yanli to storm your grandfather's stronghold, that would indeed fulfill your wish ahead of time. Suchu Ri leaned back on the table, his bright eyes fixed on her, intrigued. Jiang Chancellor, do you intend to seize power while he is incapacitated? Jiang Qingci smiled, her lips pressed together, neither confirming nor denying. Given Gu Yanli's current grave injuries, he would undoubtedly be unable to process any memorials. Knowing him as she did, he would certainly pass this burden on to her. This was precisely what she desired. During this period, she aimed to lower his guard and eradicate his supporters, thereby consolidating political authority. However, she was aware that the royalists led by Shen Que would likely have similar thoughts. The longer it took to execute her plans, the better. Suchu Ri chuckled, a hint of threat in his voice. Are you not concerned that I might divulge your covert maneuvers to Gu Yanli? He would not believe you. Jiang Qingci replied with certainty. At present, he is too preoccupied with the suspicion that the assassin is you to heed your words. TSK, Suchu Ri inquired. So, was that assassin you arranged yesterday? Not me. Jiang Qingci shook her head, but I can roughly deduce who it was. All I am doing is riding the current. Naturally, the current must flow toward her. Suchu Ri frowned, trying to piece it together. You managed to guess that? You were used as a pawn. Thus, it is no wonder you cannot deduce it. Suchu Ri, are you implying that the little white-faced emperor is involved? He is no mere pretty face. Jiang Qingci shot him a glare. Suchu Ri gave up on the thought process altogether, sprawling his arms like a defeated fish on the table, blinking at her. If I possess your intellect, I wouldn't need to engage in reckless behavior to achieve my desires. Everything unfolded as Jiang Qingci had anticipated. The afternoon following the arrival of the physician, Gu Yanli summoned her to the Wang Fu, his expression cold as he gestured for her to look over the pile of memorials on the table. Jiang Qingci stood unmoved, lowering her gaze. Please, Your Highness, make your intentions clear. Starting tomorrow, you will move into the Wang Fu, Gu Yanli declared, here to process the memorials. The study is cleared for you. After a pause, he added, come alone. You are not permitted to bring your concubine. Chapter 77. Song Wan's withdrawal from engagement. Jiang Qingci displayed a troubled expression, hesitating. As for Yin, she is alone and helpless. Her brother is stationed far away in Ganzhou, and at present, she has no one but her minister to rely upon. I cannot abandon her. You do indeed show compassion for the delicate. Upon hearing the name Lu Ruyin, Gu Yanli feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, his temper flaring. His gaze falls upon his body, tightly wrapped in white linen, forcing himself to swallow his ire. With a sardonic tone, he retorts, shall I also bestow upon you the future regent princess? Jiang Qingci comprehends his insinuation, understanding it revolves around the notion of divorcing Song Wan and marrying her instead. Yet, she deliberately misinterprets his words, stating, Miss Song is a person, not an object. She cannot simply be given away at your whim. Jiang Qingci, Gu Yanli, exasperated by her obstinacy, barks out in frustration. Just then, a thunderous voice booms from outside. Gu Yanli, you scoundrel! Jiang Qingci whirls around to see the venerable Prime Minister Song standing in the doorway, flanked by Song Wan, both glaring fiercely at Gu Yanli, who lies on the sickbed. Gu Yanli's expression shifts slightly. Instinctively, he clenches his fists only to realize his arms are bound by bamboo restraints. The breathless doorkeeper, who had just caught up, struggles to explain that he had recently changed shifts with the old doorkeeper. He witnessed the Prime Minister approaching with red-rimmed eyes alongside Song Wan, and before he could offer greetings, he was brusquely pushed aside. The elderly figure, standing tall as a pine tree, barks a command to step aside, declaring his intent to confront the scoundrel Gu Yanli. Arriving in haste, he kneels and bows his head, pleading, Your Highness, it is all my fault for failing to prevent the Prime Minister from entering. Get out and accept your punishment. The Prime Minister snaps. Yes, yes. The doorkeeper scurries away. Gu Yanli coolly raises his gaze, suppressing his anger as he inquires, does the Prime Minister have urgent business to barge into my palace unannounced? The Prime Minister, brimming with fury, and Jiang Qingci, unsure if his ire originated from his arrival or her previous words, observes Song Wan's reddened eyes and the indignation directed at Gu Yanli. She contemplates that this fury likely does not concern her. Stepping back 2 paces into the shadows, she respectfully states, I shall take my leave. Jiang Prime Minister, wait. The Prime Minister calls out, seizing her wrist with a firm grip, unwilling to release her. Since you are here, you shall serve as a witness. I hereby declare the annulment of the engagement between Wan and Gu Yanli. Jiang Qingci is taken aback, her pupils dilating in surprise as she blinks and glances at Song Wan behind the Prime Minister, her expression one of confusion. However, this matter is a private affair between Song Wan and Gu Yanli, and she feels it inappropriate to intervene. With Gu Yanli remaining silent, she cannot simply walk away. Gu Yanli's countenance darkens, his gaze sweeping over Song Wan as he gravely questions, What do you mean, Prime Minister Song? A union between our families is not a trivial matter. How can you simply declare an annulment? How dare you speak so? The Prime Minister retorts, If it were not for Wan's insistence on marrying you, do you think I would have consented? Now, before she even enters the door, you attempt to claim the Prime Minister's concubine as your own. What place do you leave for Wan? This statement left both Jiang Qingci and Gu Yanli momentarily stunned. A flicker of confusion danced in Gu Yanli's eyes. When did this prince express such a desire? Song Wan's voice interjected, reminding him, I heard your conversation with Minister Jiang this morning. You wish to keep Miss Rian in the royal residence. Gu Yanli found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with a sense of helplessness to explain himself. He could only close his eyes and, with a tone of resignation, utter, "This matter is a misunderstanding. Wan. You cannot judge based solely on fragments of conversation. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding are you referring to? Furthermore, you just mentioned giving the position of the regent's consort to Minister Jiang. Could that also be a misunderstanding?" Minister Song pressed on relentlessly, a cold smirk adorning his face. "You think you can treat Wan like an object to be cast aside? Do you truly believe this old man, her father, is dead?" Gu Yanli felt the weight of his words settle heavily upon him. A throbbing headache ensued, and pain began to radiate through his arms and legs. He knew that any mention of Lu Ruyan would inevitably lead to uncontrollable developments. That troublemaker would have to be dealt with eventually. However, at this moment, he needed to provide an explanation to Minister Song. He turned to Jiang Qingci, who had always excelled in eloquence compared to him. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow slightly and continued to subtly fan the flames with understanding words. "I believe His Highness may have merely misspoken in the heat of the moment. I have already cautioned him that such remarks are inappropriate. Annul the engagement. It must be annulled." The long-buried grievances against Gu Yanli and the regent's faction surged forth, igniting Minister Song's fury. "I care not for your misunderstandings. You must annul this marriage, whether you like it or not," he declared vehemently. "From this day forth, Wan shall have no ties to your royal residence." With that, he turned, snatching the jade pendant from Song Wan's hand, the very token used to seal their engagement, and cast it to the ground. With a resonant crack, the pendant shattered into several pieces, one of which rolled to rest at Gu Yanli's feet. Minister Song then extended his hand menacingly, demanding, "Return the other half to me." Gu Yanli's brows twitched in agitation. His meticulously crafted plan to win over Minister Song, which had taken 3 years to develop, lay in ruins at this moment, compounded by the public rebuke he had just received. Though he had a multitude of explanations at the ready, he found himself unable to voice them, leaving him to swallow the bitterness within him, an experience akin to being struck in the face, having his teeth shattered, and being left to silently endure the pain. Frustration washed over him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Though he had occupied a high position for 3 years, this was not the first time he had felt such absurdity, but never had it felt so overwhelmingly surreal and uncontrollable. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yanli opened his eyes, regaining his composure. However, if one looked closely, they could discern the steely resolve lurking within his gaze. He addressed Jiang Qingci. "Might I trouble you to retrieve something from the bookshelf? On the left side, second column. The 5th compartment from the bottom. There lies a yellow pear-wood box, and the token is within." Upon hearing his request, Jiang Qingci complied and handed the other jade pendant to Minister Song. Song Wan expressed her gratitude with a courteous bow before following her father as they departed. Jiang Qingci intended to take her leave as well, but Gu Yanli raised his hand to halt her movement, leaning back with a weary demeanor, and insisted, "Return home to gather your belongings. Tonight, you shall move in. Alternatively, I may take residence at the minister's estate. The choice is yours." Chapter 78. Is His Majesty also here to climb the wall? If given the choice, Jiang Qingci would prefer not to select any option at all. She could not precisely discern Shen Ke's intentions. Those assassins still lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at Gu Yanli when least expected. She was still young, her achievements yet to be established, and her power ungrasped. She did not wish to be embroiled in his troubles. However, every gain comes with a sacrifice, and her primary purpose for coming today was to assume control of the memorials he held. Thus, Jiang Qingci lowered her gaze, clasped her hands, and performed a shallow bow, stating, "I shall return and make some preparations." Upon returning to the minister's residence, Lu Ruyan had already prepared meal, and Pei Jiu awaited her in the front hall with a serious demeanor. With no outsiders present, Jiang Qingci led him to the dining room and asked Lu Ruyan to add an extra pair of chopsticks, allowing the 3 of them to sit together. As Pei Jiu had something to convey, Jiang Qingci waved away the servants, leaving only Lu Ruyan. Pei Jiu then produced a short flute from his bosom. It was about the length of a finger and appeared to be fashioned from some animal bone, featuring a hole at the top and strung together with a cord of medium thickness, with inscriptions at the bottom that were not in Chinese characters. Pei Jiu remarked, "It is in the language of the Hu." The language of the Hu? Jiang Qingci took it into her hand, turning it over and furrowing her brow. "Where did you acquire this?" "Last night, the regent's residence was attacked by assassins. When we pursued them, this fell from one of them." Pei Jiu regarded her, hesitating before continuing. "If all goes as expected, this should belong to the Hu people." Jiang Qingci understood the implication of his words. Across the vast realm of the Zhao, the only Hu individual who could be considered a rival to Gu Yanli was likely Suchu Ri. It seemed the adversary intended to direct their aggression towards Suchu Ri. Grasping the bone flute and pressing it onto the table, Jiang Qingci inquired, "Who else is aware of this matter?" "Only us." Pei Jiu indicated her and himself. "Gu Yanli has instructed me to collaborate with Chun Beishan in capturing the perpetrator. I was uncertain, so I sought your counsel first. Should we take action against Suchu Ri or not?" Jiang Qingci remained silent, exerting pressure with her palm until Pei Jiu, caught off guard, could only watch as the bone flute shattered beneath her grip. Fragments cascaded through her fingers, and Pei Jiu's outstretched hand froze in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "That was evidence. It is no longer relevant," Jiang Qingci replied, brushing her hands together. Lu Ruyan, in perfect accord, handed her a clean cloth soaked in water for her to wipe her hands. Turning to Pei Jiu, whose eyes widened in shock, she declared, "What Hu people? What bone flute? I have never seen such an item, nor have you." Pei Jiu, incredulous, responded, "Are you shielding him?" "No, it is not a matter of shielding. Truth be told, he is not the mastermind behind this." "Then it matters not who the true mastermind is." Jiang Qingci tilted her head, calmly wiping her hands with meticulous care, ensuring every finger was thoroughly cleaned. She then returned the cloth to Lu Ruyan and, with a serious expression, stated to Pei Jiu, "What you need to know is that I will provide you with a mastermind, a perfect mastermind. Your only responsibility is to deliver this perpetrator to Zheng Liancai." Pausing for a moment, Jiang Qingci reflected before continuing. General Chen Fei would be an excellent candidate. Pei Jiu blinked, feeling as though he had not fully grasped the situation, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "Are you going to place blame on him? Isn't he your brother-in-law?" "Oh, please don't say such harsh words," Jiang Qingci interjected, casting a serious glance. "How could one possibly label it as blame when it concerns scholarly matters? I merely wish to assist him in reuniting with my sister, given that he has long been stationed in Suiya City, separated from his family." Pei Jiu's expression was one of skeptical disbelief. However, after a moment's contemplation, he sensed the impropriety of the matter and leaned closer to the table, lowering his voice. "You are aware that Chen Fei was promoted by Gu Yanli. Can you truly pin such blame on him? It need not be so firmly affixed." Jiang Qingci replied with a mysterious smile. "All that is required is to create a crack in Gu Yanli's confidence. He is exceedingly self-assured, yet inherently suspicious. Once a seed of doubt is sown, it will only fester, whether it finds justification or not. Should that doubt remain unkind-led, I can easily attribute the chaos to the royalist faction. In the realm of political rivalry, is it not commonplace for one side to resort to assassination? As for herself, she would merely play the role of the opportunist." Pei Jiu was thoroughly impressed by her cunning scheme and took his leave after dinner. Jiang Qingci then began to gather her belongings, with Lu Ruyan assisting her. Folding clothes while grumbling, "Honestly, is he not mad? He is the regent, and you are the chancellor. Since time immemorial, when has a chancellor resided in the regent's residence? Did I provoke him? Why must I be forbidden from following? I am not doing this to enjoy his hospitality, but rather to serve as a loyal guard. Utterly annoying." Jiang Qingci remarked, not even touching the clothes, as Lu Ruyan pushed her aside. With deft fingers, he folded one garment, and then seized another to continue his task, his complaints unceasing. After his voice grew hoarse from incessant grumbling, Jiang Qingci timely offered him a glass of water, leaning against the cabinet with a teasing smile. "This is perfect. Consider it a few days' leave with pay. I do not lack for a few days off." He cannot even manage his own assassins, And the manor is harboring that mad dog, Sachuri. Why would he dare summon you? Lu Ruoyan took the cup and drank deeply. As he turned to return it, he met her playful gaze, his ears turning crimson. He turned his head away awkwardly, grumbling, I am not concerned about you, so do not overthink it. I'm merely here for the pay. Jiang Qingci blinked and placed the cup back on the table, remaining silent. After Lu Ruoyan's efforts, Jiang Qingci, who initially planned to bring only a few garments, found herself laden with numerous bags as she boarded the carriage, appearing as if she were fleeing a disaster. As she stepped onto the carriage, she was called back by Lu Ruoyan, who frowned slightly. Honestly, can you not take me with you? You should stay at the minister's residence, Jiang Qingci replied. If the emperor seeks me out, simply convey that. At the mention of Shen Que, Lu Ruoyan's gaze flickered, and he released her sleeve. Jiang Qingci lowered the curtain, creating a barrier between them. The carriage rumbled away, and perhaps it was her imagination, but she distinctly heard Lu Ruoyan's muttering. Forget it. If he won't let me go, then I shall go anyway. Damn it, tonight I will scale the wall. That night, at the southern wall of the regent's estate, Lu Ruoyan and Shen Que crossed paths while holding lanterns. Shen Que, dressed in plain attire, stood tall, his narrow peach blossom eyes squinting as he scanned her form, gritting his teeth to force out the words Miss Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan instantly felt a shiver down her spine and managed a stiff smile. Your Majesty, are you also here to climb the wall? Chapter 79. The prince's age cannot deter me. The sight of a sovereign sneaking out at night surprised Shen Que, his expression briefly faltering. Fortunately, the darkness concealed his face. It was only then that Lu Ruoyan belatedly realized the implications of her words, and feeling a wave of misfortune, she hurriedly lowered her head and quickened her steps to retreat, thinking to scale another wall. I saw nothing. I know nothing. I shall take my leave. Wait. Shen Que called out to her, and Lu Ruoyan hesitated before turning back. Your Majesty, please instruct me. His gaze swept over the bundle in her arms. Is this for me? Lu Ruoyan replied honestly. Yes, the Chancellor left in haste today and forgot some clothes. I thought to bring them over. Hand it to me. Shen Que extended his hand. Lu Ruoyan paused for a moment before hastily handing over the package. Shen Que accepted it with one hand while using the other to pass her the lantern he had brought. He then retrieved 2 gold ingots from his own garment and tossed them into her arms. For your silence. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he meant by silence. Suddenly, a shadow darted past her, and Shen Que, with a nimble leap, crouched atop the wall, lowering his center of gravity and using the shadow cast by a locust tree outside to obscure himself. Lu Ruoyan looked up for a moment, but could not find him, so she reluctantly tucked the gold ingots into her bosom and turned to leave. As his figure receded into the distance, Shen Que withdrew his gaze and gestured to the hidden guards lurking in the shadows. Several figures immediately followed him as he paused atop the wall, taking advantage of the guard shift change within the estate to hasten towards the guest room where Jiang Qingci resided. Jiang Qingci had grown up in the royal estate. Previously, before her father became a chancellor, she had lived in the back garden of the estate with the old matriarch. Now, upon her return, Gu Yanli had arranged for the Qingfeng courtyard to be prepared for her temporary stay. The small courtyard was located in a corner of the southeast side of the estate, separated from the main residence by merely a wall and connected to the study by a winding corridor, which was faintly illuminated by the lights flickering within the Qingfeng courtyard amidst the surrounding foliage. After finishing her official duties with Gu Yanli, Jiang Qingci emerged from the study well into the night. The distant sound of the watch bell grew closer, and the candlelight in Qingfeng courtyard was dim. Yawning, she pushed open the door, too fatigued to keep her eyes open, and did not summon the servants to prepare hot water. She closed the door, extinguished the lamp, and in the darkness stumbled toward the bed, ready to collapse into sleep. Yet, an arm suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind. The moment drowsiness dissipated, a warning bell rang in Jiang Qingci's mind. Instinctively, she seized the person's wrist, flipped over, and straddled them, striking swiftly and accurately, gripping their neck, eliciting a muffled groan. The familiar scent of wood incense wafted toward her, momentarily distracting Jiang Qingci. A large hand supported her lower back, climbing along her spine. suddenly with force. It pressed her down, but she was not one to yield easily, gripping their wrist and pushing upward with determination. Almost simultaneously, she found herself pinned atop him, both their wrists and necks ensnared in each other's grasp, becoming prey in the other's hold. In the darkness, she could not discern the features of her opponent, yet she felt their gaze fixated upon her like a wild dog locking onto its quarry, weaving a dense web of sight that left her nowhere to escape. Their chests pressed tightly together, a seamless bond, and the hand resting on her back had not yet retreated, transmitting the steady rhythm of a powerful heartbeat to her. "It is I, Sister Xiaohe," came a clear voice, brushing against her ear with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. The sound of his voice stirred the vibrations of his vocal cords and the movement of his Adam's apple, sending a tingling sensation through the palm that gripped his neck. "Your Majesty?" Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered, and as she loosened her grip, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. "I am here, Sister Xiaohe. Why have you only just returned?" Shen Que had already waited for 2 hours since his arrival, and the weariness that had settled in with the waiting vanished entirely with her return. He tightened his arms around her, holding her down against him, his gaze sparkling, his palm cradling the back of her head, urging her to lower her gaze as he leaned in slowly, pressing his lips to hers, gently rolling and caressing. His tone soft. "I have waited for you for a long time." As their breaths mingled during their exchange, Jiang Qingci found herself in a daze from his kiss. Pinned against him, unable to escape, her hands clutching his shoulders as she buried her head into the side of his neck, panting, "Your Majesty, how did you get in?" Since the assassination attempt last night, Gu Yanli had heightened the security of the royal residence. Yet she had not anticipated that Shen Que could slip through such stringent defenses with such ease. "I missed you, Sister Xiaohe, so I came in," Shen Que replied, unable to reach her lips, instead nuzzling her earlobe, a hint of pride in his voice. "The royal uncle is getting old. He cannot stop me." Jiang Qingci's body stiffened, a shiver coursing up her spine. Her hand gripping his shoulder instinctively tightened, and she bit down warningly on the side of his neck. "Your Majesty, we are in the royal residence." Shen Que turned his face to glance out the window, where the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, casting the outside into darkness. A faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips as he reached up to remove the jade crown from her head, his fingers weaving through her hair, his gaze dimming. "Indeed, I had forgotten that the royal uncle resides right next to you." Jiang Qingci's pupils constricted. She had not expected him to be aware of this detail. However, reflecting on the assassins from the previous night, it was plausible that he had already infiltrated the royal residence with his own spies. Contemplating this, Jiang Qingci could not help but frown. If there were indeed spies planted by him within the residence, did he also surmise the purpose of her visit? "Since your Majesty knows, why did you come?" "It is precisely because I am aware that I have come here, dear Xiaohe." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingci's heart was filled with even greater doubts. Just as she was about to probe further, Shen Que placed his index finger gently against her lips, lowering his voice to whisper, "Xiaohe, listen, the royal uncle has arrived." A slight throb pulsed at her temples. The rustling sound approached from afar, reminiscent of the noise made when a carriage was in motion. She tilted her head and looked out the window with Shen Que, but saw no shadows reflected in the glass. However, the sound of knocking echoed distinctly in the darkness. Knock, knock, knock. It was neither too forceful nor too soft, each sound resonating with clarity. Then came Gu Yanli's deep voice. "ACI, I know you are not yet asleep. I have brought some wine. Come out for a drink." Chapter 80. Xiaohe truly cares for the royal uncle. Jiang Qingci felt that she ought to feign sleep. However, Shen Que leaned closer, his voice a hushed whisper laced with subtle melancholy. "Xiaohe, go drink with the royal uncle. I am perfectly fine. I merely worry that you might encounter danger in the palace. I have simply been waiting here for 2 hours for you. It is no trouble. I can sleep alone. The royal uncle is of an age where he requires companionship. I have heard that he is left with but one good leg, and should he suffer an injury, it will be on my conscience." Jiang Qingci thought, while his words rang true. If only the hand encircling her waist and the grip on her nape could loosen a touch, it might be more convincing. She blinked, a playful smile flickering in her eyes, and mimicked his tone, lowering her voice. "Is that so? Your Majesty is so respectful of the elderly. Would it be inappropriate for me to remain here?" As she spoke, she placed her hands on his shoulders, feigning an attempt to escape his embrace and rise from the bed. Shen Ke's expression darkened. The moment she braced herself, he tightened his arms, forcefully pulling her back. One hand cradling her nape, and swiftly maneuvered to pin her between himself and the bed. His gaze swirled with intensity, fingers forcefully intertwining with hers. Pressing her palm above her head against the pillow, he leaned down, without hesitation, and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. His ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, entwining with her strands, as his movements deviated from the feigned gentleness he usually displayed before her. He was like a wild dog that had seized a bone, ravenously devouring her lips, exploring every inch within her mouth. Untamed and fierce, his hand gripped her waist, tightening with possessive fervor. It constricted again and again, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as though he intended to consume her whole. Gu Yanli had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, yet he received no response from Jiang Qingci. Instead, he heard a loud crash from within. Then, silence enveloped the space. He strained to listen, only catching faint breaths, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. A strange sense of foreboding crept upon him, like vines extending stealthily from unseen corners, weaving a vast net that enveloped his heart. "ACI?" He furrowed his brow and called out again, raising his voice, "What has happened?" The only reply was an eerie silence. Through a door and a screen, Shen Que finally released her lips, listening to her intermittent breaths and feeling the tightening grip of her fingers on his back. His back must have been marked by her grasp, the bloodstains adhering to the fabric, causing him some discomfort. He remained unfazed, lowering his head to rest against her forehead, straining to discern her eyes in the darkness, and bestowing a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. "Little he, the royal uncle, is speaking to you." Jiang Qingci shot him a glance, and then, recalling that he could not see her expression in the dark, pinched him at his waist. Yet he once more seized her wrist, lifting it above her head, along with her other wrist held firmly in his grasp. With a mischievous intent, he pressed another kiss to the corner of her lips. Casting a sidelong glance at the door, he teased, "Little he, if you do not respond soon, the royal uncle shall come in." Jiang Qingci closed her eyes, striving to steady her breath, and replied aloud, "I am fine, my lord. I merely stumbled over a chair and fell." Gu Yanli furrowed his brow. "How could you have fallen again? So this is how little he has been deceiving the royal uncle all along." Shen Ke's tone rose slightly as he whispered in her ear. Jiang Qingci disregarded his deliberate interruption, calmly reiterating Gu Yanli's words. "It is too dark in the room. Without a lamp, I could not see clearly and fell. There is no need for the prince to worry. It is getting late, and there will be an early court session tomorrow. Your injuries have yet to heal, and drinking is not beneficial for recovery. Let us postpone." As her words faded, Shen Que leaned down to gently bite her lips. Little he truly cares for the royal uncle. Jiang Qingci, unwilling to back down, returned the bite with intent, the taste of iron spreading between their lips. Shen Que was momentarily taken aback, then grasped her chin, kissing her fervently, coaxing her lips apart. Outside the door, Gu Yanli remained silent, leaving Jiang Qingci uncertain of his thoughts. Distracted by Shen Ke's fervent kisses, she was also anxiously attuned to the sounds beyond the door. "Very well." Gu Yanli's voice finally broke the silence. "ACI, you should rest early." The rustling of Su Yu's footsteps in the night gradually faded away, and Jiang Qingci let out a long sigh of relief. Shen Que released her lips, his thumb brushing against her mouth, gently wiping away the moisture. His voice soft. "Little he is deceiving me again. Even if I had not drawn you back just now, you would not have gone out to meet the royal uncle, would you?" Jiang Qingci chose not to answer, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "If you know I am lying, why pull me back?" Shen Que smiled, tossing the question back to her. "What do you think, little he?" Jiang Qingci pondered, unable to arrive at a conclusion. The last time he had asked her whether she wished to leverage the emperor to command the lords, Gu Yanli had encountered an assassin. She could not discern whether he genuinely wished to assist her, or if he was merely fabricating an excuse to seize power. Her attempts at probing were always subtly deflected by him, leaving her unable to see through him. Let's not dwell on that, little he. Shen Que released her wrist. Sitting up, his fingers leisurely loosening the jade belt at her waist and hanging it over the bedpost as he began to remove her long robe. Reaching for the ties of her undergarment, Jiang Qingci pressed down on his hand. Resting her head upon the pillow, she sought his gaze through the enveloping darkness. Even in the absence of light, she could distinctly sense the fervent emotions simmering within those eyes, akin to a branding iron pressed against her, marking her indelibly. Shen Que once again leaned down, gently pecking at her lips, yet his demeanor had softened from its earlier wildness. Sister Xiaohe, you were quite fatigued last night. I shan't trouble you tonight. I merely wish to present you with a small garment I have crafted. Jiang Qingci's eyelashes fluttered, disbelief flashing in her eyes. The emperor knows how to sew? In the fleeting moment of her astonishment, Shen Que had already removed her undergarments, his palm resting on her lower back as he discarded her binding corset onto the floor. He then retrieved the little garment he had prepared, adorned with delicate patterns of small birds, and with tender fingers, he fastened the ties at the nape of her neck. Sister Xiaohe, are you surprised? Shen Que spoke softly, nonchalantly adding, to survive, one must learn a bit of everything. When injured with no one to tend to me, I had to learn to concoct medicine. When starving, with no one to bring me food, I had to learn to dry fruit. When my winter clothes were tattered, letting in the cold, I had to learn to sew and mend. Am I not quite capable? This question carried a profound significance. Jiang Qingci felt a lump in her throat, grappling with the weight of his words. To affirm would not suffice, and to deny would be equally inadequate. Observing her silence, Shen Que pressed further. Why are you not responding, Sister Xiaohe? Am I not quite capable? The cautious undertone of his flattery was now more pronounced than before. He sat astride her waist, looking down at her, yet he resembled a stray dog, begging for affection. His fingers, having secured the ties, lingered at her nape, the faint calluses brushing against her skin as they slowly traced down to her collarbone, slipping beneath the garment to cover her. Jiang Qingci's spine stiffened suddenly, her heart fluttering. When realization dawned, the answer escaped her lips unbidden. Yes. Yes to what? Shen Que detected the embarrassment in her voice, but continued to tease relentlessly. Sister Xiaohe, do tell. What is it? His fingertips descended to tickle her, reveling in the tremors of laughter that coursed through her body, as if he would not relent until she clarified her response. Jiang Qingci laughed breathlessly, hurriedly pressing down on his mischievous hands, forcing out the words, "You are indeed quite capable." With a chuckle, Shen Que's mirth deepened, and he leaned closer to her ear, teasingly inquiring, "In what way am I capable? Why won't Sister Xiaohe elucidate?" Jiang Qingci, flustered and indignant, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she shot him an annoyed glare, playfully swatting at his sensitive spots. Shen Que, unable to evade her playful assault, allowed her to straddle his waist and tickle him, laughing as he pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Sister Xiaohe, spare me." Jiang Qingci was not swayed by his words. In the past, when he had held her against the mirror, she had been unable to resist tugging at his hair to slow him down, and he had uttered the same pleas. The enchanting, crescent-shaped eyes shimmered like water, and as she released her grip, a more fervent possessiveness responded in kind. When he blocked the ticklish flesh at her waist, she redirected her assault toward his neck. Shen Que, unwilling to yield, saw her waist unguarded and swiftly retaliated. As laughter filled the air, both breathless from their playful skirmish, Jiang Qingci collapsed onto him, capturing his wrist that pressed against her side to prevent further mischief. She turned over, pulled the quilt close, and nestled beside him. Shen Que tightened his embrace, greedily drawing her into his arms, planting a kiss atop her head, and murmuring with an infatuated tone, "I really adore you, little Hijia. I truly do so much." His voice, low and husky, wove through her ears like a feather's caress, igniting a delightful tickle within her. Although Jiang Qingci couldn't quite discern his words, her heart raced inexplicably, and she instinctively turned away from him. As his warm chest pressed against her through layers of fabric, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Due to Shen Que's earlier antics, She was left in but a single garment, her front covered while her back was only secured by a slender tie at the neck. His warm breath brushed against her nape, parting her hair, and a kiss landed softly there. She cautiously shifted closer, only for Shen Ke's hand on her abdomen to tighten, pulling her back into him. Their bodies melded seamlessly through the fabric, leaving no gaps. Jiang Qingci found herself frozen once more. He gently bit the soft flesh at her nape, covering her hand with his, guiding it backward, and breathing heavily. "Little Jie, do not leave. Don't abandon me." As dawn had yet to break, Shen Que prepared to depart. Before leaving, he handed her the bundle he had brought, containing the official robes she was to wear for court that day. Jiang Qingci, shaking her numb left arm, expressed her surprise. "You went to the Xiang residence?" "Indeed," Shen Que replied earnestly, kneading her left hand with unabashed pride, claiming credit for Lu Ruyan's efforts. He looked up and winked at her, saying, "I specifically brought this for you, little Jie. Am I not well behaved?" Jiang Qingci felt a flutter of emotion at his gaze. She stood on tiptoe, pressed a light kiss at the corner of his lips, and chuckled softly. "You are very well behaved." Shen Que momentarily froze, blinking in disbelief, his cheeks and ears flushing crimson in an instant. Unable to resist, he rubbed his ear bashfully, stammering, "Your little Jie must be going now." He nearly fled in haste. When Shen Que was the one taking the initiative, his words soared effortlessly. Yet when caught in a passive position, he resembled a caged goose. Awkward and uneasy, watching his silhouette vanish into the darkness, Jiang Qingci blinked, sensing she had stumbled upon something remarkable. With ample time before court, she yawned and turned to close the door, completely unaware that at the moment the door clicked shut, Gu Yanli emerged from the shadows of the courtyard, his expression dark. "Intent on tracking that person. Catch up to him. I require all his information." He waved his hand, and immediately a shadowy figure followed the dark silhouette away. Having spent a sleepless night, his eyes bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue, with dark circles prominently visible. His hawk-like gaze was sharp, bloodshot veins lining the whites of his eyes, casting a reddish hue around his orbs. He had waited outside the door all night. The night was dim and now scarcely bright, rendering everything unclear. Only the continuous sounds of heavy breathing and laughter from within the room pierced through the night like water, resonating in his ears with startling clarity. The female voice belonged to Jiang Qingci, a tone he could distinguish from the deliberately cold and distant demeanor she adopted before him, laced with an indescribable affection and indulgence. The other voice, however, was deliberately ambiguous, low in pitch, making it difficult to ascertain whether it belonged to a man or a woman. The figure was tall and slender, and though their physique suggested a male form, he could not help but recall the similarly statuesque, yet exquisitely graceful Lu Ruyan, causing Gu Yanli to waver in his own conjectures. Before long, the first light of dawn emerged, casting a faint glow. Jiang Qingci, now donned in her official robes, stepped out from the room, rubbing her left hand and flexing her wrist as she walked, not pausing in the courtyard but striding away with purpose. Suddenly, he recalled what Jiang Qingci had said to him the previous day in the palace study about her fingers and jade-like grace, asserting her responsibility towards Lu Ruyan. It was utterly absurd. Gu Yanli's gaze darkened, and the wine pot that had hung in the air for the entire night crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, the shadowy figure returned, kneeling before him on one knee, reporting, "Your Highness, we followed that individual all the way to the left Chancellor's residence. I have also learned that last night, Miss Lu Ruyan made her way to the southern wall." Again, it was Lu Ruyan. He had already brought her into the palace. Yet she lingered like a haunting specter. Find an opportunity, Gu Yanli closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and eliminate her. Chapter 82. You are right in all you say, but I cannot do without him. Gu Yanli, injured and unable to attend the morning court, entrusted all matters to Jiang Qingci. There was nothing of great significance today. It was merely a matter concerning the recent dismissal of numerous officials due to disaster relief in Ganzhou, necessitating a swift replenishment of the populace. The royalists and the regent's faction each harbored their own intentions, and the candidates and officials they selected were meticulously recorded by Jiang Qingci. After the court assembly, She reviewed the list according to her needs, striking off those deemed unnecessary before returning to present the roster to Gu Yanli. Gu Yanli appeared distracted, his expression inscrutable as he stared at the list for an extended period without uttering a word. Jiang Qingci scrutinized his demeanor, uncertain of his thoughts, and tentatively called out, "Your Highness? Proceed with the list and have it submitted to the Ministry of Personnel," Gu Yanli replied, regaining his focus and leaning back slightly. "Also, convey to the Ministry of Rights that they may increase the number of candidates for next year's provincial examination. Furthermore, several scholars from various regions have arrived in the capital. Take some time to meet with them and select a few to take under your wing." The provincial examination was an opportune moment for expanding influence. At such critical junctures, the prominent families in the capital would begin to scout for the most promising scholars to recruit as Prot-GS. On one hand, it garners a reputation for attracting talented individuals, and on the other, should a Prot-G achieve success in the following year and secure an official position, it would establish the principal's connections within the political arena. The one being recruited could ascend to prominence, buoyed by the principal's influence. However, all of this requires substantial financial resources to sustain its operation. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow, appearing troubled, hesitating to speak. "Your Highness, I have returned from the southern territories not long ago, and the treasury of the minister's residence is quite depleted. If you require funds, you may draw from the royal treasury." Jiang Qingci discreetly exhaled, acknowledging his words, and stepped forward to retrieve the roster from before him. Yet, a cylindrical object bound with white cloth pressed against the back of her hand. Instinctively, Jiang Qingci retracted her hand and took a step back, standing to the side. "Does your Highness have further instructions for me?" Her tone was formal and distant, which should have been what he desired. Yet it pierced his heart like a barbed stick. He could only push it deeper. Once extracted, it would uncontrollably tear at flesh and cause a dull ache. Gu Yanli's eyes were red-rimmed, his gaze intense as he fixated on her expression, his lips parting to inquire, "Where did you injure yourself last night?" The question came abruptly, shifting from official matters to personal concerns. Jiang Qingci momentarily froze, her pupils involuntarily trembling. She quickly clenched her fingers to suppress any further emotional revelation. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes concealed the tumult within, and she replied with composed nonchalance, "I merely injured my arm, a minor wound. Your Highness need not concern yourself." Before she could finish, Gu Yanli coldly interrupted, tilting his chin. "Let me see." Jiang Qingci remained motionless, her knuckles white from gripping tightly, the pressure imprinting crescent shapes on her palm. Gu Yanli's gaze darkened, and he repeated, his voice icy, lifted. Jiang Qingci's heart raced, uncertain of what Gu Yanli had discerned. She thought to herself, if discovered, then so be it. At worst, she would resign from this troublesome chancellor position and seek refuge in the southern mountains with her mother and sister, relinquishing all the plans she had meticulously crafted. With this resolve, she lifted her left sleeve, revealing a wrist as pale as frost and a slender arm devoid of any bruise or mark from a fall. Save for a few faint red impressions, remnants of teeth marks that subtly encircled the redness. For a brief moment, the air became thick with tension. Gu Yanli's hand, encased in white cloth, unconsciously formed a fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. He forced a mocking smile, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he ground out, "Is this what you call fall? Did you fall upon a dog and get bitten?" Jiang Qingci earnestly corrected him, "Not just one bite. My left arm was bitten 5 times. Be silent." Gu Yanli's face darkened instantly, his voice a sharp reprimand. "Do you hold such affection for that woman? When did you develop such a fondness for her, to the point of repeatedly lying to me on her behalf?" Jiang Qingci had just prepared her resignation speech when a barrage of questions caught her off guard. She blinked as if to suggest that perhaps, just possibly, she and Shen Que had not yet been discovered. If she was not mistaken, he was still referring to Lu Ruyan. She breathed a sigh of relief, silently tucking away the thought of fleeing her official duties and adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. "You are absolutely correct, but I cannot do without him." Jiang Qingci, present. "Your Highness." With a calm expression, she met Gu Yanli's furious gaze. "If there is nothing further, I shall take the roster to the Ministry of Personnel." Before Gu Yanli could respond, a commotion outside shattered the tense atmosphere. Lu Ruiyan's sobs echoed. Woo woo woo. I am injured and wish to see my husband. How can you deny me this? We are deeply in love. Impudent. This is the royal residence, and you have no right. A guard was swiftly dispatched. And then the booming voice of Sa Churi resonated. Step aside. I demand to see my husband. I have traveled far to marry in Dazhao for him. Now that he is here, why must I be denied? Jiang Qingci felt an urge to cover her face with her hand, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet the rare sight of Gu Yanli's stormy expression brought her a strange sense of satisfaction, making her embarrassment seem trivial. The familiar headache began to rise again, and Gu Yanli closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the chaos. Those incompetent fools cannot even handle a woman. Hearing the ruckus grow louder, Jiang Qingci said, Since they are here for me, I shall lead them away. Your Highness, please focus on your recovery. Gu Yanli, feeling a splitting headache, waved his hand dismissively. You go on. I need some peace. Jiang Qingci felt as if a weight had been lifted, hastily grabbing the roster from the table and making her way out. Just outside the courtyard, she encountered Lu Ruiyan, who was dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, and Sa Churi, who was draped in a long robe that exposed his chest. As the two crossed paths, before Jiang Qingci could speak, Sa Churi promptly donned his robe properly, securing the ties and standing upright. Lu Ruiyan approached, tugging at her sleeve with a mournful tone. Husband, I have finally seen you, woo woo woo. Sa Churi stepped forward as well, grasping her other sleeve. Having restrained himself for a long time, he attempted to emulate Lu Ruiyan's theatricality, pouting and blowing a kiss at her, grinning wickedly. Husband, I have finally seen you. Woo woo woo. Chapter 83. I am the Chancellor, and I shall take matters into my own hands. In the presence of the curious gazes of the guards and servants at the regent's residence, Jiang Qingci feigned composure as she led the two clinging to her sleeves out through the front door. Once outside, Lu Ruiyan abandoned her pretense, pulling at her sleeve and lifting her arm, her anxious eyes scanning her from head to toe. Unsatisfied, she brushed aside Sa Churi's hand and circled Jiang Qingci, confirming that there were no visible injuries before discreetly releasing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Jiang Qingci, however, noticed a faint scent of blood emanating from him. Her gaze fell upon a small blood stain on the sleeve he had pulled, which was rather inconspicuous against the purple official robe. She furrowed her brow and asked, Are you injured? A mere scratch, Lu Ruiyan replied, releasing her grip and producing a handkerchief to wipe the blood smudge from her sleeve. An assassin infiltrated the minister's residence early this morning. Sa Churi, standing nearby, quickly raised both hands above his head, exclaiming, It wasn't me. Lu Ruiyan cast him a glance filled with disdain before suddenly frowning, turning her head to cough discreetly into her hand, and then continued. They were armed with knives and seemed to be targeting you. There were many of them, and during my confrontation, I nearly succumbed, just when I thought all was lost. Another group appeared and drove them off. Fortunately, you were not at the residence. The thought of the fierce clash between the two groups of assailants from the previous day sent a chill down Lu Ruiyan's spine, and she instinctively tightened her fingers, causing blood to seep from her palm. Jiang Qingci furrowed her brow, deep in thought, initially suspecting the royalists. She should have anticipated this. Publicly, she and Gu Yanli were inextricably linked, and if someone sought Gu Yanli's life, it was only natural that they would also wish for hers. Yet, she wondered if any of those two factions included Shen Ke's men. However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem to align. Shen Que had established a network of spies within the royal palace, enabling him to pinpoint her location accurately last night. If he had sent those assailants, they would not have ventured toward the palace. Yet, it was entirely plausible that old enemies she had made could be behind this. Recently, she had garnered quite a few adversaries while ostensibly providing aid for disaster relief in Ganzhou, and it was only natural that some among them would harbor a grudge and seek vengeance against her. As the tangled web of truth began to unravel in her mind, she shook her head, temporarily dismissing such thoughts. Raising her gaze, she noticed Lu Ruiyan's lips were slightly purplish, prompting her to inquire. The blade was poisoned. Did you not consult a physician? Lu Run paused momentarily, shaking her head as if to clear her thoughts, dismissing the chaotic visions dancing before her eyes, and blinked in confusion. Are you saying I've been poisoned? After escaping from the assassins, his primary concern had been that they might return to target Jiang Qingci, neglecting the wound on his hand as he rushed over. He had assumed his dizziness was due to skipping breakfast combined with his injury. But now, he realized he had been poisoned. How could this happen? Those cursed assassins. He cursed inwardly, vowing to deal with them later. Jiang Qingci interrupted his rant. As a carriage approached, she grasped his sleeve and guided him into the carriage, saying, "Let us hold on for a moment. I'll take you to the palace to see the imperial physician." As soon as they climbed aboard, Sachure followed suit. His tall and robust frame consumed much of the carriage's space. Lu Ruoyan sat to Jiang Qingci's left, while he positioned himself on her right, casting suspicious glances between her and Lu Ruoyan. Jiang Qingci's expression was grave, revealing her concern as she listened to Lu Ruoyan's ramblings. Each statement met with a reaction. In a hushed tone, Lu Ruoyan asked, "Will it cost a fortune to see the physician? Aren't they only meant to treat high-ranking officials? Would they even care for someone like me?" Jiang Qingci remarked, "You are part of my family. If they refuse to show you, I shall take their heads." Lu Rian retorted, "You ought to deal with them decisively." Jiang Qingci replied earnestly, "As the Prime Minister, it is my duty to enact justice." Lu Rian opened his mouth, fell silent for a moment, then solemnly nodded in agreement. "You are right. As Prime Minister, you must eliminate those who bully you." Then, seemingly lost in thought, he tilted his head against the carriage wall and whispered, "But I am not." He lacked power, influence, and connections, truly subjected to the scorn of the powerful, feeling powerless against their might, at most able to vent his frustrations verbally. His consciousness began to blur. He rambled incoherently, recalling how Lu Ruyan had wet the bed at 6, and how, at 12, her beauty had nearly attracted unwanted attention. Gone was his usual arrogance. He gazed at Jiang Qingci with longing. "Jiang Qingci, if I were to be poisoned, you must ensure she receives a high position. That way, if anyone bullies her, she could retaliate." Jiang Qingci patted the back of his hand, wishing to explain that holding a high office does not grant one the liberty to act without restraint. There are always greater powers beyond one's grasp. Even at the pinnacle of authority, one remains tethered by unseen strings. Every individual encounters moments of helplessness. However, considering Lu Rian's current state of mind, she deemed it futile to elaborate further. The carriage moved smoothly and soon reached the imperial pharmacy. Lu Ruyan continued her ramblings, but she could barely stand. Jiang Qingci cast a glance at the tall and sturdy Sachure, instructing him to assist Lu Ruyan inside. Today's attending physician was Chun Tai, who, upon taking her pulse, wore a grave expression. Eventually, he released her wrist, furrowing his brow as he sighed. "Miss Lu has indeed been poisoned, yet I have never encountered such a venom." Sachure, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, "Is she in danger of death?" Jiang Qingci shot him a disapproving glance, prompting him to scratch his head and grin. "I was merely jesting. Do not be so protective." Chun Tai stroked his beard, unconvinced, and urged him to raise his other hand, frowning. "In my lifetime, I have never seen a poison that alters a woman's pulse to resemble that of man." Jiang Qingci responded, and Sachure, brows knit in astonishment, gazed at her. "Does the Zhao possess such miraculous herbs? Will she transform into a man?" Jiang Qingci faltered, left speechless. She could only ask Chun Tai, "If we disregard the male pulse, do you have remedies for the other symptoms induced by the poison?" "Indeed, I do," Chun Tai replied, instructing his apprentice to grind the herbs, and swiftly penned a prescription. The pharmacy attendant promptly prepared the medicine. Although the poison afflicting Lu Ruyan was not fatal, it was urgent. Jiang Qingci needed to visit the Ministry of Personnel again and left Sachure to assist the attendant in concocting the medicine and caring for Lu Ruyan. After exiting the ministry, Jiang Qingci encountered Pei Jiu, who had come to attend to business. They exchanged pleasantries for a while before Jiang Qingci prepared to take her leave. Pei Jiu said, "I must go to the Wang residence shortly to report on the progress of capturing the assassin. Would you care to accompany me, Prime Minister Jiang?" Chapter 84. Favoritism, traveling companions must journey together. Yet, Jiang Qingci must first return to the imperial pharmacy to bring back those two living fathers. Lu Ruyan, having consumed a dose of medicine, regained much of her consciousness. However, she continued to point at Sichuri, accusing him of being Jiang Qingci, then pointed at Jiang Qingci, calling him Shen Que, and finally indicated Pei Jiu as Sichuri. With righteous indignation, she questioned his ancestry, insisting he keep his distance from Jiang Qingci. Pei Jiu, bewildered, cast a questioning glance at Jiang Qingci, who shrugged in resignation. Upon entering the Wang residence, she parted ways with Pei Jiu and, tugging at Lu Ruyan's sleeve, led her back to Qingfeng courtyard. Adjacent to the main residence was a side room, long uninhabited. Jiang Qingci instructed the servants to tidy it up for Lu Ruyan's accommodation. Perhaps exhausted from the early morning's turmoil, Lu Ruyan fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. Yet, her wounds required fresh dressing. Jiang Qingci dragged a stool to sit by the bedside, summoned Sichuri to bring in a basin of warm water, and retrieved the golden wound medicine from the medicinal pouch provided by physician Shen. Sichuri placed the basin aside and leaned against the bedpost, arms crossed, observing her treatment with casual interest. Sunlight streamed through the window, yet his figure cast a considerable shadow over her, leaving her seated in the gloom. Adorned still in that purple official robe symbolizing power, her jade crown resting atop her head. Though her gaze was lowered, her slender back remained upright. With her long, pale fingers, she grasped Lu Ruyan's wrist, using a handkerchief to wipe away excess blood, before applying the golden wound medicine along the scar. Her long, thick lashes fluttered with her gaze, reminiscent of feathers brushing against his heart, evoking an indescribable feeling. Minister Jiang, Sichuri remarked, his throat swallowing hard, lips curling into a smile. I can't shake the feeling that you resemble a woman more than your concubine in bed. Jiang Qingci tilted her head slightly, casting him a glance. What makes you say that? Sichuri tilted his head, resting it against the post, recalling the physician's words, his gaze unabashedly surveying her. In terms of height, you are a few inches shorter than her. Regarding stature, you are leaner. In terms of features, you are softer. Yet in strength, you are no less formidable. I've pondered this throughout the journey and cannot fathom a poison capable of altering one's gender. Minister Jiang, do you think it possible that he is a man, while that Lu Yuhua from Ganzhou is truly a woman? Jiang Qingci was not surprised by his musings. She raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Sichuri inquired further. And what of you? Are you a woman? Yes, she replied. Sichuri shrugged, tapping his temple with his fingertips, laughing openly. My wits are dull. I cannot deduce. Indeed, despite having prepared herself for this moment, hearing her affirm it sent a jolt through Sichuri's heart. Uncontrollably, he recalled the instances in Ganzhou where he had deliberately provoked her, only to find himself bested beneath her heel. Then, he remembered Lu Ruyan insisting he don his clothes to avoid sullying her sight. It all made sense now. If she were a woman, everything fell into place. After dressing the wound on Lu Ruyan's palm, Jiang Qingci turned to him, her clear eyes narrowing. So what? Are you attempting to use this to coerce me? Sichuri raised his chin, lifting his hands above his head, laughing with abandon, his gaze upon her imbued with fervor. How could I dare, my Minister Jiang? My life is still in your hands. I was merely pondering why, after I was last beaten, I did not receive such concern from you. We are both male consorts, Minister Jiang. Why this disparity in your treatment? His tone was light, the words half serious, his smile radiant like the scorching sun of midsummer, searing and intense. Jiang Qingci rolled her eyes at him and proceeded to wash her hands. Did you ask someone to fetch medicine for you or not? Sichuri paused, a hint of dissatisfaction evident, but you applied medicine to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingci glanced over, dried her hands, crossed her arms, and replied nonchalantly, Then shall you remove your clothing now, and I will apply medicine to you once again? How embarrassing, Minister Jiang. Sichuri feigned shyness, his hands resting on his waist, rubbing them together. Now you feel embarrassed? Jiang Qingci had merely retorted offhandedly and was about to step out after finishing her task. However, she suddenly noticed Chu Ri raising his hand, forcefully grasping the fabric of his long robe, and with a sharp tug, he ripped it off, revealing a robust and well-defined chest. The whip marks were still evident, some areas already scabbed over, rising and falling with his breath. Chu Ri spread his arms wide, adopting a demeanor of reckless abandon, his face emblazoned with the words, "Come play with me." "Then it seems I must trouble you, Minister Jiang." Jiang Qingci felt her temples throb with irritation. Chu Ri was truly a remarkable individual, regardless of whether words were kind or harsh. He perceived them all as compliments. She took a deep breath, beginning to understand the frustration Gu Yanli must feel when dealing with such a character. "Put your clothes back on," Jiang Qingci said. "I have matters to attend to now. I will administer the medicine in the evening." Yet, Chu Ri would not let her ambiguous words slip by unchallenged. "So you'll be the one to apply the medicine to me tonight, Minister Jiang?" Jiang Qingci forced a smile. "You're not as dull as you appear. Minister Jiang, you flatter me with your intelligence." Chu Ri laughed, giving her a knowing look, placing a hand over his chest, feigning deep emotion. "You are truly kind. Such a wonderful Minister Jiang will surely favor me alone in the future, correct?" Jiang Qingci, fearing that remaining in his company would further agitate her, refrained from providing a definitive answer and swiftly departed. Chu Ri immediately followed suit, his steps eager. Pei Ji had already reported the progress to Gu Yanli, and as Jiang Qingci arrived, she encountered him pushing Gu Yanli, who was seated on a palanquin, towards the exit. Pretending not to notice Pei Ji's attempt to pass the proverbial hot potato to her, Jiang Qingci bowed and inquired, "Is His Highness heading out?" "The Chu Jiang is hosting a poetry banquet today, with talented scholars gathering from all around. I intend to pay a visit. Since you are here, you should accompany me." Gu Yanli's voice sounded somewhat fatigued as he raised his hand, adding, "You come over and push." Jiang Qingci, reluctant to move, saw Sakurite following closely behind. She abruptly pulled him over, placing his wrist against the armrest behind Suyu. Before he could utter a word, she said, "Your Highness, Sakurite wishes to express his apologies and has volunteered to escort you. I could not dismiss his goodwill, hence he has taken on this responsibility." Sakurite was taken aback. As a male companion, was he now to bear the brunt of her decisions? This was utterly unheard of. Yet, upon receiving a piercing glance from Jiang Qingci, his heart skipped a beat, and gripping the armrest tightly, the veins in his hand bulged. Indeed, what Minister Jiang has stated holds true. Gu Yanli's expression visibly cracked. Chapter 85. "I found you, little sister," he. Despite his unwillingness, Gu Yanli could only helplessly allow Sakurite to lead him to Tsujiang. The poetry banquet was held at Yunsong Tower, situated downstream of Tsujiang, nestled amidst mountains and waters where pines and stones intertwined. The tower, standing 100 feet high, appeared to touch the floating clouds, enveloped by lush greenery. They arrived not too early. The tower was already bustling with a crowd, mostly composed of those preparing for the provincial examination the following year, hoping to encounter their mentors. Jiang Qingci followed Gu Yanli, enduring numerous disdainful glances. Scholars, proud and lofty, often looked down upon Gu Yanli, the foreign minister who wielded power with an iron fist. Some, possessing a semblance of integrity, yet lacking fortitude, offered perfunctory bows, wishing long life to your Highness and to Minister Jiang. Others, more resolute, openly scoffed at him, "Senpai, a mere pack of wolves. I would rather die than serve as Gu Yanli's lackey, a sycophant who deceives both superiors and inferiors when I ascend to office. I shall cleanse the court of such scum." Jiang Qingci mused that the youth were still naive, having not yet witnessed the treacheries of the political arena. Just then, she noticed Gu Yanli raising his hand. After years of following him, she instinctively knew what he was about to say. Before he could speak, she unceremoniously pushed Pei Ji forward, saying, "Lord Pei, the prince has a message for you." Gu Yanli's intended words were abruptly swallowed, his gaze lingering on Jiang Qingci with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Pei Ji, still dazed and lost in thought, blinked and, meeting Gu Yanli's fierce gaze, shuddered involuntarily. Steeling himself, Pei Ji clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, please instruct me. Make note of his name and later bring him to my tea room. I am curious to see how resilient he truly is. Those who had been conversing earlier felt a chill at Gu Yanli's words, their faces paling. The surrounding peers fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at the unfortunate soul, eager to distance themselves from potential repercussions. The poetry banquet was spearheaded by Su Huang of the Su family, an old acquaintance of Gu Yanli, and a pawn left by him within the Su household. Upon learning of Gu Yanli's arrival, he hurriedly invited him to the second floor. The second floor was specifically designed for the elite families of the capital, seeking to scout promising students or suitable suitors during the Zhujiang poetry banquet. The tea room is adorned with simplicity, and standing by the window offers a perfect view of the scene in the circular hall below. On the opposite side of Gu Yanli's tea room lies the Zhujiang River, guarded at the entrance by several armed royal guards, seemingly a precaution taken by Su Huang to ensure Gu Yanli's safety. A breeze wafts in from the river, and as Jiang Qingci steps inside, she subtly tilts her head to glance outside the railing. Her gaze sharpens upon recognizing two figures standing against the wind on a solitary boat, her pupils narrowing in surprise. Though they are at a distance, she instantly identifies the owner of the striking figure clad in a shade of red, a companion from countless nights spent together. What's he doing here? And who is the man beside him? For some reason, she recalls having seen Shen Que with someone else during a prior encounter with Su Jian at a tavern. Before she can ponder further, Pei Jiu gently tugs at her sleeve, whispering, "Chancellor Jiang, they are waiting for your entrance." Jiang Qingci retracts her gaze, only then noticing that the scholar from downstairs has been brought up. Perhaps intimidated by the room full of armed guards, the scholar's face is ashen, devoid of color. His head bowed, hands trembling at his sides. Steeling herself, Jiang Qingci steps forward, and the guards close the door behind her. Sachuri nonchalantly drags a yellow pearwood chair closer with his foot, patting the backrest with his palm. "Chancellor Jiang, please, have a seat." Under the watchful eyes of many, including Gu Yanli, Jiang Qingci musters her courage to sit down. From her vantage point, she can easily glimpse the gathering in the circular hall engaged in an animated debate over poetry. The scholar brought in is surnamed Jiang and Gu Yanli. Seated upon a simple platform, gestures for Su Huang, who reverently presents a long knife he has drawn from a guard's waist. Jiang Qingci leans her elbows on the window sill, observing with keen interest, pondering the talents of Su Huang, who, despite being outside the officialdom, exhibits utmost attentiveness to Gu Yanli's every move. It makes her, as a subordinate, feel like she is merely treading water. Gu Yanli looks over, and Su Huang, perceptively noticing the remaining good leg of Gu Yanli, discreetly produces a handkerchief from his bosom to wipe the knife while pouring wine onto it. Sachuri rests his hands on the back of Jiang Qingci's chair, clicking his tongue, and asks her in a low voice, "Is that lad a parasite in Gu Yanli's belly? How does he seem to understand everything Gu wants to do?" Upon receiving an annoyed glare from her, he chuckles and half-jokingly adds, "Then I must be a parasite in your belly, Chancellor Jiang. The moment you cast a glance my way, I know I should keep quiet." Jiang Qingci retorts, "Then do keep quiet." As Su Huang wipes the knife, the scholar's pallor intensifies, his body trembling, yet he defiantly raises his chin, exclaiming, "A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. If you wish to kill me, then do so. But if I so much as frown, I shall share your surname." Sachuri nods appreciatively, quite the spirit. Yet the next moment, Gu Yanli lifts his chin slightly, and Su Huang raises his hand, causing the Jiang scholar to shut his eyes in fear and kneel down. A sharp sound resonates, yet the anticipated blade does not descend. The scholar tightly shut his eyes, waiting for an extended period in the profound silence that enveloped him. Su Huang still brandished a blade in his hand, but before Jiang Shusheng lay a pouch of gold. The bag was unfastened, and a brilliant golden ingot rolled out from within. Jiang Shusheng stood frozen, his heart racing in terror, cold sweat trickling down his back, and instinctively raised a hand to touch his nape. Thankfully, his head remained intact. Gu Yanli observed his expression, amusement glimmering in his eyes as he scoffed. "Didn't you claim you wouldn't frown?" Realizing he was being deliberately mocked, Jiang Shusheng's face flushed crimson as he glanced from the golden ingot to his knees, which were already kneeling on the ground. Sachuri, taken aback by Gu Yanli's antics, shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "He truly is a dog." Or perhaps, was this not enough? After the earlier intimidation, Jiang Qingci had long discarded his dignity, urgently exclaiming, "That's enough. May I now humiliate you?" The man hastily knelt, clutching the pouch of gold to his chest, raising his hands high above his head, and solemnly bowed 3 times on the ground, saying, "Please, your highness, feel free to humiliate me. Do not spare the commoner." Suchari clicked his tongue, muttering, "A spineless creature. This mere sum can buy his very bones." Since entering this tea room, his dignity had ceased to exist. The poetry banquet was of great significance. Gu Yanli, eager to recruit talent, would certainly not resort to bloodshed at this juncture. After all, appearances must be maintained. As for Jiang Qingci, whether he accepted the pouch of gold or not, as long as he entered through this door and exited unscathed, regardless of the truth, to outsiders, it would remain a singular fact. He was willing to sell his soul to Gu Yanli, becoming his lackey. Those proud scholars, who sought to preserve their own interests, would naturally never accept him again. The fear of public opinion is rooted in this very principle. Jiang Qingci leaned on her hand, contemplating Gu Yanli's ever-unchanging wicked sense of humor. The harder the target, the more he desired to shatter it to pieces. While the scholar continued to ingratiate himself on the ground, Jiang Qingci lost interest and turned to observe the circular hall below. Just then, she caught sight of a figure clad in a shade of coral entering, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, followed by a doorman-like individual ascending the stairs. As if sensing her gaze, the person turned their head, their lip, which had been torn and scabbed, moving as they spoke. Jiang Qingci recognized the words. "I found you, Sister He." Chapter 86. May I kick his good leg? Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered as she saw the person retract their hand, removing their hat and following the guiding doorman upstairs. The coral figure vanished around the corner, leaving only the enthusiastic debates of talented scholars in the circular hall, with some exceptionally gifted individuals being invited upstairs immediately upon taking their seats. "What are you looking at?" A ghostly voice floated from behind. Jiang Qingci turned to meet Gu Yanli's dark, penetrating gaze. "Why do you seem so lost today?" "Nothing." Jiang Qingci shook her head, her gaze falling upon the scholar kneeling on the ground. He fumbled to retrieve several essays from his bosom and crawled toward her, beseeching. "These are the works I composed the day before yesterday. I humbly request your esteemed review, teacher." Before she could utter a word, Gu Yanli preemptively accepted the student on her behalf. Jiang Qingci extended her hand to receive the essays, perusing them hastily twice, her brow furrowing. To her surprise, the writings were rather commendable, offering insightful perspectives on governance and national stability. Unable to resist, she cast another glance at the scholar, only to find him meeting her gaze with clarity and composure, as if the earlier fright from Su Huan's unsheathing of his sword had never shaken him at all. Was it an act? A fleeting thought surfaced, only to be suppressed by Jiang Qingci. She meticulously examined the essays from start to finish, selecting a few points to inquire about. The scholar, quick-witted, answered with ease and demonstrated unique insights. Beside them, Pei Jiu, a top scholar, listened with an expression of admiration. Yet his thoughts wavered between praise and disdain upon recalling the scholar's earlier cowardice. Jiang Qingci formulated a plan and asked, "What is your name, and where do you reside?" "The student's surname is Jiang, but I shall henceforth adopt the surname Gu," he replied. Suchu, unable to restrain himself, frowned slightly and clicked his tongue, noting how swiftly the name change had occurred. The scholar feigned ignorance of the remark and continued, "I am Gu Chang'an, courtesy name Pingy, from Jizhou. I humbly seek your guidance." "Guidance is hardly what I can offer," Jiang Qingci remarked. "How long have you been in the capital?" "Over half a month," he answered. "Do you have a place to stay?" "I reside with my classmates at a post station in the eastern part of the city." Jiang Qingci pondered, her fingers drumming lightly on the window sill, then returned the essays to him. "You may leave for now. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit the Left Chancellor's residence." "Thank you, teacher." Gu Chang'an accepted the papers and rose, bowing respectfully to her, and subsequently to Gu Yanli and Su Huan, who waved him off as he departed. The poetry banquet continued as usual. Gu Yanli, eyeing several talented scholars, summoned them without hesitation, offering rewards to those willing to pledge their allegiance. However, those with potential who remained stubborn, refusing to bow to his intimidation, exited the tea house unscathed, only to find themselves shunned like venomous serpents, encountering obstacles at every turn. Jiang Qingci quietly noted their names and, seizing the opportunity for fresh air, instructed Pei Zhiyu. After the banquet concludes, please invite these individuals to the chancellor's residence. Just as she spoke, a waiter accidentally bumped into her. With a crash, the tray and wooden tea set he carried fell to the ground, splattering tea all over Jiang Qingci. Fortunately, the tea was cool, leaving only faint watermarks on her purple official robes. My sincerest apologies, my lady. Please forgive the oversight. The young attendant hastily bowed and apologized, neglecting to pick up the items scattered on the ground. Instead, he clumsily wiped the surface with his sleeve, gesturing toward another tea room at the end of the corridor, indicating that there were still empty rooms available, stocked with clean garments. "Shall I take you to change?" he inquired. Suchuri leaned against the railing, arms crossed, enjoying the river breeze. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to look. Noticing Jiang Qingci had followed the attendant away, he quickly stepped forward, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. How could such a spacious corridor, ample enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, have led to the attendant colliding only with her? Upon reaching the door of the tea room, Suchuri intended to follow inside, but Jiang Qingci halted, raising her hand dismissively, prompting the attendant to bow his head and retreat. A sliver of the door opened, and Suchuri peered over the top of her head, catching only a glimpse of folding screen within. "Stay here," Jiang Qingci instructed. "Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." Suchuri raised his chin and patted his chest, grinning mischievously. "Understood. If anyone dares to spy, I shall smash their head." After a moment, he furrowed his brow, pondering. "What if Gu Yanli shows up? Should I hit him too?" "It's permissible," Jiang Qingci replied with a frown, subtly advising, "but do exercise restraint. Either deal with him decisively or refrain from acting at all." Suchuri, however, seemed oblivious to her nuance, scratching the back of his head. His long braids swayed with emotion. "Can I kick his good leg then?" Jiang Qingci sighed, exasperated. "Honestly, I have no words. If you wish to swiftly procure your grandfather's head, I suppose a kick could suffice." With that, she stepped inside and firmly closed the door, blocking Suchuri's view. Blinking in surprise, Suchuri leaned lazily against the doorframe, a smirk playing on his lips. "Jiang Chancellor, you are quite adorable. I shall undoubtedly haul you back to the desert one day." Inside, the air was infused with a light fragrance. Unlike the other tea rooms on the second floor, this one featured a semi-closed door leading to an inner chamber. The inner room was devoid of windows, sunlight failing to penetrate, with only a single candle flickering. As Jiang Qingci pushed the door open, she immediately saw Shen Que seated cross-legged at the center of the inner chamber, an array of items laid out before him, including a ceremonial hat and a neatly folded robe in the shade of tang. Taking a couple of steps inside, Jiang Qingci feigned surprise. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Shen Ke's eyes sparkled as he approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist. With a creak, he swung the door shut behind them, trapping her between himself and the door. Leaning down, he pecked her at the corner of her mouth. "Did you not know I was here, Jiang Qingci? That is why you came, is it not?" His gaze softened as he feigned a look of hurt. "Or do you have another dog outside that you wish to see more than me?" "How it pains me, Jiang Qingci. I even prepared new clothes for you and came specifically to help you change." As he spoke, his hand at her waist deftly loosened her jade sash, lifting her long robe to explore further. Jiang Qingci tensed her back, her palm resting lightly on his shoulder. Shen Que extended his long leg, wedging it between hers, pinning her against the door. Observing her uneven breaths, her long, raven-like eyelashes fluttering delicately, she could only cling to his shoulder for stability while feigning composure to inquire, "Was the garment crafted by your Majesty's own hands?" "Indeed," he replied with a smile that curved his eyes, a glimmer of mischief flashing within. His slender fingers suddenly curled. Fixating on her gaze, "The attire was made by me, and a little sparrow pattern embroidered by my own hand." Shouldn't Jiang Qing offer a compliment on my virtuousness? Jiang Qingci's back stiffened, a soft moan nearly escaping her lips, which she swiftly suppressed by biting down. She raised her eyes to glare at him, unable to muster any praise, her thoughts in disarray, words failing her. Instead, she clutched his shoulder, nodding awkwardly. Shen Que asked if he was more adept at understanding women's garments than her royal uncle. She nodded. He then queried whether Jiang Qing admired his hands, to which she again nodded. When he asked if she liked his lips, she continued to nod. But upon meeting his expectant gaze, the implications of his words dawned on her, as she hastily shook her head, embarrassed and enraged, before biting down on the side of his neck. With intent, she applied some force, causing Shen Que to gasp in pain, yet he did not flinch, tilting his head to the left, allowing her to mark him with a bloodstain. He squinted his eyes, raising his other hand to caress her lips with his thumb. She tilted her head back, her gaze unfocused yet sharpened, resembling a fish on the brink of drowning in ecstasy, finally granted a moment to breathe, her pupils quivering. Shen Que, captivated by the sight, swallowed hard, his thumb brushing against her lips before he brought it to his own, licking the blood from it while keeping his eyes locked on her. A fervent desire surged within him as Jiang Qingci felt the heat of his gaze. The flush that had barely faded from her cheeks returned in full bloom. His thumb found its way back to her lips. Perhaps influenced by his gaze, she instinctively parted her lips and bit his fingertip. In the next moment, he seized her chin, kissing her fiercely, his other hand continuing its exploration beneath her robe. He stole her breath away, along with her intermittent soft moans, leaving her to clutch his neck and shoulders tightly, defiantly responding to him. After a long while, Shen Que released her. With a playful smile in his peach blossom eyes, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Little he, you are truly beautiful." Jiang Qingci replied, "Your Majesty is beautiful as well." A soft laugh escaped Shen Que. His mood evidently lifted as he playfully beckoned her closer, continuing, "I no longer wish to be emperor. I simply want to be with little he until death." Jiang Qingci's eyes flickered, slowly regaining her senses as she processed his outrageous words. With a swift elbow, she nudged him, "Your Majesty speaks nonsense again." Though she indulged in the joy of being with Shen Que, she had no desire to be the first to perish in the imperial bed. Such a rumor would echo through the ages, inviting ridicule. Caught once more by those historical accounts, one cannot predict how they might be exaggerated. Shen Que tilted his head to glance at her, his eyes glistening with a pure and innocent light. "Sister Xiaohe, you clearly enjoy listening, for the body cannot lie." He withdrew his hand and, with deliberate care, retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom to wipe the moisture from his fingertips. His gaze filled with warmth as he looked at her. "It seems the ointment is quite effective. Sister Xiaohe appears to have already reduced the swelling." After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow. "No, this will not do. I must see for myself." "No, you need not." Jiang Qingci's heart raced, and she hurriedly raised her hand to stop his head from lowering. "Your Highness, we must still go out. Lord Wang and Minister Pei are waiting outside." If he were to see, it would not merely be a simple glance. Whether they could leave afterward would remain uncertain. Shen Ke's movement was halted by her, and upon hearing Gu Yanli's name, his gaze sharpened, only to soften again in an instant. "Then I shall visit Jiang Qing tonight." "Tonight will not do either." Jiang Qingci leaned against the door, steadying her breath. "Assassins attacked the residence last night. Lu Yin was injured and is currently in a side room of my courtyard." Shen Ke's smile faltered momentarily. He wished to reassure her that it mattered not, for he had silenced the matter with a bribe. Lu would not speak of it. Yet, he realized that such a statement would expose his appropriation of Lu Ruoyan's merit to win her favor. Truly, he was digging his own grave. After a moment of silence, he resignedly sighed. Turning, he retrieved the garments laid upon the table, meticulously removing her attire. Though they had been candid with each other many times before, Jiang Qingci still felt a twinge of discomfort. The candlelight cast Shen Ke's tall figure into shadow, enveloping her. His gaze roamed over her body, inch by inch. When his fingers brushed against the small bird pattern embroidered on her bodice, he could not resist playfully prodding it, only to have her grasp his hand. Does Jiang Qing still favor this piece of clothing? Jiang Qingci, however, replied evasively, "Your Majesty's hands are quite skilled. That indicates you do favor it." Shen Que discerned the underlying meaning in her words and immediately smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. He earnestly adjusted the hem of her garment to snugly cover her abdomen, tucking it into her waistband, smoothing it down. "Be cautious not to catch a chill." Jiang Qingci paused, her eyes revealing confusion. The southern humidity was heavy. Having spent 3 years there, she had been afflicted by its dampness. Each month, when her cycle arrived, she would suffer excruciating abdominal pain. Following the advice of a wandering physician, she had taken the precaution of wearing an extra layer over her bodice to keep her abdomen warm, a habit that had persisted until now, shared only with her mother and sister. How had Shen Que come to know of this? Amidst her swirling doubts, Shen Que had already dressed her in an undershirt and inner garments, finally donning her in a tawny outer robe, refastening the jade belt, and adjusting her hairpin. His gaze was tender, as if it could drown her. A strange feeling stirred within Jiang Qingci, yet the clattering of swords and the sounds of struggle erupted from outside, followed by the urgent cries of men. "Quick, someone! Hold this ruffian down! His leg! The prince's leg! Summon the physician at once!" The atmosphere was rife with tension, punctuated by the discontented voice of Sa Churi. "I've already stated that Prime Minister Jiang is changing clothes inside. No one is permitted to enter. If you insist on barging in, I shall kick you out." Jiang Qingci's brows furrowed in disbelief. Could it be that Sa Churi truly kicked Gu Yanli? With no time to elaborate to Shen Que, she hurriedly stepped outside. The scene was chaotic as a group of guards shielded Gu Yanli, who sat pale and shaken, his remaining good leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Sa Churi was engaged in a brawl with another group, yet he refused to budge from the entrance. Anyone attempting to approach was met with a swift kick. "Get lost. She is not someone you can gaze upon." Jiang Qingci pulled open the door, and upon seeing her, Sa Churi immediately quelled his fury, retracting his fist and stepping beside her with a sheepish grin. "He is ill, insisting on spying on you while you change." Before Gu Yanli could utter a word, he was doused with accusations and, suppressing the excruciating pain of his broken leg, exclaimed, "Utter nonsense! Someone strike him again! My lord, show mercy!" Jiang Qingci interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd, unobtrusively closing the door behind her. She faced them and approached Gu Yanli. "Today, as poetry banquet gathers talents from across the land, it is unwise to let anger prevail." Having his leg broken for no reason, Gu Yanli was on the verge of exploding. Maintaining his composure was an exhausting feat, and now, not only did she neglect to show concern for him, but she also sought to intercede on behalf of that barbarian. Gu Yanli inhaled deeply, casting a cold glare at her. "And what do you suggest? Should I, then, kneel and thank him for sparing my life?" Sa Churi feigned shyness, scratching his head. "How embarrassing. I might shorten my lifespan. Outrageous." Jiang Qingci shot him a glare. "Apologize to the prince." Sa Churi shrugged, reluctantly stepping forward, and with an exaggerated bow, mockingly declared, "I sincerely apologize for breaking your leg." Jiang Qingci stifled a laugh. Beside her, Pei Jiu, who had hurriedly brought the physician, could not contain his laughter at this remark. However, upon receiving a frosty glance from Gu Yanli, he quickly ushered the physician away. "Lock him in the royal prison." Gu Yanli suppressed a headache, commanding his guards to attend to him meticulously. "Without my command, no one is to release him." He then turned to Jiang Qingci, and before she could speak, he scoffed. "What? Does Prime Minister Jiang wish to join him in the prison?" Though referred to as a prison, Jiang Qingci knew it was akin to a purgatory. The prison had been constructed when Gu Yanli first inherited the throne, but had yet to grasp full power. It housed those who had betrayed him and their kin. They were subjected to severe torture multiple times, yet were well fed and cared for, suspended in a state of limbo. When she had just assumed her brother's identity, he had taken her there to witness this hellish reality. At that moment, he grasped her chin from behind, compelling her to face the man in the prison who had been rendered mute and transformed into a mere shadow of a human. His voice, chilling as a specter, echoed, "ACI, should you ever betray me, you and your family shall share his fate, a fate worse than death, a torment of existence devoid of hope. After uttering these ominous words, he turned her shoulders to face him directly, observing her tremble in fear, paralyzed by terror. From his pocket, he produced a piece of candy and placed it in her palm, speaking to her in a tone as gentle as the spring breeze of March. "Yet I believe, ACI, that you will never betray me, will you?" His blend of kindness and menace was his method of control over others. At that tender age, she could only hold the candy and nod incessantly. Now, as he revisited this moment, it was merely a warning for her to tread carefully. Curse that wretched creature. One day, I shall shatter his dog-ass head, Jiang Qingci thought, clenching her fist to suppress the hatred that swelled in her heart. Her expression calm as she replied, "I have no objections, Your Majesty." Su Huang and Gu Yanli ceased their gaze upon her. Su Huang sighed and promptly led the others, escorting Sa Churi away by the arm. As they passed Jiang Qingci, she heard Sa Churi's smug voice, "Fear not, Minister Jiang. He cannot confine me." The clamor gradually faded, and the crowd dispersed, leaving Jiang Qingci and Page Yu to accompany the imperial physician, returning Gu Yanli to the palace, where the corridor resumed its tranquil silence. Unbeknownst to them, in the tea room from which Jiang Qingci had just emerged, Gu Chang'an entered, bowing deeply before Shen Que, who sat at the table. "Your Majesty, I have met with the regent and Minister Jiang." Shen Que waved his hand, and Gu Chang'an lifted his robes, sitting cross-legged before him. "Minister Jiang has accepted me as her disciple. I will keep an eye on her for Your Majesty." "I did not send you to her side to monitor her," Shen Que replied, shaking his head. Speaking of Jiang Qingci, his gaze softened momentarily. "I sent you to assist her." "I do not comprehend." Gu Chang'an furrowed his brow in thought, struggling to understand. "Your Majesty, after so long in plotting, is it not to seize power and take her as your consort?" He recalled how 3 years prior, shortly after Jiang Qingci had been exiled to the southern lands, he was brought into the palace by Chun Baishan to meet Shen Que. At that time, the young emperor was but a puppet on the throne.